You have always been handsome since childhood, but you have never succeeded in confessing your feelings. At the age of 7, you confessed to the girl next door. At 18 you confessed to the school beauty. And at 22 you directly confessed to your university teacher. But all were rejected without exception. Just when you were ready to be single for the rest of your life, those women who had rejected you before came looking for you at the same time. Childhood sweetheart Yi Xinli. Clearly you both liked each other. But because of her proud personality, she avoided you after you confessed. She didn't know that the last time you looked for her was to tell her that you were moving. And when she finally realized it, she found out that you had already moved away. Because your families lived close by and you only met in person. You didn't have each other's contact information. At that moment, she knew that you had left her world and she could no longer find you. For the past 12 years, she had been looking for you. And finally, while scrolling through short videos, she recognized you at a glance. Looking at the grown-up you in the photo, she smiled and said, Pan, I found you. Another ice-cold CEO, Ru Xue, was attracted to your handsome face when you were handing out flyers. She offered you 3 million to pretend to be her boyfriend for 3 months to deal with the pressure from her family to get married. The contract was signed at 10 o'clock, and her parents met you at 10 o'clock and 1 minute, very satisfied with you, and immediately gave you a villa. In this way, you and Ru Xue went shopping together, cooked together, traveled together, and during this time, you both developed a different kind of affection for each other. On the day before the contract expires, you were ready to confess your feelings. But thinking about all the good deeds you've done since childhood, you took advantage of Ru Xue's rest time and recorded a video to put on the company's computer, just in case the confession failed. However, Ru Xue mistakenly thought you were stealing company secrets. Are you really plotting to take her family's wealth, as your best friend suggested? As Ru Xue kept imagining, you walked in. Ru Xue, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? Officially, for a lifetime. Can you? Ru Xue listened to your confession expressionlessly, not believing a word. Pan, I don't deny that you are a good person, but aren't you too hasty? Have you really thought about your own identity? How dare you speak up? Let me tell you, it's impossible. What you want will never happen, including our contract. We are terminating it now, and I will pay the termination fee. You will never appear here again. After speaking, Ru Xue left the villa in a hurry and went to the company. She searched around but didn't find anything missing, except for a video file on the computer labeled for Ru Xue's eyes only. She trembled as she opened the video. When you watch this video, it means I have confessed. I don't know if my confession was successful, but I truly like you. The contract is about to expire, and I won't renew it. I'm afraid of getting too involved. From the moment I signed the contract, I never thought about the money. I was just experiencing every day with you. Now that the experience card is expiring, it's time to leave. I don't know the outcome of my confession, but leaving is the reality. Of course, I have also cleared all contact information and will not appear in Anne's world again. The video finished playing. Tears were streaming down Ru Xue's face. She stubbornly took out her phone and tentatively sent a message. I want to eat stir-fried shrimp for lunch. The large red exclamation mark stood out, but she still didn't believe it and called you. The phone you dialed is temporarily unavailable. She left in a daze, got into her car, and returned to the villa. She pushed the door open hesitantly, finding the room unusually quiet. There was no sound of cooking in the kitchen as usual, no reminder to wash hands before eating. Only the coffee table was neatly arranged, with a suit in a paper bag and a note hanging next to it. Manager, I have cleaned your clothes. You can return them as I won't need them anymore. Thank you for your company during these days. Ru Xue took out the suit, which only had the unique fragrance of the dry cleaner on it. She cried out in pain again, throwing herself on the suit and not getting up for a long time. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the door opening outside, and she rushed out of the room with joy, facing Ru Xue in the living room. Ru Xue, it's me. Why didn't you reply to my messages? Seeing her best friend, Ru Xue's mood plummeted again. She slumped on the sofa as if she had lost her soul. Pan has left. Wasn't the contract supposed to end tomorrow? He didn't plan to fulfill the contract, nor did he want my money. He pretended to be my boyfriend just to be with me. What a joke. Are you really falling for him? This is clearly a strategy to make me chase after him. He will definitely come back within a week. He knows you must regret it, so he can control you. Listening to her best friend's words, Ru Xue became more and more annoyed. If it weren't for her, could she have misunderstood Pan? If it weren't for this woman, she should have been eating the dinner you made by now. LVN, you go. From now on we are not friends. If you provoke me again, our two families will cut off all contact. Ru Xue, you are crazy. You have been blinded by that man. You have only known each other for a few months? I have been friends with you for 3 years. Get lost. Go away quickly. And Rushue shouted hysterically. Okay, and Rushue, you are good. Just wait and see. He will definitely come back as I said. At the moment when all contact was cut off, she could no longer find you, and she was lost for 3 months. Until this evening, when she left the birthday party of her friend Xiaolan, she saw that familiar figure again. Pan. Upon hearing the voice, you stopped in your tracks. You are so familiar with this voice that you don't need to turn around to confirm. The sound of high heels running behind you. Your arm is grabbed, and that familiar face appears before your eyes again. Pan. It's really you. Why did you leave without saying anything? As she spoke, and Rushue started crying, tightly holding onto your arm. Oh, you left the video. Ha, Pan. I was wrong. I misunderstood you. I also like you. Come back with me, okay? And Rushue pulls your arm, tears welling up in her eyes, her face full of pleading, completely devoid of the serious and aloof female CEO. The Rushue I know doesn't have this humble appearance. She will never be humble in front of anyone, except you. Although Rushue's words sound like a mosquito's buzz, you truly heard them. Seeing Rushue so humble, you don't know what to say for a moment. Rushue, I don't want to see you like this. I want to see the cold, serious and CEO, not the little girl who only cries in my arms. Upon hearing this, and Rushue slowly raises her head, staring at you with wide eyes. But you said you liked the innocence beneath my mask, and Rushue said weakly, then blinked her watery eyes at you. You were stunned. You couldn't say she said that just to confess successfully, right? Wouldn't that make me a scumbag? I like your innocence, not to make you lose your original self. What I hope more is that you can let your guard down only when you are with me, so I won't avoid you. You can come find me. We still need time to settle. Okay, where can I find you? You took out your phone, added WeChat, and told her your work address. So when Rushue left happily, another beautiful teacher, Song Anlin, became a university professor at the young age of 24. You were deeply attracted to her during a debate competition, so you had the idea of pursuing her. However, after you confessed your feelings, she said she only saw you as a good student. She considered this matter closed and gave you a good person card as a gift, encouraging you to study hard and strive for progress. To prevent yourself from being led on, you directly withdrew from the course and deleted Song Anlin's contact information. When Song Anlin saw your empty seat, she felt a bit of loss because in her class, you were always the most active in answering questions. Many times, you were the one who livened up the atmosphere when it became dull. She couldn't resist taking out her phone to message you, asking why you withdrew from the course. This was her first message, and she had planned to follow up with, "Is it because I rejected you?" But she no longer had the opportunity. Her almond eyes reflected the scarlet exclamation mark on the screen, followed by the system prompt, "Message sending failed," showing the other party started the friend verification. You are not her friend. Please send a friend verification request first, and chat only after the other party passes the verification. Pam deleted her. In front of the entrance of Haichang University, the beautiful legs wrapped in black silk crossed out from the rental, followed by a young girl who was moving everywhere to get out. The driver master and licked the dog like a dog, ran to the trunk and took out the luggage of the young girl, and mentioned it next to the young girl on his ass again. This passenger I help you carry your luggage? Don't worry. No money. I'm not a bad person's either. There are a lot of big surveillance in Haichang. The young girl looked to this driver and just smiled before taking the suitcase. Thanks, but no thanks. After saying that, she pulled her suitcase towards Haichang University without looking back. She opened her own phone and froze first at the screensaver, then reacted to her fingerprint unlocking it and opening her V. Selected a dialog box to open and sent a message. I'm already in front of the school. Come pick me up. This message was not received by Panan, but by a female student in Haichang Dili. It happened a few days ago. She was eating in the cafeteria, and happened to find a very handsome man in the cafeteria. So she made a short video, and she didn't expect it to catch fire. After the fire, she was contacted and asked what this handsome guy's name was. Of course she wouldn't do it, even if she received $1,000. Hey, boss, his name is Panan. Money transferred to you. Thank you boss. Video deleted. It's not good to sneak up on people, and then I'll transfer you another one. 000. It's been deleted. Okay, I'm going to Haichang University in a few days. You'll be my guide then, and I'll give you $10,000. Promise to finish the job. That's the way things are, and I don't know what this boss is doing here at the University of Haichang, but what the heck? Money doesn't make a son of a bitch. Back to the young girl's perspective. She clicked on the photo album, the first photo, and it was a screenshot of the video taken by the girl, and the very very handsome boy was naturally Panin. The young girl clicked on the photo. Her finger pulled and zoomed in on Panin in the photo. Her fell into memories. Hey, is Panin going to play or not? The little girl in the little dress tugged at the little boy's sleeve and the boy froze and turned back. Didn't you just go out yesterday? So what if I just went out? I didn't even go behind the park yesterday. Just tell me if you're going. Fine. Go, but stay close to me. I hear there's a big black dog over there that bites on sight. Humph. I'm not afraid of it. It's okay. I'll protect you when the time comes. Humph. District Pan installs what? Yi Xin Li's head tilted and grunted with both hands crossed. Panin was still quite spoiled with Yi Xin Li's little temper. The little girl was still very proud. Even so, Panin also accompanied her every day to play together. The two are neighbors. Is also considered half a childhood friend. Usually have to go to school together. Yi Xin Li, no matter how arrogant Panin, would still spoil her. Who let Panin like her? Being a precocious Pam, he understood what love was at the age of 7. And his first target was this arrogant little girl. Humph. Pam is gone. Fine. Go. The duo arrived at the park. This side of the park was a playground for children. But Panin didn't give a damn about it. He was idealistic and ambitious. Following Yi Xinli to play in the sand for a while, he went to climb the ladder again. Then went to the slide. And then pushed the swing for Yi Xinli, for which Yi Xinli was still very satisfied. After playing around in a circle, Yi Xin Li felt bored. She didn't want to go home now. She was the only one at home. It was still interesting to play with Panin outside. Hey, Pam, let's go to the back of the park. There's a seesaw over there, but there's not much there. It's not very safe. No, I'm going. Didn't you promise my mom to protect me? I'm not afraid with you around. To say that Panin is still young now. Yi Xinli just said that he was hit. Should say not to say is young. Go on then. You'll have to stay close to me. Humph. I know. However, Yi Xin Li would not obediently listen to Panin. What she thought in her mind was that the district Panin was still ordering her. She was not going to do it. She was going to go and see how fierce that dog was. And so, come on Pam. You sit on the other side of the seesaw. At this time, Panin was about to be fished into a warped mouth by Yi Xinli, and ran his ass to the other side of the teeter-totter. The two played for a while before Yi Xinli called a halt. Stop. Poonam, I'm thirsty. Go get me some water. You're with me. You're a bit dangerous on your own. But there are some kids over there peering at our seesaw. I just want to play with you. Well, young Pam got hit and turned her head and ran for the store. And Yi Xinli looked at Panin's departing figure and heatedly smiled as she left the teeter-totter and walked towards the park at the woods. After a few steps there was no sign of the supposed dog, but instead a tall, thin man with a hat came out of the woods. The man's eyes glistened at the sight of Yi Xinli, and he quietly approached Yi Xinli. I didn't expect to have this kind of harvest today. This is just how old and it's grown so nice. It seems like it can be bought for a good price. Hearing the voice, Yi Xinli turned back and saw the man approaching her. She panicked in an instant. Looking at the man who was leaning closer and closer, she couldn't open her mouth in fear. Tears pooled in her eyes when she saw Panin walking in the distance, and she opened her mouth to yell as if she had found her backbone. Panin, help me. And the man just looked back and realized it was just a little kid more than he cared. There were not many adults behind the park here. Only children. He was just lawless now. With one hand, he grabbed Yi Xinli's arm and tugged at her with the intention of taking her away. Panin also heard Yi Xinli's cries for help, and the water in his hand directly threw it away. Desperately running towards Yi Xinli, just ran up to this trafficker and got kicked down, and the trafficker started laughing at him. Laughing? Saving you and trying to be a hero? Pam and save me. Panacea covered his stomach, his eyes looking aside and noticing the black dog that was approaching. He smiled. He knew that Yi Xinli wanted to come and play behind the park every day. So he came early to make a good relationship with this black dog, and brought ham to the black dog every day. Black dog is also very righteous, giving Panin enough face, promising to stay away from the park a little bit in the next few days, so that he can focus on picking up girls. Blackie bit him. Panin shouted loudly at Black Dog. The black dog that just came out of the camera ran over when he heard Panin's voice, biting on the hand of the trafficker. And even then the trafficker didn't let go, but instead grabbed Yi Xinli with one hand and pinched the black dog's neck with the other. Seeing this scene, Panin immediately rushed up, taking advantage of the trafficker's stooped position, jumped up at once and grabbed the trafficker's hair, pulling by his own gravity. Ah! The trafficker let go of his hand in pain and gave Panin a punch. Panin took a punch in the face. He didn't care that much, braced himself on the ground and stood up, pulling up Yi Xinli and ran in the direction of the crowd. Blackie also saw the situation and let go and fled, leaving the trafficker in place, clutching his left hand and holding his head. Panin pulled Yi Xin Li finally escaped to a safe place. Just the trafficker's punch was a solid hit to Panin's face. Pan-in walking unsteady. Yi Xinli sees safe on the body of Pan-in to cry. Or wow, cry kind of. Pan-in although the headache stomach pain but still pat Yi Xinli back to comfort her. People gathered around them as well. And Pan-in quickly shouted to the police and pointed to the back of the park, shouting that there were human traffickers over there. Yes, the trafficker was bitten on his right hand by Blackie. The wound was deep. He had curly hair and a scar on his mouth. Good. The kid provides a comprehensive clue. Wait with the portraitist. We will issue a wanted notice as soon as possible. After coming to the police station, Pan-in told all he knew, and Yi Xinli and Pan-in's parents came to the police station in a hurry. Both sides were relieved to see that there was nothing serious about the child, and Yi Xinli's parents had been thanking Pan-in, and Yi Xinli came over to do the same for Pan-in's protection. Ha ha, Xinli, you can thank Pan-in properly. He's a warrior. Yi Xinli's father patted Yi Xinli's shoulder and said, while Yi Xinli's mother also went up and joked. Yes, Pan-in's heroic rescue today was very handsome. If I were Xinli, I would definitely fall in love with Pan-in. By this point Pan-in was feeling like his efforts hadn't been in vain. Or at least he felt like he'd done a good job of laying the groundwork for a confession. But Yi Xinli felt that the parents' jokes were not funny at all. She was still so young. She wouldn't have love affairs. Sure enough, one afternoon not long afterward, Pan was issued the good guy card. On this day Pan-in felt that the time was ripe, and his injuries had healed, so he knocked on the door of Yi Xinli's house, and Yi Xinli timidly opened the door and poked her head out. Humph, so it's Pan-in. Xinli want to go out and play? Let's go over to the hill tree. Lots of people fly kites over there. Since you invited me, I'll go reluctantly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun is just right. And a lot of people are flying kites on this side of the hill tree in Jinghai City, which gets its name from the fact that there is a big tree on the hill. Pan-in led Yi Xinli to the tree. He had been preparing for several days. After the last time increased his confidence. He wanted to take Yi Xinli in one fell swoop and become the one with the object. Humph, District Pan-in still pulls my hand. Only this once. Well, my great lady. Hey, Pam, what are you dragging me here to say? Well, Yi Xinli, I love you. With those words uttered, the youthful teenager closed his eyes and waited for a reply. As a wind blew over the hills, waves formed in the green grass, and the only sounds in the air were the rustling of leaves and the sounds of children playing in the distance. There was no answer for a long time, and he was inwardly apprehensive. And Yi Xinli's face was blushing. She didn't know how to answer. Her mind remembered what her mother had said when she was in the police station, that she was in love with Pan-in. How can that be? She wouldn't like Pan-in. Humph, Pan-in, you're a nice guy, but I'm not going to like you. Don't be ridiculous. Who likes you? After saying that, Yi Xinli ran away with a blushing face, ran all the way home and closed the door, hiding into the quilt. She did not want to agree to Pan-in so easily. Pan-in's first confession ends in failure, and unsurprisingly gets the first good guy card in his life. Lifting his head and looking in the direction Yi Xinli left, he didn't see Yi Xinli's blushing face, nor did he take into account Yi Xinli's arrogance. He just lost his mind and went back home. His mother watched her son come back and even greeted him. Little N's back. Hurry up and get ready to pack. We're moving. So sudden? Yes. Your dad was promoted and transferred. The work handover is very tight, so you have to hurry. It just so happens that it's summer vacation now. It's also convenient for you to transfer to another school. By the way, you remember to give Xinli to say the two of you play so well at. Wow. Although he was rejected, but Pan-in hadn't developed the habit of breaking clean at this time. He didn't have a careful eye. He still came to Yi Xinli's door and tapped on the door of the house. Yi Xinli heard it under the covers. She chose to ignore it. She didn't know how to face Pan-in yet. Pan-in knew that Yi Xinli was inside, and when she didn't open the door, wasn't the meaning obvious? He returned home, and as soon as he entered the house his mother asked him, "How's that for a statement? She's not." So it's okay. Yesterday I talked to her mom. She will also know. Just don't know if you guys can still get in touch in the future. Aya. With that, Pan-in's family moved out that afternoon, and Yi Xinli was left alone in the house, with her parents busy and her nanny coming to cook for her at mealtimes. All night Pan-in didn't come to her. She was cuddling her bear under the covers. She didn't know why. She felt her heart was empty. It's like losing something. The next day all day Pan-in did not come to find her. She was a little angry. She just did not promise Pan-in just He did not come to find himself, venting at the big bear on the bed. She got up, and went next door, where she was going to tell Pam's mom. She was just like Pam that day, knocking on the door for a long time and no one answered. She thought Pam was angry with her and sanctioning her in her way. And that's when her parents came back and watched their daughter knocking on the door of Pam's house. They thought it was a little strange. What's Xinli doing knocking on the door of Pan's house? Pam, he doesn't ask me to play. Pam and the others moved. Didn't Pam tell you? It was at this moment that Yishili realized that Panin hadn't been chasing her for answers that day, but had simply told her that he was leaving. Her parents didn't have contact information for Panin's family. After all, both families were busy. They met and talked. There was no correspondence on cell phones, and the same was true for her and Panin. Panin moves away, which means she'll never find Panin again, which means she'll be alone in her house for the rest of her life, and there will never be another Panin to find her to play with or protect her. She'll never find Panin again. Time to go back to the present. Yishili's cell phone screensaver as the two of them went out when they stayed in the picture. At that time only paper photos, and later she photographed into an electronic version made into a screensaver. She spent the last 12 years trying to find Panin, but how easy can it be in a sea of people? Finally, just a little while ago she was swiping through short videos and happened to come across the girl's video and she instantly recognized it as Pam. Even though it had been 12 years, she was sure of it. So she approached the girls for confirmation and then asked for information. She was coming to see Pam and to make up for the hours. Looking at the photo of the grown-up Panin, she smiled. Panin, I found you. Sleeping is refreshing. Panin got up and washed. Duanjia, that boy is still not back. Look at the time is also about the same. Sure enough, just as Panin was thinking this, Duanjia came back, and as soon as the kid came back, he ran to Panin. Panin, we almost lost the whole army if you didn't go. Oh, let me tell you. MS. Song asked me to tell you to hurry up and go to her office. No go. So bullish? It's also true that you are a great talent and not her student. It's just that we are suffering. It doesn't work. With that said, Panin left the dormitory to head towards the cafeteria, ignoring a friend notification on his phone altogether. However, this friend notification was not sent by Song Anlin, nor by Yi Xinli. At this time, Song Anlin had already put off her second class, so she sat in her office, drinking black tea. The bitter tea made her frown as it entered her mouth, and she seemed to have added too much tea, adding 2 cubes of sugar into it and picking up a spoon to stir it. It's been half an hour since I waited, and Panin still hasn't come. Could it be that Duanjia didn't transfer to it? Or is Panin not in the dormitory? Where would Panacea go if he wasn't in the dormitory? We'll go to class. Panin is a great student and a wonderful person, and when he doesn't come to himself he's basically in class with a break. Song Anlin now had a hard time imagining Panin looking like he was listening attentively to another teacher. Ugh, what's wrong with me? It's obviously just a student. He's still my suitor. I've turned down countless suitors. How come it's so hard when it comes to Panin? Maybe it's because Panin cut her off so completely. Maybe it's because Panin was the first person to delete her. Maybe it's because she feels so different about Panin. But in any case, Pan has made his choice. And as he said when he left yesterday, it won't be in the future. She had thought that Panin had heard her words and knew that teacher-student love was wrong, but she hadn't realized that it was a clean break with her. Picked up the black tea and took another sip. Even with the addition of 2 cubes of sugar into the mouth is still that bitter. Looking around the whole office, empty and cold, the sight of Panin at this point always flashed in his eyes. Ha ha, you're not right here. Teacher, you were really good in that debate yesterday. How come? It's impossible to debate over you. Teacher, any more today? I actually quite like black tea too, and think it's most appropriate with 2 cubes of sugar properly. Sensei, we are indeed very destined. I didn't realize that you also like How to Slay Dragons. The sights surfaced and disappeared again and again, and she was the only one left in the large office. She had once seen what Panin had in mind, only she had persuaded the understanding that it was just a teacher-student contact, so she became defenseless against Panin. Panin thus intrudes into her dull and boring life, sending ripples through the layers of her otherwise peaceful heart. Hey, Song Anlin, do you only study? The school bully slapped his palm on Song Anlin's desk. Song Anlin just slightly raised her head, her eyes cold, looking at the school bully with a hint of timidity. Something wrong? I asked you a question. Ask what? You're just a nerd, can't do anything but study. So what? At least it will be more useful than you later. So what if it works? You'll always be alone with a character like that, and the ones that approach you are just spying on your face. Poor thing. The school bully walked away with his head held high after saying all this, looking as if he was a victorious rooster. And Song Anlin didn't have any reaction to this. Her parents, both civil servants, took care of her in just the usual way, and there weren't many kids around her house, so she was always alone growing up. This has also developed her cold personality, and the only best way to take her mind off the outside world is to study. She didn't try much. She just learned in such an uneventful way that she was called a gifted young woman by her neighbors. And she was not moved to hear this. Later, when she went to college, she did not choose to live in the dormitory, and her counselor repeatedly enlightened her about her cold personality. which helped her a lot in communicating with others. That is, after college she could normally communicate properly with others, though her tone was still so cold and without a hint of emotion. So what if that's the way it is? That's just the way she is. The way she's always been. There's never been anything wrong with it. And she thinks it's good for her. This character allowed her to soar academically. And she was a god of war in debate. Especially with her calm face and the roaring applause every time she won. And it was all she deserved. It was all going well. And she felt that this was the way it was going to be in her life. Until Panin came along. This handsome-looking student burst into her life without her noticing. And by the time she realized it, he was the norm in her life. So she persuaded herself to that it was just a student. Even if he had impure intentions, as long as she refused. She's turned down a lot of people. And this time she made no exception by turning down Pam Ann. Only this time the refusal added a sentence, "You are a good person." And the effect of this rejection on her she is only now realizing. It's as if a piece of flesh slowly grows in your body when you live normally. And at first you don't notice him. And when you do you think it's nothing. That you can coexist. That is, you get used to the extra part of your body. And this time when you have him removed you don't like it. And it can be so painful. It's fine. It's just a matter of getting used to it. It's fine. No, he doesn't have any effect. It's okay. It's just going back to the old days. But you've obviously all but broken into my life. Now the talented young woman collapsed on the couch, curled up and looked at the empty couch. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the girl brought Yi Xinli to the cafeteria. The girl thought it was a bit strange. Why didn't she put her luggage first? Because she was too hungry? Forget it. They're the gold masters. Just listen to them. Boss, let me recommend what's good here. First of all, no, go ahead and go back. Transferred you a $2,000 deposit. It's okay, I'll wait for someone here. Go ahead. The girl didn't stay. Just get the money. Just such a big beautiful girl have to wait for someone? Shouldn't she be waiting for someone else? The young girl just sat and waited, keeping her eyes on the flow of people, during which she refused to turn down two of the ones who accosted her, reasoning that she had a boyfriend. After a long time the maiden's almond eyes shone as she waited for the Panin simply bought a breakfast. Will find a place to sit down. Buns have not eaten into the mouth. At opposite put down a bowl of noodles. At the same time there is a pink long-haired girl sat down. Class, can I sit here? Yes. Thank you. Yi Xinli sat down. She took her chopsticks and inserted them into the noodles, just stirring them back and forth with no intention of eating. Panin hadn't looked up since the beginning. He was eating his breakfast and looking at his phone, and he just happened to swipe on an interesting video. Perhaps realizing that there was no movement across the room, Panin finally raised his head, and when he saw the young girl across the room he was stunned. Snow-like skin, long light pink hair, cherry lips and agaric nose, jade hand propping up her cheeks, big almond eyes gazing at Panin. The young girl in front of him was fulfilling Panin's criteria, but he just couldn't get interested in this exquisite young girl as if he had already done it once. He looked at the young girl, who kept her eyes on him, and finally he managed to speak. Why don't you eat? Already full. You want to order a bowl of noodles when you're full? No, it's someone showy, so I'm already full. Panin didn't answer again. He lowered his head. How was this young girl the same as those girls chasing him? That's a bit old-fashioned, isn't it? This is the 34th person to use this routine. Doesn't she think it's corny? Or is she confident in her looks? Classmate, it's my first time coming to Haicheng University. I've just transferred as an exchange student. I don't know my way around here. Can you be my guide? No. Very busy. No time. Panin finished his answer without even looking up, said taking a bite of his bun and casually scratching to the next short video. What's your name then, classmate? Let's make friends? Pam. It's not necessary if you're making friends. Panin still didn't raise his head. Yi Xinli wasn't annoyed with Panin's attitude. She had harvested some information from just now. The first point is that Pan isn't that good to take down, which is both good news and bad news at the same time. The good point is that it shows that Pam isn't that promiscuous, and has remained clean and original throughout those 13 years. The bad point is that it's all the same, whether it's to her or anyone else. It's with resistance and she's no good at rating. The second point was that Panin was single, and it was clear the moment she sat down that Panin's character would never get up close and personal with another girl while she was with someone. She was greatly relieved as long as Panin didn't have an object, and it didn't matter if she did. She could wreak havoc. Certainly not under Panin's nose. She'd go over to the girl's side and blow her off to break up with Panacea herself, and then she'd have Panacea all to herself. All of this is just a plan. And now that Panin doesn't have a date she's better off. After all, she's so good looking. Classmate, you're really handsome, eh? Can you be my boyfriend? Panin finally looked up after Yi Xinli said this, and before she could rejoice she saw Panin's disgusted expression. Classmate, do you love one when you see one? Why is confession so impulsive and direct? This is no different from seeing sex. Girls should not be so frivolous. Hearing this, Yi Shili became a little petrified. And the passers-by on the side also followed the petrified. Hey, this is a big beautiful woman for nothing, eh? You kid don't know what's good for you. If it's not as handsome as you are, I'd have to take your place high or low. I'm sorry, but I'll only be with people I like. And liking me is uniformly impossible. So I'm really sorry. Although Panin spoke in a rather desperate manner, his tone was all very calm. With a persuasive undertone, he had confessed countless times, and rejected countless times, and of course been rejected countless times. So his rejection tried to leave enough face for others. After saying this, Panin left his seat with his breakfast and left the cafeteria under the watchful eyes of the crowd. And he muttered something after he exited the cafeteria. That girl looks so familiar. Female big 18 changes. For 18 years have not seen Yi Shili. Panin is really not recognized. But the childhood Yi Shili came he still recognized. His memory was good. So good that he could remember the scene every time he was rejected. So he would always remember when Yi Shili rejected him. After all, it was the first time. Over here Yi Shili watched Panin leave before she slowed down. What the hell? She was rejected. This was the first time she had been rejected since she was a little girl. And originally she had just taken a chance, thinking that a handful would not be too bad even if she didn't get it. I did not expect Panin to reject it like this. Even the head does not bring back. Although she also rejected Panin. Right. Those two people offset. The next time Panin cannot reject her. With that thought she ate the bowl of noodles beautifully. It was the first meal after a day of rushing. And she should have just eaten it in front of Panin and eaten it more flavorfully. Walking along, Panin sort of finished his breakfast. And as he walked he realized he was going to the library. His route was becoming a habit. Before, when chasing Song Anlin, fixed route every day. Over time it became a habit. He does not love to read books, in fact, just to chase Song Anlin. Thinking of this, Panin changed her route and went all the way to the dormitory. While in the library, Song Anlin came here with fantasies, clearly having the answer in the back of her mind. But she still came. The library was quiet. It was morning and there weren't many people. And there was no Pam's name on the personnel register. So it seemed that Pam was really out of her life and wouldn't bother her ever again. Tidying up and organizing herself. She couldn't be defeated by this kind of thing. She'd been through it many times. It was just that this was special. And she was going to take Pam as a lesson that she wouldn't do it again. And she wouldn't let anyone else barge into her life again. So putting down her pen next to the library staff register, she left the library to get a cup of coffee and give herself a half-day's rest. Arriving at the cafe, the clerk approached just as he sat down. Hello, guest. What can I get you to drink? It's still the same as before. 2 glasses as before? Hearing the clerk's words she suddenly froze. Just yesterday with before. She would always order 2 cups of coffee at the coffee shop first. A sort of perk she gave to her students. A perk that only Panin enjoyed. In front of her eyes, Pamin seemed to be sitting there, taking a sip of her coffee, her face scrunched up, talking. Mr. Song, this is so bitter. Coffee is just bitter. Then I would recommend Mr. Song to add milk and if possible some sugar. It will be much better that way. Coffee should be bitter. Fine. Listen to you, teacher. Panin doesn't like coffee, but never mentioned it to her. She didn't care. 2 cups of coffee every time. Panin turned out to be always adapting to her preferences for her guest? She snapped back to her senses at the shout of the clerk and looked across at the empty seat, a bitter smile pulling at the corners of her mouth. No, just 1 cup. With milk, and with sugar. Okay. She shook her head, her black shoulder-length hair swinging, her snow-white swan neck exposed to the air as she looked out at the man-made lake outside the coffee shop, the sky dripping rain in response to the occasion, sending ripples across the surface. The scene, the thoughts, the atmosphere, everything was so just right that even her thoughts stretched out and she didn't slow down until the coffee was brought to her. Taking a sip, it seemed to just not be as bitter as it was before, and it was indeed quite tasty. The rain outside the window has no intention of stopping. She did not bring an umbrella. She knew she could not go for a while. Opened the satchel, took out the book How to Slay the Dragon, and turned it over in silence. She loved the book and was surprised that Pam liked it too. With a signed bookmark, and returned it to herself. She flipped through the book as the bookmark, which lay there quietly, reason telling her that maybe she should throw this away, but her body didn't act at all, instead tucking the bookmark in tightly to prevent it from falling out. At that moment came 2 girls, both of whom had high face value, one looking more confident, the other more timid. The confident girl pulled the timid girl to Song Anlin, who closed her book and looked up at the 2. Hello, teacher. Hi guys, are you my students? No, we're from another college. So, what's up? Just I would like the contact information of the boy you often have coffee with. He's a student of yours, I think? Can you give us that? No. The interval between these two sentences of the two was less than 0.1 seconds. Song Anlin almost reflexively blurted it out. And even the girl was stunned by what she heard. Why? Song Anlin also do not know why. She just instinctively said it. Now want her to give contact information she cannot give. She has been deleted by Panin. It's better to give up because he already has a girlfriend. But I see that he's with you. Teacher. Every day except for class. He and his girlfriend are estranged, so they don't see each other very often. So, well, excuse me teacher. Thank you. After saying that the girls left, the timid girl looked a little lost, and it took the departure of the two girls to calm Song and Lan's pounding heart. The rain has stopped. Those two girls also left the cafe. Song Anlin had finished her coffee. Staring at the bottom of her coffee cup, she was a little lost in thought. Guest? The clerk walked up to her and called out to her. What's wrong? Would you like a refill? Guest? I don't have to. Okay. Excuse me. Wait. Pack me a cup of coffee with milk and sugar and take it away. Please. Okay. Carrying the coffee, Song Anlin walked out of the coffee shop. She had clearly just said that she would organize her mood and not let anyone barge in, but now it was like this. Even when people ask for Panin's V, she resists it, to the point where she already has a neurological reflex. Why did she buy this coffee? She wanted to give it to Pam, she thought, but now she didn't know what to do with it. The pavement was wet from the recent rain, and it was now midday, and everyone, some pointlessly holding umbrellas and others clutching books, was crowded right in front of the coffee shop. Pedestrians passed by Song Anlin. Some students recognized her and greeted her. She didn't respond. Her thoughts stopped in the flow of people. She wished she could see that face with a bookish look. This way, so that she could rush up and hand him the coffee, so that she could explain it to him, so that he would know that she had a hard time with it too. But she stood here until the crowd dispersed without seeing him, and could only walk back to her office, lost in thought, sipping her already not so hot coffee, and lying on her bed, without taking off her clothes, just staring at the ceiling. Wouldn't any of you be? Sensei, I will. Song Anlin looked toward the stage. That was the first time she saw this student. He was clear-eyed and dignified, white and clean, a bookish. Okay, you answer. This student answered the question very well, with clear and well-organized logic, even better than those in the major. Are you taking my major? Yes, teacher. This is my first time in your class. You're doing well. Keep up the good work. This is a really difficult problem. So come with me to the office after this class and I'll give you a separate talk. Then thank you, teacher. By the way, teacher, what do you drink? Delay your time instead of sorry. I treat you to a drink? No, I don't like drinks. That coffee? Coffee is fine. This student's second option hit the spot for her favorite drink, and she somehow didn't say no. Perhaps thinking at the time that it was just a cup of coffee. Just a student's way of thanking her teacher. Okay, I'll get to then. Teacher, how are you preparing for the debate tomorrow? It's ready. Then, Sensei, do you know who your opponents are? I don't know. Song Anlin sat in front of his desk, holding a pen in his hand as he graded the exercises and papers, and just replied emotionlessly to Panan's words, without lifting his head. There's one of me. Hearing this, her hand that was reading the scroll stopped and she raised her head to look at Panin with a few moments of incredulity in her eyes. She had a high level of this debate, almost all of which were celebrities, and it did surprise her that Pan was in it. It was on that day of the debate tournament that she was almost crushed by Panin. None of the opponents were her opponents, except Panin. It's true that Mr. Song is still great. Students still need to learn more. It was clear that Song Anlin was immersed in his time with Panin, but the next moment the scene shifted and Panin was sitting on the couch. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Song. I was abrupt. I won't be in the future. I'll leave first. Goodbye, teacher. He turned on his heel and left, as if he had made up his mind somehow, closing the door and leaving without a second thought, even closing the door softly and without any emotion. No! Song Anlin's eyes snapped open, her hands grasping forward, only the ceiling in front of her eyes, only air in her hands. She sat up and clasped her empty palm. Had she really done wrong? So boss, you're staying at our school? Yeah. Is there an apartment in there? Yes, there is. It's just that the rent is expensive, but the environment is great. Give you 2,000 agency fees. With a loud bang in the sky, the old slave shines. This way please, boss. Yi Xinli couldn't help but shake her head. This girl was quite interesting. She also took her as a friend. The girl's name was Lulu. Her personality was quite lively. Not long after some arrangements in Lulu, Yi Xinli also successfully stayed in Haicheng University. Lulu also left, and when he left, He also said that he was on call and also free of charge. Waiting for Lulu to leave, Yi Xinli set up her room, laid out the bed sheet and quilt cover, took out a gift box and opened it to something wrapped by bubble paper. Behind the bubble wrap was an elaborate photo frame with a somewhat aged photo of a little girl jumping on the back of a boy who stumbled a bit. A well-captured photo. Yi Xinli gently caressed the face of the boy in the photo and carefully placed it on her bedside table, and then proceeded to take out another photo. If Lulu was here she would be surprised. Isn't this a scene from the Panin video she made? It's the screenshot where Panin just happens to turn around and smile. Just smile a little. Yi Xinli repeated the operation just now. Set it aside in the photo frame. Did all this will be their own clothes into the suitcase. Took out their own crime. Ah shucks. Civilian clothes. Ready for action. Tying her long, shiny black hair into a high ponytail. A duck-tongued hat with a white mask. A black trench coat. Sweatpants and sneakers. Now it's time to poke around in Panin's intel. It had been so long since she'd had any contact with Panin, and now she didn't even know what Panin liked, or where Panin went to class and school, or what her routine was like, which could all be about how to get reasonably close to Panin. Wearing everything, Yi Xinli set off. Just as she went out the door, she heard a scream behind her, and looked back to see a girl who was looking at her with both eyes. Seeing Yi Xinli turn back, that girl ran to Yi Xinli's side in a swift manner, looking left and right. Sister is so valiant. Sister is so handsome. Can sister add AV? That, and I have things to do. It's okay. I can wait here for my sister. Yi Xinli was still a little hard to accept, only thinking that the girl in front of her was speaking in jest. She hurriedly ran away and ran towards the direction of the boys' dormitory. It was just a small interlude. She was now about business. That is, after her long wait, she finally saw Panin, who had come out of his dormitory. Day 1, leave the dormitory at noon to 2:10 p.m. After writing this in her own cell phone memo, she lowered the brim of her hat and quietly followed Panacea. Panin had classes in the afternoon, and had just played a game with Duanjia in the dormitory, and hadn't slept in the middle of the day, so his plan was to catch up on his sleep in class later. Panin's grades were naturally excellent, and it just so happened that his afternoon class was another elective, so it didn't hurt that he slept in. When I came to the door of the classroom, there were already many students in the classroom, and all of them were sitting in the back. And these students had the same idea as Pam's. That is, to pamper themselves and entertain themselves in the back. Panin walked into the classroom, picked the window seat in the third to last row, sat down with his book under his arm, and went to sleep. This teacher does not check people in class. Just look at the number of people. As long as no less than too much if it does not matter. See just the number of people in the back row know that today should not be roll call. So Panin went off to sleep quite naturally, not noticing in the least that someone had sat down beside him. Surrounding people see sitting next to Panin. Yi Xinli is slightly stunned. Originally beautiful and moving, Yi Xinli tied up a high ponytail has been on the layer buff. In addition to the mask to cover half of the face, to give everyone a fantasy space, and finally the pair of soulful eyes fluttering blinking to watch Panin who has fallen asleep. For the first time here also Yi Xinli naturally caused a burst of discussion. The discussion is not limited to the boys to her beauty praise. There are girls' adoration. Look at that girl you guys. No I can't. My voice is completely indescribable. See for yourselves. Beautiful girl is all I can say. I don't need you to say that people are beautiful. Wow, sister is so handsome. Look at that snow white gooseneck. I can't even imagine how fragrant she smells. Hey, what are you doing? Fantasizing about my sweet life after I used to want V. That's a warbler for a buddy without the mask off. As the chatter grew louder, the teacher on the stage couldn't stand it anymore and yelled loudly at them. Quiet down there. Panin was already showing signs of waking up just by listening to all the noise, and now that the teacher roared this he woke up instantly as well, raising his head to look east and west. He then saw Yi Xinli sitting next to him and stared at Yi Xinli's fluttering eyes for 2 seconds. Why are you here? I'm coming to class. Then why haven't I seen you before? I just signed up. No. Why do you look so familiar to me? What's your name? I. Vomit roar. Now Yi Xinli was caught in a forked path. To tell the truth or not to tell the truth. Both choices had different results. If truth be told, then the good side is that Panin does not care about the former suspicion in matching what he said before himself. That is, only like what he likes, and Yi Xinli is what he likes. The two of them hit it off and live happily ever after, opening up the daily life of no shame. No shame. The bad side is that Panin will just flip out. Then the good horse won't eat back grass. Whether she wants to bet on a wave of this is important. It's about Panin's favorability. Then not telling the truth. Directly lying about the name and then paired with shamelessness, pestering Panin, although it will fall into the ladder of Panin's principles of love. But the safer thing is that the goodwill fluctuation is not too big, and you will not lose a fortune. So, My name is Yi Li Li. So Yi Xinli, what are you lying about your name for? The air was suddenly quiet. Only the teacher on the podium was talking to himself about an elective that no one was listening to, and the surrounding students were looking at the duo of Pan An and Yi Xinli in the spirit of eating melon. Of course there are one or two men and women who bite the back of their teeth, who are more or less disappointed to have a name or a name. Finally it was Yi Xinli who broke the silence. Yi Xinli pointed at herself as she looked at Pan An with an incredulous expression. Ha, Pan An. You recognize me? Pan An listened to this long time not to see the little sister next door. After this sentence he was a little head. Looking at the surrounding people's eyes he held his forehead and turned around. And Yi Xinli's curiosity was piqued. Completely ignoring the stares of the people around her, her whole body came up to Pan An. Her head stuck in the crook of Pan An's arm that was caressing her forehead. Pam, how did you recognize me? When did you recognize me? You're so recognizable with those eyes. And when did you recognize it? Just now. It originally looked familiar. I just wanted to ask you to confirm it. If you had said another name it would have been fine, but you just happened to repeat both words in your name. So, after hearing the explanation Yi Xinli sat up, holding his chin and speculating. Carefully thinking about it is indeed right. Then plan B broke can only bet on plan A. With this in mind she once again moved over to Pan An. Her head stuck in the crook of Pan An's arm, the fresh scent of her body wafting unbridled towards the tip of Pan An's nose. So, Pam, do you think I have a chance? These words sounded so familiar that Pan An couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he heard them. What? It's the confession from before. You said you only like girls you like, and don't I just happen to fulfill the conditions? That was before. Don't you like it now? Yi Xinli's tone and voice when she said this was already different from before. Unlike the somewhat innocent and lively voice just now her tone was flat. Clearly a question. She read it like a question. Even those good-looking eyes were downcast, the bottom of them filled with gloom. Pan An just wanted to appease Yi Xinli's emotion. She suddenly broke away from Pan An's arm, sat up and tilted her head. Her look and voice were restored bright. Well, there's no need to comfort me, La. I'm not that fragile. It's just that I have one more question. Can you answer me, Pan An? What's the problem? Is you're leaving on your own terms? No, it's... Pan An's words were covered by Yi Xinli's hand before he could finish, and Yi Xinli smiled at him and said, Alright, I'll take that one answer and be done with it. When she finished speaking she withdrew her hand and turned around, pretending as if she intended to listen to the lesson carefully. Why does she want that answer? Because she wanted to know if Panacea really left because of her in the first place? If so, that means that Panacea is really devastated and hates her to the point of staying away from her. If that's the case she'll choose to leave. Now, since Pan An's departure was not intended, that means Pan An at least doesn't hate her, which is a bargaining chip. She must have to stay by Pan An's side in the future. Why don't you want Poonam to explain? The answers that came out of the explanation weren't always what she wanted, so the unknown was good enough. That was all she needed. The corners of her lips rose a little involuntarily at the thought as she glanced at the somewhat puzzled Pan An. Turning his head, propping it up and looking at the teacher at the podium, his thoughts drifted back to the old days. Well, Yi Xinli, I like you. Well, I like you too. If only she had agreed then. Bell. The bell rang. Ah. Yi Xinli opened his mouth and called so, but Pan An, who heard such a sound, froze, as if he hadn't heard others call him so for a long time. Yi Xinli has always called him Pan and was spoiled by Pan An behind, and she timidly held back the word Shaoan when the two initially met. It was these two words that took down the young and ignorant Pan An, who began to be madly kind to Yi Xinli, and the title changed from Little An to Pan An. It didn't matter to Pan An at the time, but now it seems that Little An is much more gracious. Yi Xinli watched Pan An froze. She covered her mouth and laughed. Her veiled hand waved in front of Pan An, pulling back Pan An's thoughts. Hey, it's been a while since I called it that. Still haven't answered how you got here. Of course I'm here for An. And then what? And then Raider and went up. She went up. A precise straight shot with no inflection at all. Brilliant. Raider me? Yeah, isn't there that expression? Something about chasing your husband to the crematorium. And I didn't want that. So I turned back fast. Pan An, who heard these words, didn't know what to say for a moment. It wasn't that he was speechless, but he really didn't know how to answer Yi Xinli. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you, Shaoan. Since I'm chasing my husband I have to act like a husband chaser. So just wait, Shaoan. Yi Xinli spoke to herself and gave herself a pep talk, before adding Pan An's V. Hey, this time, I finally don't have to be afraid of not being able to contact little An. Where do you live? Let me take you back. You should be in school at my age. Don't you have to worry about your studies? I applied for an exchange student to the school, so I'm going to school over here for these next 2 years, and I'll go back for the last year, and then we'll graduate and then I'll be able to go back to you again. So, How did you find me then? Hey, this is interesting to say the least. The two of them chatted in this way, walking together towards Yi Xinli's rented apartment side. Pan didn't resist the conversation with Yi Xinli so much. There wasn't that kind of awkwardness and disconnection. He felt more like an old friend reunited after a long time of separation. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the apartment building, and then Yi Xinli saw the girl who had said she would wait for her before, and she was really waiting for her here. The girl also saw Yi Xinli, and trotted to Yi Xinli's side. Her two big eyes seemed to release light. Sister, can I add V now? Yes. Aha, I'll just sweep you up sis. In the face of the enthusiasm of the young girl, Yi Xinli completely do not know how to refuse. Simply also let the girls added. A sight of Pan and to not feel anything. He has seen such scenes before. The girl left happily after adding the V. In response, Yi Xinli was a bit embarrassed in turn. She scratched her head. Wouldn't like to go up for a cup of tea? No. Pan stopped mid-sentence. And Yi Xinli understood, so she didn't continue to mention it, except that she took 2 steps towards Pan's position, and the two of them were very close to each other. Xin Anne, can I hold you? I know it's not right or nice, but it's something I've been thinking about for over a decade, or as a memory of our hours. Pan didn't make a sound. He acquiesced, and Yi Xinli naturally pressed herself against Pan's chest, only she didn't encircle him, because that time after Pan rescued her, that's how she cried on Pan's chest when she was young. Now compared to Pan's chest seems so much wider. Pan stood dumbfounded, his hand looped behind Yi Xinli. He didn't know whether to drop it or take it back. For Yi Xinli, he still had a hard time getting used to it for a while. He was afraid that if he dropped his hand it would speed up and leave him with no way of adapting, so he froze like this, and suddenly felt some wetness in his clothes, and he held Yi Xinli's shoulders, and she had already cried her eyes out. It was just that Yi Xinli cried silently, only tears flowed out. Her mouth smiled as she was helped up by Pan, her jade hand wiping the tears from her eyes. Why are you crying? It's okay, just a little nostalgic. If I knew that crying would be picked up by you, little Anne, then I wouldn't have cried, and kinda miss little Anne's chest, and want to stay a little longer. As she spoke, she took out a piece of paper to wipe the tear tracks on her face, and Pan could see that Yi Xinli didn't have any makeup on, and that she was already very pretty in her plain face. It had to be said that a woman was a big girl. Pan's vision was still very picky, and with a glance, he could see that Yi Xinli, a little beauty, would become a big beauty in the future. Well Anne, I'm going back first. Will you join us for dinner tonight? It's still early, so we'll go back and talk later. Okay, bye then. Bye. After hearing Pan's bye, Yi Xinli smiled and left, and Pan also turned toward the dormitory building after Yi Xinli went upstairs. Halfway there he received a check-in message from Yi Xinli, telling him that he had arrived home, sending along a photo of the two of them as children. Yi Xinli, Shaoan. I'm home. Yi Xinli, picture, X18. Yi Xinli, Shaoan. Look at these photos, I have kept them well. Every time I think of you I will take them out and look at them. Yi Xinli, look in this one. I really miss our old days. Yi Xinli, but Shaoan, you can relax a bit. I won't force you or make things difficult for you. Pan looked at the photos Yi Xinli sent one by one. He was also nostalgic. He didn't have many childhood photos, and lost some when he moved, and then replied to Yi Xinli with a few sentences. He walked for a while, has been to the dormitory. Back to the dormitory or only Duanjian. The other two a love brain, every day and the object to get tired together. The other was not used to living in a dormitory and lived in an on-campus apartment, but shared it with someone else, and Pam wasn't quite sure what was in between. Therefore, the resident population of the dormitory is only 2 people, Pan and Duanjie. Speaking of Duanjie, you don't see him hanging around, but he's a veritable second generation of rich people. It's just that he's usually kind of frugal with his money, and says something about how he's saving up for a different kind of wedding for his long-distance girlfriend. So you don't quite see Duanjie spending money in other areas outside of life. But the kid is still fun-loving and doesn't use his own money when he plays. Pan, and you're finally back. What's wrong? Hey, I'm partying tonight. My girlfriend's coming over to visit me and have a good night. Stop. Your girlfriend come to see you, you just 2 people and you this party a decent? Pan knows a little bit about Duanjie's girlfriend. His girlfriend is not exactly the fun-loving kind, and Duanjie graduated from high school together. His girlfriend originally only wanted to try. The second volunteer is Haicheng University, while the first volunteer is Qing University. No accident on the accident. Qingdao University that year just dropped a little bit of scoreline, and Duanjie girlfriend is just enough. So the 2 of them on the other side of the world. You kid. I'm just a party. Don't bullshit. Besides the people atmosphere lively. I didn't call a few. And as you and Wan Air all know, tomorrow I asked for a day off. tomorrow in the world of two people. Panin naturally is not the first time. Before also by Duan Jie pulled over to participate in a few parties. This rich second-generation circle is not quite the same as he thought. Everyone is quite good contact. Okay, let's go. Go to the parking lot. Wanya's already at my place and is getting ready. After saying that, he pulled Panin outward. Panin was helpless and followed Duan Jie to the parking lot after giving Xin Li a message back. Hey, Pamin, what do you think of this new car of mine? Great. Very good indeed. Yeah, right. This car is my allowance for a month. Duan Jie chatted with Panin as he drove. His money divided into his salary from starting his own business as a boss and the money his boss gave him. The former is what he calls his own money for the wedding, and the latter is just normal pocket money. According to the explanation he gave to Panin, the pocket money does not belong to him, but he can invest in his own projects so that the profits become his own. It was not for Panin to say anything about this. The life of the rich was so plain and simple. The family's income picked up considerably after Panin's family moved until his father was involved in a job fiasco and another transfer when Panin was 12 years old. This transfer was a demotion of sorts, with a much lower income, but it was a normal life. Not too shabby. The days went on like this, and Panin would also go out to work to earn tuition and living expenses for himself with the idea of reducing expenses for his family. Panin was still quite happy to have a friend like Duan Jie, but he didn't hold on to the idea of letting Duan Jie explode with gold coins. Even as he hadn't discussed money with Duan Jie for so long, his own part-time job salary is still considerable, enough for him to live and tuition fees, so it does not say that it is the point of poverty. That is, the normal expenses and life of an ordinary college student. Panin has a monthly salary of 3,500. After all, he still has to go to school, so he can't get enough paychecks. In this 3,500, 1,500 is their living expenses. The remaining 2,000 have 1,000 will save. The remaining 1,000 is to eat, drink and play and chase girls with. Now that I think about it, I've just been issued a good guy card and this month's paycheck has just been paid. And it's not clear if he has any targets behind him. So that equates to a 1,000 that can be used for whatever he wants. Hey, what's Pam thinking? It's here. Hearing Duan Jie call himself Panin returned to his senses and looked out the car window at a relatively large villa. He is not the first time to come. It is very natural to get off the car and follow Duan Jie to the entrance of the villa. The villa door is also naturally open at this time. A girl with a ponytail opens the door. You two are finally here. Just the two of you. Hey, Pam. He had a class, so he waited a little longer. Well, come on in. With the girl's greeting, Pan and Yi followed Duan Jie into the villa. The girl is not someone else. It is Duan Jie's girlfriend Zhou Wan. The two have been together for more than 4 years. Listening to Duan Jie said that the two were in junior high school graduation to confirm the relationship. The two together through the 3 years of high school, carry through the long distance 1 year. They expected to graduate from college on the engagement, and then within a year to get married. When Duan Jie told Panin, he also specifically emphasized that he wanted Panin to be the best man at that time. Panin agreed, but who knows what will happen in the future. Duan Jie's villa is still quite large, and there are many entertainment facilities, such as billiard rooms, KTV rooms, private theaters, table games and script killing rooms and so on. All of the above is what Pamin and her party will be touring tonight. Coming to the living room, not counting Zhou Wan, Pan and Duan Jie, 3 people, there are 4 people have already arrived. A total of 7 people is also the number of people in tonight's party. It is worth mentioning that there are 3 men and 4 women, 2 of which are couples, Zhou Wan, Duan Jie and Feng Hua and Lu Xan. All that was left was Panin and the 2 girls. Good thing it wasn't 3 couples, leaving Panin alone as a single dog. Everyone moved to the dining room for now. Dinner is ready to be served and we'll have the party afterward. Everything was no different than the previous party. Everyone was laughing and smiling, and Pam was enjoying the atmosphere. After the meal, we all watched a movie and played billiards together. And the last activity was singing, which I have to mention the talented Panin, who is the McMaster here, because he does sing well. Good, Xiao Pan sings well. I'll accompany one. You're all drunk. No more drinking. One. Just one. Duan Jie did not care about Zhou Wan's obstruction. A cup of down. To which Panin also shook his head somewhat helplessly. Today it seems to be another taxi. The only ones who can drive here are Duan Jie and his friend and Zhou Wan. While Duan Jie and Feng Hua are already much drunk, Zhou Wan has to stay and take care of Duan Jie, and the other 2 women have to take care of Feng Hua and his girlfriend. In Zhou Wan's apologies, Panin waved his hand and left. This is the second time. I should have known that I shouldn't have agreed to Duan Jie's bullshit. Looking at the time, it was already 10:30. Yi Xinli had just sent herself a message to inquire about the situation, asking if she was needed to pick him up. Panin chose to refuse. This world is not too early and not too late. It is not too safe to let Xin Li, a girl, to pick himself up. He can just take a taxi back by himself. And he was walking on his way out of the villa area when he was suddenly stopped by someone. Pan. Hearing the voice, Panan's footsteps stopped. He was too familiar with the voice. So familiar that he didn't need to turn his head to confirm it. And he didn't dare to turn back. He could only lift his footsteps again and walk forward. The sound of heels running sounded behind him and his arm was pulled. Panan. It wasn't until the man saw Panacea's face that he let go. Pam, and it really is you. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why didn't you answer back just now? Ugh. He sighed, looking back to the person beside him. The last time they had met was about 3 months ago, wasn't it? And Ruoshue grabbed Panan's arm in a death grip, as if she was afraid that he would escape, and her eyes were fixed on Panan's face, wanting to see the answer from the bottom of his eyes. And Ruoshue is the penultimate object of Panan's confession so far, totaling the same amount of time as Song Anlin, which took 3 months to successfully obtain a good guy card. Now first pushed the time to 6 months ago, freshman winter vacation. Panan home for the new year, went to work. After all, stay at home, nothing to do. Plus just experienced the good man card blow. The place he worked was a coffee shop, but at this point in time the coffee shop was closed until he started school. So he took a job handing out flyers, daily standing at the entrance of the shopping mall to pass by the pedestrians handing out flyers. Because of the good looks of the reason, passing girls are very willing to pick up his flyers, so his flyers to send out relatively quickly. Besides, and Ruoshue, the president of Jiang'an Group. One of her parents is a director of the company and the other is a high-ranking official of the city of Haiyang, and she sits in this position not only because of her parents' support, but also because of her own efforts. And Ruoshue knew, since she understood that she was from a privileged family and that she should work harder and better than others. So she had already started to run the Jiang'an Group after she graduated at the age of 23. After 3 years of management success within the Jiang'an Group to stand firm, so that all the disobedient people are obedient to recognize her wrist. The parents are very satisfied with this. So that they are not satisfied with, and Ruoshue did not have the idea of marriage. The second old thinking is traditional. They think that a lifetime of a pair of people, early to find a suitable marriage and have children, is right. The work is never done. To have a warm home is very necessary. So since Ruoshue was 25 years old, the two old men would push Ruoshue to find a date and blind date almost every day. And her father even pushed her by interfering with Ruoshue's work. So mom and dad, can you guys stop rushing? No rush, you're already 26, you know? In a few years you'll be 30. Even if you're good looking, that's no way to not take your youth seriously. And Ruoshue's father, and Jiang, said so. And on the side, and Ruoshue's mother, LV Yaping, also agreed. Yeah, it's really not like mom and dad are forcing you, but you're really not young anymore. And you've got to get married and have kids and bond with your future date. And your mom has been bonding with your father for over a year now before settling down for all these years. But I really don't want to. And even if I do find one, you guys will have to pick and choose again. And that would be too tiring. Hey, we promise not to transfer. Just one requirement. Good character and style. Just no stains or bad habits. What about family history? What about status? Shouldn't you be talking about family? Forget it. The ones that are door to door are lousy crotches. And besides, they're not as rich as our family is. And John's words also made Ruoshue sweat a bit. Although it was true. She had always thought that her parents were traditional in this aspect as well. Yeah, like your dad said, look for one that just loves you, has no bad habits, and is a good kid. Okay, I'll look for it. Humph, that's what you said. If I don't see you this year, I'm going to work at the branch. After saying that, and Jiang left with Lu yapping, leaving Ruoshue on the sofa with a sad face. She had just made a perfunctory remark, but she didn't expect her father to be so serious. How can this be good? With this worry, she took a shower and went to bed. And the next morning she washed up and left the house ready to go to work. Jiang'an Group, the largest group in Haicheng City, is located in the center of Haicheng City, and our Panan is handing out flyers right in the center of the city. In the past few days, because Panan's performance, i.e., the amount of flyers he handed out, was better, he was transferred to the downtown side to hand them out. And of course he was given a raise in pay, $400 a day. Panan was holding a flyer, handing it out to passing pedestrians. And that's when Ruoshue broke into his field of vision, and I have to say that it brightened his eyes before the melancholy after being sent a good guy card was swept away. And Ruoshue, who came from afar, was extraordinary in general, no matter her attire or temperament, and was completely in line with the requirements of Panan's pursuit. Also, just as Ruoshue walked up to him, he stepped forward and handed Ruoshue the flyer. But Ruoshue was now thinking about how to deal with the matter of finding a date, and was getting annoyed when a flyer appeared in front of her eyes. She snapped a hand holding the flyer open. Panan also did not expect Ruoshue will be like this. The hand of the flyer was followed by knockdown. Panan inwardly sighed. It didn't look like a good pursuit. Forget it. With this in mind, he squatted down to pick up the flyers on the ground. And Ru Shui saw Panan's actions and knew that she had just been a bit rude, so she was about to apologize when she saw Panan, who turned his head, and at this moment she froze. At this time it was in the cold winter months. Panan was wearing a khaki cotton jacket with a scarf around his neck. He was slender and the jacket was worn with temperament. The moment he turned back he froze, and Ru Shui and Ruoxue also just froze for 2 seconds and then came back to her senses. Her mind suddenly conceived a plan, which was implemented just enough to deal with her parents. Are you okay? I'm sorry about just now. It's okay, I was rude. Panan stood up and waved at Ru Shui, then stepped back and continued to hand out flyers to others as if nothing had just happened. And Ru Shui looked at Pan and she was a bit puzzled. Shouldn't she be exchanging pleasantries again? Wait. She now carefully observed Panan, who was handing out flyers for a burst of analysis. The dresses were all plain, and visually added up to no more than $1,000. Now it's during the first month of the year and you've already come to work, which means that you need money very much. Not exchanging pleasantries with me suggests that I don't want to cause trouble, and being focused on my work suggests an introverted personality. He has good looks and can be considered a handsome man, but the fact that he came to hand out flyers instead of going into modeling and other jobs shows that he is not of a high class. When these circumstances are added together and analyzed with the novels she read during her school days, it's likely that there's something else in the family, such as bedridden parents or a little sister who's about to go to school. Then it all suited her well to carry out her plan. And wasn't that the sky was the limit? Well, if Panan knows what Ruoxue thinks, then she must give her pen to write a novel. You are too good at reasoning. Quite convinced by her reasoning, and Ruoxue nodded and walked towards Panan. How much do you get paid a day to hand out flyers? $400. I'll give you $2,000. You're done for the day. Come work for me for a day. I'm not quite sure what you mean. It's that you can throw these flyers away now and I'll give you $2,000 to come to my office. I work for the Jan Nan Group. Well, you can give your boss a refund of $400 just as it is, and you'll still make $1,600 that way. Okay then. Panan also wanted to see what this 5-star rater wanted to do, but he didn't throw away the flyer. He just took it back into his bag and returned it when the day was over, and then followed Ru Shui to Jiang'an Group. On the road, Ru Shui didn't say a word, just leading the way, but Panan did know Ru Shui's identity, as he greeted her all the way. Good day, President N. What this makes Panan have to say is that it is worthy of being a 5-star object of merit. The status is just extraordinary. Taking the elevator to the 25th floor, he followed Ru Shui into her 100-square-foot office. You sit first. The couch and chair over there are fine. With that, she went to her center desk and worked on her computer, not caring about Panacea. Not long after the office door was knocked. After Ru Shui said enter, the office door was pushed open and walked into a girl with a petite but not too small body. Looks like Ru Shui's secretary. President, you called me? Gogo is here. Make this gentleman a cup of tea and then print out 2 copies of the document I sent you. Okay. The secretary called Gogo skillfully made a cup of tea for Panan, after which she turned toward the printer to print 2 documents, which were not too thick, probably only 3 or 4 pages. The president printed it. Okay, just put it on the center coffee table. Only after Gogo left did Ruoxue come over to this side of the couch and sit down across from Panan. Although you probably already know my identity, I still have to introduce myself to you. My name is Ru Shui. I am the president of Jiang'an Group. Hello. My name is Panan and I'm still a student. Well, I know your name long enough. You should also be curious as to what I'm calling you here for. This contract is something you can look at first, although it shouldn't be legally binding, but I can vouch for it with my own reputation. Panan took the contract and Ru Shui handed over to consult. After reading it, he was dumbfounded. Looks like you're done reading, but I'll explain. This is a contract of employment. During the time of employment you have to pretend to be my boyfriend and deceive my parents through acting, for a period of 3 months. At the end of 3 months you will be given $2 million. If you have the need you can advance a little bit in advance, and after 3 months depending on the situation you can decide whether or not to renew the contract. During this time you have to promise to be on call and not to break the covenant in the contract. That is, 1. Do not approach me privately without my permission. 2. No bad habits of any kind. At least not for me to see. 3. May not develop real emotions and stalk them after the contract is over. That's all there is to it. And by the way, there's the fact that you can't tell my parents. So naturally you can threaten me with all this, but you'll get none of the pennies and you'll still get my revenge. Agree or not, it's up to you. You have 10 minutes to think about it. This instantly provoked the fighting spirit of Panan raiders. Not just 3 months? Take it straight down. Okay, I agree. Wise choice. I've already signed the contract. Just sign your name. After that we'll add a V and I'll send you the money. Do you need in advance? Thanks. No. Good. And Ruoshue also did not think too much. When he wants to naturally ask her for it, at that time and the give is, now give the money, maybe he will run away. After Pan En had signed and Ruoshue put away one copy and handed the other to Pan En, telling him to keep it. Well, you can go back, or stay here, as long as I'm on call. By the way, you can't be caught by my parents. Act real while you're pretending. If you're caught, our contract will have to be terminated and you'll only get $100,000. There's no breach of contract or anything, is there? Well, no, it's just that you don't get paid if you default. Good. The office then went quiet, and Pan En didn't leave. He just sat on the sofa and watched Ruoshue. She was seriously in the office. Black hair to the side. Snow-white soft razor bouncing on the keyboard. A mature and intellectual temperament in the seriousness of her body embodied. At that moment Pan En suddenly thought of something, walked aside and found white paper for printing and a signing pen, walked back over to the sofa and sat down, and began to continue staring at Ruoshue. And Ruoshue originally didn't intend to care about Pan En, but naturally, Pan En's gaze was too burning, making her look at her all over, so she had to stop her work and raise her head to look at Pan En. I don't suppose there's anything on my face? Ah, sorry, wanted to say something, but didn't want to interrupt when I saw how serious you were. You can say whatever you want. Just in case it's obvious to your parents, I'd like to ask you some questions that are used to get to know you so I can answer better when your parents ask questions. Okay, go ahead and ask. And Ruoshue got up from her desk and came to sit down opposite Pan En, holding a teacup in her hand. She gently took a sip before looking at Pan En, waiting for his question. Do you have any hobbies in your spare time? Reading and writing. Sometimes studying music. What about favorite animals? Cat. Is there a foster? No. My mother is allergic to cat hair. Pan En asked some rather ordinary questions, but they were enough for him to get to know Ruoshue, and he took a pen and wrote a question and an answer on top of the blank. Like Chinese or Western food? Personally, I still prefer Chinese food, but I usually eat Western food. Is that so? So do you usually go out on trips and such? There have been, but they've all been with my parents. What about dating range? Socialize widely? I'm just two of the more playful ones. I don't really socialize that much. And I don't usually like to go out much. Okay, so, without waiting for Pan En's next question to be asked, the office door was knocked on. After hearing Ruoshue's voice of agreement, the small secretary walked in, handed a pile of documents to Ruoshue and then began to report on the work. Pan En had to listen from the sidelines. He couldn't understand a thing the two women were talking about. And Ruoshue looked at Pan En at this time and waved her hand at him, signaling that he could leave now. Naturally understanding what was meant, Pan En took the printout he had memorized twice and left the office. He was planning to come back tomorrow and had many questions left to ask. After this series of questions, Pan En also officially confirmed that Ruoshue meets the criteria of the pursuit object. He returned home and began to study the set of questionnaires. In addition to the way he responded between the various questions, there is also the arrangement for Ruoshue's parents. He topped a complete story system. When Ruoshue's parents asked, his answer should be able to pass the examination. Of course, this is all established in the case that Ruoshue's parents are not snobbish. Otherwise he really do not know what to do. Cannot be kicked out of the door after shouting a 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, right? He doesn't have a system or a legendary identity, and for so long chasing girls has been all about putting his heart in the right place. It would be nice to go out and have an old slave shine. These are just to think about it. People still need to look forward. If it really succeeds, then he or she is also considered to have survived. Reading and writing. Famous books aspect and writing. Major literary figures. Music aspects. Major singers. Songwriting styles. Lyrical intent. Do you like cats? Cat cafe near you. Pet store. Also allergic to hairless cats? Looks like that direction is going to be abandoned. I'm still very good at this aspect of catering, whether it's Chinese or Western food. Other than that, I still have the confidence to take in Ruoshue's stomach. Travel. You can make several travel plans. Irai, Weihai, and some other places to make travel tips. Dating-wise, you can start by boosting the goodwill. Socializing stays normal at this level. There's no adjustments to be made. And pray that her BFF isn't a snob. Bless her heart. Pan En then extended and analyzed some other trivial issues, and made a special radar document for himself to use for his own and Ruoshue's future dealings with each other. In the next few days, Pan En came to Jiang'an Group on time in the morning and stayed on the sofa in Ruoshue's office, drinking cup after cup of tea made by the little secretary. He also took advantage of Ruoshue's idle time to proceed to ask questions, such as preferences, interests, personality, favorite color, favorite city, once dream, future life, among them, and Ruoshue surprisingly answered them all without the slightest bit of avoidance. and I don't know if it was because she thought it was nothing or because she was new to such a question. All in all, the two got along fine for a few days. No pricks ran out, and Enruoshue didn't do anything major until 2 weeks later. Today Panin had already started school. He stayed at school today, and just after class, he saw Enrushue's phone call and rushed to connect. Where are you now? At school. Why? Come to the office. I have something for you. Okay, be right there. After hanging up the phone, Panin took a car and came to Jiang and Group. Entered Enrushue's office. She was not in the office at this time, but sat on the sofa and drank tea. Panin sat down in front of her as she slowly put down her teacup and said, "My parents want to see you." Ha! Time back to an hour ago. Enruoshue is sitting in front of the desk and knocking on the keyboard. The phone rings at this time. Pick up a look at the note. Father. Slide to connect. Hey, Dad. What's up? Xiao Shui for father to ask you. Recently, is there an employee who is not from our company who often comes in and out of your office, or the sedentary kind? Enruoshue heard this name, goosebumps up all over. She usually rely on her father called her name to judge its mood. Full name is very angry and serious. Called Ruoshue is normal. Nothing. Called Xiaoshue is something, with currying favor and pandering. Yeah, what's up? Who snitched on me to you? No, how come? It's just that my father wanted to ask you what this boy, that is, this boy is? Come on. She was just guessing, but now that it's solid, she's here to care about this thing about her boyfriend, and since it's already known, there's no point in hiding it. As the saying goes, raise an army for 1,000 days and use it for an hour, and now is the time for him, Panin, to put it to good use. My boyfriend. Yes. Is it the boyfriend that I understand? It's the one that's in a relationship. Yeah, we've been talking for 2 weeks now. Well, you're getting the hang of it. Today, at noon you bring the boy to your house, and your mom and I will go over and take a look. It's only been 2 weeks of this conversation. Will you guys stop being so hasty? That won't do. What if you scare away the son-in-law you found so easily? Your mom and I are just giving people a guarantee, a shot in the arm, paving the way for your future relationship, which is also for you to test whether your boyfriend is qualified. Alright then, I'll take him there at noon. Time to go back to the present. So that's what's going on. Think about what you're going to do in the car later. Don't show your face. Good. This first time to see his mother-in-law, don't he think to be earlier billion some? Again pray that the too old man is not snobba. Riding in Enrushue's silver grey Porsche, he had arrived at Enrushue's home, a villa area with a very nice environment. While immersed in the feeling of experiencing a luxury car, go in there and keep your mouth shut and don't show your face. Well, I know. Is it okay if I send this? It turns out that before coming in, Ruoshue has bought more things. These are used to send the future father-in-law. Panin feel a little wrong. Not all send tobacco and wine? How's this for a suit, watch and jade? Is he too short-sighted? We're not rich. We don't dare to say. We don't dare to ask. It's okay. It's fine. You go in first and I'll park the car. Getting out of the car, Panin entered the villa alone, changed his slippers self-consciously at the foyer and walked through the corridor. Panin was the first to arrive in the living room and immediately saw the two old men sitting on the couch. Hello uncles and aunts, I am Panin, the Pan of Song Kai Pan face, the Yin of peace of mind. Hello, come on, come and sit down. And Ruoshue's father, and Jiang, patted the sofa on the side and gestured for Panin to sit down. Panin didn't sit down first, but first offset the gift in his hand. Uncle, this is the gift I bought for you before I came. I don't know what you like, so I bought something you usually need. I hope you don't mind. No, you've got a heart. Without stopping, Panin then turned his words to LV yapping, and Rushue's mother, who was seated on the side. Auntie, I've bought you a gift as well, and I hope you don't mind it either. Ha, how come? Little and is too polite. Lu Yaping got up and took all the gifts in Panin's hands, then took them to the side of the room all by herself, and Enrushue, who had finished parking her car, also came in from the corridor, and sat down on the sofa without saying a word. You girl, Shaoan is still here. Don't you know to greet the guests first? Dad, he can't just get whatever he wants himself. Jiang father was speechless at his daughter's attitude, but Jiang mother, who had returned from her room, looked at her daughter with a slightly deeper meaning, and then rushed to Enrushue. Your father is right. Shaoan is a guest when he comes here. You are the host family. 1 doesn't pour water and 2 doesn't prepare fruits. You girl, hurry up and go. And Rushue was still afraid of Jiang mother, so she had to obediently walk towards the kitchen, and Jiang father also gave Panin a modest speech. Shaoan, don't mind. This girl is usually spoiled by us. It's alright uncle. I just like Rushue's character. She's more spontaneous, not bound by external things. It's quite nice to be free. Yes, it's very nice of you to feel that way. Jiang father said half of the words where Jiang mother slapped his leg. Jiang father will understand. Resentful shut up. Jiang mother smiled at Pan, then asked, so how did you and Ruoshue meet? Little An? Ah, it's like this auntie. In fact, we know each other as half a month ago. At that time I was on the street. Ruoshue walked head on and collided with me. Because it was very sudden. Ruoshue she did not get knocked down, instead I was knocked down. Ruoshue helped me up when the waist flashed. In fact, is not a big deal. Is ordinary, but Ruoshue said let me go to see. Finally I refused but cannot stop Ruoshue take me to the company to rest for a while. Sitting in Ruoshue's office. Looking at Ruoshue, her picture when she was in front of the computer office at that time was a little bit of heart. So I hot-headedly confessed to Ruoshue. In fact, I did not think at all that it would be successful, but Ruoshue she just agreed. When Pan finished, Jiang mother looked puzzled. Jiang father thought Pan said quite reasonable, and Ruoshue happened to be forced. Simply find Pan and perfunctory him. As for Pan identity, he is checked. Nothing wrong. At this time, and Ruoshue also came over with a tray. Put a cup of tea in front of one person, and put down the cut fruits, before sitting on the sofa and looking at the three people who were just talking. It was finally Jiang mother who took the lead. Little and you are clear about Ruoshue's identity, right? Yes, auntie. Her status means that you'll be criticized for being with her. And there will be people who will challenge you. And is that acceptable to you? You have to work harder with her. I'm not asking you to be at the same height as her. I just want to see you work hard. Can you do that? Yes, auntie. Good. And Ruoshue, since he and you are boyfriend and girlfriend and we've met, he'll be living with you in this villa from now on. If you kick him out or if he's not here one day, I'll let your father strip your president. That didn't even wait for Pan to react and Ruoshue let out a big huh? Afterwards, without giving Jiang father time to react or Ruoshue time to answer, Jiang mother pulled Jiang father and left in Ruoshue's house. Honey, that wasn't a good thing you just said, was it? Nothing wrong with that, just seeing how Cheryl answers. What do you mean? Little An is not in Ruoshue's boyfriend. Or he's actually pretending to be in Ruoshue's boyfriend. How do you know? The gifts from Shaoan. I see that Shaoan should be an ordinary family. So those gifts were not bought by him. You can say that this doesn't mean anything, but all these things were bought after you called. So it's Cher who went directly to buy them. It has nothing to do with Shaoan. It's just for the sake of giving the gifts to put on an appearance. Well, your analysis makes sense. Then there is Schwer's attitude towards Pan. Although the two are only temporary. But Schwer is even less serious. Schwer's nature is as it is. But if the two were a true couple, at least they wouldn't be treated like this. And, the reason for getting to know each other may seem reasonable. But there are many loopholes. Cher wouldn't be that casual. Even if it was you then her. So the truth is that Cher is going to ask and to go to the company to subsequently offer weights for and to pretend to be her boyfriend. It's still the lady who is wise. So that in Jiang in the family is actually an uncompromising wife. He can go this far. A lot of our LV yapping help. And LV yapping outside are a look of a wise wife. To Jiang and leave enough face. Then why did the lady say that at the end? A test. Shaoan that child I think can. Whether it is character or learning and looks. I am very satisfied. As a son-in-law is acceptable. I also think that kid and could be okay. So this is a test. If Ruoshue stabs this matter it means Shaoan can't do it. If she doesn't it means she can accept Shaoan. Then our son-in-law will have a place. Still, the lady is wise. Jiang and patted LV yapping sass while the duo in the villa looked at each other. So what does Mr. and do now? And Ruoshue held her forehead. She vaguely felt that it was exposed. But Lu Yapping did not directly stab through it. Which made her not know how. If she chose to tell the second old man the truth now she would be caught in the cycle of being urged to get married again. And what was not guaranteed was whether she would still be able to continue to work at Jiang and Group. But if she doesn't say anything and just keeps pretending like this, she can continue to work and also avoid being urged to get married. So it can be said that she can kill two birds with one stone. As for Pan, it didn't matter if she stayed here. She wasn't afraid of him anyway. Since my mom has already said that then you can stay here. Usually if you have class you go and if you don't you come back. Just don't let my mom talk about me. So what's for dinner or something here? You can buy and eat out or make your own. And since I don't eat here much, I don't have a babysitter. But there is housekeeping once a week. Good. It's getting to be noon. Do you want to go out to eat? Is it this time of day? I'm going to order takeout. What about you? Want me to order for you? I'll go to school and pack my bags. And when I come back I'll go buy some groceries. I'll cook for lunch and we'll eat together. After all, it's a bit unhealthy to eat takeout. And you can cook? It's more of a handful. After saying that Pan left Du Jiang Beiyuan and took a taxi back to the school. Pam and you're back. What's wrong? You've been missing in action for the past few days, and it's weirdly lonely for me to eat alone, Duan Jie said and made a show of covering his eyes and patting Pan En's shoulder with his other hand. I can't help it. My sister's over here, so I'll be on her side for the next few days, and I guess for a while, but I'll still come to class to keep you company. After saying that, Pan En started to pack his bags, and Duan Jie could only watch from the sidelines, watching Pan En pull up his suitcase as he followed behind. Pam, will I see you again? Pan En, goodbye must be happy. Poonam, how can I live without you? Pan En, you take me away. However, Pan En ignored Duan Jie's crazy literature, put his luggage in the cab and left, leaving Duan Jie alone in the wind. With a suitcase, Pan En came to a shopping plaza near this side of Dujiangbayan, and chose some ingredients. These are all Chinese food ingredients. The so-called take down a person first to take down her stomach. Pan En understands this way. After buying food and then came to Enru Shui's house, put the luggage in the bedroom that Enru Shui gave the arrangement and then came to the kitchen. Enru Shui is still skeptical. If Pan En did not immediately order takeout, but Pan En had impressed her a bit, washing and cutting and frying vegetables in one go, without any accidents appearing in the middle. A dish of food was served out of the pot by Pan En, with all the colors and flavors, and Ruoshua with incredible take chopsticks pick up stir-fried shrimp. Short sleeves for a moment will be stuffed into the mouth. Shrimp bite the moment taste burst, and tender and crispy. Fortunately, this is not a certain food tomato, or in Ruoshua designated burst clothes. Well, how does it taste? Pan En had also finished cooking and washed his hands and walked behind Enru Shui and asked, it's delicious. Did you learn it? It's not unlike what I had in the restaurant, if not better. Researched it on the internet. It's nothing. Now you can eat, said Pan En, placing one of the 2 bowls of rice in his hand in front of Enru Shui. Shall I raise the contract? Ha, what do you mean? How about I transfer you 5,000 for ingredients up front and settle you for an extra $500,000 in catering at the end of the contract? This, no need. Just give me the cost of the ingredients. I need to eat anyway. Staying at your place is like paying rent, and also it will be a waste if you don't eat it. It's just a favor. No need to add more. So, well, the ingredient bill has been sent to you, so I'll get started, please. After dinner, Pan En then cleaned up the table and washed the dishes, and Ruoshua returned to the bedroom to take a nap, but did not sleep for a long time and hurriedly drove away. Pan En is estimated to have something in the company, or a busy man. After washing the dishes, he went back to school. After all, school had just started and the schedule was still pretty tight, and he usually had to behave himself in class. He wasn't able to top his college identity like those fictional protagonists but didn't go to class for a day. Sad. How great would he be if he had a system? After a busy afternoon, Master En finally got out of class, and once again came to the door of Enru Shui's house, knocked on the door but there was no response, so he had to call and ask Enru Shui. Hello? It's me, Pam. What's wrong? I'm at your door now. I can't get in. The password is, and I shouldn't be off for another half hour. Good. After entering the password, Pan En went inside the villa, washed his hands and started preparing dinner. After the last dish on the table and Ruoshua also returned home, see a table of food, suddenly appetite is ready to sit down to eat. Mister, and go wash your hands first. It's okay, my hands are clean. You just drove back. Go wash your hands before you eat. I'm your boss, but I'm the cook. I'll pay you. Don't. In the end, and Ruoshua still obediently washed her hands before getting her chopsticks, and she didn't say a word to Pan En during the meal, but Pan En didn't mind, and forgot about it after eating. Pan En ate very slowly. In fact, the real cooking people in the meal is not so big appetite. He mostly watch Enru Shui eat. The already moist red lips and the dyed oil shine looks more crystal. Finally Ruoshua ate her fill, leaning back in her chair and rubbing her slightly bulging belly with a look of enjoyment. This scene, Pan En thought of something else, that or Duan Jie gave him at that time, and now put it on Enru Shui. The high and cold female president was filled by his? That's not a good idea, is it? After the meal, it was originally said that Pan En would wash the dishes, but perhaps Enru Shui had a guilty conscience? She actually came over to help wash the dishes, only that she still didn't say anything during the time. After washing the dishes and Ruoshua went to the bathroom to take a shower, Pan En came to the living room and turned on the TV to watch the news, and then pulled out the book he had prepared. After taking a shower, and Ruoshua also came to the living room, and she finally spoke after glancing at the book in Pan En's hand. Where do you see me? Ooh, that chapter. Is that your first Henry book? I've read a couple of them before. What's it all about? The South Seas, the North Seas, without saying goodbye, and see you. The two of them seemed to open up a conversation box, talking until 11 o'clock when Enru Shui went back to the bedroom to sleep, and Pan En also went to take a shower and then went to bed. Early the next morning and Ruoshue came down from upstairs when Panin had already prepared breakfast for her. Fragrant beef soup. You're up pretty early. After all, there are classes to attend. This time when Ruoshue obediently washed her hands and then received the beef soup handed over by Panin. A bowl of steaming beef soup in the winter morning was still very warming to the stomach. After drinking, and Ruoshue went to work, Panin went to school, and at noon and Ruoshue dutifully came back to eat, and then in the afternoon, the two of them will each be well again. In the evening, and Ruoshue still obediently came back on time to eat. In fact, she was afraid to come back late if the food was cold. It would not be good, and she was not good to trouble Panin to heat it up for her. She used to think about becoming a full-fledged femme fatale, so she confidently went into the kitchen and made the fire call, and so never thought about cooking-related things again. This is the reason why she supervised Panin when he cooked for her the first time. She had a mental image of Panin repeating the same mistake. By the end of the night the two were talking about books and writing and whatnot. Thought they realized that Pam was still very talented. The next month or so was basically the same thing. 3 meals for the two of them, each settling down in the mornings and afternoons, and talking together in the evenings. Pam didn't see a problem with it, and Ruoshue also felt it was fine. Father and Mother Jian, no. Early this morning and Ruoshue received a call from her old man, directly giving her 3 days off, not allowing her to go to work. Ha, you're giving me a vacation? Yes, give you a week's vacation. Go out with Shaoan properly. You guys are busy with each other every day. Are you two a couple then? Those who don't know think that you two are shared roommates. But Pam has to go to school? I'll get him a vacation. I can't throw some money at the school. You don't have to worry about it anyway. Just be a good boy and go play with Anne. Okay? Beep. The other sighed to hang up. Then in Panam he inexplicably received a message from his guide telling him that he had a week's vacation and would come back to school in a week. With the question he arrived at Enrushue's villa, and as soon as he entered he saw Enrushue lying on the sofa. How is this going to work out? Mr. My dad arranged it so we could go out on vacation. Ha, me too? Right, said Enrushue as she covered her face with the book she was holding in her hands with a lifeless look. Can't we not go out? I can't. 1 day at the villa is 1 more day of vacation. And anyway, when the vacation is consumed I'll go to work and you'll go to school. So doesn't always have somewhere she wants to go? No. You can arrange it if you have one. I feel like I've lost the meaning of living if I don't work. Well, I'll look for it. So then Pam pulled out her previously prepared travel guide in BAM, the Hokkaido Travel Planner. After half a day of pretending to investigate, Pam's made his suggestion. Mr. Why don't we take a trip to Hokkaido? Which? Sakura Hokkaido. It's one of the better places to visit at this time of year. And it's not a holiday. The crowds aren't too big. There are plenty of areas to visit. It's just a week round trip, and I know a little bit of cherry blossom language. Never been there, but I know a little. So buy a ticket. Buying a ticket here? Not thinking about it? Let's go over there. 1 more day here and I'll have 1 more day of vacation. Then the two of them just bought a plane ticket, got on the plane, and arrived in Hokkaido in a haphazard manner. It was already dark when they arrived, and Ruoshue and Panin stood at the entrance to Hakodate Airport looking at each other. So Pam, where are we going next? Let's find a hostel to stay in first. Then the two of them hit a car, and Ruoshue accidentally found Panin's Sakura language a little one, not like only a little. She is really only a little. Played a taxi to the hostel. In the front desk, after inquiring after the front desk does not appear, only 1 room left. This beautiful thing, carrying luggage to the room. The journey. The two did not chat much on the first room. Panin packed his bags. After all, he was going to be over here for 7 days. After packing he poured himself a glass of water and sat in front of the windowsill, looking out at the dimly lit night scene. The street was dotted with lights and there was still snow on the houses. At that moment, his cell phone ding-donged and Panin picked it up to see that it was from Ruoshue. And Ruoshue, Panin, I'm so hungry. Pan, didn't Mr. And eat on the plane? And Ruoshue, does it have anything to do with me being hungry? Panin, then I'll take Mr. And downstairs to the snack street? Enrushue, departure, leading Ruoshue to the snack street outside the hotel, where the vendors have carts and the street is crowded with people. Even though it is almost 11 o'clock now, there are still a lot of people. Panin originally thought that Ruoshue wouldn't be very interested in these, but that wasn't the case, and Ruoshue was interested in every snack and wanted to buy each one. Pam, I want to eat that and reimburse you for the food. Panin, and this is Kanto boiled, right? Pam, I bought 2. I'll share 1 with you. Eating the snack Ruoshue handed Panin swung inwardly as Ruoshue actually took his hand. There are too many people. I'm afraid I'll get separated from you. Let's go back to the front. After saying that, Enrushue pushed Panin forward. Out of the snack street is another scene. was snow-covered huts, the right side of the rows of trees with snow pressure. The sky is also falling fine snow. And Ruwashue's grip on his hand loosened and she ran forward to a tree, snack in hand, looking up at the snowy landscape. Hey Pam, I want a souvenir photo to send to my girlfriends and the girls. Panon smiled and took out his cell phone to take a picture of Ruwashue, wearing a long beige coat and a khaki scarf, her green silk tucked inside the scarf, her feet on tiptoe in her leather boots, smiling at the camera. After eating the snacks, the duo returned to the inn. Ready to sleep, Panon received another message from Ruwashue. Where are you going tomorrow? Well, I'll look into it. That's a relief. Good night. Good night. The next morning Panon was called up by Ruwashue. These days Panon made breakfast for Ruwashue every day, which could not be satisfied by Ruwashue, who had made a big deal out of herself with a cup of coffee in the morning. She had to eat a real breakfast in the morning to be able to do that, or else she would feel very, very hungry, and that's not why she was starving to come to Panacea. Come on, let's go eat first. After taking Ruwashue to eat breakfast, the two of them walked down the street, and Ruwashue admiring the surrounding streetscape and snowy scenery, Panon researching where to go to play. In the end, he chose the Ataru Canal. Only what he didn't tell Ruwashue was that it was known as a holy place to witness romance and love. He just said where it was famous. The duo took a cab to the place. There were many people along the river. Couples, lovers, old people and children. Everyone strolled along the river. There were various small houses situated along the river. The river was not frozen, and Ruwashue walked in front, and Panon consciously took out his cell phone to record the duo's trip, snapping a picture. After taking Ruwashue around, she was anxious for her next destination. Panon took out his notepad and there was a scratched out location under the Ataru Canal called White Lovers Park. Pam didn't feel that now was a good time to go, and the trip would be pointless if it didn't end happily. So his next destination was the ski slopes. Took Ruwashue to the ski resort, until the two of them propped up the cable car to the top of the ski resort after Ruwashue realized that Panon also does not know how to ski. I thought you could slide. I also thought you would. So what now? And Ruwashue looked at this hike to the bottom of the ski slope and she was a little scared. Why don't we both stroke the side of the guard and paddle slowly? You hold the guard. I'll hold you. Okay. So Panon held the guard, and Ruwashue took his arm, her body pressed against Panon's. The two of them carefully slid down the snowy mountain, and halfway there Ruwashue suddenly felt like she could do it, and tentatively loosened her grip on Panon's hand. So then she slipped and fell, shoveling Panacea in the process, and the two of them sat dumbfounded on the snow, staring at each other. My, I'm definitely not letting go this time. Really? Really? Panon stood up holding the guard, and Ruwashue helped Panon to get up. The two continued to slowly slide. Finally at the bottom of the snowy slope more than 10 meters from the place, Ruwashue let go again. She slowly slid downward, Panacea following her. Unsurprisingly Panon fell again, but luckily Panon held Ruwashue in time while Panon didn't break. The two of them know each other by sight. X2. The duo flew and slid to the bottom of the slope, falling together at the end when they couldn't break. Panon was at the bottom and Ruwashue was at the top. He was holding Ruwashue tightly and Ruwashue was forcing her eyes tightly in fear. For a long time, and Ruwashue also reacted to all right. Open your eyes to see close at hand. Panon. Should say not to say that Panon was originally very handsome. Broken hair dyed with snowflakes, lined with the ground of the snow white, even if it is her and Ruwashue are a little heartbroken. Mr. Av, being called by Panon, so Ruwashue also reacted. A little embarrassed, hastily propped up the snow surface to stand up. Really, Pam, we won't skate next time. Panon didn't reply, just mumbled something about coming back if there was a next time. What did you say? It's fine. I think it's all about the experience. The experience is just so rewarding. So where are we going next? Go to dinner, then take a rest in the afternoon. In the afterward go to sea, wait until the evening to see Hakodate at night. Good. The next step was the same as Panon's arrangement. The two of them went back to the hotel, and then went to eat the more famous clown burger. Unexpectedly Ruwashue had not eaten the burger type of fast food. Panon watched as Ruwashue's mouth grew large and took a bite of the burger. The noble cold female president's stomach was filled with cheap burgers. Heavy checkmark. I rested in the afternoon and took Ruwashue up Mt. Hakodate in the evening, stood together on Mt. Hakodate looking at the night view of Hokkaido, and ate dinner together at the Mt. Hakodate viewing restaurant, taking a group photo. The next few days Ruwashue's schedule was filled with Panon, riding the vintage railroad train and going to the hot springs together. Although the two of them soaked separately, that is. There is also a scenic ride on the snow train, a visit to a shrine, a gondola ride to Mt. Tengu for a group photo, a taste of the surrounding cuisine, and a photo shoot together. And Ruwashue was already tired by the time she got on the plane. She had to have more fun in the last few days than she had in the last few years, but she had a great time. And when she left, she asked Pan and where she would go if there was a next time. And Ruoshue slept soundly on the airplane. She was clinging to Pan En's shoulder, her mouth chanting as if she had a very fragrant dream. Panacea looked at her and stroked her head. If there is a next time, is that good guy card still going to happen here in Ruoshue? Pam doesn't know. It's just that more memorable times than this have also been issued with the good guy card. After getting off the plane, Pan En took in Ruoshue to take a taxi to Dujianjuan, and Ruoshue was still very sleepy, still relying on Pan En's shoulder. Confused. It didn't take long to reach in Ruoshue's house, but in Ruoshue was already asleep. Master, help me unload my luggage and I'll give you a 50 tip. Pan En whispered to discuss with the driver. The driver gladly accepted. After all, with the time to unload luggage to run the car if he cannot earn a few sun, or for this rich man to work fast. While the driver was unloading the luggage, Pan En carried in Ruoshue to the villa. He carefully placed in Ruoshue on the sofa and then went outside to retrieve the luggage. After putting his luggage away and returning to this side of the sofa, looking at in Ruoshue who had already fallen asleep, he asked softly, Mr. Av? And Ruoshue didn't react. She was sleeping soundly. Pan En actually wanted to ask if she was going to work tomorrow, but looking at in Ruoshue he couldn't bear to wake her up. Solely bringing in Ruoshue to the bedroom, he helped her take off her jacket, covered her with a thin quilt, and turned on the air conditioner in preparation for leaving. Instead, and Ruoshue grabbed the corner of his coat and muttered, Pam, we'll go again next time. He turned around, and Ruoshue was still asleep, probably subconsciously trying to pull him back, gently tugging in Ruoshue's hand away. He knew that the time was about to be ripe. After this trip he had a place in Ruoshue's heart for a while, but it wasn't enough. It needed to continue to sink in. One last look at the sleeping in Ruoshue, he quietly left and came to the living room. The home was still clean after being away for the past few days, and Ruoshue had said that there would be housekeeping, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. Busy day. Master Pan, ready to take a bath and sleep well, came to the bedroom to open the phone, found a missed call, showing that the unknown number. He thought better of it and called back. Hello? Ah, it's little Anne, isn't it? I'm Papa Ruoshue. It's Uncle. What can I do for you? I just called that Ruoshue girl and didn't answer. And I didn't answer when I called you, thinking you guys were asleep. Ruoshue is already asleep. I just finished packing. Uncle, you say. It's not a big deal. It's just that I'm giving you guys a 3-day vacation. You've been out for a week and you've had a tiring trip. So take a good rest for a few days, and help me tell Ruoshue to let her go back to work in 3 days. Okay, Uncle. After hanging up the phone, Pan En did not have to worry about whether to call and Ruoshue wake up tomorrow morning, so many days, or let her have a good rest. The next morning Pan En woke up at 8 o'clock and pushed open the door, and Ruoshue was already sitting on the sofa watching TV. You're awake? And Ruoshue asked as she ate her chips. Well, I thought you were going to sleep more. I'm not a pig. I've slept on the plane, slept in the car, and slept when I got back. I've slept enough. By the way, Uncle said, I already know. My dad, he's really bad with words, but there's no way to argue against it. What do you want to eat in the morning? Vegetable porridge. And steamed dumplings. Good. After breakfast the two sat on the couch and watched a movie together, and Ruoshue thoughtfully sharing the chips with Pan En. What are you going to do for the next few days? Pam? Where's Mr. Av? I asked you first. At Chief Anne's disposal. I don't know. I thought I remembered that Mr. And liked cats? What's wrong? How about we hang out at the cat cafe, and then we can go to the arcade afterward? I've never even been there. Just do what you want. After the movie the duo headed out, and Ruoshue giving the driving duties to Pan En on the grounds that she didn't know where the cat cafe was, while she fiddled with her phone in the passenger seat. And Ruoshue will be these days to take photos slightly organized. Selected a few meaningful photos sent to the circle of friends. Just said not long after the harvest of a large number of likes. There are parents, subordinates, girlfriends. It was also the moment in Ruoshue's private chat was buzzing with activity. Mother, how does it feel to go out with Anne? Father, do you need a few more days of vacation? Blue, play very happy well. Ruthless envy. Yenner, why did you go to Hokkaido? With whom? Blue, and Ruoshue responded one by one, only chatting longer with the last one. Ye ol', Mr. N has arrived. Don't call me Chiefin. Call me Ruoshue. I'm afraid my father and the others will find out. Good. Ruoshue. When I entered the cat cafe, the store was nice and not too crowded, but there were a lot of kittens. There were kittens all over the counter and on the tables and cabinets and on the floor. These cats were completely adorable to Ruoshue's heart. She didn't even order. She squatted down and picked up a cat and started jerking it off, and mumbling Mimi, Mimi. Pan shook his head as he went to the counter and ordered 2 cups of coffee. I have to say it was a special store yet. Coffee really wasn't a normal price. The cat cafe had a special area for jerking cats, and in Ruoshue had a cat in her left hand, a cat in her right hand, and another cat in her arms, teasing the kitty with a teaser stick. Pam looked at the scene and grabbed her cell phone to video plus take pictures. Pam, don't shoot. Come over here and jerk off together. Good. Sit down on the floor. Take the insho handed by in Ruoshue. Feel the cat's smooth fur and soft petite body. Hold up and suck hard on a mouthful of satisfaction. Pam loves cats, too. I'm kinda into critters and have a budgie at home. Show me next time. It's being raised back home, but I'll be sure to show it to you sometime. After the cat cafe the duo went to the mall, chose a restaurant for lunch and then took the unseen in Ruoshue to the arcade. Pam and, what is this? Pam wants to play this. Pam and you sit over there and we'll both fight. Hey, Pam and you're not even letting me. Panan, this doll will never rest until you catch it. Go, change me another 500 coins and I'll reimburse you at the end. Pan and you're very skillful. You've caught it here. Did you always catch it for girls before? What can I do with this ticket for Pam? Hey, it's full. Finally, after spending nearly $1,000 and Ruoshue had caught enough dolls, Panan shook his head. Those dolls didn't add up to a few $100s, but it was good that in Ruoshue was happy. On the way home, and Ruoshue car's back seat has been stuffed with dolls. She is still sitting in the passenger side and chatting with her girlfriends. Driving is naturally Panan. Yun, did you go to Hokkaido alone? And Ruoshue, it's not. Yeol, it's not possible that our snow beauty is in love. Is it? Announcer, you could say that. Yeol, really? And Ruoshue, yeah, but the relationship isn't officially confirmed yet. Yenner, what's on the other side? I'll help you with your counseling. Anushka, don't, you just come up with blind ideas. The two of them chatted with each other without a word. Panan drove the car and soon returned to Dujung Farewell Court. When he arrived home Panan remembered that there were not enough vegetables. Are you going grocery shopping? Well, or we won't have any ingredients tonight. I'll join you. Yeah. Arriving at the farmer's market, and Ruoshue was curious about everything. She couldn't believe that grocery shopping was so inexpensive and even a profound discipline. These days she and Panan get along with a lot of insights. She found Panan unlike then she first met the impression that he seems ordinary and seemingly all the people without a one. Maybe she hadn't touched the pans herself, but she was extraordinarily interested in everything she knew about pans. She didn't know that the journey could be as nostalgic and meaningful, that there was so much more to learn about cooking, that there was so much more she hadn't seen. Panan, sell fish over there. I want to eat fish tonight. Spicy fish, sauerkraut, fish in a paper bag. What kind do you want? Both, and I'd like some milk tea. In Hokkaido when Panan bought a cup for in Ruoshue, Panan cannot believe that this president of the Lord has not drunk, and then every day want to drink a cup. Although in Ruoshue looks like a hard-working woman with a cool and serious approach to things, she gradually unloads her defenses in front of Panan, and the naivety that never existed in her is only shown when she faces Panan. Even in terms of dress she is no longer as mature as she was when we first met. A clear representation of this is that she no longer wears black silk, and her outfits are more on the casual side and no longer businesswomen's wear. And Ruoshue hugged the milk tea and happily returned to the villa with Panan. In the evening, and Ruoshue also ate the fish she wanted to eat as she wished, and after the meal, she lazily lay on the sofa and continued to drink the milk tea. In Panan's opinion in Ruoshue's hidden character is more like an unassertive kitten, outwardly an independent and icy strong woman, but inwardly a kitten that can freely rely on him. Panan also came to the sofa after washing the dishes, and the two of them agreed that in Ruoshue would wash the noon dishes and Panan would wash the evening ones. Panan, there's a party tomorrow I'll take you to. Yeah, as a boyfriend? Sure, but there are quite a few famous people at that party tomorrow. So, it's okay, it's not like I'm going to cause any trouble. It's not that, I have to wear a suit tomorrow because it's a formal occasion. Do you have one? No. Then I'll take you to the mall tomorrow to buy it. The party is for the evening and there's still enough time. Good. The two of them then went back to their respective bedrooms, washed and bathed and went to bed, and the night was silent until the next morning. Panan went downstairs and saw Ruoshue sitting on the sofa chatting with another woman. Hearing Panan's voice coming downstairs the two women looked up. Wow. Ruoshue, you're quite good at picking. What are you still sophomoric about this? Still saying you're not a face dog? What nonsense. Panan, this is my friend, Lu Yen. Panan was also roughly aware of the situation and nodded at Lu Yen. Hi, I'm Panan, Ruoshue's boyfriend. It's okay, Ryuki told me about you too, but I still want to say that Ryuki is good at picking. Hearing Lu Yen say this Panan froze for a moment. He looked over to Ruoshue who was fighting with Lu Yen. At this Panan shook his head and smiled to himself as he walked into the kitchen. Sure enough, Today made seafood congee. Although in Rushui not the first time to eat still on the pan and handicraft praise. Of course, there is also Lu Yan's praise. Should I say no Rushui, you're more than just looking for a shield. You're practically a full-time cook. Panin, do you want to come pretend to be my boyfriend when you're done with Rushui? I'll give you a double paycheck. Panin didn't reply. He just thought that Lu Yan was joking. And in Rushui didn't say anything either. Just concentrating on drinking the seafood porridge. After the meal, Lu Yan left, and Panin was brought to the mall by in Rushui. Looking at pieces of 6-digit suits, Panin was a bit headstrong. It's okay, you pick. I'll pay for it. No need to pay it back. That's not good, is it? That's okay. Consider it a reward for working you hard every day to cook. Okay then. Panin picked a few suits under the arrangement of the guide and then walked into the fitting room. And Rushui looked at Panin's back. She was a little confused under her eyes. At this time, the cell phone rang. Picked up a look as Lu Yan sent. Lian, he didn't say no, right? Announcer, aha. Lian, like I said. He loves money. Lu Yan heard from somewhere that in Rushui's boyfriend is a student and has little background. So she came to in Rushui's house early in the morning. Say, how could you get a nobody for a boyfriend? He's, good looking, a good cook, and considerate of people. Do these things serve a substantial purpose? At the end of the day he has nothing. And when he graduates he'll have to work hard for a few more years. Why are you so naive? And I don't believe your reason at all. You must have other reasons. Hurry up and tell me the truth. Hey, okay, I'll say it. He's the one I found to perfume my parents. For in Rushui's understanding, Lu Yan naturally know that she can't really find a common object. And now since it has done so there must be a reason. How much? 3-month contract, ending at $1 million. It's really worthy of you. And Rushui, there's no one else who can make this vacation. Mainly just happened to be rushed by my parents and them. Also, Auntie, they always worry about this. But how do you feel about this, Pam N? Don't get too deep into it if you ask me. You guys are just acting. It feels okay. People have no bad habits. That won't. I have a natural sense of proportion. That's fine. But don't get too attached to him. The fact that he didn't haggle with you on your contract means that he knows exactly what $1 million represents. And may even have other plans. What is it? It's what they say on the internet. Approach the other person first, pull in the feelings, confirm the relationship, get married, and then everything you have is joint property of the couple. Aren't there many vixens out there who use this trick? Don't they all rely on this method to marry into a wealthy family? Only in your case it's a flip-flop. It's marrying into a wealthy family. Of course there's a possibility that I'm overthinking it, but you can't be too careful. So like I said, he won't turn down fancy clothes from you. Even if you give him your car he'll gladly accept it. If he took you then he made a solid profit. And if he didn't lose a penny. So think about it. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence after hearing you talk about all that? And Rushui did not reply to Lu Yan. She fell into her own memories. Just as Lu Yan said, there were too many coincidences between them. So many that she could not count them. Was Pan's original questionnaire really prepared to deal with parents? Or was it a specialized survey to address the problem? To her tastes, her interests, her hobbies, her habits, her preferred things, the course of her travels. All of which Pam had done so well during this period. So well that it was undeservedly perfect. Was it really coming for her? Memories started to roll back towards the first meeting. The meeting with Panacea was when he handed her the flyer. It wasn't supposed to be like that. So he did it on purpose? Rushui, what do you think of this set? Just as in Rushui was thinking, Panin had already changed her clothes. She turned around and froze when she originally wanted to say something. Regardless of Poon's intentions, there is no denying that he is really handsome. With a perfect body that firmly holds up the suit and carries an air of elegance between his hands and feet. May, this set. Then, after saying that, Panin walked back to the fitting room. She ghosted her card and handed it to the attendant to let go and swipe it. Nope. Why the sudden philandering? It's her life that's at stake. As in Rushui thought this, it didn't take long for Panin to change his clothes and return home with Rushui with a handbag in his hand. At noon. And Rushui is a little abnormal. Panin asked her what she wanted to eat at noon, but she said she wanted to eat takeout. Panin persuaded for a long time but also still insisted. One of the two at the final table ate a wide array of Chinese food, while the other gamely took a bite of her burger. To not eat some? No. For in Rushui's perversity Panin was a bit puzzled. He simply did not care much. As a special period, after a few days should be good. Time came to the evening. Changed the dress and Rushui walked out from the bedroom. A dark blue evening dress will outline her body to the fullest. The fabric in the light is still flashing a bit of starlight. Made up in Rushui at this time is also beautiful. Panin naturally changed into the suit he had prepared in the morning, and the two of them stood together in a match made in heaven. Pan drove and followed the navigation to the Dujianjian Star Hotel in no time. The welcome guests at the entrance of the hotel stood in a long row, bowing to Ruoxue, who got off the bus. Pan gave the key to a waiter and then followed Ruoxue towards the hotel. Just follow me later and don't interact much with people you don't know. Well, I know. Entering the hotel lobby, Pan saw Ruoxue's parents, and Jiang, and their parents at a glance. And the two old men also saw Pan and leaned towards the two of them. Little and is very handsome tonight. You're joking, Auntie. You and Uncle are both gorgeous tonight. Auntie is getting old. Ruoxue is still having fun these days, isn't she? Lu Yiping's words turned around to ask about her daughter, while Pan talked to Jiang. Now this time is to wait for the guests. Wait until the guests come together will be spoken. After that it is everyone's business exchanges. Talk about cooperation. All around the buffet can also be eaten. In fact, the process and everything is very simple. The main thing is still in the business communication in the hook, followed by respect for the organizers. Do not provoke matters. Talking about cooperation and so on, there is Jiang and Lu Yiping, two old man. Pan with Ruoxue is more idle. Standing on the sidelines have begun to eat up. Pan was still able to tell that Ruoxue hadn't eaten enough for lunch, but Ruoxue had a backbone and didn't take a bite in the end. But her stomach had long since turned into the shape of a Pan over the course of the past 2 months, and she certainly wasn't full just for that one meal at noon, which is why there was such a scene of wolfing down food right now. Ruoxue, is this party where all the famous and rich people in Haicheng come back? Aha. Yes, there are also some family powers that will send representatives. They don't take the initiative to talk about cooperation, but they will be approached for cooperation. So, Pan was halfway through his sentence at the lobby door when the welcome guest suddenly shouted loudly, "The second miss of the Changsun clan, Changsun Jinrime, has arrived." Hearing such a sound, Pan's tiger's body shook, stiffened and looked toward the door, and not surprisingly the familiar face came into view. The second miss of the Changsun family, Changsun Jinru. Yes, an old acquaintance of Pan's. It's just that I haven't seen her for a few years and she's already grown into a beautiful woman. Flanked by several subordinates and bodyguards, she made her way inside the banquet hall, and that's when Pan reacted. Caught and done for. Bugger off. Ruoxue, I'm going to the bathroom. Ah, go blah. Slipping and slipping and slipping, Pam weaved her way through the crowd and blinked to the bathroom. Halfway to Changsun, Jinro suddenly froze. She stopped and looked into the banquet crowd. She just seemed to have seen Brother Pan. What's wrong with the lady? It's okay, take a seat over there so you can get them ready to talk business. Yes. Pan ducked for 10 minutes before he slipped out. He rejoined Ruoxue and looked away from Changsun Jinro. He shook his head. The party wasn't too short or too long, and after 3 hours everyone had pretty much talked. So there were already a lot of guests meeting up to leave, and Pan was among them. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people around Changsun Jinro, if she caught herself then she would be finished. Pan, go. What are you waiting for? And Ruoxue waved her hand in front of Pan and shoved the key into Pan's hand. Pan looked back, smiled awkwardly and drove the car to take Ruoxue back to the villa. The next few days Ruoxue dinner is not in a mess, which also reassures Pan. What he does not know is that Ruoxue persuaded himself to increase the money, not to owe a favor. The duo went back to seeing each other again for breakfast, lunch and dinner, settling down in the morning and afternoon, and then getting together in the evening to talk or go about their own business. And so it went on for almost a month. Pan looked at the calendar. He knew that time was enough. 2 more days the contract expired, and Ruoxue renewed the contract or not, he had to confess. A year ago he was still waiting for a relationship. At least 5 months. Not now. 3 months is the limit. If you don't like it, you don't like it. You won't like me for 3 months. That also means you won't for 5 months either. Pam won't leave her time on such a wait. It's better to waste her feelings for nothing than to reopen quickly. At this point someone is going to say, "Ah, you just don't like it enough." Pan wants to ask how much liking is required to be considered liking? Liking is not something that can be done in 9 days. It is really common. So common that you may like someone because of a word, an action, or a thing. So what craving her body also counts. Lowly is lowly it. Anyway, like is like. But like isn't cheap. It can't be consumed indefinitely. It can be used as fuel. And when it burns out with no replenishment, you know you're due for a new car. Pan is very sober. At least he is sober now. In the past, High and Low was also as a licking dog. And now they are all monks. The past is all floating clouds. So today is Pan's preparation day. He made a special video. These days for some reason he can sense that Ruoxue is inexplicably distant from him. So he knows he can't escape the good guy card curse this time either. But he always has to try. So he records a video to wipe his ass for when the confession fails. Time came to the next day. Today Ruoxue rested and did not go to work. So today is very suitable for confession. But before that he first came to Ruoshue's company and left that video on her computer desktop before leaving. He had just left and Ruoshue received a call from her secretary. She froze after hearing that Pan En had gone to the company. Could it be true that Pan En had plotted against her as Liu Yen had said? Approach her with ill intent to take a share of the property, but find the plan hopeless and go another way, choosing to steal company information and sell it? She was just thinking this when Pan En pushed the door open, and into the stair. Pan En sat down beside her. And Ruoshue has more things in her head to think about and isn't about to give up her contract money and is ready to dry out? Ruoshue, I have something to tell you. You say. I actually don't know where to start. Remembering that when I first got the contract I was humanly stupid. I didn't even react at the time. I accepted it originally just as an actor to get used to it. However, I can see that you are different from what you appear to be. Underneath your cold and serious exterior is more of a curiosity and naivety about external things. At the beginning of the trip I was no longer an actor, but a seriously committed worker, and naturally I was aware of the distance between us. But after thinking about it I wanted to say it. Ruoshue, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend? It's not an act this time. Is it true? And Ruoshue thought so. She listened to Pan En's confession with an expressionless face. She read every sentence Pan En said as a cudgel. She didn't even believe in punctuation. Pan En, I don't deny that you're a good person, but you're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? Have you really thought about what you are? How dare you really open your mouth? Ha, I told you no way. What you think will never happen. That includes our contract. Terminate it now. I'll send you the termination fee. And you, don't ever show up here again. After saying that, and Ruoshue left the villa in a hurry and drove to the company. Pan En sat on the couch. Hey, just being in a bad place doesn't mean you have to talk like this, right? And Ruoshue came to the company in a hurry and called her secretary over. Hurry up and find what's missing. Yes. And Ruoshue thus searched the office with her secretary for half a day and finally realized that nothing was missing. Her eyes looked around and finally landed on the computer. Ran to the computer and began to check. Found that the computer has no copy traces and file additions and subtractions. Just more copies of the video on the desktop, such as the Snow Pro activation. She watched the video. She froze. If Pan En had come here just to put up a file then she had just gone too far with that comment. She shuddered and clicked on the video, the first frame of which was Panacea sitting at her desk. Mr. Un, when you open this video it means that I have confessed my love. I don't know if I confessed my love successfully or not, but looking at your alienation today, if anything I guess it won't work, but I still have that slight illusion. If it works don't read any further. It'll be socially dead, but if it doesn't work it's still possible to read it. After all, it's an explanation of something. I don't know what Mr. Un thinks of me, but I really like you, Mr. Un. In fact, I can't say that. I like the Mr. Un who is not at work more. The image in the video started to change after Pan En said this. It was a photo of Ruoshue sitting at her desk and working. This is a picture of Mr. Un at work, and it's true that people are all very attractive when they're serious, but behind the scenes I was not expecting Mr. Un to have a naive side. Pan En's voice went on and on as the photos in the video changed one by one, and it was then that Ruoshue realized that Pan En had kept more photos than she thought she had taken. Look, Mr. And this is a picture from our first trip to Hokkaido. You standing under a tree comparing classic scissor hands. And this one, taken by the canal, which is known as a mecca of romance and love. In fact, our next stop at that time was the White Lovers Park, which was already in my tour plan, only I cancelled it for fear that Mr. Un would be disgusted with me. And then there was a photo with an introduction. A photo of them skiing together. A photo of them going to see the night view of Hakodate. A photo of Ruoyue's face covered in leaves when she ate a burger for the first time. And this one is very memorable. Mr. Un was about to fall asleep and asked me when I would travel again. Not waiting for me to answer it, Mr. Un fell asleep. In fact, my answer is if there is a next time. Of course I know that what I think is delusional. So I extraordinarily cherish every day I spend with Mr. Un. Whether it's happy or joyful I have something to remember. Then there was a trip to the cat cafe. A trip to the arcade. A picture of Ruoshue holding a bunch of dolls and smiling like a child. And a picture of her changing into an evening gown. Mr. Un's gown is really beautiful. It's a pity that I won't have the chance to appreciate it in the future. I don't know where I let Mr. Un down, so I'm estranged. Maybe the reason is doomed from the moment we signed the contract. Our statuses don't match. Maybe Mr. Un is wondering why I'm confessing it this time? Because the contract is about to expire and I won't be renewing it for fear of going deeper. And from the moment I signed the contract I didn't want to get paid. I was just experiencing every day with Mr. Un. And now that the experience card is expiring it's time to end it and leave. Said so much should also draw a conclusion. These days are really happy. Although there are regrets can be inevitable. I will miss the time with Mr. But also thanks to Mr. And these days of company, I hope that Mr. And in the future to be happy. In the end when Mr. And watched this video I had consciously left. I don't know the result of the confession, but leaving should be a fact. And of course all the contact information I have also cleaned up will not appear in Mr. An's world. I hope Mr. And will not pursue. Thank you. After the video was broadcast, and Rushue cried, with tears hanging on her face, she took out her cell phone in disbelief, and she hadn't had time to send the default payment to Panin. She tentatively sent, "I want stir-fried shrimp for lunch." The big red exclamation point is particularly eye-catching, naturally accompanied by the classic phrase, "message sending failed," showing that the other party started the friend verification. You are not yet her friend? Please send a friend verification request first, and only after the other party passes the verification can you chat. Still not convinced, she dialed Pam N's number. Beep. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please dial again later. Looking at the alerts on her cell phone and the quotes that kept repeating over and over on the receiver, she lost her mind and grabbed the door and drove back to the villa once again. With a tentative push open the door, the room was extraordinarily quiet, as if returning to the coldness of 3 months ago. Inside the house there was no sound of the kitchen frying every time I came back, or the, "Go wash your hands before you eat." Only the suit, neatly folded and in a paper bag on the coffee table, had a note hanging next to it, "And always clothes I wash clean. You can give it back. I cannot use it in the future. Thank you for the companionship these days, Panin stay." And Ruashue took out the suit, on which there was only the unique scent of the dry cleaner's fragrance, and she once again lost her voice in pain, and the whole person flung herself on top of the suit for a long time, not getting up, and Ruashue had been lying in the bedroom prepared for Panin all afternoon, clutching the suit in her arms. I don't know how long it took for her to spin around and wake up, sitting up as it got dark outside, growling. Her stomach wailed uncontrollably, and she rubbed her belly when she suddenly heard a door open outside, and rushed downstairs with a sudden rush of joy. "Pam, and you come back." The dark figure in the living room turned on the light and locked eyes with Ruashue. "Rushue, it's me. How come I sent you a message and didn't reply?" Seeing that it was Lu Yan and Rushue's mood once again hit rock bottom, she walked downstairs somewhat disoriented and leaned on the sofa as if she had lost her soul. "Rushue, what's wrong with you?" Pamin left. "Left? How? Isn't the contract up tomorrow?" "He didn't plan to make it to the end of the contract or ask for my money. He impersonated my boyfriend just to be with me. He was known to like me." Hey, are you kidding me? You're not really moved, are you? He's obviously trying to get a hold of you. Okay, he'll definitely get it back in less than a week, and he knows that you must be regretting it, so he can hold you. And isn't it just a man, as the saying goes? It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but there are plenty of two-legged men, so you can look on the bright side. Not only have you fooled your mom and dad, but you've also saved over $1 million, haven't you? Listening to Lu Yan's words, and Rushue is more and more annoyed. If it is not her own, can misunderstand Panin? If it wasn't for this woman, she would have had dinner cooked by Pamin by now, and she could no longer be alone in this cold villa. Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Yan with an unfriendly gaze, while Lu Yan completely did not realize the seriousness of the matter and was still rambling on. "Lu Yan, you go. From now on we are not friends. If you mess with me again, our two families will cut off all communication." "Ha, and Ruashue, what did you say? Get the hell out of here." "No. And Rushue, are you crazy? You've been blinded by that man. You've only known each other for a few months. I've been friends with you for 3 years. Roll, scram, get out." And Rushue roared hysterically, tears welling up in her eyes. And Lu Yan, knowing that Rushue was really angry, left with such a sentence. "Okay, and Rushue, you're good. Just wait and see. He'll definitely come back like I said." After saying that, Lu Yan left, listening to the heavy sound of the door closing, and Rushue completely tensed up. She once again fell on the sofa and cried. It would be nice if he would actually come back. Growling. Her stomach was still growling uncontrollably, so she had to take out her cell phone and call for takeout. This time she ordered a much larger portion and managed to get full, but every bite was like chewing wax. Nowhere near as good as Panin's handiwork. For the next few days, Ruashue came home on time. She was apprehensive every time she opened the door. She hoped that there would be movement coming from inside, but she was afraid that it wasn't Panin. That's what happened. Panin didn't play lust with her like Lu Yan said. He really and truly left. "Mister, and you don't seem to have much energy these days. Are you too tired?" The little secretary asked this when she came to deliver the documents to her. And Ruashue knew exactly why. She had no appetite for food, always had insomnia when she slept, and every night she had to listen to the video voice left by Panin when he left to sleep. And every time she saw the images in the video, she had to cry her eyes out. It's fine. Is the schedule still full these days? Yes. Several big projects are going to be handed over in the next few days, all of which require you, the president, to take charge. Okay. Pan and left within a few days of the Injung couple already know. They have, and the doorman explained. If you have not seen Pan and for 3 days to give them a call to report. So after Pan and left, Liu Yaping called in Ru Shui to inquire about the situation. So you rejected Pan and because you suspected him of having bad intentions after listening to that girl Lu Yan, and even said a bunch of prideful things? Aha. What do you want me to say about you? Pan, and the first time I saw him I checked his life. There is no possibility of him being a so-called commercial spy. Besides marrying and cheating on his property, can he not know how to kill a chicken to get the eggs? If he really had problems, would I let him live with you? Your work is busy, so you are not suitable to find the kind of busier than you to fall in love. And like Pan, and this kind of has a handful of handicraft. No, to take you to play is suitable for you, but you are good. To be good to you is scheming, and confess with you is anxious to get on the throne. You say yourself, oh, Mom, I know I'm wrong. Will you let me go find Pan? You tell me where he is, but don't. Pan and I can see he has a backbone. Just been trampled on by you, how can he agree? You'd better wait. Besides, the company has been very busy lately. You concentrate. It's funny to say that Ru Shui didn't even know where Pan went to school until he left, or how old Pan was or where he lived now. The moment all contact was severed, she couldn't find Pan at all, and was lost for 3 months. Until this night, when she was leaving her friend Blue's birthday party, she bumped into that familiar figure again. 3 months of longing became a disease. She was in a slight mental trance. How many times she always looked at it wrong, but every time she had to catch up with the shadow that looked like Pan. This time is no exception. Pan. Hearing the voice, Pan stopped in his tracks. He was too familiar with the voice. So familiar that he didn't need to turn his head to confirm it. The sound of heels running sounded behind him. Pan's arm was pulled. The familiar face appeared in front of him once again. He could tell that Ru Shui wasn't looking too good. Pan. And Ru Shui really see Pan in this face. She put down her heart, holding Pan an arm hand also more and more forbidden, as if afraid that he ran away generally. Pam, and it really is you. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why didn't you answer back just now? Said Ru Shui, crying, but she didn't bother to wipe her tears. She didn't want to let go. Ugh. Left the video. Yeah. I'm sorry, Pam, and I was just in such a hurry, and I really missed you. And Ru Shui's face was all flustered. She was afraid of causing Pan's displeasure, but even so her hand didn't let go. Pan, I was wrong. I misunderstood you. I like you too. Will you go back with me? Mr. No, Pam, I'm begging you. I really miss you. Don't turn me down, okay? And Ru Shui pulled Pan's arm, the whole sticking to Pan. Her eyes were full of tears. Her face was full of pleading color. There was no shadow of that serious and cold, arrogant female president anymore. And Ru Shui, listen to me. Ru Shui, I know she doesn't have such a lowly demeanor. She will never humble herself in front of anyone, okay? Except you. Although in Ru Shui this sentence is as thin as a mosquito, but Pan really heard it. How half a year ago or high cold female president of the now become a love brain. So Pam, will you come home with me? Mr. I don't deserve you. So just leave it at that, okay? No, just pretend I lost my mind before, okay? Can we get back together? I really miss you. And Ru Shui was still very emotional. Affected by the atrophy of the previous period of time, she was not in good spirits. And now that Pan appeared in front of her eyes, she was stimulated. She grabbed Pan's left and right arms and pressed herself against him, her delicate face tilted up, her gaze not leaving Pan for a moment. Mr. Pan, please don't call me Mr. Call me Ru Shui Shao Shui, alright? Don't call me Mr. Seeing in Ru Shui this humble, Pan did not know what to say for a moment. The key in Ru Shui finished and lowered her head, burying her head against his chest and crying. Ru Shui, we didn't start, much less end. So there's no such thing as getting back together. I don't care. And Ru Shui buried her head in Pan's arms. Pan couldn't see her expression but could tell by the dampness on her clothes that Ru Shui was still crying. Now Ru Shui once again, under the cold arrogance of childish, took out. She played rogue, like no matter how Pan persuade her, said I do not care. Ru Shui, I don't want to see you like this. I want to see the cold and serious president, and not a little girl who will only cry in my arms. Hearing this, Ru Shui stopped repeating and slowly raised her head. Her eyes were a little red as she stared at Pan with wide eyes. But you said you liked my innocence under the mask. And Ru Shui said weakly, then blinked at Pan with her big watery eyes. Pan froze. That was his problem. He couldn't say that it was said for the sake of a successful confession. Could he? Wouldn't that make him a scumbag? Can't say. Can't say. But, Rushua, look at you now. Your spirit is depressed. Just a few months of not seeing you and you've already lost weight. And your whole body is spiritless. That's because of you. And Rushua made a small forced comment. What? No. Pam, you're right. I like your naivety not because I want you to lose who you were. What I want more is for you to just drop your defenses around me. So I'm not going to avoid you. And want you to get your spirits back up as soon as possible and stop being so disheveled. You can come to me. We still need time to settle down. Okay, so where do I find you? I'm working part-time tomorrow. So you can meet me at the tea house at 50 Dajinan Road in Haicheng, where I'm working part-time. And Rushua lowered her head and pondered. Thinking left and right, she felt that Panin was right. These few days were too disheveled. Just this appearance was certainly not what Panin was satisfied with. She should make some adjustments and come up with the best state to meet Panin. So, then I'll come to you tomorrow. You can't stand me up, okay? No it won't. So, then first add me back. Cancel the blackout. Agree to the friend request. And open up friend zone access. No, otherwise I don't feel safe. So in Rushua, after successfully going through her friends and lifting the blackout, she left happily, giving Panin a ride on the way. Pam, and is this your school? Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. What do you want to eat in the morning? I usually eat breakfast at school before I go to my part-time job, so I won't have to. Just remember to eat breakfast. In that case, I'll be off then. Bye Pam. Bye. Only then did and Rushua drive off, and Panin returned to the dormitory. Yi Xinli, Shaoan, are you back? Pan, just arrived at the dormitory. Yeah, Zinili, do you have something to do tomorrow morning? Pamin, going to work part-time. What's wrong? Yi Xinli, so alright. I'm going to go for the exchange student formalities tomorrow morning. I was going to ask you to accompany me together. Since there's something, then we'll split up. Yi Xinli, go for it. JPG. Pan, okay. Yi Xinli, good night then. Shaoan. Pan, good night. Yi Xinli was lying on the bed, with Panan's picture on her belly, and it seemed like she was looking at Panan's picture just now. She was a little lost in thought as she looked at goodnight on the screen for a long time before she put the phone down and re-picked up the picture of Panacea on her stomach to examine it. It seems that there is still a disconnect that exists, and there is a long way to go to take down this little thing. She's going to keep trying. She's going to take Panin and reap the rewards of a good love. She's going to make it so Panin can't live without her to the extent that she can't live without her. Go. Early the next morning, Panin went downstairs after washing up and saw Yi Xinli standing downstairs. Xinli? Hey, and I'll bring you breakfast. Thanks then. You're welcome. It's not for nothing to be a guide for me. Take me to the office building. If it's delaying little An's time, then forget it. Just point me in the right direction. Panin had to say that Yi Xinli's segment is very high. Well, to a brother without personnel in her here high and low to be fished into a warped mouth. Not yet reacted to become a licking dog. It's fine. You've brought me breakfast just in time for the rest of the day. And the direction of the office building and the direction of my part-time job just happened to be on the same road. It's fine. Yi Xinli's face was calm, hanging a smile. Her heart was similar to Panan's reaction just now. It was worthy of being the man she, Yi Xinli, wanted to take down. And the segment was also very high. In one hand, I also easily neutralized her attack with the Shunluo method, turning the car around and turning it around. After saying this, Panin started to eat breakfast. It was pancake fruit. Yi Xinli after so long knew that he did not eat cilantro. In addition, there was a cup of red date soybean milk, which was also his favorite flavor. Did Xinli buy the soy milk specially? Yes. After all, it would be dry to just eat in the morning. Doesn't and like it? That's not true. I quite like red date soy milk. I see. Then I'll buy it for little and tomorrow too. Joking aside, how could she really not know? She had specifically watched that video of Lulu before coming here, which just happened to be Panin eating breakfast. Red date soybean milk packaging is different from the others, so she bought it with the idea of trying. This wave can be shallow to cheat a wave of goodwill, although there may not be a few points. But the sparrow is small is also meat. As long as she every day a little bit of details accumulated together, subtle changes within the Panin, so that he does not care about the past, cannot say so, after all, at that time is still small, do not understand things. All in all, it was to get back together and bring home to mom and dad. That was her goal. Xinli, already here. So soon? That's behind you. So is little and coming back at noon? Shall we have dinner together? My treat. We don't know yet at noon. So if we come back, we'll eat together. Hey, good. Then be safe, little Ann. I'm off. Bye. After sending off Yi Xinli, Panin arrived at the tea house, a tea house where Panin had been working for a long time. Because of his handsome looks, so some customers came for Panin, which made the store owner happy and was the reason why he was willing to recruit Panin as a student. After entering through the back door and changing his clothes, Pam managed to get on duty, and just as she did so, she welcomed her first guest. Pam, I'm coming. How come you're here early? Yeah, can't wait to see you. And Ruwashua's color has recovered a lot. Just like a city beauty look. Last night's sleep extra sweet. The next morning also spent an hour to dress up their own. Can be described as painstaking. So what would like to drink? I love anything you make. Then I recommend our store's signature. Ancient tea and ancient flavor. Good. In the meantime, Song Anlin woke up from his bed, not much in the way of air, and indulging in daily fantasies of the past. She probably shouldn't have been like that. In fact, as long as no one knew about it, she thought about panacea, about sleep and food. Looking to the bed, it was a flyer. She got it yesterday when she passed by Jinan Road, and she didn't throw it away because it was just a flyer for a tea house. The flyer blatantly reads, Tea House, Ancient Colors and Peace of Mind. Sip tea. She thought about it and decided that she should relax. She couldn't go on like this, except that it wasn't the first time she thought that. Every now and then, I fall into regret after it's over and start reminiscing about the past and fantasizing about how it would have turned out if I had answered differently that day. Grabbing a tea house flyer, she sets off, aiming for the Cam on Road tea house. What Panin doesn't know yet is that the first Shura is coming for him. Ru Shue, the tea is ready. Ru Shue, the tea is ready. Thanks, Pam. Pam, there's no one there yet. Why don't you sit down and talk with me? This, out of order. I promise I'll be good and leave you alone as long as there are other guests. And Ruwashua said and had the decency to raise her hand and pretend to swear. Panin thought about it. The time was indeed still early. No one should come at this point. Although there was some publicity yesterday, no one would come early in the morning specifically to drink tea, right? Well, actually there was. Not only tea but also refreshments and snacks. So it wasn't a surprise that some people came early of Pam. Since there was no one right now, then it wasn't impossible to accompany and Ruwashua for a chat. So he sat down opposite and Ruwashua. Hey, will Pam go home with me at noon? Ruwashua, why do you always want me to come to your house? Panin, you don't even know. I haven't had a good meal since you left. I feel like no one's cooking is as good as yours, and have become a fool who can't live without Panin's food. But I have an appointment with a classmate at noon, so it'll have to be another time. Okay, then I'll wait until tonight to pick you up and take you to my house. Okay. Jingle bells. Panin didn't reply because the tea house doorbell rang, which meant a customer had arrived, and Panin got up and looked behind him, and he froze. Mr. Song. Compared to Panin, who was surprised to see Song Anlin, Song Anlin was a bit overwhelmed by the idea of seeing Panin again in. Well, this way she was a bit overwhelmed for a while. Is Mr. Song here for tea? After a long silence, Panin took the lead. Song Anlin lowered her head, her gaze trying not to meet Panin's as she nodded. Pam N, do you work here? Yes. What would Mr. Song like to drink? The menu is here, and there are refreshment snacks up there to look at. Panin took a menu and handed it to Song Anlin, and Ruwashua was obediently sitting on the sidelines and drinking tea as she had just said. And from the two of them talking, it came out that the two were in a teacher-student relationship, so there was nothing much to it. Good, Song Anlin replied in a very small voice, taking the menu and sitting down at the table next to Ruwashua, flipping page after page for a long time without giving an answer. Pam N, what's wrong, Mr. Song? Teacher shouldn't have said something like that. Forgive teacher, okay? Mr. Song is joking. I don't care. The two said this, and Ruwashua sipped her tea and pondered. How is this so like me? It seems to be the same way. Can be said to be the same end of the world. Wait, like me, that's not a love interest. Thinking of this, and Ruwashua fiercely put down the teacup and turned his head to look, and as expected, that Song Anlin's eyes but a little bit, and teachers and students do not touch. So, Pam and you. Hey, what do you want, you teacher? Panin is your student. Teacher and student are not allowed. Song Anlin halfway through the words, and Ruwashua killed over. If she continues to eat melon, boyfriend is gone. Although the two people meet each other, but in case Panin's good sense of her a little higher, what to do? As soon as Pam and let go, those two were in place for a double break and a double flight, and she could slowly pull out her red nose and put it on and become a clown. Who are you? Song Anlin didn't have a good face at all for this woman who suddenly ran out to interrupt her. She frowned and looked at Ruwashua, and Ruwashua also had the same straight face, taking out the cold arrogance of her presidential side, and glaring at Song Anlin. And Ruwashua, the highest executive president of the Injiang Group. So it's Mr. What's Mr. And doing meddling in my personal affairs when he's not working in your group? Your personal affairs? But you involve Panin. How could I let Pan be with a woman with no teacher's morals like you? I'm like that? Then Mr. N is noble and marvelous? And what's wrong with me? Doesn't it say it all that you're here? Mr. Av, instead of going to work, you're here hooking up with guys a few years younger than you. Song Anlin's sentence choked in Ruoshue. On the one hand saying that she was not doing her job. On the other hand saying that she was greedy for men. And in the end labeling her as an old cow eating young grass. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just passing by for tea. Casually checking on Pan. Drinking tea? Is that drinking tea? I'm too embarrassed to expose you. You're clearly craving Pan. You're cheap. The two of them just attacked each other. One said shamelessly without teacher's morality wanting to have sex with students. The other said that the old cow eats young grass. Greedy for men's sex and not doing their job. Pan can only not listen to the persuasion. And the two women are not at all want to back down. The head is not only Pan, but also the tea house owner. Time has been more than 9 o'clock. There have been some customers to come. There are some customers to see inside. The two beauties tear each other for fear of trouble did not come in. In the eyes of the boss of the tea house this can be money that. Ladies, the store is now open for business. May I ask you both to move outside to discuss? However, the two women who had killed the red-eyed woman did not care about the shopkeeper, who saw this and shifted her gaze to Pan. Pan, they are both because of you. Take them away quickly and give you a day off. Pan shook his head helplessly and walked over to the two women. It had indeed been a bit disruptive to the others, and it certainly couldn't be. So he grabbed one in one hand, took the two by the waist and picked them up, one on the left and one on the right, and they froze for a moment, then looked at it was Pan and ignored it, and continued arguing, walked outside the alley. Pan put down the two. The two are now also well behaved. After all, Pan expression is not very friendly. If this time to touch the eyebrow not only reduce the good feeling will lose each other a chip. Okay, Mr. Song and Ruoshue, you two go back to your homes now. What just happened is over. What was said is not true. Rumor mongering is wrong. Don't argue, okay? It looked like Pan was inquiring, but in fact, he was giving notice to the two, who nodded weakly, not daring to squeak. Good, Mr. Song didn't get any tea today, can wait until tomorrow. Ming, are you around tomorrow? Song Anlin asked weakly. No, I'm scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Okay, then looked at Ruoshue who was watching the fun. By Pan took one look at Ruoshue and put her head down, just like a good girl. Ruoshue, for dinner it depends on if I have time in the evening. If I do I'll contact you. So can I go grocery shopping with you? Could be. And Ruoshue did not reply. Happy I tightened my fists, head slightly sideways to look at Song Anlin, as if to declare his victory. But Song Anlin will not be swayed by her, and does not care. There is a saying that near the water is the first to get the moon. Let's wait and see. Today's winner and Ruoshue's victory. After sending off the two women, Pan sent a message to Exinli, indicating that they could eat together at noon, but not bother her with a treat. And Ruoshue left the left and right thought or feel that the morning argument when she lost the wind suddenly had a flash of light. As long as she bought the store is not good, that way she could be with Pan openly and honestly, maybe even engage in some kind of subterfuge or something, and then it wouldn't be up to him. Pan. Hey. Song Anlin's side realized that there is a competitor beside Pan when she returned home. Just a few days ago, Song Anlin was still the high and mighty PhD female teacher, unaware that from the moment Pan confessed her love, the gears of fate began to turn. She turned on her computer and edited the text, the title, on how to raid the Panhandle. Song Anlin's snow-white fingers danced on the keyboard, and she clicked save with satisfaction after writing the small 30,000 word strategy manual. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this Dean Zhong? This is Song Anlin. Yeah, it's me. I'd like to transfer to your college to teach. Song Anlin's tone was extremely light, without inquiry or temptation, more like a notice. She had this confidence not only in herself, but more than that, her background was also unusual, so she could be this casual. Zhang Yu on the other end of the phone heard the news, naturally overjoyed. He has long wanted to pull Song Anlin to their college. Just Song Anlin is not willing to do if he certainly cannot do it. In the teaching aspect of Song Anlin reputation far and wide, the most critical of her identity to add support. Before transferring Song Anlin to the college, Zhang Yu of course had to make a phone call to gas Song Anlin's original dean. Hey, Chang, what brings you to call me? Alas, Brother Gong doesn't have to be like this. I'm just here to give you the bad news. Oh, what news? Hey, Mr. Song applied to transfer to our institution. Mr. Song, that one? Song Li or Song Yuan? Neither. Would I have to make this call if it was them? It's Song Anlin. What? After saying Gong, Tianming hung up the phone. Jiang Yu looked at the phone is not annoyed, but instead is smiling and dialed another phone. Instructed the bottom of the beginning of the preparations for Song Anlin transfer to the college things. Song Anlin's side naturally received a call from Gong Tianming. Auntie, what on earth has upset you? Why did you change colleges in this good cause? No, Dean Gong took good care of me. It's just that I happen to want to teach at Dean Zhang's in their college. Then there's no need for a transfer. This class can be arranged. I'm going to take the main course and the counselor. Ha! In the end, Gong Tianming did not persuade the determined Song Anlin. Song Anlin packed up his things, looking around this office. Once Pan An had nothing to do to come to this office to find her. Although there are some memories, but there are more important things than this. Ah, Mr. Song. Well, what happened to Dean Chang? The formalities have been completed on this side. Does Mr. Song have any requests? Our institution will definitely fulfill them as much as possible. Well, I'm going to be reassigned as your college sophomore counselor. Okay, no problem. And then I looked at the schedule and I'll take the 2 classes with the most courses. Is there a problem with that? No, it's no problem. It's just that it's too much to eat, isn't it? Then I'll only take classes 1, 2. Ah, yes, no problem. Any more? I've heard that the attendance rate of students in our college is not good, and are often late and absent from class. Dean Jiang can make sure that students show up to class. No problem. Although Jiang Yu said this verbally, but inwardly it is doubtful. Their college style is the best. Not to mention missing classes. Late are rare. And even classes do not need to roll call to take the whole group. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu went to make arrangements. Strict control of the academic style and discipline inspection. To eliminate all the phenomenon of late arrival, early departure, absenteeism and truancy. However, Pan An, who had just arrived at school, didn't know anything about it until Duan Jia came back in the afternoon. Pam. Big deal. What's wrong? I heard that our faculty parachuted in a new instructor, or one who specializes in our sophomore year. So, the key that guide is very strict. Take us 2 main courses off, so we can't skip classes in the future. You don't skip class either. Seems so. Being strictly required by his girlfriend, Duan Jia really did not skip class. In the school really do not have that kind of solidified image of the rich second generation. Just out of the school gate there is a little. The ones he usually played well with would instead skip class in the not-so-strict teacher's class. And he would stay and not skip, accompanying Pan An to his honest classes. Then I sleep in class. That can't be helped. You'll sleep with a hat. That's okay. Dinner tonight? I've been asked out on a date. So look for Liang. Okay. I'll ask Ah Liang. Ah Liang has an appointment too. Busy. All busy. It's good to be busy. Without continuing to talk to Duan Jia, Pan An received a message from Yi Xinli, who was already waiting for Pan An downstairs. When she came downstairs, she saw Yi Xinli standing not far from the dormitory entrance. She was carrying 2 cups of milk tea and a small bag in her hand, her eyes staring at the dormitory entrance. And the moment she saw Pan An, she spread her face and smiled, and waved her hand at Pan An. Why are you here so early? Hey, I didn't eat enough at lunch, so I'll eat early tonight. So what's going to eat? It's up to you to decide if I'm buying. Not. Before Pan An could finish speaking, Yi Xinli knew what he was going to say and reached out her finger to seal Pan An's mouth. She stared at Pan An and Pan An looked at her. Yi Xinli looked at her finger. She retracted it with some embarrassment, unexpectedly looking a bit squirmy. My treat is my treat. Shaoan is not allowed to say anything about AA. Big deal. Next time you invite it back. Right. This cup of milk tea for you. I don't know what you like to drink, so I just bought it. Okay then, thanks. And no thank yous allowed to be said to me. And you and I know each other by heart and I've already made my stand, so I don't want you treating me as politely as you would someone you're meeting for the first time. Yi Xinli crossed her waist and pointed her finger at Pan An and said, in turn making Pan An not know how to answer for a while. Okay, I won't make it hard for you. Don't answer me. How's it going? How's the milk tea? Well, it's quite tasty. It's good when it's good. I still know your taste, San. I don't need to ask how. That's something I've never forgotten about before. Pan An smiled. Yi Xinli is really good. For the previous that was just a child who did not understand. He would not feel that those words have much harm. But high and low is also the first time to confess. As for why he didn't instantly agree with Yi Xinli, he had 2 explanations for this. The first one being that agreeing hastily would make Yi Xinli feel uncomfortable and think more that he was leaning towards compromise rather than genuinely liking her. On the other hand, Pan An himself cannot adapt for a while. That relationship is really too long. More than 10 years, although it is a childhood friend, can be more like a long time to meet old friends. It's more important to build a bridge of love between us over time. Not just say love when we meet. That's too casual. Okay, What doesn't want to eat? Let's see. Aha, whatever you want. From 5-star Michelin to alleyway spicy hot pot. I can afford the former and I'm willing to accompany the latter. Either way I'm with you. After saying that, Yi Xinli heatedly smiled at Pan, which made Pan laugh. Well, we'll just have hot pot. This one behind you is fine. I came here once. It's good. Fondue? Aha, let's go. Well, Xianli doesn't need to add it to me. Your own bowl is still empty. Pan looked at the bowl that was about to be piled up and said to Yi Xianli. This is not the first time that he said. Since after ordering the dishes Yi Xianli was talking while adding dishes to him, Pan dissuaded him to no avail. It's fine. It's fine. There's still plenty of food. Since I'm treating you I'm sure I want to make sure you're full. Little Anne. And Pan had a flash of light at this time. He roughly understood what Yi Xianli meant, and reached out his chopsticks to clip vegetables from the pot and put them into Yi Xianli's bowl. Well, eat up. Hey, that's nice of you. With that said, the two of them stopped continuing to talk and ate their dinner, with the hiccup in the middle being that Yi Xinli accidentally took the wrong cup and drank Pan's drink. What this Pan can say is well known to all. The duo sat by the window, with a quick glance at the scenery outside. It wasn't quite dark yet. A few drops of rain hit the hotel glass. Then more and more rain. Heavy rain followed. It's raining. Aha, looks like it's coming down big. It looks like it's going to rain for 2 hours to me. It's okay yo. I brought my umbrella. Bam. Saying that, Yi Xinli pulled out a white umbrella from inside her bag. A move that caused Pan to chuckle. Yi Xinli herself hemmed and hawed, but this was all her arrangement. Observing the weather in advance and investigating the timing of the rain. It was raining at 6:30, and she had gone downstairs to Panacea's dormitory an hour early so that Panacea wouldn't anticipate the event of rain when she left. She packed her umbrella inside her bag so Pan wouldn't know about it, and so that the two of them could hold an umbrella if it rained on the way to dinner. The most important thing is that Pan rubbed her umbrella. Not she rubbed Pan's umbrella, so that in the invisible so that Pan has to rely on her. Although it's just a small thing, the two of them have an unusual relationship. Rain plus two people plus meeting after a long time equals rising atmosphere plus ambiguity equals increased goodwill. This small matter could all be arranged by Yi Xinli. Every time she came out she would think of the butterfly effect that would result from a chance encounter with such an event occurring. Why do you carry an umbrella with you? Hey, get used to it. Looks like Anne is going to rub my umbrella. Then I'm welcome. After finishing the meal Yi Xinli ran to the checkout in the first place. Pan looked a little helpless. Really not. Going downstairs to the hotel. Yi Xinli opened her umbrella, leaving the right side of the umbrella empty. And coming. The two walked in the rain. The umbrella was small, and Yi Xinli stuck very close. Little Anne, you're too tall. I'm a little tired of lifting. I'll take the umbrella then. In Yi Xinli's feigned dismay Pan had already taken the umbrella from her hand. Pan had 1.8 meters, and Yi Xinli wasn't low either, having a height of 1.67 meters, which was already high for a girl. He. That's very nice of you, but I didn't mean it like that la. I was trying to get Anne to bow her head a little bit, but that's kind of nice. Saying that she moved a little closer and took Pan's arm with her veiled hand. And when Pan looked back at her she also looked up and smiled at Pan with a hefty grin. What can Pan say in this way? Then let her be capricious. Anne, you're so sweet. Why all of a sudden? Not suddenly, I've always felt that way. Pan didn't reply and continued to walk forward. This rain didn't seem to stop. Instead it was getting bigger and bigger, and Yi Xinli was getting closer and closer. I don't know where I'd be right now if I didn't have Anne back then. Thanks to having you, Xiaoan. But do you know what, Xiaoan? I cried for days after you left. You could say I couldn't think of anything else to do. Is it that serious? Yeah. What's this called? It's called the aftermath of losing little Anne. Not really. As for that, little Anne spoils me too much. That's why I miss your goodness during the days without you. So little Anne can't leave this time. How? The two were already downstairs of Yi Xinli's rented house as they talked. The school had arranged accommodation for her, but she found it inconvenient, so she refused. Nah, umbrella for you. What about you? We have class together tomorrow. Hey, I switched to your class so I'll see you tomorrow. Anne. After saying that Yi Xinli waved at Pan and ran away up the stairs, not giving Pan time to refuse. Pan shook his head and left. Walking through the rain he brushed past a man who froze for a moment before continuing on to his dormitory. The man reacted the moment Pan disappeared in the rain, and turned back violently but he could no longer see Pan's figure, and could only murmur Pan's name in the rain. Some people who miss out are really missing out, and even if the two are in the same city, they will never see each other again. Like Pan moved after the confession of the girl, obviously the two in a neighborhood. just a unit apart. But it is a full 6 years have not seen each other. If not deliberately arranged, perhaps the two will never see each other again. Panin shook the rainwater from his umbrella and placed it on the balcony to dry. And Duan Jie just happened to walk back to the dormitory at that moment to see this scene. Panin, I remember you didn't bring an umbrella when you went out. I was going to ask you if you wanted to send it for you. While talking, Duan Jie also took his own umbrella and walked to the balcony. A friend's. Her dorm is close, so she lent it to me when she arrived. I see. That teacher's class is early tomorrow morning, so I can't stay up late tonight. Not quite convinced. Hey, I do know how to take things lightly, but that teacher has heard of a great reputation, and I don't want to be targeted yet. Trust you. Ugh. It's going to be a long time before I get a vacation. It's so painful. You want to start school again after a vacation. Although that's what I said. I really want to take a vacation now. By the way, Panin, why aren't you looking for Sister Lin? She went on an internship. Oh yeah, don't think about it so much. Come on, let's play some intense and exciting adventure lore. Time flashed to the next morning. Panin washed up and picked up his cell phone. There was a message from An Ruxue, and a message from Yi Xinli. Ruxue still asks Panin again when she has time and goes to her house to cook and eat. Yi Xinli asked Panin if he was up yet. She had made breakfast and was waiting for him downstairs. Pam, go to breakfast. You go ahead. I'll go give the others their umbrellas. Need to bring anything? No, I'll go by myself later. I'll take your seat then, haha, go away. Duan Jie finished speaking and left. Panin looked at his back and shook his head. Alas, I don't know how this bastard will spit on him in a while. Took Yi Xinli's umbrella and brought his own. Then took the book and set off. Arriving under the house Yi Xinli rented, she was already standing there waiting for Panin. Anne. Hey, Anne. Today's breakfast is oatmeal milk and ham sandwich. I made it myself. It's absolutely healthy. Milk too? That's not true. I bought it earlier. Your umbrella. Panin took the breakfast and handed the umbrella to Yi Xinli, who looked at the umbrella with a stiff expression on her face. No, I want to share an umbrella with Anne. She snatched the umbrella and stuffed it into her bag as if she was playing a little sex, then squeezed next to Panin, took Panin's arm and lowered her head without looking at Panin, not giving Panin a chance to talk about her. Little Anne, you're not allowed to talk about me. I'll help you with your umbrella so you can have breakfast. She lowered her head and spoke. Panin smiled and handed the umbrella to her hand. Only Yi Xinli, who got the umbrella, raised her head and heatedly smiled at Panin. And the book? I'll load it for you. When he finished speaking, he took the book from Panin's hand and put it inside his own small bag. Panin is also happy to be free. Open the package of sandwiches made by Yi Xinli. Bread and greens cream ham. Ham has the appearance of specially fried. How about that? I'm in good hands, right? It does look pretty good. Kudos to you. Humph. So would our Mr. Panin like to visit my humble abode? I'll personally cook for you to taste my handiwork. I've got a lunch date, so I'll make you a meal tonight. When she heard the first half of the sentence, Yi Xinli frowned and lost her head, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, she instantly smiled and laughed. Really? Really? Hey, what a surprise. To be able to taste Anne's handiwork. Today tasted Xiaoan's handiwork, then tomorrow shall not taste Xiaoan's mouth. The day after. Don't dare to think. Don't dare to think at all. Anne, are we in the classroom yet? That boy over there is waving at you. The two of them had already arrived at the door of the classroom without realizing it, and Panin entered to see Duan Jie occupying the back row by the window, and then Panin sat in front of him with Yi Xinli under Duan Jie's incredulous gaze. Pam N. What the hell? Who is she? Hey, don't tell me you've got a girlfriend behind my back. Hey, classmate, Xiaoan and I haven't confirmed our relationship yet. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Xinli said this on her lips, but her hand tugged at Panin's sleeve with some twisting. Duan Jie's gaze wandered between the two of them, looking at Panin even more incredulously. Well, Pam N. You're so screwed, aren't you? I didn't mean to. Don't say it. You boys are so disappointing to me when you see color. Finished. Duan Jie is ready to get up and go to find Liang. Although Liang also have objects to accompany, but the words to say out to do look well. Duan Jie, class is already in session. Where are you going? Hearing this familiar voice, Duan Jie's tiger body shook and stiffly turned his head. Then he saw Song Anlin standing on the podium, who was currently looking at him seriously. Hey, don't play like that. Duan Jie, how dare to speak as if deflated ball sitting back behind Panin. The first day was Song Anlin kill chicken example. This is more than a miserable word. Panin and Yi Xinli were trying to stifle their laughter. Panin was still a little shocked that Song Anlan was their teacher. And incidentally it occurred to them that the airborne guide wasn't also Song Anlan. On the podium Song Anlin was organizing the information. Her brows were furrowed. Only she had her head down and no one noticed. When I just came in, I saw the three of them talking and laughing. And the girl beside the key Panin was holding Panin's hand. How could this make her not think about it more? She had just met her love rival yesterday. And now there was another love rival, which made it a little difficult for Song Anlin. It can't be ruled out that it's a girl who is pursuing Panin, because there are often girls beside Panin in class before, but Panin doesn't interact with them too much. This was different today. Hands were linked and she would kiss on the mouth tomorrow if she didn't put a stop to it. Alright, quiet down there. I'll introduce myself to you first. My name is Song Anlin. Students who often go to the debates should know me. In the next 3 years I will be your counselor, responsible for all aspects of your academic life, and will also be replacing Mr. Liu in the 2 main courses for your classes 1 and 2. My classroom is not demanding. Everyone just cooperates with me, and I hope that in the time to come everyone will be productive, learn as much as they can, and be as good as they can be. Said the stage as a round of applause. Regardless of Song Anlin said good or bad should be applauded. After all, this is their future counselor. Of course, to give face. Then there's the new work schedule that was handed down yesterday, which I'm going to give you in advance, and I'm also going to issue a notice later. The main purpose is to conduct academic monitoring, to eliminate all truancy and absences, and to follow the process of requesting a leave of absence. After listening to Song Anlin, Duan Jie, who was sitting behind Panin, let out a long sigh. I am afraid that it will be difficult to live in the future. Okay, roll call next. Junior Marshall. Here. May. 2. Duan Jie. Here. Pam N. Here. The two of them exchanged glances. Song Anlin really wanted the two of her to be the only ones left in the classroom. How nice it would be. After that it was just a normal class. But Pen was called up twice to answer questions. When Panin answered the question Xin Li was of course beside him giving Panin the answer. Although Panin knew it, but this atmosphere made Song Anlin on the stage very upset. What's your name? The girl next to Panin? Teacher, my name is Yi Xinli. Yi Xinli? I don't see your name on the list. Are you from our institution? Teacher, I'm an exchange student. I just checked in yesterday so I'm not on the list. In that case, will you not interrupt the other students while they are answering questions? Okay teacher. Song Anlin's temper had no way to flare up. Yi Xinli answered all of them well. She couldn't find a single loophole. But she could play whenever Yi Xinli made a bit of noise. But Yi Xinli was not, just very good and obedient, making Song Anlin punch his fist on the stone. Yi Xinli's side of the surface above the expressionless, but in fact, the inner crazy calculation. This woman must be spying on my family Xuan, that the eyes are not right, 10 to 15 points are not right. This sudden arrival may also be for Panin. So this eye of the tiger is absolutely not to be underestimated. This wave after the classroom is very normal. Panin had to say as Song Anlin teaching is really good. This main course is indeed a little obscure and difficult to understand. But Song Anlin can regulations clear narrative, and maximize to ensure that everyone understands. Previously, Panin went to Song Anlin's office more or to brush up the goodwill. Sometimes also really hold the question to go. Song Anlin's strength is really not a waste of time. That's all for today's class. Thank you for your cooperation. Class dismissed. Saying that the classroom was crowded with people, Panin and Xin Li walked together, and Duan Jie followed Panin like a spiteful woman. Panin, stay for a moment. The teacher has something to explain to you. Panin hasn't said anything yet. Yi Xinli is already staring at Song Anlin. Well, you play this abacus. Thus, why aren't ye students leaving yet? I'll wait for him to join me. Hearing this nickname, Song Anlin frowned. Swearing sovereignty? Expressing intimacy? You can wait outside for now. The teacher has some personal things to say to Panin. Okay, and I'll wait outside. Yell at me if anything is wrong. These words made the corner of Song Anlin's mouth twitch. Am I capable of doing anything illegal? Song Anlin and Panin were the only two left in the classroom. Song Anlin looked at Panin. It had been a long time since he was last alone. Pam N. I'm transferring to your college. Well, the teacher just said that. My office has also changed. It's in office building 602, which is above the guide's office. It's a single office. If you have a problem you can come to me, or if you don't you can come to. Okay, I'll visit the teacher when I have time. Well, I found what you said about drinking coffee really good, so I'll make you coffee if it comes. Ha, no problem. After Panin finished watching Song Anlin stop talking, he thought she had finished and was ready to leave. Just as he took a step he was called to stop. Pam N. What's wrong, Mr. Song? Don't call me Mr. Song. Can you pass my friend request? I'm your guide now. Leaving the classroom, Yi Xinli came over. Anne, what did she want to talk to you about? So that I can make time to visit her. Nothing more. So, Where is Little An planning to go next? Do you want to sit at my house? Not quite enough time. Wait for the evening. Go to your house and let you taste my handiwork. Well, okay then. I'll leave Little An alone. Be safe, Little An. Bye. After sending off Yixinli, Pan An came to the school gate. Far from seeing An, Rushui waved her hand to him, and got into her car and drove towards Dujiang Farewell Garden. Only what Pan An didn't notice was the figure hiding at the side of the school gate. Pam, and are we going to the grocery store first? Well, after going grocery shopping the time should be 11 o'clock, and cooking will take almost an hour, so we'll have dinner by 12 o'clock. Okay, so what are we buying? See what you want to eat. It's alright, shrimp and fish and everything. I mostly just want to eat with you. Ribs for dinner? Eat. Pan An, don't work there anymore. Come to my company. I'll be your boss, so you can relax and get paid again. Isn't that a rap? What words? What words this is? How can you say so? You just want a family cook. This is nothing wrong. You look at so many full-time housewives outside. You think about it in a different way. Just transform the identity of the How can it be a package? In the end, Pan An didn't agree to An Ruoshue's proposal, stating that he was still too early for a formal job and it was inconvenient right now. And Ruoshue of course also argued. She said to the previous like that will be fine. Pan An did not reply, and Ruoshue also stopped there. She herself knew Pan An still did not completely forgive her. Driving to the mall supermarket, and Ruoshue is a little bit of high cold female president appearance are gone. Like a child ran to get the cart back. He even came over to Pan An with a look of begging for a compliment, lowering his head and waiting for Pan An to touch his head. This look of An Ruoshue Pan An cannot refuse. Hand on An Ruoshue head gently caress. Hair incomparably smooth. Feel. First class great. Hey, Pam, what kind of groceries are we going to get first? Check out the vegetable section first. Want lotus cabbage and radish? Yes. I'll see that the food is quite fresh over here. Then I'll go pick it out. Okay? Would you? Don't underestimate me. I've been doing some research lately. After proudly saying so, An Ruoshue pushed the cart and ran off to purchase ingredients. Pan An stayed put to see what other dishes he could buy. The hand was just about to grab a potato to check it out when it was covered by another hand. Turning his head to look at a rather pretty young woman, the young woman showed a smile to Pan An. But Pan An is not moving to draw back his hand. She has a heavy young woman's temperament on her body, and she also has a ring on her hand, so of course he has to stay away from it. Oh, how does a brother defend himself against me? It's okay, here you go. After saying that, Pan An was ready to leave, and just as he turned around, he was tugged by the sleeve. Don't be like that. It's not like my sister is going to steal it from you. Brother, let's get to know each other. No, I don't live around here. Then how can you buy groceries here? It's not possible that the younger brother already has a famous husband, is it? How much does it take to adopt a younger brother? Sister is very lonely. Pan An was about to speak in front of his body but was stopped by An Ruoshue, who blocked herself, her eyes staring at the young woman. Being blocked by An Ruoshue? At this moment An Rushue's temperament was no longer as juvenile as it was just now, and her cold, arrogant and noble temperament was displayed to the fullest. Roll. Yo, it's true that you've been adopted. So you've come to defend your master so quickly. And Ruoshue wouldn't be polite to this woman. Not to mention that what she said annoyed An Ruoshue. Pan An definitely didn't want to hear this. And if Pan An wasn't happy, then she was even more unhappy. Pop. With a backhand, he slapped the woman, hitting the young woman in the mouth with unerring precision. You, how dare you hit me? The young woman was more or less smoked blind. The neighborhood is full of rich and powerful people, and those who dare to make a move are almost none. And it was the first time she was beaten. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? The response was another slap, still on her mouth. And do you know who I am? And Ruoshue is not afraid of this woman. The Jiangyan Group family big business. How many celebrities in this neighborhood have cooperation with them? So what if there's no cooperation? She doesn't know if this woman's husband will bow down to her, but he will certainly bow down to her old man. You, who are you? The young woman hesitated in the middle of her words, and Ruoshue's temperament was too strong. She was really afraid that she would run into a big head. An Ruoshue, the president of Jiangyan Group. You can come to trouble me, but you might as well go back and ask your husband first. Ask him if he dares to mess with me. Saying that, she pulled Pan An away from the vegetable area. She just glimpsed that woman's hand touched Pan An the moment she rushed over to the past, and now she suddenly felt that Pan An alone would be very dangerous. There are quite a lot of women who are spying on him, and if one doesn't pay attention, he'll be taken advantage of. Mr. And was very powerful just now. Pan An coldly uttered such a sentence to flirt with An Ruoshue, and Ruoshue froze after hearing it and turned around in embarrassment. Her index fingers twisted together. No, it's not because that woman speaks badly. It's okay, no offense. Like I said before, I see you as cold and arrogant and mighty and also like your rotten innocence. Hearing this, and Ruwashua unexpectedly blushed a little and diverted her attention to start picking at the vegetables in the cart. Well, let's check out the meat section. And then we can head back afterward for some seafood. Good. And Rushua answered like a fine mosquito. After buying the ingredients, and Ruwashua once again drove back to Dujiang Farewell Court. Since the last time after a goodbye, Panon after 3 months once again returned to this house. Everything is the same as before. Only he returned to her side. Come on, Pam, will start now. Okay, dishes first. And Ruwashua enjoyed cooking with Panon, watching how Panon cooked while taking a small notebook to write it down, saying that she would show Panon her hand later as well. The time came to more than 12 o'clock. A table of sumptuous dishes had already been prepared, and Ruwashua brought rice to the table, and specially went to open the red wine. She sat down and raised her glass. Panon did the same, and the two of them clinked the walls of their glasses together, each taking a sip. It's been a while since I've tasted Pam's handiwork and I can't wait. Well, eat up, it was made especially for you. And Ruwashua picked up a piece of ribs and blew on it with a huff, then ate it into her mouth, her face full of enjoyment. Nah, Panon, do you have plans for the 4th of July vacation? Not yet. And Ruwashua was inwardly surprised. Good lord, then she's the first to ask Panon out. A vacation time where she takes Panon on a trip to repair her relationship, just in case she's rubbing off on a little spark. Isn't? Well, then, how about we go on a trip? That's still tentative. It should be scheduled. Well, then if there are no arrangements, go on a trip with me, okay? And Ruwashua eyed Panon, but Panon was unmoved and shook his head. If I promised you, I might miss my appointment, so I don't want that. But if I'm free on the 4th of July, I'll choose to travel with you. What about it? I'll do my strategy in the next few days and make sure to give you an immensely rewarding tour. At this time, and Ruwashua suddenly thought of something, as if she said wait for me before running upstairs and then coming back. Bam! Look at the cat. And Ruwashua lifted a white ragdoll cat up and handed it to Panon. You have a cat? Auntie is not. I made a deal with my mom that she wouldn't come to my place so I could have the cat, and her name is Inhu. Panon took and Ruwashua handed over Anon. The kitten was obedient and naturally nestled in Panon's lap, allowing Panon to jerk with confidence. Calling Anon is to take the first and last characters of your name and mine. You see, your name is Panon. My name is Ruwashua. We both have the character in. The superimposed characters will be cuter. And An's fur is as white as snow, so you can think of her as Mio, said Ruwashua, squatting next to Panon, one hand jerking off with Panon, the other hand propping up her head and looking at Panon. Panon looked at Ruwashua's burning gaze and roughly understood what she meant, lifting the kitten and placing it on the ground, then stroking her head. Well, let's eat first, it'll get cold later. Good. And Ruwashua, who had her head stroked, stood up contentedly and resumed her seat to eat lunch with Panon. After lunch the two chatted together on the couch for a while, and Ruwashua didn't say anything that would make things difficult for Panon. She just talked about how she was these days. Panon, do you have class this afternoon? Yeah, 2:30 class. Why don't you take a nap at my place then? And I'll take you to school at 2, okay? Again looking blearily at Panon. Panon finally agreed and stayed on Ruwashua's side, intending to take a nap. I did arrange for it to be cleaned after you left. It's all clean and the bedding was just changed. Panon walked into the bedroom, and just as Ruwashua had said, the bedroom was clean, and there was a fresh scent in the air. There's still that suit in the closet over here that I, didn't return. By the way, don't I have insomnia? I found a smoky incense that works well. After saying that, Ruwashua ran out and came back, with a small stove for incense in her hand. She set it at the head of Panon's bed and lighted it for Panon. The air conditioning temperature can be adjusted. I'll call you at 2 o'clock. Take a nap in peace. And Ruwashua closed the door and left the bedroom. Panon laid down on the bed. Should I not say that the bed was really comfortable? Smelling the incense, he fell asleep in no time. And at the moment he did, the door to his room was pushed open, and Ruwashua tiptoed in and closed the door softly. She walked over to Panon's bedside, slowly sat down and then lay down next to him, looking at the sleeping Panon. That's good. That's good. She, not greedy. Pam, it's 2 o'clock. Time to go to class. Panon slept extraordinarily well this time. He even kind of didn't want to get up. It's okay to fall asleep like this, right? Too sleepy? Let me call your counselor for a leave of absence. What's your counselor's phone number? My counselor's number? The counselor is Song Anlin. No, these two women had a fight yesterday. If we let them talk on the phone today, we're digging a hole for ourselves. Thinking of this, Panon instantly woke up, sat up and went to the bathroom to wash up, taking a towel with a fresh scent aside to wipe his face. When he came to the living room, and Ruoxue was already here waiting for him. Go. Getting in the car and Ruoxue sent Pan In to Haicheng University, and she didn't leave until Pan In's figure disappeared behind the school gates, and Ruoxue returned to Dujiang Farewell Garden. Saw the young woman at the entrance of the villa. No need to guess know what to do, because the young woman also stood beside a middle-aged man. Hey, and where are you? You don't reply to messages. It's time for class. Already downstairs. Took a nap and didn't get to return your message. Oh well, come on. You got a seat for you. At the same time, in the classroom, behind Yi Xinli, Duan Jie's gossipy heart was burning. So you're chasing Pan In backwards? Yeah, that's it for now. Pan In, this kid, surprisingly, has not yet agreed. You don't understand, little Anne, that's just the way he is. Yes, Pam is really quite good. Naturally, I can't be wrong about my vision. So you have to help me for the sake of little Anne's happiness. How can I help? It's simple. It's all about assisting when it's time to assist, creating chance encounters for me and all that. Well, here's little Anne. Little Anne. When he entered the classroom, Pan In heard Yi Xinli call himself, and Duan Jie sat behind Yi Xinli. The moment he sat down next to Yi Xinli, Pan In remembered that he didn't have a book with him, but the teacher wasn't too strict in this class, so it would be good to use one with Yi Xinli. Anne, you're too careless to bring a book. Came in a hurry and forgot. Hey, you can use one book with me then. Good. By the way, what kind of dish is Xiaoan planning to cook tonight? I wonder if I have enough ingredients there. Say. Then let's go to the food market together after class. Let's go to my house first. If we have enough ingredients we won't go there. More than we can eat will not be fresh. And rightly so. There were no hiccups in this class. And Yi Xinli enjoyed the time that Pan In was near her. Especially this kind of nearness in name only. She was even tempted to sneak into Pan In's dormitory and hide all of his books so that in the future Pan In would only be able to stick it to her. This was also limited to just thinking about it, and it was unlikely to actually materialize. Not to mention that Song Anlin would definitely not allow it, and might even order the two of them to be banned, and then steal a man himself. So this event allows random triggering, not fixed triggering. After class, Pan In and Duan Jie came to Yi Xinli's house together. Duan Jie was on the way to follow. And there was Pan In and Yi Xinli could not say anything. She's really pissed off right now. Isn't this being a light bulb? An assistant is not here to be a light bulb. It's purely a favor. So you rented an apartment over here? Yeah, it's easier for me to do everything if I live alone, without some no eyes bothering me. In that case, then Yi students are indeed independent. Kudos. My girlfriend is also like you. She rents her own house. In that case I suddenly miss her again. Yi Xinli is really headstrong. She must think of a way to drive away Duan Jie. There is this light bulb and how she can flirt with Pan In. Li, I see there's quite a lot of food in the fridge, so there's no need to go grocery shopping. Pan In, you cook? Yo. I've never even tasted your cooking, and I'm telling you that you're not seeing color. These words made Yi Xinli spit in her heart. It would be good if he saw color, but he was not that kind of person. Punin, can I stay and eat here? I'd love to try your handiwork as well. Well, you'll have to ask the owner of this place. Nah. Yi student, can I stay here for dinner? Yi Xinli can refuse it. Refuse to their own no good. Keep it is no harm. Had to nod. Duan Jie stayed yes. But he was left in the living room, sending him off to watch Adventures of the Light Bulb alone. And Yi Xinli went to the kitchen to give Pan In a hand. Anne, you're in good hands. It's okay. I learned it all online. Can I steal food? Eat it. It's just for you. Hey. Anne is the best. Duan Jie was listening extraordinarily clearly to the voices of these two in the living room, and now he really felt like he was a light bulb. But this Pan In and Yi Xinli obviously didn't establish their relationship, but they were even sweeter than him and Zhou Wan. Simply. Not a moment later another table of sumptuous dishes. Duan Jie, hard to praise Pan In Nyo, said that the next party will also be entrusted to him to do the dishes, is simply a top chef. Yi Xinli also counted on understanding the way to deal with Duan Jie. Just ignore him. As long as it wasn't a sticker with Pan In, it couldn't affect her, and she could brush up her favor with impunity. Here, and this I made. Try it. Yi Xinli handed a cup of milk tea to Pan In, which she had made herself, and Pan In took it and tasted it. Well, it's delicious. Hey, right. I made another flavor. My own. So, would you like a taste of that one? Said some shyly, took his milk teacup and handed it to Pan In. Pan In for a moment did not know whether to take it or not. This is considered an indirect kiss. Hey, you too. There are people here. Consider my feelings, okay? Yi Xinli retrieved the cup. Pan In lowered his head and coughed. Duan Jie really wanted to die. Really no one cared about his death? Continuing to eat, Duanjia ate a dish and complimented it. Pan was used to being praised and thought it was nothing. Tinkerbell. Duanjia's cell phone rang, and Yixinli inwardly began to pray that someone would call him away soon. Ah, you are back, now, well, I know. I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Duanjia didn't explain whose call it was. Instead he picked up his chopsticks and started to wolf down his food, finally adding a fried chicken leg into his mouth. My mom came back from abroad. Too sudden. Just got off the plane. Told me to go pick her up. Thanks for the hospitality today. I'll treat you two to dinner some other day. Go first. After saying that, Duanjia left in a hurry. Pan is a little clear about the situation. Duanjia, this guy seems to be particularly afraid of his mom. So this is not strange. Watching Duanjia leave Yixinli inside, yes. Then picked up the milk tea on the side and handed it to Pan once again. Anne, do you want to try some of mine? Pan turned around to see Yixinli handing the milk tea in front of him. Is this a question? Obviously not. Translate, little An, my milk tea for you. And I don't mind indirect kissing. Instead I prefer it. Pan was caught in a decision. Her eyes fixed on the clean white straw, with a faint lipstick mark at the mouth of the straw, so striking that a bead of sweat dripped from her forehead. This time Yixinli didn't seem like she was going to take a step back. That's how she thought. This kind of thing was very good feeling enhancing. As long as the other party accepted, then she could take it further and learn from it. Eventually Pan decided to play dumb and took it, taking a shallow sip before quickly putting it back. It's pretty tasty, too. Hey, I'll prepare it for you before class next time then. By the way, Anne, can I try yours? That flavor is the first time I've made it. I don't know how it is. It's pretty good. Aha, so I want to taste it. Okay, I'll taste it, said Yixinli. Snatched Pan's cup. Her mouth held the straw and took a sip, her face full of enjoyment. Very good indeed. Full of fruit and silky smooth. Ahem. Eat quickly. The food is getting cold. Hey. Yes. To this Yixinli planned through. Very satisfied. Happy to eat the dishes made by Pan. And from time to Pan add dishes. Why don't little An stay the night and stay here? Or not? That Duanjia kid is waiting for me. What's he waiting for you for? And you're overthinking it. I've got the guest bedroom here and I just bought new bedding. Buy one get one free. So it's okay. No. There will be a chance later. Well, okay. Then Anne, you can message me when you get back, huh? I'll just do the dishes. Good. It was already late when he left Yixinli's house, and it had rained a little not long ago, so the road was a little slippery, and Pan walked alone on his way back to the dormitory. The nearest road is the trestle bridge that crosses the artificial lake, with lotus leaves and flowers on both sides of the trestle bridge, and the artificial lake is surrounded by willows, whose branches ripple in the evening breeze. The moment he walked through the willows and stepped onto the bridge, Pan collided with a girl, and somewhat suddenly Pan didn't stand still and took 2 steps back. Sorry. It's okay. I wasn't watching where I was going. The girl stood still and straightened her hair, subsequently brushing a side of it behind her ear, before looking up at Pan. And with that look up, both of them froze, for eyes facing each other, their gazes not leaving for a moment. And in the end it was Pan who chose to speak first. Shirayuki, it's been a long time. After the young girl said this, the evening wind blew again, blowing up the young girl's white skirt and her cascading green silk. The young girl pulled her hair back while giggling at Pan. Feeling a little out of sorts, she covered her mouth with her hand, the teardrops in her eyes rolling down as the evening breeze blew, ticking on the wooden trestle and melting with the undried rain. The wind stopped, and with a smile on her face, Tang Shuriwei once again pulled up the green silk around her ears, her jade finger pointing to the trestle bridge at the back. Want to walk together? The two walked on the trestle bridge over the lake, walking step after step in silence. Tang Shuriwei was wearing a sleeveless dress. It was already autumn, and the cool air was rampant on the lake after the rain. She was cold as she clutched her arms with both hands to her chest, but she still had a smile on her lips. How have you been? Pan was the first to speak, his gaze looking towards the lake reflecting the glow of the street lamps, purposely avoiding Tang Shuriwei. Fine. And you? Same. It's just school and classes. Not boring but not much new. Pan's words were naturally not from his heart, and were only said for the sake of saying so to Tang Shuriwei. I'm pretty much the same. By the way, I actually think we brushed shoulders last night. Like this? I was feeling a little familiar too. Tang Shuriwei smiled and took a few steps forward, turning to look at Pan. Noon. I saw you. Is that one a girlfriend? Pan shook his head, his gaze still looking at the lake, while Tang Shuriwei instead had a touch more relaxation under her eyes. Well, does the agreement still stand? She asked this as she walked up to flank him and looked at the lake with him. Pan turned his head to look at her, His eyes were extraordinarily beautiful even in the darkness of the night. He didn't move for it and shook his head before looking back out at the lake and speaking slowly. From the moment you left without saying goodbye, Tang Shiriyue, you've already missed your appointment. It was probably a couple of years ago, the first day of school when Paman transferred from Mountain City's second high school to the first high school. Just after the morning reading period, the classroom is particularly noisy. Panan followed the homeroom teacher to the podium the moment the classroom is quieter. Quiet everyone. Let me introduce to you all, this is the new student who is transferred to our class. Panan. Welcome everyone. After saying that, the homeroom teacher took a step backward, leaving the stage to Panan, who would take a step forward and look around the stage as everyone looked at him. Hello everyone. I am Panan, the Pan of Song Kai Pan face, the Inn of An Run Side Burns in Autumn, living and studying with you all for the next 3 years. I hope you will take care of me. Applause rang out from the stage after Panan introduced himself. No one doesn't like handsome guys. Even guys are no exception. Not to mention that Panan looked down to earth and easy to get along with. Okay, Paman, you see yourself an empty seat and sit down. This one on the left is on leave. The others are empty. Good. After saying that, Panan walked down the podium with her bag on her back. Many of the girls sat down towards the inward seats, leaving the outside seats for Panan to sit down. Naturally, there were boys, too, greeting them with "Come sit here, brother." Hey, Hu Shui, your place is over the drinking fountain. Just be your Yaoji, guard yourself. Don't drag Panan along. Panan, you sit here with me. There were so many different opinions that Panan didn't know where to sit for a while, feeling that wherever he sat would cause others to be upset. It was at this point that Panan saw an extremely distinguished looking girl, a sitter, sitting on the outside, standing up and walking to the side, signaling Panan to sit inside. That seat was great. 3rd row from the bottom, 5th row from the front. The key thing was the window. And the other element was that the girl met the criteria of Panan's quest. Panan is not dead anyway. As long as there is an opportunity, will be shot and sunk, and so on and so forth. The girl stood up the moment the class also no longer argued, which made Panan puzzled. This beautiful girl is the class bearer? Despite this thought, there was no longer a need to choose, as Pam walked into the seat leaning in and sat down, and the girl resumed her seat, pretending to clean up the desk while waiting for the girl to speak up. It was mostly a risk for Panan to speak up without knowing what the other person was like. First period is language class. Thanks. No, my name is Tang Shiriyue. Hello Shizuki-san. After saying this, Panan was stunned. Just now, this will not be too familiar with themselves? Although the word classmate was added, but after all, the two of them met for the first time, and the two of them have only said 4 sentences together. Tang Shiriyue didn't say anything about this. Her face was still calm. No frown or disgust. Hello, Panan student, I would like to ask about the self-introduction you just made. I know the meaning of Song Kai Pan face. So what does "In Rin Sideburns Autumn" mean? This one, means to lament the passage of time without accomplishment. Or it can mean to lament growing old before one's time. Like this? Where does it come from? From the Song Dynasty's Zhao Changqing's Rue Partridge. Knotting 1,000 threads without overcoming sorrow. No wonder Anran's temples are in early fall. Mr. Panan seems to be very knowledgeable. It's also just online, which isn't much of a skill. After this sentence, the teacher walked into the classroom and started the first lesson. Tang Shiriyue was very attentive in class and could answer the teacher's questions precisely. And from time to time she would also check if Panan was keeping up with the progress. In the blink of an eye, the first class passed, and Tang Shiriyue left after writing the last word of her notes and giving Panan a word that she was going out for a while. Hey, Pam. Her shoulder was suddenly tapped. Punna turned around. It turned out to be the boy behind her. His tablemate left with Tang Shiriyue, supposedly to go to the bathroom. Pam, do you know who's at your table? Why do you ask? Tang Shiriyue, what's wrong? She is the school bully who managed to take the title of schoolflower in only 1 week of enrollment. And not only that, she is also the white moon dream girl of many male students. Like this? That's for sure. That's why at that time when choosing seats there weren't too many students who had the courage to sit next to her. But I have to say, brotherin, your face value I recognize, said Young Chan, raising his thumb to give Panan a nod. Panan smiled awkwardly and turned his head to look at the classroom door. Tang Shiriyue had already returned. The moment she sat back in her seat, she handed Panacea a Coke. Here you go, take care of yourself from now on. Wow, good. Panan dizzily took the Coke, not quite understanding for a moment. And it was at that moment when he didn't understand that Tang Shiriyue took out her language book and pulled over Panan's language book again. You're missing 2 lessons in notes. This one is still the key text. Give me your other textbooks. Whoops. Panan still didn't react too well right now, but he did whatever Tang Shiriyue told him to do anyway, and took out his main course bibliography. This one is 2 lessons short. This one is 1 lesson short. and this one is 3 lessons short. Panon opened the Coke and drank a mouthful. Not ice. No soul. This mouthful of down thoughts drifting away. The eyes look out the window. Far away is the playground. Just a few minutes of classroom also have students to play soccer. When Panon turned back, Tang Shuriwei was staring at him with her laptop in her arms. Her eyes not very friendly. And even Yang Chan in the back was worried for Panon. Panon of course realized that he had been rude and had planned to apologize. But Tang Shuriwei said nothing and placed the 2 notes in front of him. Here are my notes. And then, since I'm the study committee member, I'm going to urge you to make up for all these missed classes. Wow. Good. Panon opened the notebook. The handwriting is beautiful and neat. The content of the notes is organized and logical. For anyone is a cramming tool. And there's the fact that in addition to going to the restroom and eating, I'm going to give you lessons to help you catch up on your previous lessons. After listening to this first not to mention Panon what expression, alone before and after the table are shocked. How can this be? My goddess, how to autonomously propose to others to make up lessons. If they had known that the position of the same table was so popular, they would have been at the same table with Tang Shuriwei despite the pressure. Come on. The school beauty making up for the lessons a plot that only existed in novels and only appeared in their dreams. In this regard, Panon is also a little stunned. Confessing so many girls for the first time to meet the initiative of the first time he is a little uncomfortable. Not right, cannot just look at the surface. Her eyes once again looked at Tang Shuriwei, who was currently looking down at her textbook, holding a red pen encircling Panon's book. The right side of her hair hung down over her face, and the left side of her hair was gently pulled up behind her ear, leaving the delicate left side of her face to Panon. But the movement was casual, not a bit deliberate, as if the green silk would block her simply because there was light coming from the left side. Even Tang Shuriwei's eyes had been on the textbook, not bothering to look at Panon, and for the book's key points to be found precisely. It seemed that there was no Panon next to her, or maybe she didn't care about Panon. Coming up, analyzing the time. There are 2 possibilities at the moment. Possibility 1, she likes me. The schoolgirl, the white moonlight, the goddess, taking such care of me right after we met. Why doesn't she do that to others? She likes me, convinced. Result, I'm just helping you with your tutoring. I'd do it for anyone else. You're really poo-pooing it like that. Down head. Who'd like you? Confirmed as Joker. Possibility number 2, that's just how she is. People are just helping out the transfer students, and is the same table, the future will have to help each other. This is actually quite normal. Seen the big waves after this trick is not a glance through heavy checkmark. Result, in the daily contact of the day-to-day love, the 2 gradually ambiguous, and ultimately in a certain sunset confession, the lovers are finally married. It's a good thing to be congratulated. That's why it's so important to say that Pam won't fall into a woman's trap of rejecting the 3 biggest moments of confidence in her life. She likes me. I can do it. And I'm so handsome, it's true. The next moment is Panon's time to hide his clumsiness. He will for those things he will. So if Tang Shuriwei teaches him when he is better than Tang Shuriwei teaches him, then Tang Shuriwei will not only feel disgraced but will also not teach herself. So Panon chooses to play dumb in exchange for the time they spend together. The second class began. The teacher stepped up to the podium to start the lesson, and Pam began to act out the scene. The first step can't be choosing to go to sleep or do anything else. The optimal choice is to have your mind anchor or go off on a tangent. So Panon shows the time when Tang Shuriwei was taking notes to pretend to look out the window, his eyes dull and his thoughts drifting away. The elbow was bumped by Tang Shuriwei just a second ago. Panon came back to his senses and started to take notes, pretending to be hard to be seen. Behind him, Yang Chan's back teeth are all going to be gritted. This kid is in the blessing of not knowing the blessing. Change him to be Pan and definitely want to listen to the lesson, even if he pretends that he cannot let Tang Shuriwei disappointed. If Panon knew what Yang Chan was thinking, he would definitely say, dude, you're getting fished into a warped mouth. This is just the beginning. Then it's going to get slowly worse. Wait, something doesn't seem right. How do I feel like I'm yellow? Bad students abduct the white moonlight, leaving the lickspittles to grieve alone. I won't go into details. Know what I'm talking about. Ahem. To get back to the point, Panon took notes halfway through. The teacher had already started the next place to explain, and the blackboard was then erased. Seeing this, the pen in Panon's hand began to turn. Her hand propped up on her chin to watch the teacher continue to explain. How could Tang Shuriwei allow Panon to be like this? The moment the teacher turned around, she grabbed Panon's hand and snatched the pen. Many people in the class saw this scene, and their jaws dropped. Goddess! Goddess! She shook another man's hand. Originally, Tang Shuriwei did not intend to do so. She wanted to bump Panon's arm, but Panon turned the pen too fast, and she was afraid to give the pen in Panon's hand a bump off. Tang Shuriwei pulled over her notes and placed them in the center, then handed the pen to Panon, her small mouth pouting slightly as she expressed her little emotion. Panon was much better behaved after receiving the pen. and listened to the teacher after taking notes peacefully, and this time the notes didn't fall behind. In moderation. Keep it in check or it's just counterproductive. Now that he was in the testing stage, Pan-in couldn't go too far. So this was good enough to make Tang Shuriwei want to mind her own business and not bore her. In the blink of an eye, class was over. The middle class was recess. Everyone could take a break. Tang Shuriwei went outside the classroom with Yang Can's desk again. Pan-in, I envy you. Don't envy me. I'm a joke too. If you laugh at me it's comedy. I'm still the main character. The clown. Not really. While Pan-in was chatting with Yang Chan at the same time, Tang Shuriwei and Su Rong, Yang Chan's tablemate, were also chatting in front of the vending machine. Hey, my Tang goddess, you really like Pan-in. I don't deny that he is indeed a bit handsome and looks literal and good to get along with, but it's a matter of understanding, okay? I know, but I just believe in love at first sight, and you take that first. What love at first sight? That's all seeing color. I'm too embarrassed to recognize you. Besides, you have to know him. Last class he had a lot of small movements in class. And then there's the fact that the handsome ones are scummy. And maybe they're still lousy crotches. No listen. If he was good in every way I'd have to wonder how anyone could be so perfect. As if to seemingly plug Su Rong's mouth, Tang Shuriwei bought a loaf of bread and threw it into Su Rong's arms as she shook the coffee on her hand and finished the sentence before running off first. Su Rong took the bread and shook her head. How is it that Goddess Tang is still a love brain? I just hope that Pan-in is not a scumbag. Tang Shuriwei returned to the classroom and sat down beside Pan-in, pulling out bread from her white school uniform as if by magic, then pressing it into Pan-in's hand. Here, be more serious in class. Pan-in was once again dismayed. Is this paying so much to get me to study properly? Illusion. It's all an illusion. Yang Chan, Pan-in, damn you to hell. Finish eating quickly and I'll give you a head start on your language. Whoops. Tang Shuriwei pulls back the coffee pull ring to take a sip, and Pan-in eats the bread and listens as Tang Shuriwei explains the missing 2 lesson highlights. Yang Can stood at the back window of the classroom, looking at the clouds in the sky. He seemed to have seen through the red dust. When Pan-in finished eating, he plopped down next to the book, and Tang Shuriwei sat on her side, the two of them leaning very, very close, her hand right in front of Pan-in's eyes, pointing at passages and explaining them. The seemingly absent body odor in the air teased Pan-in's nose. Tang Shuriwei's delicate face was close at hand, and her good-looking agaric nose twitched from time to time. In order not to block the light, she wrapped up the left side of the green silk. Snow-white gooseneck in the sunlight is particularly beautiful, and even vaguely visible veins underneath. Good-looking turquoise eyes blinking against the morning sun. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? No. The thought broke down. Seriously. The words are so, but Tang Shuriwei's heart is happy. Can attract the favorite person, of course happy? Each small action is also her carefully designed to say. Watching the moist red lips open and close, the class period passed like this. I don't know if it was to take care of Pan-in or what. Tang Shuriwei's lecture was very slow. She only spoke 1/5 of a lesson. Alright, class is over. We'll talk about it later in class. This is chemistry class, so don't be wandering off. After the class, Pan-in was honest. Not honest that would not give face to Tang Shuriwei. Pam didn't do anything bad in this class, or in the last math class, except that her mind broke down for a second and came back to her senses after being bumped on the elbow by Tang Shuriwei. The time came to noon. After the teacher said class was over, a few students started out, and in that moment they were bolt. Hey, Pam, we're going to dinner and I'll show you around campus. Behind him, Yang Chan tapped Pan-in on the shoulder and said with a smile. Pan-in turned his head back. Also, when he turned back, Tang Shuriwei turned back after him, only to have her pretty willow eyebrows furrowed. Su Rong inwardly shouted out bad when she saw it. Come to dinner with me. After saying that, she pulled up Yang Can's arm and tugged it outward. Yang Can was a bit confused, but in his heart he liked Su Rong. Being tugged outward like that inevitably aroused his dog-licking soul. Well, what's for dinner? It's on me. Just come with me. No need for you to invite me. The duo left the classroom in a jostling mood, and with only Pan-in and Tang Shuriwei left in the classroom now, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Why don't Shizuki-san show me around the campus? The cafeteria is huge. You don't have to wait in line for a long time, so go ahead and eat. Ooh, good. Following Tang Shuriwei as they walked outside, it was now lunch break and the corridors were filled with pairs of students walking together to the cafeteria. Tang Shuriwei didn't say anything. She walked quietly, and Pan-in didn't know how to open his mouth or ask something for a while. You were in the 2nd grade before? In the end, it was Tang Shuriwei who asked first. Yes. My parents' jobs moved to near the first school, so I go to school over here. So, where are you staying then? Tang Shuriwei herself hadn't noticed that her words carried a slight hint of anticipation, and of course Pan-in hadn't heard it either. It's just east of the school in that happy garden. This way. I live in the Scholastic Garden next to the Happy Garden. Such a coincidence? Then we can go home together after school. Tang Shiyue nodded her head and didn't say anything. The matter of her liking Pan-in, she couldn't say it outright. Just like Su Rong said she didn't know Pan-in. She wanted to confess after a period of time and with a foundation of affection, but she actually preferred to take Pan-in with her charms and let him confess to her. He might be rejected if he confessed his love to Pan-in. After all, Pan-in didn't look like an ordinary boy, so it made sense that he would reject him even if he did. Direct confession has an 80% chance of failure. 30% is her confidence in herself. The longer we get along, the higher the probability of success of confession. But ultimately it is not 100%. But wouldn't the success rate be 100% if she used her charm to take down Pan-in and get him to confess to her? She would definitely agree. It would be nice if that were true. Do you have any contraindications, Pam? No, it's all edible. So what do you want to eat? Well, both. So we're having barbecue bibimbap? Could be. The duo walked towards the barbecue bibimbap line and instantly attracted a wave of stares. Pan-in was used to this, and naturally so was Tang Shiyue. Being named the school's flower girl was very noticeable wherever she went, and she had gotten used to it over time. The two bought a good barbecue meat bibimbap and sat opposite each other, quietly eating their meals. The surrounding eyes have been watching the two. Although the two did not say anything, can be very clear in their hearts. All unspoken, did not talk to each other. This kind of crowded place, any move will be rumors flying all over the sky. Maybe he gave Tang Shiyue to pass a pair of chopsticks will be on the gossip list first. Shocker, a transfer student did this to a schoolgirl. A transfer student with a secret crush on the schoolgirl? Is this a long time coming, or is it a plot? So the two of them ate their meal in silence, without saying anything more. Others in How to Think can only say that the school flower to take the transfer student to stroll around the campus, worthy of being the school flower. Moral, intellectual, physical, social and aesthetic all. After eating, the two left the cafeteria, stepped out of the cafeteria only when a sigh of relief. The pace turned to the playground. The school is also just a few places. The cafeteria playground, the teaching building 123, the office building 12, the experimental building, the auditorium, the gymnasium, the dormitory. There are not many students living in the dormitory. In the first school, students' homes are very close to each other. The general accommodation of the students are no one at home. Parents have been working kind of. What does Shizuki-san usually do at home? Coming, Pan-in's interest in understanding the moment, the so-called symptomatic casting. Know your enemy and know yourself. Pan-in will not rashly zip into the fog. Just call me Shiryuki. It's too awkward to keep calling me classmate. We're going to be deskmates for a long time yet. Well, I usually practice at home. Or read or something. Practicing the piano? Piano? It's a violin, but it's not played too well. This statement was actually Tang Shiyue's modesty. And it was overly modest. She had only previously won the first prize in the National Primary School Student Violin Competition. Why do you say that? She has her own little mind. You will want to hear it instead of me pulling it badly. On the other hand is that I will pull it badly and also pull it well for you specifically. She thought so anyway, and Pan-in didn't really think that a schoolteacher like Tang Shiyue really pulled it off poorly. So Pam, what do you usually do at home? I take time to draw for fun if I do. But of course I'm not very good at self-taught is all. Drawing? Can you draw me sometime? But the drawing isn't really good. It's fine. It's fine. I just wanted to see your painting skills. Pan-in. Good. After a brief stroll around the campus, Pan-in followed Tang Shiyue back to the classroom. And during the noon hour, Tang Shiyue continued to lecture Pan-in, who chose to walk away from time to time to increase communication. And the time passed. Come afternoon. 3 classes and a study hall. Nothing different. And in the blink of an eye it was time for school to end. They don't have to study late at their level. They will need to when they move up a level. So the end of the last class is also the end of school. And this. Tang Shiyue put her notebook in Pan-in's school bag. What's this one? My notes. In the language. You go back and make them up. You're not even a note taker. That's not good. So, without thinking much about it, he put away his books and zipped them up ready to leave. Hey Pan-in. I'll give you a ride on a 2 to 8 bar. Yang Chan, who had skipped class during self-study, suddenly appeared at the back door of the classroom. Su Rong saw this and hurriedly confirmed Tang Shiyue's expression. Unsurprisingly, Tang Shiyue's face was not looking too good right now, as if she had already been thinking about where it would be better to bury Yang Chan. And I don't see you giving me a ride, said Su Rong as she kicked Yang Chan in the ass. Auntie, you're in the West not by the way Pan-in and I just happened to be by the way. Can't you commiserate without a ride? Fine. Walk on. I'll walk you. Yang Can's dog-licking soul reappeared, and now he was beyond sure that Su Rong liked him. Otherwise how could he specifically look for him to deliver it? He. Seeing Yang Chan being pulled away by Su Rong, Tang Shiriyue sighed in relief and looked towards Pan En, who had his head lowered in deep thought as if he was trying to figure something out. Tang Shiriyue felt bad when she saw this. She wouldn't be about to be discovered by Pan and that Su Rong was creating opportunities for herself, right? Then Pan En uttered this. Shiriyue, does Su Rong like Yang Chan? Well, maybe. Aha, the two look like they're just happy-go-lucky people. Very much in line with the couple's persona in the novel. Ahem, you're right. Let's go then. It's getting late. Good. It was true that it had gotten a little darker as we walked out of the school gates, but luckily it wasn't dark, and there was only a sliver of the evening sunset left hanging in the far reaches of the sky. Tang Shiriyue spoke to Pan in one sentence at a time, both academically and in class, and Pan En likewise shared that he knew interesting things. Just like that the not-so-long road turned into the downstairs of Tang Shiriyue's house. Well, I'm home now. Pam, you go back and remember to copy your notes. Okay, bye. Well, bye. You be safe. After saying that, Tang Shiriyue turned around and walked in the direction of her house. After she had taken about 4 or 5 steps, Pan En called out to her. Shirayuki. Tang Shiriyue turned back to Pan En. Pan En didn't say anything, so the two of them gazed at each other for 2 seconds. Just as Tang Shiriyue's heart was frantically guessing, Pan En opened his mouth. Well, your hair, it's messed up. Ha! Pan En didn't continue, waving his hand at Tang Shiriyue, signaling that she was fine, and then turned around to leave in the direction of his house. Pan En, this move for the appetizing, can let the girls have been thinking about what they are actually going to say. Useful or not, in fact does not affect their own loaded to the line. The truth was that he had not only faked it, but had also tickled Tang Shiriyue's heart so much that she shouldn't be able to sleep well tonight, and would be tossing and turning wondering what Pan En was really going to say. When she got home, Tang Shiriyue remembered that she hadn't added Pan En's V. Now she couldn't ask even if she wanted to, and it was just hard. Tang Shiriyue entered the door. The home lights were on, indicating that there was someone at home. She changed her shoes and walked into the house. Her father Tang Chanren was holding a newspaper and looking at it. Shirayuki is back. Well, Daddy, are you still messing with Mommy? Well, if your mom wants to make a scene, then let's make a scene with her to the end. It's fine. It won't affect you. Just study hard and give your dad a word if there's anything you need. Aha. Tang Shiriyue then walked back to her bedroom. She opened the window and looked out of it just at the happy garden. Pan En shouldn't have arrived home by now, right? Tonight was extraordinary. Everyone went to bed early. Only Tang Shiriyue tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Now her hair was really messy. What exactly did Pan En mean by that at the time? Time came to the next morning. Tang Shiriyue got up early. She did not know where Pan En's house was, and did not have Pan En contact information, so she could only get up early and pretend to have a chance encounter. After waiting for half an hour, Pam finally showed up. Pam En. Shirayuki, are you up so early? No, just got out to see if I could run into you and let me check your notes. Well, it's not finished copying. Let's see how many words you've copied. Discovered. I knew you wouldn't be a good copy. Tang Shiriyue's small mouth pouted slightly, but she didn't blame Pan En much. She also knew moderation. Not long after walking forward, there was a breakfast store. This time it was Pan En who bought breakfast for Tang Shiriyue to eat. After all, she also bought it for herself yesterday. Will 3 buns and a cup of soy milk be enough? Enough? I'm not a pig. Ha ha, I didn't say that. The duo ate breakfast as they walked to school, and high school life began. After arriving at the school, Pan En took the initiative to ask for Tang Shiriyue's V, and the two chatted not only in person anymore. Every day Tang Shiriyue gave Pan En extra lessons and urged Pan En to copy notes. Pan En's performance got better every day, but he still deserted from time to time. This time the two went home separately after school. Pan En had been with Tang Shiriyue for 3 months now, and was generally amicable, so it seemed appropriate to confess their love. Pan En did not choose to confess, although in his opinion Tang Shiriyue was no different to him than she was to anyone else, but it was limited to making up lectures and supervising the copying of notes. The two of them going to and from school in pairs and eating breakfast together. Does this seem more akin to a childhood friend? So of course Pan En wouldn't choose to step on traps. He wanted to rise in height, rise to heights that didn't belong like before. But it's not about that kind of thing, huh? Don't get any ideas. It's about hanging out together, going on a date or something, and using that as an opportunity to rise emotionally. An emotional estrangement often begins with resistance to intimacy. If Tang Shiriyue's refusal of his invitation indicated that she really didn't have any interest in him, then he could have chosen to confess his feelings earlier and relieve himself earlier by refusing any fishing. So when he got home, Pan En finished his meal and wondered what he should invite Tang Shiriyue to go with him. I think touching your hair was just a simple test. While singing and chatting with Tang Shiriyue, Tang Shuriwei was also excited about chatting with Pan-en. No matter what Pan-en chatted about, she was able to talk to each other. And if she didn't know, she would search to keep the topic from getting cold. Sure you, so that's how it is. Pan-en, you know a lot. Pan-en also learned about it online. Pan, that's right. Shirayuki, what's wrong? Pan-en, why don't we go to the movies tomorrow? Shioki, yeah. Pan-en, my family gave 2 tickets. They had things to do so they couldn't go. And that guy Yang-chan didn't know what he was up to. Pan-en didn't notice that Tang Shuriwei had replied to herself in seconds when she typed this, and only realized after typing it that she had already been replied to, and without any hesitation. She didn't care what kind of excuses Pan-en had. She knew that Pan-en also liked herself, but she wasn't completely sure of herself and didn't dare to attack. Pan, so, I'll see you tomorrow night then? Shioki, yeah. Pan, then, meet me downstairs at your house tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Shioki, good. Pan-en didn't expect it to be so easy. Do you need another activity after the movie? A walk? Going for milk tea? Go to the night market? Time came to the next day. Pan-en specially took a shower, blew his hair and then went out of the house to the downstairs of Tang Shuriwei's house. From a distance, he saw her standing right there, small green bag in her hand, dressed in a white dress, her eyes looking into the sunset in the distance to her right. The green silk is still as soft, with the evening wind gently blowing will be fluttering with the wind. She raised her hand to bind the hair on the face, pulled to the moment behind the ear also saw Pan-en. In an instant a smile appeared on her otherwise calm face, and she raised her hand, not too high, and waved at this Pan-en. Pan-en, you're here. Well, it's been a long time. It's okay, I just came down. By the way, you buy me a movie, I'll buy you a milk tea. It was only then that Pan-en realized that there was a milk tea bag behind her small bag, from which she took out a cup and handed it to Pan-en. Who took it? Go? Well, go. The movie Pan shows wasn't a romance, and the intent couldn't be too obvious, so he bought a suspense movie so that there was nothing to suspect. The duo sat in the lounge area outside the theater waiting for the movie to start. Tang Shuriwei taking small sips of milk tea and Pan-en playing with his phone. Tang Shuriwei was a bit upset. What's wrong with this person? Such a big beautiful woman sitting next to him and he ignored it? Pretty girl, can you add a VX? The hitchhiker who suddenly appeared beside her hit Tang Shuriwei off guard and almost spit out the milk tea in her mouth. The arrival of the accosting man Pan-en put down his cell phone. This person will not look at the occasion? He and Tang Shuriwei, not to say a match made in heaven, is also regarded as a man and a woman. He can see at a glance that the two are not a couple. Not? No, I don't add strangers. You're not a stranger after you've met. For Tang Shuriwei's refusal, the hitchhiking man did not die and still wanted to add her. But I don't want to get acquainted with you. Come on, it won't hurt to get acquainted. The hitchhiker said and tried to get closer to Tang Shuriwei. But the next second Pan-en's arm was in front of his chest. Pan-en was half a head taller than him. For a while the hitchhiker was still in a bit of a dilemma. But when he looked at Pan-en, who was handsome but literal, he was ready to push Pan-en a little. And then he was grabbed by Pan-en and twisted his finger. And the pain swept over the hitchhiker and brought him half to his knees. Ouch! 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 Brother! Wrong! Get lost! For the first time since the beginning, this was the first time Pam had opened her mouth. And the man rolled aside after Pam let go of her hand, holding it so that it did seem to hurt. Tang Shuriwei walked to Pan-en's side and pulled Pan-en's sleeve. She didn't want anything to happen to Pan-en. The hitchhiking man was quite sensible and climbed up and left. Pam-en, the movie's about to start. Good. It was just a small episode, but it showed the attitude of both sides towards each other. Tang Shuriwei would not allow anyone other than Pan-en to approach her with anything less than pure intentions. And so was Pan-en, who likewise would not allow anyone to approach a girl he liked without simply being there. It wasn't bullying. It was a principle that had to be in place. Walked into the theater, found a seat and sat down. This movie was not crowded. The theater was only half full. The two of them sat next to each other. There was always a period of time before the movie played with commercials and whatnot, and that was also when Tang Shuriwei looked sideways at Pan-en and asked, I saw you as a civilized person, Pan-en, but I didn't expect you to be quite powerful. No. Only know a little proper self-defense. Still couldn't fight if there were 2 or 3 of them. It's okay, that would be awesome. The way you just blocked that guy was really cool. I've always been handsome. Stinky, ha. You don't want to think of me as Mr. Nice Guy, ha. The movie opened. The two watched the movie with great interest, and some of the gory images in the middle made Tang Shuriwei a little afraid to open her eyes to see. Every now and then a sudden frightening image would startle her as well, and she would coldly take Pan-en's hand, then naturally release it as if nothing had happened. Tang Shuriwei, this is a test. She was scared is true, but holding Pan-en's hand is what she wanted. Pan-en did not escape. She repeated this, that is, holding Pan-en's hand that moment she was at ease. Time flies, the movie is over. And the ending is still a Chinese ending, where the murderer will suddenly open his eyes even though he is clearly dead, and some will be a sudden movement of his fingers. But it had to be said that the movie was great, and Tang Shiriyue shook her empty milk teacup, which she had just finished while watching the movie, and the milk tea straw had just been flattened by biting it out of nervousness. Pam, where are we going now? It's after 9 o'clock. Let's go to the night market for a snack? Yeah. Leaving the studio, did not go far is the night market. A long street on the left and right are all kinds of snacks. Spicy hot duck blood soup, flour armor barbecue, all kinds of snacks are available. Tang Shiriyue bought 2 cupcakes, one of which she handed to Panin, who in turn bought her another cup of milk tea, and the two of them arrived at the park while walking and eating. The park was built along the river, with a long cobblestone road. The roadside is a wetland. This time has stepped into the late fall. The park trees are no longer lush. The night of the park is also not many people. The two walked in silence on the path. After passing through the park, Tang Shiriyue ran forward a few steps, came to the guardrail by the river, propped up the guardrail to look at the river at night. The opposite bank is the busy night scene of the mountain city. On the river only a little bright light. Wow! She screamed loudly into the evening breeze as Panacea walked up to her and she stopped, a smile on her face. The wind blew her to her hair recklessly, and she looked at Panin with eyes that seemed to have the brightness and dazzle of 10,000 stars. The wind is very boisterous tonight in Pangan. The wind was strong, and Tang Shiriyue spoke just as loudly. She was afraid that Panin wouldn't be able to hear her. Pam, where do you want to go to school afterward? I don't know. Maybe to KYU? Really? You'll have to work hard then. After saying this, another gust of wind blew and her white dress fluttered. Her dress wasn't exactly thick and such a gust of wind made her sneeze. Panin took off his jacket and covered her shoulders, but Tang Shiriyue didn't care. She was happy today. More like sprightly, as if she had a lot to say. It's 10 o'clock. Come on, time to go home. Well, it's actually okay to stay a little longer. Tang Shiriyue twisted her body and raised her head to look at Panin. She was draped in Panin's jacket, which flowed with her hair as she raised her head to meet Panin's eyes. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Tang Shiriyue's eyes slowly closed. Panin encircled Tang Shiriyue, and the two of them pressed their lips together. Walking downstairs to Tang Shiriyue's house, Tang Shiriyue returned her jacket to Panin, smiled faintly at Panin, and turned her head to run to her house. Panin didn't know if he was right to do that just now. He only knew that if he didn't kiss that he might regret it for the rest of his life. And how many people would angrily spray "You are still not a man, ah?" While those people shuddered to think how good the mouth was to kiss, he had already kissed it. And you can't tell. It felt pretty good. You don't dare to think about it. You're all cowards. Not him, the daredevil. Tang Shiriyue pushed the door in. The sound of arguing followed. The living room was also accompanied by the sound of jostling. Tang Shiriyue frowned, changed her shoes and walked into the living room. Tang Changren, you must divorce this marriage today. Did I say no divorce? What the hell do you want? You shrew? What do? I don't do anything. I'm going to get a divorce tomorrow and you will follow me. Shiryu is fine here. Why should she go with you? Just by the fact that I can give Shiryu better. You'll just stay nestled in this small city forever, never seeing the prosperity of the outside world. Roll, you get out now. Sure, Yuki, you go to your room. Your mom can't take you. After saying that, Tang Changren pulled his daughter and stuffed her into the bedroom, then tugged his own wife outward. Tang Shiriyue wasn't paying attention to the quarrel outside the house as she walked towards the window, the evening breeze blowing outside the window, her gaze looking towards the happy garden. If only she had just said it. Her fingertips brushed her watery lips. The argument between her parents had lasted for an unknown length of time, but it was clear to her that it had occurred after her mother had returned from abroad, and she had wanted her father to live abroad with her, and as he had lived here for a long time he naturally refused to allow it. He angrily denounced his mother as a foreigner and argued with her, so she chose to separate. However, every now and then they would still come to persuade their father to leave the country, and the result was the same, a disagreement, which led to the couple's relationship getting worse and worse, to the point where they are now in a divorce. Tang Shiriyue knew that her parents' divorce would benefit no one, and her mother wouldn't want her father's property. The only thing they cared about now was who she was with. Tang Shiriyue didn't want to go abroad. She didn't want to leave this place where she had lived for almost 20 years, where she was born, where there were people she loved and people who loved her. However, if the father goes to court with the mother, the father will most likely lose, and her custody should go to the mother, and her own choices won't make any sense to her. The next day the two are still the same as usual. It is said that recently in the investigation of early love, so the two only after school will have intimacy. In school is too good boy. Tang Shiriyue didn't give Panin a word about what was going on in the family. She didn't want Panin to worry about herself, and it wasn't at the final stage now, so even if she gave Panin a word it wouldn't do any good. and he couldn't help or sleep. Shirayuki, it's winter vacation soon. Will you go back home or something? Well, no. My grandmother died a long time ago and should be over here for New Year's this year. In that case, I might have to make a trip back home to visit my grandmother in the next few days, and spend New Year's over here afterward as well. So are you coming out for New Year's? Yeah. The days flew by, time blinked and it was winter vacation. Panon and Tang Shirayue said goodbye and went back to their hometown to visit their grandmother. Tang Shirayue chatted with Panon on her cell phone every day at home. It had been a long time since her parents' divorce, and she didn't know how much longer she would be able to stay here, so she extraordinarily cherished every day she spent with Panon. From the morning he had to call Pam to wake up, and every day he shared his daily routine with Pam, telling a different story. Her parents' lawsuit for her custody finally came to an end, and her father still didn't fight over her mother, and her custody eventually went to her mother. So you're spending New Year's here? Yeah, it's the last New Year's Eve anyway, so I'll go with you when it's over. Okay, you come see me after New Year's and the passport is ready for you. Aha. Mother left. Tang Shirayue sat in her house, looking up at the sky, her father moping in the living room. For the first time he felt like such a failure, looking at her daughter's room for a long time to open his mouth. The sky became dark and cloudy as the first snowflake of the year descended from the sky and drifted down into Tang Shirayue's windowsill. Shirayue, Panon, it's snowing. Pen, well, it's down on my end, too, and I'm going back tomorrow. Shirayuki, so happy to see you again. Panon, I'll see you every day from now on. If only that were true. Tang Shirayue looked at her cell phone screen. Her replies were all sunny. She didn't bring her bad mood to Panon. She just mumbled this to herself. The time came the next day. When Panon came back he saw Tang Shirayue standing under his house. She may have been standing here for a long time, and there were still a few snowflakes on her green silk as she huffed and rubbed her frozen, reddened hands. Pam N, you're here. Tang Shirayue looked up in surprise and quickly walked over to Panon and jumped into his arms, smelling the reassuring scent again after a long time. Panon unwrapped the scarf and put it around Tang Shirayue's neck. The thick scarf buried half of her small face, but the residual heat on the scarf dispelled all the cold she had just experienced. Red scarf around the face. Frozen white face in the scarf set off more snow white. Panon rubbed Tang Shirayue's head and swept away the snowflakes for her. I'll go up and put my bags away and take you to dinner afterward. Good. Tang Shirayue lowered her head, her small face buried in the scarf, and her breath was filled with Panon's scent. Panon put his luggage and then went downstairs to take Tang Shirayue to a hot pot restaurant. A hot pot in this kind of weather is the most refreshing. Meanwhile, Panon is planning a confession, and the two of them seem to be no different from a real couple, but in Panon's opinion, love without confession is not perfect, so he will make up for this regret on the New Year's Eve soon. Shirayuki, are you full? Full? Haven't been this full in a while. Yeah, then next time, I'll take you for more meals. That won't work, it'll get fat, and you care about that. Humph, I'm requisitioning your scarf. Fine, I'll give it to you. The days passed quickly. The two always come out every day to play together, sometimes watching the snow, sometimes we'll be together in the park to build a snowman, and sometimes we'll go to the square to feed the pigeons. Time is very fast but very full. In the blink of an eye came the day of New Year's Eve, and the two of them were at peace with each other during the day, intending to come out together again in the evening. Panon's family of three ate their New Year's Eve dinner. Tang Shirayue and her father both ate their last New Year's Eve dinner as father and daughter, a meal that her father made extraordinarily sumptuous, even with only father and daughter making 13 dishes. Shirayuki, Daddy's useless. It's okay, Dad. I'll come back to see you if I get the chance. Okay, Dad. I'm going to go cross over with my classmates. Tang Shirayue left. Tang Chongren sat alone in front of the TV and watched the Spring Festival Gala, but he was not happy at all. A good home has become like this. Shirayuki. Tang Shirayue went downstairs and saw Panon waving at her. She busily ran over and took Panon's hand. Go. The two walked down the street. The New Year's atmosphere is very strong. Everywhere is decorated with lights and lanterns. There are children's laughter everywhere, and the occasional sound of firecrackers. The two walked down the street talking and laughing. Tang Shirayue today like the first New Year's Eve. To the street everything wants to see. Panon does not know is that Tang Shirayue wants to remember all this. Shirayuki, here. This is fairy wand? Well, you can make a New Year's wish by tapping on it, and then you can start counting down to the new year. Tang Shirayue happily took the fairy wand and lit it. Instantly bright sparkling fireworks appeared. Tang Shirayue held up the fairy wand and waved it, and when it was about to burn out, she put her hands together and lowered her head to make a New Year's wish. What did you wish for, Shirayuki? Wishes? They don't work if you say them out loud. So do you want to know what I wished for? What? Take yours in exchange. Yeah, you first. I hope we'll stay together in the new year as well. Tang Shuriwei was stunned. She didn't know what to say. She also didn't want to leave Pan An. But she also didn't know how the future. She didn't want to delay Pan An's future. And even more so, she didn't want to ruin her. Thinking of this, the tears cannot stop flowing down. Wearing gloves to wipe tears cannot wipe clean. Pan An see this but anxious. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Okay. I won't change your wish. Don't cry. Pan An took Tang Shuryu into his arms, and she buried herself in Pan An's shoulder as the New Year's bell rang. 10, 9, 8. The people on the street shouted together, and Pan An counted down with them. Tang Shuriwei counted down in a mosquito-like voice as well. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Tang Shuriwei gets out of Pan An's arms and dominantly wraps her arms around Pan An's neck and forcefully kisses Pan An, who reacts by kissing her for a minute. As her lips parted, Tang Shiryue's eyes were watery as she looked deeply at Pan An. Shirayuki, I like you. Just like that. The words of confession were simply said, but unexpectedly Tang Shuriwei didn't give him an immediate reply. Instead she took a step backward. Pam, walk with me, will you? The two continued to walk down the street. The atmosphere of the new year was extraordinarily thick. Everywhere was full of laughter. Pan An didn't think much about what had just happened, and he was relieved that there was no good guy card. At least by default, wasn't it? After nearly 2 hours of walking, the two of them sat down on a street-side chair. Tang Shuriwei relied on Pan An's shoulder. She squinted her eyes and fell asleep. Pan An looked at the delicate face in front of him. He smiled, and squinted himself according to Tang Shuriwei. Unconsciously it was 6 o'clock. Tang Shuriwei shook Pan An. Her eyes contained tears. Pan An did not know why. Pam, you're a good man. A single sentence split the still somewhat confused Pan An awake, and he stared at Tang Shuriwei with wide eyes. Don't you worry, let's make a deal, okay? If we meet again, then I agree to your confession, okay? Why don't you just stand still and give me a little time to hide, okay? And if you find me it counts. You count backwards by tens? Pan An at this point really thought it was Tang Shuriwei was fooling around and really sat down and started counting down. What he didn't see was Tang Shuriwei turning around and tears coming out of her eyes. Just around the corner was her mother's house. Her mother had spoken to her a long time ago, so the car was parked downstairs waiting for her. She wiped her eyes. Her luggage was already in the car, and as she sat in the car, the tears still streamed down her face without argument. Can't leave this side? It's okay. Once you're abroad you won't want to come back. It's really nice abroad. Tang Shuriwei didn't listen to a single word from her mother, who was already somewhat bewitched. She just sat in the car, leaned against the window, and just drove away from the mountain city. She didn't tell Pan An because she wanted Pan An to die. Only then Pan An would give up on her. If she did, Pan An might choose to wait for her. She didn't want that. The future was unknown. She couldn't gamble with Pan An's future. Pan An had searched for a long time, searched every place. He could not find Tang Shuriwei. When the moment the call was made, the words prompted on the other end made him incredulous, including the red exclamation mark of VX. Even the door of Tang Shuriwei's house couldn't be knocked on. He couldn't find Tang Shuriwei anymore. Or Tang Shuriwei didn't want him to find it anymore. Sure enough, it turned out to be the same. A few years later, the figure in the white dress reappeared in the mountain town, where her father had moved away. Along with Pam An and her family, she went to the school, found her former homeroom teacher, and finally found out where he was going. Ocean City University. It was raining that day, and she was walking through Hightown University with an umbrella, when the same person brushed past, too familiar to be familiar, and when she turned around there was nothing. Well now, which is here? She didn't let herself down. She found. Tang Shuriwei sat on the plane back to her home country. She had been so well behaved for 2 years abroad that her mother really thought she had gotten used to living abroad and had even fallen in love with it, with no intention of returning home. But the moment she learned that Tang Shuriwei had enrolled in the university furthest from her home, she broke down. She wanted to find her daughter and question her, but Tang Shuriwei had left early to go to the city of the school she had enrolled in. She worked by herself to earn money and lived while she went to school, and it only took her a year to get her bachelor's degree. But by the time she got it, she had also bought a plane ticket back to her home country. Leaning against the airplane window, looking out at the sea of clouds, her thoughts drifted back to the night of New Year's Eve, back to the moment when she had made her wish, a simple wish that she could go back to her home country and continue to be with Pan An. She'd held her tongue for 3 whole years for that, pretending every day that she loved her life abroad, and having to put on a show with her mother and that stepfather really sickened her. Pam, I'm back. Tang Shuriwei got off the plane, which was the first thing she said, pushing her suitcase and hitting the road to Happy Garden. After 3 years, she knocked on that door again. Knock knock. After a long time, the door opened on cue and out stepped an old woman with gray hair. Who are you looking for, girl? Grandma, I want to ask, is it not the Pans who lived here before? Ah, you mean them? They moved out the year before last. This is my wife's house. Before that they rented my house. I see. So do you know where the family moved to? The old lady waved her hand and shook her head. Tang Shuriwei was a bit disappointed to see this. She left the Garden of Happiness and came to this side of the Academy Garden. She knocked on her door. However, no one answered and she dialed the long-dusted phone number. For years abroad her mother was adamant that she wasn't allowed to talk to her father on the phone. And if she found out she would be grounded. So she never did. Hey, Dad. No words were spoken on the other end of the phone. Or rather, they couldn't be spoken. And Tang Changren's voice on the other end was choked with sobs. A voice that he heard only after a 3-year interval. I found the place where my father lives now. He is obviously under 50 years old, but he already has a full head of gray hair, and he lives in his grandmother's former home. The former home was in a small courtyard in a rural town, and her father had a sumptuous meal waiting for her when she sought it out. She looked at the vicissitudes of her father for a moment. Tears came out of her eyes. Tang Changren hastened to comfort his daughter and add food to her daughter. A long overdue meal for father and daughter. The first meal in China since that New Year's Eve dinner. Tang Shuriwei is really not used to foreign meals and cried again the moment she ate the sweet and sour pork. After the meal Tang Shuriwei washed the dishes and talked to her father about her life abroad, stating that she wouldn't be going back and that she had pulled the plug on her mother. Suzuki, you came back this time for Panacea, right? Tang Changren looked at his daughter and said in such a calm manner. He knew about his daughter's affair with Panin, and sometimes he could often see Tang Shuriwei returning with Panin. He also knew that every time his daughter went out to play she was looking for Panin. He didn't object. After all, he was a useless father. He didn't want himself to affect his daughter's happiness, which was why he didn't retain Tang Shuriwei on the New Year's Eve, because he knew that might be the last time the two of them would see each other, and he was always blaming himself for being a father who couldn't guard his daughter's happiness. Well, do you know where he went? Tang Changren shook his head. I moved here to retire shortly after that, so I don't really know. You can ask the homeroom teacher. He should know where all the students test. Well, then, it's okay. I'll always support your choices and I'll always want you to be happy. Go on. That boy is good looking. He might get snatched up by someone else. Good. Tang Shuriwei left her father's house and took a taxi to Mountain City No. 1 middle school, which looked no different from 3 years ago, except that the dormitory building was newly constructed and the teaching building was renovated. Walking toward the office building from memory, a familiar voice behind her called out to her. Goddess Tang. Turning his head, it was surprisingly Yang Chan. For 3 years ago he had changed quite a lot and was much taller. Yang Chan, why are you here? That's the right thing to ask. My mom's a teacher here. She has to grade papers at lunch, so I'm here to bring her lunch. You go to college in Mountain City? Yeah, a big one in Yamashiro. You and Su Rong. Hey, that's certainly a done deal. I'm so handsome. Didn't Su Rong fall in love with me 3 years ago? Tang Shuriwei did not tell the truth, and she was naturally very happy that Su Rong Yang Can's romance could come to fruition. Then Goddess Tang, you came here. Is it to look for the homeroom teacher? Well, I'd like to find him and ask where Panacea went. Ugh. When the school started Panin changed seats. For you he didn't say a word. Well, no more. My mom and the homeroom teacher are in the same classroom. You and I will come, and Yang Chan together to the office. The class teacher than 3 years ago looked much older. Really when the teacher this line of old fasted. Shirayuki, what brings you here? Well, teacher, I'd like to know where Panin he tested. He, as I recall, did quite well on the test. Wait a moment, I'll check. Good. I heard you went abroad. What university are you at now? I finished my bachelor's degree at UH early. You fixed it in a year? Aha. It's worthy of you. If you hadn't gone abroad then maybe the top student here would be you. Well, I found out. He went to Haicheng University. Okay, thank you teacher. Tang Shuriwei, who had asked for the answer, left Mountain City No. 1 middle school, and she returned to the Academy Garden, where her father had given her the key, and she planned to stay the night and then go find Panin. Pushing open the door of her home, the furniture was covered with dust cloths. She lifted them off one by one and cleaned them briefly, then went out to buy some food for herself and made a simple dinner, and after she ate it, she did the laundry, and the time went by without her realizing it. She looked at the mountain town at night, left her house and went out into the streets, walked the paths the two had traveled, went to the places they had been, and looked at the banks of the river where they had first kissed. The cool evening breeze blew her hair. She wondered what it would be like to go to Panin. Would he hate himself, or did he already have someone good? She thought about it. If Panin already had a girlfriend, then she would choose to go back to the mountain city and just live in the school garden. She would be Panin's last choice, and she would always agree to it as long as he wanted. The next morning, she boarded the bus from Haicheng to Mountain City early in the morning, watching the street scene outside the window recede, leaving the city she knew best for a city she was unfamiliar with. Getting off the bus, standing in front of the station, looking at the crowded crowd, could she really find Pan-in? Taking a taxi to Haicheng University, she opened a hotel off campus to store her luggage, then entered the university. Everyone who saw her couldn't help but stop. Although there were many beautiful women in the school, but this kind of face value of Tang Shuriwei was rare. Every now and then she stopped a girl to ask if she recognized Pan-in, and the result was uniformly no. Haicheng University didn't have a school grass list, only a school flower list. She refused coldly to the boys who came up to talk to her, and walked away quickly to ask elsewhere. After a day of asking just like that, she hadn't found anything. Maybe Pan-in wasn't at Ocean City University anymore? Maybe he actually went to another school? The whole day, she didn't eat, just asked at the intersection. It was raining and there were even fewer pedestrians on the street, but she still persisted. At the moment of giving up, there was a figure that passed by, and his head was like an electric shock, and when he came back to his senses, he could no longer find it. This led her to believe that Pan-in was here, so she rested for the night and then started looking again. And finally at noon the next day she found the familiar figure. The figure was getting into a limousine when he quickly caught up with it and just drove off. Did he already have a girlfriend? Tang Shuriwei didn't want to accept this answer. She wanted to hear Pan-in's answer in person, so she waited here. This time she went to eat, feeling that the Haicheng University cafeteria was okay. Time unconsciously came to the evening. She walked like a walk in the school. After the rain of the artificial lake air is very fresh. She walked here. In front of her eyes has a long trestle bridge. Ghostly she walked on it. Semi-high heels made a rattling sound as she walked on the trestles, one rhythmic step at a time, and she was suddenly a bit oblivious, which is when she bumped into someone's chest. Sorry, it's okay, I wasn't watching where I was going. She raised her head, then froze. The face in front of her was familiar to the point that it could not be any more familiar than 3 years ago. To take off a childishness, appear more mature, but still so handsome. Poetry Moon. Halfway through Pan-in's sentence Tang Shuriwei snatched her words. It's been a long time. At this moment years of suppressed emotions erupted, along with thoughts that made the young girl begin to giggle as the evening breeze picked up in response. Her green silk swaying, still unable to hold back the tears, they rolled down along with the wind, the teardrops melting away on the wooden trestle. She pulled up her swaying wisps. They didn't want to make themselves visible to Panacea, which of course wouldn't work. Want to walk together? She pointed to the trestle bridge in the rear, retreated a step as if to make an invitation. Pan-in agreed, and the two of them walked on the trestle bridge. The atmosphere was silent. How have you been? She was the first to ask. Is that your girlfriend at lunch? Pan-in shook his head. Tang Shuriwei was also relieved. The bottom of her eyes even more a touch of relaxation. She wanted to ask Pan-in if he had a girlfriend, but the words changed. So, agreement still stands? Pan-in shook his head and looked toward Tang Shuriwei, then back to the rippling lake. From the moment you left without saying goodbye, Tang Shuriwei, you've already missed your appointment. Like this? She walked over to Panacea and looked at the lake with him. No explanation? So you want to hear it? Want to hear it? Then I said. Tang Shuriwei turned and walked forward. Pan-in followed. She took a few steps and turned to look at Pan-in. May I requisition your coat? Speaking of that scarf, it was Tang Shuriwei's treasure. Wherever she went she took it with her. Even now it was kept in the suitcase, not willing to take it for fear that it would break. Pan-in took off his jacket and draped it over Tang Shuriwei's shoulders. She smiled in satisfaction and turned forward once more. She talked about why she left in the first place and why that was the case. The only thing she didn't say was how she herself was doing abroad. She had her own dignity. What Pan-in wanted was just a reason for her to leave, not her experience of suffering abroad. Not to mention that she didn't want to talk about it. What was the difference between that and letting Pan-in pity herself? That was really mean. Kidnapping him with his own suffering, and he had never done anything wrong, and it wasn't his fault, and she didn't want Panacea to be responsible for it. You're having a good time abroad. Don't ask, okay? Tang Shuriwei turned around. She had a prayerful look in her eyes. She didn't want Pan-in to know. Moreover, she didn't want Pan-in to pity herself. That would be tainting the relationship between the two of them. Tell me okay? Don't ask, okay? Tang Shuriwei was really scared at this moment, so scared that she didn't hold back all these years of aggression, and said it all in her head. That wasn't her Tang Shuriwei. Pan-in, I do like you, but you can't bully me. Panacea froze and didn't reply. When she finished speaking her eyes reddened again, tears blurring her vision. She couldn't see Panacea, grabbing her jacket and turning around as she tried to wipe her tears. I don't want you to be pitying me. I want you to like me because I'm me. And I don't want our emotions to be laced with guilt and pity. When she finished, she turned around. The moment she turned around, Pan and walked up and hugged her from behind. The tears that he didn't have time to wipe away in the warm embrace still welled up. I won't ask. Aha. Tang Shuriwei answered in a small voice, letting the tears flow silently. Dignity stayed. But this way, how can she go to say that when Pan An's bottom line? She seems to have been unable to leave. For a long time, the two of them separated. Pan An did not say anything. After 3 years, once again took the hand of the soft and boneless, and pulled her out of Haichang University. The night scene in Haichang was bustling with lights. The two of them walked on the street. Tang Shuriwei lowered her head. She didn't have the courage to open her mouth. Hey, Shiryu, do you know? That kid Yangchan really did make it with Su Rong. Aha. And also, the class teacher failed a blind date. He a big bald head. Really? The boss is not small every day thinking about blind dates. Aha. And. Pan An kept telling all the anecdotes that happened in the school after Tang Shuriwei left. Tang Shuriwei listened silently. She was so bitter. Obviously came over to pretend a little bit. Go back to the mountain city when Pan An's last bottom line. I thought I was so handsome when I arrived. But now I don't even have the courage to open my mouth. Shirayuki, want a snack? Aha. Tang Shuriwei's reply was a reflex. She was not wanting to eat it. She was afraid that if she ate it she really couldn't stay away. Before she had time to react, Pan An had already walked over to the little takoyaki store to get it, then bought back the same without giving her a chance. Forked one up and handed it to her lips. Ah, pouting. He looked at Panacea, then at Octopus Buster, and opened his mouth. Yummy, yummy. Pam, and do you have a girlfriend? No. Well, then what reason do I have to leave? After saying that, she cried out once again, while chewing on a takoyaki, octopus dumpling, and shedding tears. Panacea was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Why are you crying again? Standing in front of the hotel door, Tang Shuriwei was worried. Pan An had sent her here. What the hell should she do? Well, it's getting late. I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. With Pan An gone, Tang Shuriwei went back to lie down on the big hotel bed, sat up again, opened her suitcase, and found the scarf, cradling it in his arms and laying back down. How was he going to stay with Pam? Blend into the school? No way. He would be arrested as a suspicious person. And in what capacity is it better? In the end, she couldn't come up with an answer, so she might as well stay for now. There would always be an answer. Pan An returned to the dormitory. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, he smelled the smell of fried chicken. Duanjia, this kid table is full of fried chicken package. I guess there are chicken whole family. Pam, and you're back. Come and eat. You didn't eat long at night, but I remember you ate quite a lot. Why are there still some? Don't mention it. My mom didn't eat and dragged me there, but she ended up eating a burger herself and the rest was all mine. I couldn't do anything about it, so I brought it back thinking that we'd all split it up. Yet I was surprisingly the only one in the dormitory. They're both, you know. I just ate out at the night market. Why don't you share some next door? Tack. Duanjia couldn't do anything about it, so he just took it next door and split it. The time came to the next day. Pan An had no classes in the morning and didn't have to go to his part-time job, so he could stay in the dormitory and have a good sleep. Tang Shuriwei woke up early in the morning. She forgot about adding Pan An VX. How should she contact Pan An now? With this question in mind, she went back to Haichang University and bought a simple breakfast to eat. She didn't buy Pan An's. Not that she didn't buy it, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find Pan An and the breakfast would be cold, which wouldn't be tasty and also bad for her stomach. After breakfast, she started asking passers-by again if they knew Pam An. That classmate. I know Pan An. What do you want with him? Turning back, it was a girl of unmatched beauty, with long hair. She wore a mask and looked handsome with her moving eyes. Thank you. I do have some business with Pam An. Can you put me in touch with him? Yi Xinli saw this beauty stopping people to ask for something from afar. She had only come over to buy a breakfast, but then she heard the word Pan An come out of Tang Shuriwei's mouth. After confirming it again and again and realizing that Tang Shuriwei was actually looking for Pan An, she was alerted in this instant. Beauty, looking for Pan An? Isn't this her from a few days ago? It couldn't be another 1,000-mile search for her husband, could it? Holding such suspicions, he walked to Tang Shuriwei's side. Okay, I'll make a call. Hey, what's wrong with Xinli? Pam's voice sounded dazed and confused, and she looked like she hadn't woken up yet. Well, Pam An, there's a girl here to see you. Looking for me? Well, what's your name? Her name is Tang Shuriwei. Don's poetry. Pan An instantly woke up and sat up violently, the sound startling Duanjia, who rubbed his eyes and climbed up to look at Pan An. What happened to Pam? It's okay, you go to sleep. Yi Xinli on the other end of the phone was a bit puzzled as to how Pan An suddenly hung up. He hung up. He should be out. Are you her girlfriend? Yi Xinli asked tentatively, and Tang Shiyue shook her head. I see. So why don't you and I go wait for him downstairs? Good. The two women came to the downstairs of Pan An's dormitory, and Yi Xinli sent a message to Pan An, telling him that the two of them were waiting downstairs. Pan An in the dormitory stood in front of the washstand. How last night also forgot to add Tang Shiyue friend. She left Pan An constantly call, send friend application, but the number became empty. Friend application sinking into the sea. He guessed he was going to be the scum of the earth. Not so much abandoning anyone, but no one. And he didn't want to see her leave him after she lost and go off to a life of who knows what where he couldn't see her. In his opinion, if you see one and love one you have to be responsible to the end, otherwise you control yourself. So he will not pick one out of many, but all of them. Although Pan An is to see a loved one, but not every can like him, there are those who will never like Pan An. When the feelings have been only one-sided pay when there is no need to continue, that would just be a waste of himself. Only the ones who truly loved each other were worth the responsibility of giving. So his mission today was to get these two to accept each other's presence. The two women waited for a while. Pan An walked down the road, and the two came up and shouted out in unison. Pan An, X2. Well, don't talk, follow me. The two women looked at each other and then followed Pan An, who went to that cafe and sat on the open-air seats built into the cafe. Ordered 3 cups of coffee. The 3 people each sit in a corner. The atmosphere at the table is very quiet. No one opened their mouths. The 2 girls are waiting for Pan An to open his mouth. It was only the moment the coffee was served that Pam finally spoke. Shirayuki, I know this may be hard for you to accept, but just hear me out first, okay? Tang Shiyue vaguely knew what Pan An wanted to say, but she still nodded. I'll introduce each other for you first. Sure you. She's Xin Li, my childhood friend. When she was still young, she failed to confess to her and was issued a good guy card. Now she found me. I think you understand. Xin Li, she is Tang Shiyue. With my middle school period is the same table in school hitchhiker. Also confessed, and sent a good man card. Just her situation is a little special. Pan An briefly told Yi Xinli about himself and Tang Shiyue. Then the 3 of them quieted down. Pan and Tanbian had, and the 2 of them understood that sitting across from each other was their love rival. As of now Yi Xinli seems to be losing a bit. Tang Shiyue's experience is completely different from her own. If she didn't have her mother she would definitely have been with Pan An all along and would have nothing to do with herself. And Pan An could have even chosen to continue with Tang Shiyue and send himself away. But he didn't. The meaning is obvious, isn't it? Tang Shiyue naturally knew clearly that Pan An couldn't agree to be with her directly because of Yi Xinli's presence. She had waited for more than 10 years. And that incident was just a one-time arrogance of a little girl. If he's with him, what about Yi Xinli? Want her more than 10 years of searching to come to naught? She obviously did not do anything wrong. Pan An, you're too greedy. These words came from Yi Xinli. Pan An's expression was calm. Tang Shiyue raised her head to look at Yi Xinli. Was she going to let go? But, Yi Xinli cried. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Crying calmly, the last time she cried was when she recalled the past of the 2 of them with Pan An. Even if the memories were not very clear, but she was still nostalgic. But what can I do? I like you. Hearing this Tang Shiyue's eyes widened even more. How can it still be reversed? Before meeting Pan An she really decided that if Pan An had a girlfriend he would choose to leave and go as Pan An's last resort. She hadn't thought that Pan An would choose to give up that girl to be with herself when she saw that moment. Not to mention whether Pan An hated her for leaving without saying goodbye or not. Just her understanding of Pan An. Pan An wouldn't do something like that. As it was, even if he didn't have a girlfriend, he wouldn't let someone who liked him fall in love with her. She should probably give Yi Xinli a chance to step back herself. But on what grounds? He also held back for 3 years. He also liked Pan An. He obviously did nothing wrong. Why should he give in? Yeah, who made us like him? The 3 returned to calm. Tang Shiyue's eyes contained tears. She held back from crying out. Yi Xinli wiped away her tears and looked at Pan An with red eyes, waiting for his reply. I don't deny that I'm greedy, and I'm not selfish to make my own choices. All I want is for everyone to be okay. I can't see anyone leaving with a loss. When it's clear that you've also given a lot of your time, perhaps years of time, or perhaps it's just that the years of searching have been bitter and fruitless. We just met the right person at the right time but made the wrong choice at the right time. That's not us. We all have our own considerations. We are all right. It's just that fate has arranged for us to come to this point in time to give our original choice a result that will satisfy us. I don't think the satisfactory result is anyone's exit, let alone whose happiness needs to be sacrificed for this result. I can take the gossipy attacks, but I can't look at your dedication. So if both cannot let go of the choice is to carry together, so that the sacrifice is the smallest, I admit my greed, but I won't let you regret it, and will respect your choice even more. After Panan's words, the two women looked at each other and nodded to Panan. Then Yi Xinli asked somewhat shyly, "So, is that us already together?" "Well, it's already boyfriend and girlfriend. This result may not be the best, but it is certainly not the worst. As for Enrushue still needs Panan to do the thought work, and Song Anlin, she might need deeper thought work. So what are we going to do now?" Tang Shuriyue asked, and Yi Xinli wanted to ask the same. Panan thought for a moment, his eyes looking towards Tang Shuriyue, who looked around and was a bit overwhelmed when she realized Panan was looking at her. "Pam, what are you looking at me for? You don't have a place to live yet, and you don't have things to do, so that's going to be empty." Panan was telling the truth. She had no place to land now, and just thought of coming back to Panan, thinking the worst of the outcome as well. He had no place to stay and nothing to do, so would he be disliked like that? Although it was no longer so, but the two liked the same person, and even if they weren't winning, they didn't want to lose. "Panan, you can let Shiryu stay at my place. It just happens to have an empty room." Xin Li. Tang Shuriyue gazed at Yi Xinli. At this moment Yi Xinli was glowing in her eyes, like a small sun. She even thought of comparing with Yi Xinli, to see the measure of others. Tang Shuriyue, the white moonlight, didn't have that much heart. She wouldn't know what Yi Xinli thought. Yi Xinli knew clearly that Panan couldn't be just the two of her, but since there were two people there would inevitably be three, and then there would be no upper limit, and that definitely wouldn't work. The advantage of living with Tang Shuriyue, first of all, was that the two of them were a united front, so that they would have the greatest combat power against those fox charming girls. The second is the use of time. Panan class with their own, after class if it is accompanied by Tang Shuriyue or in their own home. In the end, it is still accompanied by the two of her. For Panan's good sense of maximization of the brush. Finally, where do you go with one beautiful woman's home or two beautiful women's homes? Okay, so Shizuki, is there anything you want to do? I guess, I don't know. It's okay, just say it, I'll support you. I want to open a flower store. Walking with Tang Shuriyue on the road after school, she suddenly squatted down and looked at the painting on the ground, which was a private flower garden on the road after school, with pots of colorful flowers and a few sunflowers in the garden. "Do you like flowers, Shirayuki?" "Well, if I get the chance in the future I'd like to open a flower store. A florist, that is. I love the process of taking care of flowers and enjoying them when they're in bloom. Then you can start a garden of your own. Florists are exhausting." Tang Shuriyue shook her head as she stood up, talking as she walked. "It's not the same. It would be a shame if their beauty could only be appreciated by me alone. Like the owner of this flower garden, who planted them outside so that anyone could appreciate them and let them show their charms. And that's what I'd think if I opened a flower store. I support you. You can recently take a look at the florist store site selection, the source of goods, the style of decoration, as well as the business license and rent issues." "Good. Then Xin Li, let's go to Shiryu's guest house first to help her move her luggage." Tang Shuriyue, a Harvard University graduate, didn't choose to work for any famous company. She chose to do what she loved most, and the people she loved supported her choice. 3 people came to the hotel to take the luggage back to Yi Xinli home. Tang Shuriyue to this has also even stayed down. The location of her florist intends to set in the school. Some of the store interoperability inside and outside of the school. The flow of large, wide range of personnel. It's getting late. Let's go buy food and eat here at Xin for lunch. Good. X2. The 3 of them returned home again after buying groceries. Cooking today Panan was a bit lonely. The 2 women said that they had to communicate their feelings, so they did not help him. So Panan cooks alone, which is fine. It's quick to do anything alone. After all, it was one person who cooked for Enruashue before. Living room, on the couch, 2 women whispering. So it's not to be taken lightly, and you don't want Panan to jump ship 3 times with his feet, do you? Yi Xinli said so to Tang Shuriyue. Tang Shuriyue hastily shook her head. And how to say 3 would be too much. That's why we have to be united. I'm telling you, our guide has a thing for Panan. We might take him one day. Ah, how can? Right, I saw Panan get into a pretty woman's limousine at noon yesterday, and that woman probably treats Panan differently. So that's what's going on at noon? Shaoan. Yi Xinli mumbled something, and Panan hummed and sautéed, oblivious to the conversation between the 2 in the living room. Dinner is served, dinner is served. Good, X2. The 2 replied in unison, and then smiled at each other. Girls' feelings were sometimes just marvelous, and what had been love rivals not so long ago had now become close friends. Panan poked his head out to see the 2. It was a relief to him that they were getting along. It was much better than tit for tat. Sitting at the dinner table, it was the first time Tang Shuriyue had eaten Panan's cooking. but she had always known that Pannon was very good at his craft, and after tasting it today she was surprised that it was this good. Pannon stayed at Yi Xinli's place until the afternoon class, and the two of them went to class together while Tang Shuriwei went to look for a site for the flower store. Although she had saved a little money during her years abroad, the flower store had many troubles, such as rent, supplies, employees, procedures, and she didn't know if her small bank was enough. The classroom side. Pannon came to the classroom. This section is Song Enlan's class. For Song Enlan, Pannon has not thought about to go to what identity to face. To say that he is also a moment of ghostly mind. Song Enlan identity is too special. He originally thought that the relationship between the two will not be so delicate, but now that Song Enlan had become his own guide, that relationship would be difficult to get along with. The bell rang and Song Enlan stepped into the classroom, looking up at the stage after organizing his books, his eyes lingering on Pannon for a few more seconds. Before class, Pannon specifically emphasized to Yi Xianli what not to do in class and to get along as a normal couple. Yi Xianli was full of promises, but how could she really be like that? Forgive this. Song Enlan could not have thought that in just one day. She was already with Pannon. After Song Enlan took the roll call, the class proceeded normally, and Pannon was surprised that Yi Xinli was obediently listening to the lectures and communicating normally with him without making any weirdness. Song Enlan's view of Yi Xinli also stays as one of the girls pursuing Pannon, and the class is just a normal class, without engaging in targeting anything at her, and she wouldn't do something like that. Time passed quickly. Not a moment later the class was over. This time Song Enlan did not let Pannon stay. She still had a long time to go. She could progress step by step. She wasn't in a hurry. She needed to give Pannon some time to accept her, and in that process it was just slow. Rushing things often backfired. Pannon and Yi Xinli walked out of the classroom together, and the moment they had just descended the stairs, Yi Xinli was suddenly startled. What's wrong? Anne, I forgot my cell phone. Go back and get it then. Alright, you go ahead. I'll catch up. After saying that, Yi Xinli turned around and ran in the direction of the classroom without giving Pannon a chance to reply. Panacea shook his head and slowly made his way downstairs. In the classroom, Song Enlan packed up her books and prepared to leave, and that's when Yi Xinli walked in. With a clear goal in mind, she walked straight to the podium and stood right across from Song Enlan. What is it? Song Enlan said calmly, without a trace of emotional color on his face, unable to see his attitude towards Yi Xinli. I'm already with Pam. Yi Xinli also calmly uttered these words, but these words were like a boulder smashed into deep water, swinging a layer of waves in Song Enlan's heart. She looked at Yi Xinli, her pupils dilated, her hand holding the bag clenched tightly. She could hardly believe it. Obviously the day before yesterday was just a quest. Pannon gave himself up? She lowered her head and contemplated. Had Pannon still not forgiven her? Did he do it on purpose to show her? If so, should she call it a day? So, Mr. Song, I hope you can keep your distance from Pannon and not add to his troubles. If that's the case, you can let Pannon talk to me. Why you and me? Because Pannon won't say those words and you're afraid I'll take Pannon away from you. If you're not confident, then leave Pannon at the earliest opportunity. Song Enlan's character is as usual. Even if she is disadvantaged in any way, she can still look at it rationally. She avoids anything that affects her emotions. Only Pannon is different. Pannon was the person who most affected her emotionally and became the person she paid the most attention to in over 20 years. And Pannon remained a special presence in her heart. Already have a girlfriend? If that was the case, then she wouldn't allow it. Pannon was hers and she would take it back in her own way. With those words she left with her bag. The guide had been quite busy lately. Otherwise she wouldn't have failed to reach out to Pannon. Yi Xinli eyes cold. This woman, what is going on? Really? Anne? Found it? Yeah, where am I going now? Let's go find Shirayuki first, and see if she's found the store yet. Good. Dialed Tang Shuriwei phone number. Tang Shuriwei answered and confirmed the location after Pannon and Yi Xinli looked over. Tang Shuriwei hadn't found a suitable store yet and was looking at houses along with the agent, so the three of them looked together when Pannon arrived. A medium-sized store was finally identified, with a front door connecting to the downtown area outside the school, and a back door connecting to the inside of the school, from which you could leave the school. The store is quite big. There is also a warehouse and a small room behind the left wall. In Tang Shuriwei's plan, from the front door to the back door, left and right filled with all kinds of flowers. In the middle of the move, a long table is also arranged with flowers, so that people who enter and exit from here, whether they buy flowers or not, will be able to appreciate these flowers. The rent is $4,000 a month, which is already not low. If the operation is not good, it is easy to lose money. But this location is very good, but also the only flower store on campus. Plus, connecting to off-campus, there is also off-campus customer traffic. On-campus students are still quite aware of the rituals, so there is a steady flow of customers on weekdays, as well as holidays and so on. So in short, it is feasible to open a flower store here. Well, the store location is taken care of. And then it's just a matter of sourcing and operating licenses, employees and stuff. Do you know where these came from? Don't know, eh? Tang Shuriwei twisted to say such a sentence. Pan and Yi Xinli forehead. This still do what flower store in situ collapse. Originally, Pan and Yi Xinli both thought that Tang Shuriwei knew the way, because she said it with conviction, as if she had taken care of everything. I've only just come back to China. Okay, but I probably know where to get the goods from. A little bit of Baidu on these. You don't say it so easily. All these things are related to the business development afterward. There is no room for sloppiness. Aha, sure Yuki, Panacea, she's right. Well, it's getting late, so let's all go back to dinner, and I'll get some help tomorrow. Good. X2. Leaving this side back to Yi Xinli's house for dinner. What Pan didn't say to the two girls was that the person he was looking for was in Ruxue, and he wanted to use this as an opportunity for the three to accept each other. And Ruoxue's side just got off work and sneezed when she got home, rubbing her nose and opening her cell phone screen. On it was a photo of her and Pan while skiing in Hokkaido. Is it missing me? The night passed quickly, and Pan didn't choose to stay overnight at Yi Xinli's place, but left her house to go back to the dormitory to stay. Duan Jia was unexpectedly not in the dormitory, and Pan was the only one in the dormitory, so he took out his cell phone and looked at it. Speaking of the object of confession, some of the object is always pulling feelings, but no confession, and finally it will not be done, which a lot of them have already been contacted, to which Pan still feel pity, maybe that inside there will be able to become, but now he doesn't need to confess anymore. Too much, he's afraid that on the day of the accident he won't even have enough to share. So this is enough. Something to say goodbye. Scrolling through the chat, he found the chat box with the kitten avatar, and the chat box note was Sister Lin, the same one Duan Jia had asked Pan about earlier. He had actually planned to confess his love on the day Lin Zi left, but it turned out that her ticket had been changed, so he didn't wait for her at the school gate. Pan didn't like to use his cell phone to express his emotions, especially these words that were meant to carry a tone of emotion. Cold words couldn't tell the emotions. That's what he personally felt. Pan, sister, are you asleep? Messages sent over like a stone sinking into the sea. No reply for a long time, to which Pan has long been accustomed to. It will not have any effect on him. In his opinion, this information age, except for those students and working hours, everyone is almost always on their cell phones. If she really wanted to go back to you a long time ago, so don't you get it? So the first step to success, not expecting a girl to reply to a message. Pam did anyway. Lindsay, no. As Pan shuffled back, Rin Yaomi replied to him. It was time to put an end to this relationship of his. Pan, how was your internship with your schoolmates? Lindsay, that's it. Pan, well, then I won't disturb senior sister's rest. Thank you for taking care of senior sister before. I wish senior sister a bright future and good luck in everything. Lindsay, what do you mean? Pan did not reply. Right slide. More. Delete friends, although not to this point, but Duan Jia, that boy is a big mouth. Maybe with Yi Xinli said something about his freshman year and Lin also see what kind of sinful relationship. Then again, Lin also saw that she also had no desire to communicate with herself. More like impatience. But Pan's chatting with her had been nothing more than a once-a-week concern, so it was also an opportunity to stop. Deleted is also counted for their own past to say goodbye, at the same time to the future to make a good foundation. So Pan is ready to go to sleep. Just lay down, a phone call dialed. Memo, Lin's school sister. Looking at the passive, Pan fell into hesitation, whether to answer or not. Under the constant urging of the ringtone, he still clicked on the connection. Pam, what do you mean? You deleted me? The connection was a question. And after Lin Zi sent the message and didn't wait for a long time for Pan to reply, Lin Zi asked again. And then she saw a big red exclamation mark. Aha. Why did you delete me? Do you realize you're the first person to delete me? Is it important? It's important. So why did you delete me? I just think it's part of unnecessary socializing. And my schoolmate doesn't seem to care much about me as a close friend. So it's fine, I'll hang up. It's time to go to bed. You didn't wait for Lin Zi to finish. Pan hung up. Maybe she still want to say something, when the two of them were getting along quite well. It was in that summer vacation. Suddenly the relationship was poor. After that the message became a love affair. For such a thing Pan was helpless. He once asked Lin Zi what was wrong, and got the reply that it was none of your business. Ending a relationship puts Pam at ease and goes to bed early. She has to work tomorrow. Time came early the next morning. Pan washed up and went out. And today there was no longer just one person waiting for him downstairs, but two beautiful women with very different styles. Pan, X2. Seeing that Yi Xinli and Tang Shuriwei were getting along well, the two women came together, one handing over bread and the other milk. Here's your bread. I made it myself. Xinli got up early for this. Shirayuki, what are you talking about that for? Ha ha, well, Pan and will both go to the flower and bird market in a while, so we won't be accompanying you to work. Panon nodded and walked the duo out of the school. Watching them take a cab and leave, he walked over to the tea house, entered through the back door. Unexpectedly didn't see the boss today, changed into work clothes and turned around. Boss, are you there? I am. A familiar voice came from behind him. Panon turned around, and Ru Shui was standing right behind him, a smile on her face, quietly looking at him. Today she had her hair tied up, a low-pilled head, and was wearing a sleeveless shirt with a long black skirt underneath, the shirt tied into the skirt, sandals on her feet, her snow-white feet exposed to the air, and a small white purse hanging from her arm. Kiju, why are you here? Ahem. Employee Panon. That's not the kind of attitude you say yes to with your boss. You're not going to buy the store, are you? Yeah, that boss doesn't look good to me. Just so I can experience what it's like to be your boss. What about the company? Alas, as soon as my old man heard that I was going to chase after you, it was 10,000% in favor of it, and I was directly dismissed, and the company would not have to be managed, so that I could properly cultivate a relationship with you, said Enruashue as she took a step closer to Panon, while Panon looked at Enruashue's aura, which was very powerful today, as he took a step back. Just like this, he retreated to the bar. There was no way to retreat, and Ruashue was nervous inside, but it had already come to this point, so he could only harden his heart. Panon's body leaned back, his arm braced against the bar, and Ruashue leaned in close, leaning forward to press closer, her bright red lips close at hand. The left hand climbs onto Panon's chest and the right hand hooks under Panon's chin to prevent Panon from escaping later. It can be interpreted as subterfuge. Oh, then I'm not polite, said Red Lips moved forward. Of course Panon could stop it, but he wouldn't do it, since he had already chosen where the future was going to go yesterday. Then Enruashue was in it, so there was no need to break her heart. Not to mention that there are those two. Let Enruashue accept this matter is still difficult, so it cannot be resisted. Not to mention that the estrangement of a relationship will start from resisting intimacy. He did not want that, and Ruashue was inwardly happy. Panon's lips were close at hand, so he didn't even resist. So wasn't he accepting her? She didn't believe in any subterfuge. It must be that Panon accepted her. Yes, yet it was the same moment she was about to kiss, when the door to the store suddenly opened, and there was another familiar voice. Panon, I came to see you at work. Duanjia excitedly walked in and then saw the scene. Panon was being pressed by a beautiful woman and was about to be forcibly kissed. The key to this beautiful woman was not someone else. It was his cousin, Enruashue. Sis, meh. After seeing Enruashue's kind expression, Duanjia quickly reacted. Panon, cousin, forceful kiss. He has spoiled things. Convinced that I didn't see anything. You guys continue. With that, he was ready to bolt. Stop. Come back. Duanjia stiffened and turned around. Enruashue had already stepped out of the bar, crossing her arms and looking at him with a kind face. Cousin, I really didn't mean it. You went to school with Panon? Aha, still housemates. I didn't see anything. Cousin, just let me go. I didn't say I was looking for you. What are you afraid of? Really? Duanjia's expression instantly changed when he heard such a sentence, looking at Enruashue with delight. Enruashue was just about to open her mouth but then thought of something and turned to Panon. Panon, it's time to open for business, so get ready. Good. Panon naturally knew that this was Enruashue's excuse for the two to want to whisper something, and he didn't think much of it as he turned around and walked towards the back of the tea house. Sis, what are you going to say? What does Pan usually do at school? What? It's just class. Then end. Duanjia words to half stop, not forget to say anything, but the next dare not say, class and then go home with Yi Xinli. Two people feelings that still need to say? So he definitely didn't dare to say it to Enruashue. It was obvious that the two were love rivals, and if he knew about it, Panon definitely didn't have a good time either. Wait, no. Panon looked at no emotional experience. As a result, behind the scenes, even his cousin took down. In his impression, this cousin is a workaholic, and cold personality, not good at socializing, just can do that kind of thing. Almost let him 3 views restructuring. That, sis, let me ask you a question. That is, what is Panon's relationship with you? If you hadn't come you'd probably already be in a boy-girlfriend relationship. Ah, this way. Why are you stuttering? You didn't finish your sentence just now. You're hiding something from me? No, how could I? Cousin, I sure know everything about you, don't I? If you don't tell me you'll be eating nothing but dirt starting tomorrow. I'm sure the few secrets I hold in my hand will still get Uncle Junior to stop your allowance. Don't sis, I'll say, I'll really die if I eat dirt. Duan Jie simply explained what he knew, and Rushua's expression didn't change much. It was just a second Song Anlin. She didn't think she would lose. That's just the way it is. It's just a childhood friend I haven't seen in years, and it's only normal for someone to like Panacea. I'd be puzzled if he didn't have a girl like him. This is accepted? Alright, you go. From now on you'll be the spy I've placed beside Panin. After driving away Duan Jie and Ruoshua quietly came to the tea room behind the tea house. Panin was brushing a short video at this time, and completely did not notice that Ruoshua came behind him. She patted Panin's shoulder. Panin turned back. The two of them looked at each other after Ruoshua first shy, slowly walked to Panin opposite to sit down. With just talk to Duan Jie look heaven and earth. Going to be open for business? Panacea opened his mouth and asked. No. I'm the boss here because I don't want you to go to work. Just be with me. You'll have everything if you're with me. And you're marrying me, not joining my family, and the property will be divided among you in the future. And Ruoshua said something just like that. She seemed to be a little anxious. Obviously she had just been very calm in front of Duan Jie, but she was really afraid that Panin would just leave with another woman. How was she going to be the woman who meddled in other people's relationships? She couldn't do something like that. Her parents wouldn't approve, and she never thought she would until she met Panan. Panan's time with her will take her to see the humanities, taste all around the food, experience never experienced, see never seen, but also so Panan and her different from others. Panan, the object of Ruoshua's first love. She can't do to forget and give up so easily, and she'll do everything she can if it's possible. After hearing this Panan frowned. He said he didn't care about those finances. Yes, money is not everything, but without money is nothing. But he just wanted to improve the spiritual space on the basic economic conditions. Simply put, the life of luxury and wealth is too far away to adapt to in a single step. And one would prefer to simply navigate through the city like this, and experience a cozy daily life with the people who love them after a full and busy day. I told you I'm not with you because of that. I know. And Ruoshua's tone turned lower as she lowered her head, not looking like the air she just had, and continued speaking. But I want to keep you, and this is all I have left, and I don't seem to have any more I can pull out. Why do you say that? Panan knew that Duan Jie should have said something to Ruoshua, and Ruoshua was suddenly like this for some reason of excitement. Obviously she was more nervous. This will be an opportunity, a chance to sink her. He stood up and walked over to her. She looked up slightly. Panacea crouched down and she followed at eye level, the two of them looking at each other at a height. Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Panan put his hands on the armrests of the chair and lifted his head to meet Ruoshua's eyes. She had crystal blue eyes with long eyebrows and her eyes blinked as she looked at him. I don't know. Is she going to voice her fear that Panan is with another woman? Couldn't do it. She'd lose if she said it, and didn't want Panan to know such a thing. Panan slowly raised his hand and passed it through the short hair next to her face. His hand pressed against the smooth face, and Ruoshua unexpectedly pressed up against it, feeling the warmth on her palm. Do you like me? Without any hesitation in saying so, Panan nodded and continued with a smile. There's always a reason you like me, right? I love spending time with you, being at home, eating your cooking, traveling with you, reading with you, jerking off kittens with you. You like me because there are points with me that you like, and you're the same, and I wouldn't have confessed to you if it weren't for that, would I? And Ruoshua wasn't sure if she understood. She pouted and said nothing, nodding her head. So there's something to like about you. Not that it's nothing but those things. Like I said before, what I like about you is that you're as calm and serious when you're in front of others and as childlike as a child when you're in front of me. You have your own strengths and it's not that simple. And Ruoshua nodded, and suddenly thought of something like. The next moment hand grabbed Panan's hand. What's going on? Panacea asked in disbelief. Don't go, okay? And Ruoshua was originally listening attentively, but then she thought, why did Panan suddenly say all this? To comfort her? But there was absolutely no need to speak about this. The books all say that when you suddenly emphasize your significance that person is expected to leave. And would Panan do the same? Tell her that she has her own merits, that someone will like her, and just leave? Don't think too much. I didn't say I was leaving. Although Panan didn't understand why Ruoshua suddenly said this, he still relieved her first. So is it bad to be with me? Yeah, but you have to accept one thing. Panan pulled away from Ruoshua's hand that was pressed against her and stood up, sitting on the chair beside Ruoshua. What is it? And Ruoshua was a little happy to be about to be with Panan, so she couldn't wait to ask. I don't know what Duan Jie told you, but I wanted to tell you. I'm already with Yi Xinli. Hearing this, the elation in her eyes disappeared and turned to consternation as Panan continued. Since I confessed, I'll say it all as well. Not only Yi Xinli, there's another girl as well. This is very greedy, but I think this is the best solution. No one to sacrifice themselves. If you can accept it. I can't take it. And Ruoxue lowered her head. She didn't look at Pan, as if she was mumbling. Pan understood that Ruoxue had her own pride. He would always respect their choices and would not be annoyed by them. He had seen this countless times and was used to it. So, it's okay, I respect you. So Mr. Can we start business today? He stood up and pointed at the bar. And Ruoxue raised her head, her eyes containing tears as they had just done. No, we're closed today. Just give me some time to think about it. Okay, I'll be in touch. Okay, do you want to organize the warehouse and clean up if you're not open, or do you go stocking up? Neither. Today, on vacation. Well, Ruoxue, don't think too much. There's nothing wrong with your choice. It's just that I have my own philosophy. Pan left and Ruoxue really couldn't take it. She couldn't do it with one boyfriend with someone else, let alone two others. Pan walked on his way back to school. Without realizing it, he came to the store that he opened yesterday. There was nothing in the store. He looked at the empty store and remembered that he had originally planned to let Ruoxue help. Now it seemed unlikely. Perhaps he opened his mouth and Ruoxue was willing to help. But Pan could not open his mouth. He thought about picking up his cell phone, not even daring to dial the number before, but now he did. The phone dialed. The phone beeped a few times before connecting, and a soulful voice came from the other end of the line. Very nice, brotherin. What brings you to call me? Jin Ryu, Changsun Jinro, the second young miss of the Changsun family who appeared at the last banquet with Ruoxue. Families are different from conglomerates in that they have a strong hand in more ways than one, both in terms of power and wealth, and consist of a behemoth of individual powerful family sons and daughters. The group is more oriented towards finance and communicates with all enterprises, but it is weaker in the area of power, which can be more centralized. Changsun Jinrime is the second young lady now in the Changsun family. Power is great, mainly because the eldest young lady has committed a crime. The rights were withdrawn, so at present the younger generation Changsun Jinrime discourse is the most powerful. Therefore, many of the transactions with the family and whatnot were attended by Changsun Jinrime, as well as those banquets and business exchanges. Is the story between the two? Probably. So does this really work for you, brotherin? Of course it's useful. This news revealed your sister is bound to be infamous. The family for the sake of face will not be using her, so you can take her place. The family won't check me? How to check and balance? The young generation 3 wastes, 2 dudes, a fool, then your sister and you. Your sister wasted, they can only gravity to favor you. For them checks and balances can no longer be done. Now can only limit you to further observation to relax your rights. I'll try it then. In this way Pan had not seen Changsun Jin Rhythm for a full year. If not for this girl calling him to chat from time to time, he would have to worry that this girl was not confined. When I saw Changsun Jinrime again, it was a year later, and it was still the same place. The back of the Changsun family's mountain, where Pan's old home was located, and where the two of them had met. Helping Changsun Jinru was all about Pan and wanting to rip her off, and slowly familiarizing himself with her later on. And this place was also specially built by Changsun Jinru as a pavilion, arranged for the purpose of the two of them meeting. That day Pan was asked out by Changsun Jin Rhythm. She still came alone, wearing a light green hanbok, with 2 pills tied on her head, 2 strands of long hair blowing down from behind the pills. Her light green eyes are very pretty, her little face is fleshy, and she looks very good. Rua, brother An. Hearing this sound Pan looked up and put down the book in his hand. Changsun Jinrime came running, took Pan's hand and put it on his head. Rua himself for a bit, and then sat beside Pan. She picked up Pam's book and flipped it from side to side. You like this Li book a lot, brotherin. Well, she writes more interesting stories. I see. I'll go back and buy it and watch it too. Today is the day Pan wants to confess his love. But the difference in status between Changsun Jinro and him is too great, and he guesses that even if Changsun Jinro agrees it will be fruitless. But he did not want to be sorry for these times. And Changsun Jinrumer, in the future to be a brother and sister is also quite good. Jane Ballad. Hey, don't say anything first, brotherin. Let me talk. Go ahead, brotherin. I like you. Don't rush first. Wait for me to finish. I can't drink you together like this right now, brotherin. Wait for me to be 20 years old, okay? Pan was stupid. How did you get beat to it? And that is? Brotherin, don't you always say you have that what's her name good guy card curse? I'm not going to give it to you anyway. So if I confess first you won't have that curse. And when I'm 20, as long as you don't have a girlfriend, brotherin, we'll be together. That. Just tell me if you like me. Like, that's right then. Since the two love each other, This is nothing to sneeze at, but I can't make you wait, brotherin. So I'll believe you now about the good guy card curse and rest assured that I'll make it to my 20s. That's the way things are, and that's the way the situation is. During these 2 years Changsun Jinro had not meddled in any of Panan's affairs at all. She had kept an eye on Panan but was relieved to see that Panan had been sent a good guy card every time he chased a girl. In a few months she would be 20 years old, and had enough say in the family to be in control of her choice of partner, which the family could not interfere with. The specific reason is that she holds a few important people a little handle, and the requirements are very simple. All of their own choices must be unconditionally supported, for which she is very careful in the family, and is always on the lookout for all sorts of dangers. The younger ones weren't capable of much, but as long as she was gone, those few could more or less share the power. This is like the emperor's son, seize power. Competitive rivals know more that they are much less competitive pressure. Alright brotherin, can't wait to be with me already? Jane Ballad, I have a girlfriend. Silence, for a full 3 minutes, and the phone was hung up. Panan looked at his cell phone wondering if he should redial it, while Yi Xinli and Tang Shuriwei were walking towards him. Meanwhile, in the Changsun house, Changsun Jinrumer's bedroom, she rolled back and forth on the bed in her pink pajamas. It's obviously just a few months away. Calm down young lady, you're being unladylike. The maid standing by the side opened her mouth and said. Hearing the maid's voice Changsun Jinro sat up and looked at the maid. Sure, it doesn't matter now if it's ladylike or not. Okay, it's a time of crisis. Brotherin obviously has the effects of the curse. How come it's broken now? Miss, I just investigated, and it seems that the one who is with Princeton is not the one he recently confessed to. Who's that? Well, it's the person he used to confess to. One is Yi Xinli. The investigation shows as the same Ngongzi attended the same kindergarten, and is also a neighbor, childhood friend. The other person is Tang Shuriwei, who was at the same table with Princeton in his freshman year of high school, and then went abroad for 3 years before returning to meet with Princeton recently. Well, like this? Is it part of the husband chasing? Shouldn't you care that mister, and has 2 girlfriends? That doesn't matter. There's no difference between 1 and 2. Both disrupt my arrangements. By the way, my sister, did she escape? Looking at the time it should be almost at the exit. Let's go greet her then. Changsun Jinryman and Erasure left the abode, and after walking a distance within the family estate to a house vent, they didn't wait for a while for a figure to climb out of the vent. The silhouette was dirty, its clothes tattered, its long hair disheveled, and the moment it saw Changsun Jinro, it crawled quickly to her side. Jinro, save me, they're trying to kill me, save me, please save me. Changsun Jinro took a step back and squatted down in front of Changsun Jingu, looking at her, her eyes flustered, her face dirty. She didn't mind the dirtiness as she gently stroked Changsun Jinji's hair. It's okay sis, I'll protect you. Really? Thank you, Jane Ballad. The current Changsun Jingu was already somewhat mentally deranged, and she couldn't even see that this place was right in the family. The cause of this was naturally Changsun Jinro, who had allowed this good sister of hers to be taken away time and time again, and then allowed her to successfully escape on her own. The family had all but stopped caring about her, so Changsun Jin Rhythm was fine no matter what she did, and Changsun Jin Ji's mother, who had fornicated with an outsider, had died early, and her father had committed suicide because of it. Even then she herself was not honest in the family. Scandal after scandal, so the family stopped caring about her, and the center of gravity tilted towards Changsun Jin Rouge, and this Changsun Jin Gu belongs to the brainless kind. After being abolished, she still wants to threaten her on the grounds that she holds a handle on Changsun Jinro. Then Changsun Jinro can only shut her up. Killing would cause resentment in the family and that would be too much. So she just let Changsun Jingu be kidnapped every few days, abused and then let her escape on her own. Alright, it's alright. Erasure, have someone take her back. Yes, if the handle Changsun Jingu took was something else, it would be fine, but she was complaining about Changsun Jinro's daily private meetings with Panan. So naturally, Changsun Jinro wouldn't let her off the hook. Changsun Jingu was dragged away by 2 men in black suits, while Changsun Jinro did not look at a glance and wiped his hands with the alcohol spray that Erasure handed him. You're too much of a bellyacher, miss. You can't live without bellyaching. By the way, I seem to remember that Uncle Sam was arrested again, right? Yes, it seems to be because of drunkenness and beating and inquiring about nuisance. Let him stay locked up for a few days. He said he didn't want anything anyway. His son was going to bail him out. That's no good. It was hard to get in. And by the way, didn't I hear that his daughter is planning a camping trip? Let him worry himself a little. See if he wants his old man or his daughter. Okay, I'll pass it on to him. Be polite in your tone. Oh, we are all family after all. Well, it's time to go and meet Brother Panan. It's been some time since I've seen him. Chang Sun Jinro wiped her hands clean, tossed the hand towel to Erasure, and turned around to walk in the direction of the family gate. Back on Pan An's side, he was sandwiched between Yi Xinli and Tang Shuriwei, the two women chattering away. That's right, Xiao An's side of the source of goods has already been agreed. Until the store decoration is over. Yes. After the renovation is over we can stock up and start the official business. The two women recount everything they saw during the day when the two went to the flower and bird market, including all sorts of interesting things. The renovations can probably be scheduled by the 4th of July, right? I don't think so. Not until the end of the 4th of July. So have you thought of a name for the flower store? No AX2. Names are in the decorating loop too. Don't you two worry about that? Little Anne. We're both naming losers. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what it's called. Pan An held his forehead. How both of them felt heartless. Pan An, sure you've been thinking about something like a flower store for so long and you haven't thought of a name for the store? Tang Shuriwei, I was just thinking about the flower store. So I just came up with a random name. Pan An and Xin what's the name? Tang Shuriwei, call Moon Flower Shop. Pan An was silent. Yi Xinli held her forehead. This store name just, well, how to say? It has a feeling of a store name from 20 years ago. Tang Shuriwei, what do you two mean? Then Pan An you name it for me to hear. Pan An, well, without shaking the fragrance has been messed up. Without wind the flowers fly by themselves. If I could be allowed to name it I would call it shaking the fragrance mess. Yi Xinli, wouldn't it be too literary? Pan An, no. The florist sight through the school inside and outside. The reputation spread fast. The decoration can be used in favor of the ancient style of decoration, so that there will be a novelty. And the name is good to remember. When they want to buy flowers easy to think of shaking the fragrance of chaos. Tang Shuriwei, aha, that's good. I agree. Yi Xinli, I agree. The afternoon passed quickly. In the blink of an eye it was evening. The two women went to contact the decoration company, but also to design the decoration plan. So Pan An was alone in Yi Xinli's house. Looking at the time it was already evening. Pan An got up and checked the fridge. There really weren't many ingredients left, so he left the house to head to the supermarket outside the school. Halfway down the road they saw 3 executive black sedans, 2 bodyguards standing next to each of the front and back cars, and a maid standing in the center one. The maid saw Pan An turn toward the car door and then pull it open. The young girl stepped out of the car, still in the exact same pale green old-fashioned dress, and ran to Pan An in 3 steps, taking his hand and putting it on her head, rubbing it. Brother An, long time no see. The young girl dropped Pan An's hand and said so to Pan An. Pan An laughed out loud and once again raised his hand to rub Chang Sun Jinro's little face. Brother An, let's get in the car and talk. When she finished, she pulled Panacea up to the executive sedan and the two of them sat on one side each. Chang Sun Jin Ballad propped his hand on the seat and tilted his head. His eyes kept looking at Pan An. What brings you to me all of a sudden? I'm the one who has to ask. Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Brother An, it can't be to tell me that I don't stand a chance now that you have a girlfriend, can it? That's not true. It's just that your engagement is going to continue? It seems like it's broken, but it's not like I'm saying you can't be together if you have a girlfriend, right? Not to mention that it's not like you only have one girlfriend. Brother An, Pan An wasn't surprised that Chang Sun Jinro knew about himself. He was well aware of the strength of the Chang Sun family as the #1 family in Haicheng City. Being able to know information about him was just a breeze. As long as Chang Sun Jinran wanted to, that Pan An would be secretly filmed when he took a bath. But she wouldn't do something like that. She had never interfered in anything with Pan An in the past 2 or 3 years. Not even in the romance that seemed like it could really work out. And she belonged to the category of those who fully believed in the so-called curse. It was just the point of chasing her husband that she hadn't considered. So here she was. So are you going to accept me now or wait for some days? Brother An? Hey. Not allowed to say I only treat you as a sister, this kind of words you at first but really said that like me. Since set out. A gentleman a word. Team of horses hard to catch up. Brother and also do not want to let me wait for these few years for nothing, right? After saying this, Chang Sun Jinro took out his cell phone and flipped to recordings. And a voice came out of his cell phone. The very same conversation that Chang Sun Jinro had agreed to under that day. Just tell me if you like me. Like. She shook her cell phone and looked at Panacea with a proud expression. If you really think of me as a sister I'll put the audio out and Chang Sun Jinrim's mouth was covered in mid-sentence, and Pan An helplessly wrapped his arms around her. Words don't come out of your mouth. I haven't said anything yet, and I'm going to let you finish your speech. Pan An let go of his hand, somewhat unable to do anything about this dark little girl. Chang Sun Jinro, looking obviously quite good, but inwardly incomparably dark. I don't know who she learned it from, but she probably wouldn't survive in a behemoth like that if she didn't bellyache a bit. Then the answer is revealed. Brotherin, and I won't make it hard for you la. We'll just cheat. Put. Hey, what are you talking about? Wrong. It means you don't have to let them know. I just need you to come and keep me company from time to time, so there won't be all that fighting and such, or I'm afraid that you won't have enough to share. Brotherin. Ahem. You really do say everything. After all, it's with you. Brotherin. I don't do that with others. It's still easier to be with you. Brotherin. By the way, what's the matter with the call today? Pan-en tells Chang Sun Jin-ro about the flower store and she nods. So that's how it is. It's fine, leave it to me. Tomorrow Ji will come. When that time comes, Brotherin, you just give it to her directly. She will take care of it. That's fine. By the way, I'm going to take a trip back to my hometown on the 4th of July. So I'll see you then. Yeah, I'll get cleaned up and wait for you, said Chang Sun Jin rhythm to Pan in a flying kiss. Pan helpless. Things discussed and left the car to go to the supermarket to buy food. After Pam leaves, the maid Erishur gets in the car and sits where Pam was just sitting. Is that good enough for the lady? Well, that's good enough. Brotherin is right. That would be good for everyone. No one would be sacrificed. We just want his company. And that's enough. I still don't have enough power in the family. Even if I did want to have him all to myself, it's not realistic. And I can know the family doesn't have any leverage with his company from time to time. Chang Sun Jin-ro leaned against the window of the car and watched from afar as Pan-en's figure walked far away. Pan-en seemed to notice her line of sight. Even though the window was on the sunscreen layer to see the inside, he still turned around and waved at the unstarted vehicle. Seeing this, Chang Sun Jin-ro laughed. This time it was a heartfelt laugh, unlike the belly laugh he had faked before. We're still young. In a few years we'll be able to get on our feet by dealing with the old guys. And after that we'll be able to have a big wedding. I, for one, would still like to share Brotherin with them, because then he'd be happy, I guess. The second half of the sentence Chang Sun Jin-ro's voice cannot be heard by anyone. Only her own mouth one in one, as if to the air. Erishur sighed softly as she looked at Chang Sun Jin-ryu. She herself was only 16 when she took care of her, and Chang Sun Jin-ryu was only a year old. Over 20 years had passed and she had seen her grow up in every way. Pan-en was an important figure in Chang Sun Jin-ro's life, not because of the methods Pan-en came up with, but because Pan-en was able to listen to her about her daily struggles every time she was at her loneliest. Erishur stood just a little farther away from the gazebo every day and watched as Chang Sun Jin-ro happily ran to Pan-en and took Pan-en's hand to touch his head, as if that one stroke could clear away all fatigue and heartache. It was also Pan-en's reason that made Chang Sun Jin-ro become aware that she had to be reused by the family in order to be able to be bullied by the other first family. She would hold back, and when she was wrongly accused of being planted, she took note of it all. It was all doubled back shortly after that, and while she obviously looked cute, her wrists weren't soft at all, which is exactly why she'd made it this far. Watching Pan-en walk into the supermarket, Chang Sun Jin-ro also said to Erishur to go. The three executive sedans traveled in single file and drove away from Haichine University. The two daughters immediately came up to complain when Pan-en returned from grocery shopping. Tang Shuriwe, Pan-en, let me tell you, that renovation company actually tried to extort the two of us. Yi Xinli, yes. Not only is their construction loan, their renovation expensive and costly, they even wanted us to sign a design contract first, and that contract was attached to the renovation contract. Pan-en, so, it's okay, I got my little wife. She'll help us out. What, X2? Pan-en still said it. Hiding it seems like it is not good for anyone. It will make himself feel bad inside. It will make Chang Sun Jin-ro sad. And it will disappoint these two, right? Pan-en, you have a little wife? The two of us aren't enough? I know that's not right, but let's hear the explanation first. You say X2. So that's the situation. With her happening before you, Shizuki, and not being able to be together because of the pact, and because of her family. According to her agreement, as long as it's 3 months, which is her birthday, if you guys don't find me, then she's the first girlfriend. She said she wouldn't let you guys know for fear of an argument, but relationship cracks start with mistrust and hidden deception. So I'll speak up. The living room fell silent. The two women said nothing. Yi Xinli pulled Tang Shuriwei into the room. Pan-en sat alone in the living room, looking at the empty living room. There was no regret in the bottom of his eyes, but more of a relief after saying it. He stood up, walked to the kitchen, pulled out the groceries he'd bought for the evening, and started making dinner. In less than a moment, a table of delicacies brand new out of the oven. Pan-en served rice, set up the dishes, walked to the door of the two women's bedroom, knocked on the door. Dinner is served. Saying so, she returned to the table, and before long the two women opened the door to their room and walked out, coming over to the table, where they both snuggled up and glanced at Panacea, and then each grunted. defiantly sat down at the table, muffled and ate the dishes made by Pannon. The meaning is obvious. We are just hungry. Not to you, Map. You big scum. Don't want to just let it go so easily. After the meal, the two women grabbed the dishes to wash them, as if they didn't want to owe Pannon anything, and pushed Pannon away from the kitchen, not giving Pannon a chance to communicate. In the evening, Pannon sat in the living room. Yi Xianli walked out of the bedroom to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Tang Shuriwei walked out and watched the bathroom door close, and then her gaze went to the living room and met Pannon's eyes. That, Shioki. Bang! The response was a slamming door, and Pannon scratched his head in embarrassment and continued to watch TV. Not a moment later, Yi Xinli came out from her bath, and her gaze also met Pannon. That, Xianli. Humph. Giving Pannon a blank stare. She then went back to the bedroom to change Tang Shuriwei to come out to take a shower, once again giving Pannon a blank stare and going back to the bedroom again. The two women first seemed to want to fight with Pannon in a protracted battle, to let Pannon know that they are not good bullies, in such a way down a few people from playing cards into playing mahjong, in the 5 rows into a soccer team are. So they're going to put up a good fight against Pannon, who naturally understands, but luckily, it's still manageable for now. Watching the bedroom door close, Panacea stood up and stretched, then went to take a shower herself. The two daughters had switched to one bed for them and one bed for Pannon these days, so it was okay for Pannon not to go back to the dormitory sometimes. Tonight is that. If Pannon is fighting a long battle with the two girls, surely he can't just leave at will. That would not be very sincere. And there is still a possibility that he can't get in here. After taking a shower, Pannon returned to the bedroom to sleep, and time passed. The next morning Pannon woke up. To see the situation of the two women did not wake up. He made breakfast and set it out on the refrigerator, leaving a sticky note on the dining room table telling the two daughters that they could heat it up in the microwave and eat it when they got up, and that it was off to take care of the florist's business and to call if anything came up. Leaving home, Pannon receives a call in the morning from Chang Sun Jinro, who arranges for Ji, one of Chang Sun Jinro's two maids, to come over and help Pannon. Unlike Arashir, Ji was more of a runner dealing with matters, while Arashir was more of a handler around Chang Sun Jinro, always working for this next head of the family. According to reason, actually Chang Sun Jinro cannot succeed the family head, but she has a strong hand and a lot of power, and several of the ones who are fighting for power are being targeted, so she will become the family head of the Chang Sun family in the near future. When she arrived at the entrance of the flower store, Ji was already waiting there. She was wearing a competent suit. She was more like a housekeeper than Arashir. Mr. Anne, you're here. Well, are we going to the decorator first or? The business license side I have got. All the process procedures have been done. The next is the decoration and the source of goods, two things. So soon? Let's go to the decoration company first then. Good. Pannon followed Ji as she got into an executive black sedan with her in the driver's seat and Pannon in the passenger seat. In the car, Ji didn't say anything, and Pannon didn't say anything either, because it was really awkward and he didn't know how to talk. The vehicle didn't take long to get to the floor of a company. Ji walked in front and Pannon followed. Mr. This decoration company is under our Changsun family, because Miss explained, so you will only need to say the requirements can be, the rest they will arrange. The cost of this site is also free of charge. You do not need to be polite, Miss specially explained. Aha! Came to the decoration company. Pannon was enthusiastically pulled to the waiting room. Several designers listening to Pannon requirements for on-site design, and then Pannon choose a set of design programs look quite good. That proposal is similar to the Flower House Promenade, with an ancient style and exquisite design, and if we let Poon on estimate the price of this proposal, it is estimated to be at least 7 figures. Next, they will prepare in the near future. The renovation is expected to be completed within 10 days, followed by matching with the source, and a professional flower farmer will be recruited on this site to provide you with assistance. Aha! She then took Pannon to a flower base and came over here to confirm the variety of flowers needed. For this, Pannon didn't know anything about it. The flower store was to be opened by Tang Shuriwei, so naturally Tang Shuriwei had to choose. So again, first back to Haicheng University, Pannon called Tang Shuriwei phone, as if intentionally dry Pannon, after a long time before picking up. Hello. Well, sure you it's like this. Over here we went to the flower base to confirm the varieties to stock. I don't know which ones I need, so you and Xianli came along to take a look. We'll meet you in front of the school. After more than 10 minutes Yi Xinli and Tang Shuriwei came. The two women sat in the back row and did not speak to Pannon, muttering something to themselves. The business license and other formalities have been completed, and the decoration design draft has also been sent to you. It is expected that the decoration can be completed in about 10 days, and then you can access the supplies to start business, Pannon himself said. Tang Shuriwei clicked on the picture Pannon sent. The two women were stunned by the design. Should not say that people are worthy of eating this bowl of rice? The design is really awesome. And after Panon finished saying that he could open for business, Tang Shirihue asked excitedly. Seriously? Has completely forgotten in the Cold War with Panon? See this? Yi Xinli hastily grabbed Tang Shirihue's sleeve, was reminded of Tang Shirihue awkwardly coughed, leaned against Yi Xinli and lowered her head. Panon saw the smile. The two women are still very honest in the heart. Is a time cannot pass this hurdle. To time to grind a little bit on the good. Of course it's true. Humph. Responding to him with only a savage grunt, Panon shook his head, and the car arrived at the flower base at that moment. For the dazzling array of flowers, Tang Shirihue's eyes are going to see flowers. Yi Xinli is the same. For the whole flowers are naturally a bit dazzled. When autumn comes on September 8th, I will kill 100 flowers after they bloom. The fragrance of the sky will penetrate Chang'an, and the city will be filled with golden armor. For Panon's poetic flourish, two women are thrown a blank stare, and then continue to choose flowers. Combined with the size of the store, the flow of customers to choose to sell more, to control the number of, to understand the packaging. Just like this stayed here for a full day, Panon felt that the two women were already going to accept it, just short of the proverbial foot. Wait a little longer. No need to rush. She sent the three back to Haicheng University. The two women got off first. Panon thanked Ji and left. Dinner is the same as yesterday. The two women did not give Panon a good face. Panon can do nothing. This kind of thing can only rely on time to wear out. Time came to the next day. Panon and Yi Xianli went to class. Although Yi Xianli was sitting with Panon, there was an empty seat in the middle, and even took a special photo to send it to Tang Shirihue to prove that she hadn't compromised. Panacea held his forehead. Tang Shirihue's side was working as a supervisor, watching the decorators start to decorate, and she couldn't believe what it would be like for the flower store to open. Time came to noon. Panon, who had originally planned to go back to cooking, received a call from Enrushue and got a savage hum after reporting with Yi Xinli. Panon picked up the phone and Enruashue's voice came from the other end. I thought about it, but I wanted to say it in person. Okay, so where do we meet? I'll get you. Panon put down the work in hand and came to the school entrance. Enrushue, as before, stood next to her Porsche and opened the door for Panon. Panon got in the car, and Enruashue was quiet and wasn't going to say anything, and the two of them just fell silent in silence. Panon knew the answer by this time, but it was still important to say a proper goodbye and not make too much of a scene. That wouldn't be good for anyone. And Enruashue drove to the same mall she had been at in the beginning. She made a reservation for an upscale restaurant, took Panon to sit down, and informed the waiter that the food could be served. He didn't say anything, waiting for Enruashue to speak. Soon after, the waiter served the food. Red wine was poured into goblets and set in front of the two of them, and knives and forks were set out separately. Let's eat first. I thought I told me to do it at your house, Panon said jokingly. Hearing this, Enruashue also smiled and laughed. I'm afraid I'll change my decision if you go. That's okay, I respect your decision. After saying that, the two did not speak, silently eating the meal in front of them, and Enruashue raised a tall glass and took a sip. The bottom of her eyes were all sadness. By the end of the meal, Enruashue once again raised her glass and passed it forward. Panon, to the last meal. Good. Panon also raised his glass, and the walls of their cups clashed with a crisp ringing sound, before each of them finally finished their drinks. I still can't take it. It's okay, I understand, and you don't have to stress about it. Can't you just be with me? I don't want to owe them. What about me? I never owe you anything, so good luck after the last meal. After saying this, Panon got up and left, leaving Enruashue alone at the table in a daze. It's true that Panon doesn't owe her anything, rather it's true that she owes Panon a lot, like a contractual salary while pretending to be her boyfriend, like the promised food expenses, like for apologizing to Panon after wronging him. She thought of making amends only after being with Panon, but never thought that Panon would not be with her, and that's exactly why he didn't owe her anything. Panon got up and left. He didn't owe Enruashue anything this time. He paid for his own meal, despite spending almost 2 months of his salary, but at least this made him feel at ease. Leaving from the restaurant, he suddenly felt that the air outside was fresher. Perhaps he was not used to the atmosphere of that kind of high-class restaurant, and he was not used to Western food, or Chinese food is more suitable for his taste. The sky did not give Panon any face, not even stay a few minutes at dark. Clouds have already pressed down, followed by the sky is covered with rain. Panon rushed to hide under the eaves of the house, and the street was crowded with people, all of whom were sheltering from the rain. Just as Panon took out his cell phone and prepared to take a taxi when his eyes darkened, he looked up and found an umbrella being propped above his head. Turning his head to look, Panon was a little surprised. Sister Blue Smoke, what's going on here? With friends for dinner. Want me to take you back? Panon nodded and shook his head again. then said, "It's been a while since I've been to your place, and it just happened to be raining, so can we go sit down?" "Sure." Lu Lanxiang is about the same height as Pan, about 1.7 meters or so. She held the umbrella and led Pan to the garage, pulling open the car door for Pan to sit in. She then walked to the other end, put away her umbrella and sat in the car. Not getting a drop of rain from the process, the vehicle started. The wipers kept working, just a second to let the windows blurred. Lu Lanyan did not say anything, silently driving the car. She's been like this since Pan met her, an antique beauty without a single piece of modern clothing, basically an ancient dress or cheongsam or something. Right now, for example, she was wearing a black tattooed phoenix cheongsam, with a side view of her round, smooth legs, and by the way, she wasn't wearing black silk. Lu Blue Smoke operates a tea house, mainly tea business, but also do tea house business. The store location is very good, the environment is even more. Watching the rain in her tea house, this thing Pan thought it was too cool. The feeling is like everything is silent, only the ears with the pattering rain, watching the rain outside the window from fine to silk, the sound of the rain from the sharp to the ticking. Pan was in a sort of relaxed mood now, as if the boulder weighing him down had rolled away, and he caught his breath, wanting to relax and unwind now. Have you ever confessed your love for Smoky Lu? In Pan's 20 years, he confessed to countless objects, among which there is a kind and understanding white moonlight, an arrogant and cute neighbor sister, a sensible and sexy school sister, and a darker little sister, but only Lu Lanyan is the most special to him. Why? Lu Lanyan's temperament is more noble and outstanding than anyone he has ever seen. Her dusty temperament is her greatest characteristic. Her face has naturally changed in more than 10 years, more mature, compared to her younger appearance when he first met her. "Anne, we're going to be living here from now on, because of your father. We could move any time." 7-year-old Pan sat on the couch, listening to his mother, who had just been struck by a breakup not long ago, and for him, who was not much more mentally mature now, well, counted as a heavy blow. Well, there's still a chance to meet up with Xin Li in the future. Don't be sad. You can go to the neighborhood and see if there are any kids of the same age. You can usually play together. Listening to his mother, Pan jumped off the couch, opened the door and left, knocking on the neighbor's door, which was opened by a young woman. "Hey, kid, which kid are you?" "Hi auntie, I just moved in today and live next door." "So, hello little friend, what's your name?" "Auntie, my name is Pan." "Auntie, how old is your child? Can we play together?" What Pan was looking forward to now was a little girl hiding behind the woman's pants leg, looking timidly at him, and then he started to get the girl, then confessed his love, and finally reached the achievement, early love. The next moment, however, a small child did come out, who walked shakily and looked to be only 2 years old. The woman turned to pick up the child and smiled at Panacea. "Ha ha, little Pam can come and play with my baby more often in the future, but not today because I'm going out." "Ah, well, that's okay auntie." The door to the room closed, and for a moment Pan didn't know whether to be thankful or lost. Thankful versus not having to actually take the kids, and though he was a kid too, lost in the fact that there's no more little girl next door. His own plans for early love are bankrupt, and he's helplessly spreading his hands. The neighborhood where Pan lives is a bit far from the city, and Pan's father gets up early every morning to drive there, and Pan goes to elementary school, and has a pretty good life. There were a few kids his age in the yard as well, and Pan played with them when he had nothing else to do, except maybe he was too mature to feel too bored. After nearly a year here, the days came to the height of summer each year, and at this time Pan was considered the king of the children, and the children in the yard looked up to him. On this day, a weekend afternoon, a few children sat in the yard under a large shade tree in the center of the yard, and the cicadas testified to the fact that it was still a little hot in the shade. The children were fanning themselves, and only Pam was being fanned by others. "So boring." Pam said so. "Ange, boring, let's go over to the lake and play. It's cooler over there." "No go. It's too dangerous." "Okay, come again. Then Ange, let's go play in the pond over there. There's still fish. It's next to all the trees. It's cool, and the water is shallow. Why don't you go?" "Why do you all want to play in the water?" "Ange, we can all swim, so isn't it normal to play in the water? Come on, I'm the only one who can't, so let's go. I'll watch you from the shore." "Yeah, Act 7. Pan followed a few children to the so-called pond, which really wasn't that deep, and even when he walked to the fast-centered position it only drowned up to his chin. He sat under a tree and watched the children splashing in the pond. He was a little tempted to join in for a moment. Although he was mature, he was still a young boy after all, and playfulness was still there, but he couldn't swim, and even afterward, he was still a dry duck, and it would be a bit boring here if he couldn't swim. "Really want to grow up," he mumbled like this. He is Pan. The cell failed to raid the girl. He naturally went to school. And then there is still no object. Not that there is no. Can only say that his eyes are too high. Thinking of this cannot help but shake his head. And at this time the forest walked through a young girl. The girl's beauty is unparalleled. Pan are looking dumbfounded. When he rubbed his eyes to make sure but there was nothing. He was surprisingly a little lost, so he walked towards the forest and the result didn't change. Nothing. Disbelieving. He went forward some distance more, while behind him came the shouts of children. Ange, where are you going? There's nothing there. Panacea had to turn back and look at the child. He asked, nothing over there? Yeah, it's just trees. And it's easy to get lost going in. Speaking of which, Pan had to believe that he had misread. The sun set. He took the children back to their respective homes. Except that he felt a little teared up. In the days to come, Pan was always going wherever he went, hoping to see the impossibly beautiful maiden again. But nothing changed in the outcome. As if it had been a dream of Pan's from the beginning, and there had never been a woman like that. Until, on that day, time passed. Pan was already 8 years old, and the days stepped into the winter of that year. And nearly half a year had passed since Pan had seen the woman. Inside the New Year's Eve, several playmates have left the small courtyard. Parents stayed here for the new year, so Pan's family did not leave. But the large neighborhood in Pan Play actually did not have a person. Thinking so, Pan had to go outside for a walk alone. Even after half a year, Pan had long believed that day was his own eyesight. But every walk involuntarily walked to the woods. He had gone deeper once, but the inside was what the child had said it was. There was nothing in it but the exact same trees. And standing in the forest, he was so small that he could get lost at any moment. When I walked to the pond, it was frozen, with a thin layer of snow on the ice, and the surrounding area, whether it was trees or grass, was similarly pressed with snow. You always seem to come here. The sound that appeared out of the cold startled Pan. His feet sliding with the snow as he leaned back so that he would likely smash through the ice and fall into the frigid water. But Pan didn't care about that at all, for the face was once again in view, and the young girl grabbed him by the shoulders to prevent him from falling into the lake. He was a little dumbfounded. The young man didn't know what to say, so he just looked at the young girl in silence, who was still a young girl at this time. Are you okay? The young girl asked with a puzzled look, and Panacea stiffened and shook her head. She made sure Pan was okay and released her grip on Pan's hand. Pan stood back up, now seeing and meeting the person she had been daydreaming about. But for a moment she didn't know how to speak. What's wrong? No, it's fine. You haven't answered my question. You always seem to come here. Aha. Why? I see you don't know water. Want to see you. Pan just said it, and the young girl froze when she heard it, then didn't say anything, just turned away. Pan silently followed behind. The young girl was quiet and silent, and her good-looking face was even more durable. So, what's your name, sis? Willow Blue Smoke. Blue Smoke does not stop Pan from following at all, and the two look as if they are siblings, but the difference in years is greater is. Pan followed Lu Lanyan for some distance, and right behind that forest, there was a tea house. The tea house was alone. Lu Lanyan went up and unlocked the door, pushed open the door of the tea house and walked in. Pan followed behind. Sit there. Lu Lanyan pointed to the tea table on the side. Pan will sit on the tea table, while Lu Lanyan went to the side, began to boil tea, wash the tea vessel, fill the tea leaves, boil the tea soup, pouring tea for Pan. After demonstrating a whole set of tea boiling process to him, the young Pan sat across from Lu Lanyan and watched as the tea was poured into a cup and later placed in front of him. Drink it and warm up. Pan tasted it. It was a little hot, but the flavor was something that he, as a child, found absolutely delicious. Then the air quieted down, and snow began to fall outside the tea house. Snowflakes as big as goose down, swaying slowly as they fell. Pan looked out the window along with her gaze, and the two of them formed some sort of inexplicable understanding, watching the snowflakes for a long time. At which point Pan also realized that it was getting late. He turned back and looked at Lu Lanyan in front of him. She was propped up on her chin, quietly looking out the window, wearing a gorgeous ancient costume. At this moment Pan really felt that Lu Lanyan was like walking out of a TV series. His mouth opened, debating whether or not to say it, worrying about whether or not it would have any effect, but fearing that if he didn't say it, he would never see it again. He could no longer see a single person now, and if she was doomed to a failed end in front of him, it seemed as if only the process mattered. Sister Blue Smoke, I like you. Hearing this, Willow Blue Smoke looked back at the child in front of her who was only 8 years old with some shock before saying a number. 872. What is it? Panacea asked curiously. The number of people who have confessed have invariably failed. I'll make it. Lu Lanxiang did not say anything. Pan got up and left. Lu Lanxiang seemed to think of something at this time, walked to the door, and Pan had long walked out a dozen meters. As if he did not need her to escort home, she retreated back into the tea house and closed the door. When it opened again, it was early in the morning of the new year, and the same child, only 8 years old, came to the front of the tea house and waited for her to open the door. Happy New Year, Sister Blue Smoke. Happy New Year. Silent for a long time, Lou Blue Smoke finally did not spoil the fun of a child. But since then this child has become a regular customer here. As the spring came and went, she watched the child slowly grow up, and he was always giving himself sudden confessions out of the cold. Sister Blue Smoke, how was the tea cooked this time? Blue Smoke sister, I today confession again failed. Not accidentally took the good man card. Or you are good. Do not send me. Don't you even stock up. Sister Blue Smoke? Sister Blue Smoke, how many times have I confessed? My 24th? The 953rd time you've been confessed. The revolution has not yet succeeded. I still need to work hard. She watched Panin change from a child to a teenager. And as long as Panin came here, then she would listen to Panin tell a story every day. Quietly listen to him confess his love. And then say a number. And for Panin that number was a rejection. By the way, Sister Blue Smoke, this is probably the last time. I'm moving out. Where to? Yamashiro. I'm going to high school. The teenager in front of her was already 16 or 17 years old. And in the blink of an eye almost 10 long years had passed. And she was all set to run 3. So Blue Smoke sister, this confession refused to have no chance. Wow. Later can not see me. Like me, such as the beautiful boy who can write in martial arts is not much. Willow Blue Smoke did not show any indication. Quietly looking out the window. Listening to the rain pattering. Listening to the teenager's long talk and laughter. Okay. Sister Blue Smoke. I like you. 1097 times. Ah, a failure man. That's it then. Can I pass you a bit of tea? Sister Blue Smoke? I'll pay out of pocket. Lu Lanyan stood up upon hearing this, walked to the side, picked up a few boxes of tea, and pushed them in front of Panin. Sister Blue Smoke. How much? Trampling gifts. Then thank you. Sister Blue Smoke. After saying that, Panin walked away. Lu Lanyan watched the teenager running in the rain with an umbrella and holding the tea. She still did not have any indication. Moving out? She murmured this, but it was the same words that brought her and Panacea together again. After a full day of searching since Tang Shiriwa left, Panin eventually went home to sleep, too tired, both mentally and physically. Will you still be in the spirit when the person you love leaves you one day without saying goodbye and all contact information is deleted? You can't get through on the phone. You can't find them anywhere? After a day's slumber, Panin looked shriveled up and went to get himself some instant noodles to eat, then zipped up his jacket and he was once again out the door. Walking through yesterday's road, looking at yesterday's street scenes, and finally coming to that bench. I can vaguely see the scene from last night when the two of them were snuggling with each other. Panin was wearing a blue scarf that Tang Shiriwa had bought him, saying it was a couple's model, and the breath Panin exhaled hit it and dissipated. Hands in his pockets, he stepped aside, and here was the river, on which only the middle part was still flowing, the sides being frozen. Break up? A voice came from the side. Panin couldn't help but nod his head and twisted his head to look at her. Still dressed as she was that winter, only she looked mature again. Sister Blue Smoke. Aha! There was no breakup. Obviously we were already together. It was just that close to an answer, but it ended up that way. Nice guy card you collect quite a few times. Or someone who didn't send it to me. That's because you didn't confess. It's not Jane Ballard. It's you. Sister Blue Smoke. Panin was telling the truth. Even though Panin had confessed to her so many times, she still answered a number as if it were a counter, without expression, which meant rejecting him. So cold this winter. Sister Blue Smoke. I like you. That walks out. Willow Blue Smoke's sentence was a statement, not an inquiry, and she knew Panacea well. Ha ha, that's not true. I still have a heart and soul. I'm just trying to switch moods here at Sister Blue Smoke. 1203. Alas, I too have been struck down countless times, so perhaps I've gotten used to it long ago. So I practice? No. Of course I truly like Sister Blue Smoke. Willow Blue Smoke chose to be silent and played a recognize card in the void. And the atmosphere was suddenly awkward like that. Don't end up becoming insensitive. Don't become disingenuous. Don't lie all the time. With those words, Willow Blue Smoke tucked a postcard into Panacea's scarf before turning to leave along the river. Panin looked at the back of Lou Blue Smoke, took out the postcard, and smiled when he saw the address on it. Don't worry, I certainly won't. Panin's voice was not loud, and it was said to himself, but it sounded like he was saying it to Willow Blue Smoke. Lu Lanyan clearly has walked a distance, but for this murmur heard as if extraordinarily clear, the calm corners of the mouth hooked up a slightly imperceptible arc, even the eyes of the indifferent to everything with a trace of tenderness, and so Panin went back to his old ways, running over to Willow Blue Smoke when he had something to do, until he graduated from high school, and this time he was about to leave the mountain town, and came to her store as he always did. Pan-in was still curious. Obviously she ran a tea store called Jade Blue Smoke. Not like a tea store name, but curious persons should come here as guests or something. But Pan-in whenever he comes here is only Lu Blue Smoke alone. Ask her, she does not say. Just silently to Pan-in brew a pot of tea. Sister Blue Smoke, I'm moving out again. Lu Lanyan didn't say anything and silently poured tea for Pan-in. It's off to college this time. Sister Blue Smoke. I don't know how long we've known each other for 12 years. I want to ask a question before we go. You say, why don't you sell tea? The name of my store is Jade Blue Smoke. Taken from Li Shangyin's Jinsei, there are tears in the pearl in the bright ocean moon, and jade produces smoke in the warm blue field sun. This was never a tea store. If it is not the reason for the character of Lu Blue Smoke has long been to Pan-in cursed, every day to sell tea, said really cheap. I always thought that. I keep my tea house just for myself and never solicit customers to stay. Hearing Lu Lanyan say that Pan-in was a little embarrassed. It seemed like he had been a little rude over the years. But you're different. Me? Well, you have a very attentive taste of my tea, and I'm used to hearing you share it, so you're the only one welcome here. Really? So touching, so deep in love. Sister Blue Smoke, I like you. 1356. Okay. Is there a going away present this time? Pan-in finished. Lu Blue Smoke pushed a tea. The gift box is very delicate. Open the gift box. The tea box has a gold leaf, which is written on the front. Thank you, Sister Blue Smoke. Pan-in left. Lu Blue Smoke watched Pan-in get in his car and leave the place. She closed the store door, refilled a cup of tea for herself, and looked outside with the tea in her hand. The sky was clear, and a slight breeze was blowing. When he went to college, his college years were calm and full, and just before the vacation Pan-in received a delivery in the late afternoon. After opening the courier is a purple gift box. Opened the gift box, a tea with a postcard. Pan-in took the postcard and smiled. After reading the address he left the school and took a taxi to a tea house. This tea house unexpectedly had guests, and there was more than one person, and there was even a reception. The reception at the door came up to Panacea upon seeing him. Hello, are you Mr. Pan-in? Our general manager Lu has specially explained. Pan-in was a little surprised, but still followed the reception to the third floor of the tea house, where there was a large room, where only Lu Lanyan was sitting alone, with two purple sand teacups in front of her, and she was seriously pouring tea. The reception bowed and left as Pan-in walked into the room, and Lu Lanyan put down the teapot and reached out to indicate that Pan-in could just sit across from him. Sister Blue Smoke, how did your place change? Just keeping up with the times. For me this room is the real Jade Blue Smoke, said she handed a cup of tea. Pan-in took a mouthful. In the time spent with Lu Blue Smoke he learned to taste tea, know the good and bad tea, learned to cook tea, learned what is called good tea. Good tea, why haven't I had it before? The latest breed. Name it. Blue Smoke. Like this? How long has Sister Blue Smoke been here? 6 months. Half a year. As it was when they moved to the mountain town. Pan-in lived there for half a year before Willow Blue Smoke showed up, but her store had been moved half a year earlier. Willow Blue Smoke seems to be intentional. Perhaps also she does not want to let Pan-in think too much. He has his own space. His own here is not his home after all, but she can be a temporary harbor. Pan-in left. Lu Blue Smoke will bring him the tea he wants to drink every time he leaves, and this time is no exception. Blue Smoke, named after her. It's good that he's happy. One more chapter, to be posted immediately. The first time Lu Lanyan saw Pan-in was not in the pond that time, but only 7-year-old Pan-in pulled the child intending to run the red light, and strictly counted the scene. She had felt that the child was different that time, at least different from his peers. Later on the way back to the tea house she saw the group of children going to the pond. She wanted to go and take a look for fear that something would happen to these children. But when she walked a short distance away she saw Pan-in sitting there. She was relieved and left. Later on, Pan-in was always seen coming to the pond, with or without the children with him, and he would always come here as if he were looking for something. Obviously just a child less than 10 years old, but the things done are not at all like what should be done at that age. It was also that winter that Pam came to the pond again, and as she happened to be passing by today, she went up to her and asked, "You always seem to come here." The beginning of the story is like this. Lu Lanyan unexpected is this child will suddenly give himself confession. This only 8-year-old child. Obviously this sentence should not be so easy to open, but this child eyes are serious. 872. What is it? The number of people who have confessed have invariably failed. I'll make it, he said firmly, that look as if it was an easy thing for him. Lu Lanyan did not reply without comment. Pan-in jumped out of his chair and left, and it occurred to Willow Blue Smoke at this point that it was just a lie, and that she didn't want the boy to waste his time with her. Walking to the door, Pannon has long walked out a few meters. The snow is not falling much, but he walks happily, as if he has won the jackpot. Seeing this, Willow Blue Smoke closed the door. She thought it was just overthinking it. It was just a child. Maybe she would forget about it tomorrow. However, the next morning, when she opened the door of the tea house, the child had already piled up a snowman outside the door and stood beside it, the tip of his nose red and huffing. Happy New Year, Sister Blue Smoke. Happy New Year? How long has it been since I've heard that? Happy New Year. Since then the boy had become a regular at her place, and would occasionally come to her with his homework, but without asking her for tutoring. He managed on his own. She would also always make tea for the boy as a courtesy to the landlord, and he would always help with his chores. Spring cleaning versus fall cleaning. Between spring and fall, Pannon slowly grows up, and on the way he still confesses to himself, but nothing has changed for her, and all it takes is a number to muddle through. She taught him to make tea along the way, listen to him tell himself his own gossip, and act as half a life coach. Despite the fact that he always confessed to himself, he also always said that he was different and would not give him a good guy card, to which Willow Blue Smoke could only not show. Gradually the child became a teenager, and the sense of maturity against the grain faded away, as if what was in front of her a few years ago was the teenager in front of her. Sister Blue Smoke, I like you. 1001. Defeat. The teenager was always in such a good humor, always recovering quickly from whatever feelings passed through, and always cheeky in her case. She felt it was more like a wanderer who always reported the good news but not the bad when he talked to his parents. He treated himself like a family member and never showed his sad side. Telling what had happened was his biggest outlet. Sister Blue Smoke. I'm moving out. Yamashiro. It's going to high school. The words put her in a bit of a trance. The kid who threatened to be her boyfriend 10 years ago was now a handsome teenager. Speaking for herself, she's now 28 to 29 years old since she met Pam at 20, and time has flown by. And perhaps because of the company of her teenagers, the years don't feel short. Thinking of this, looking out the window, her thoughts drifted away. The rain pattered. Time extension. Thoughts in the end where? Okay. Sister Blue Smoke. I like you. The teenager confessed again. And her thoughts didn't follow. Instinctively saying a number. 1097. Good fail. Then can I buy you some tea from Sister Blue Smoke? I guess I won't see it later. She took out her best tea. Unprepared. Perhaps it should have been more delicate to give this, but in the rush of things, it would have to do. Outside, the rain ticked down as the teenager left, his feet making splashes in the rain as he held his umbrella. She turned to look at her tea house, and it was back to the quiet it had been 10 years ago, quieter than ever, especially after the footsteps had disappeared. Moving out? It wasn't a question, and it was shortly after that she moved away and set up store again in Mountain City, making tea just for herself, as she always did. In the 6 months since she came to the Mountain City, sometimes after New Year's Eve, apart from reading books and drinking tea, she would go for a walk around. Karma. Wonderful. The figure came into view as he stood beside the bench, staring at it in disbelief, then stepped aside and looked down at the river. I don't know where the teenager's thoughts were, and she didn't realize it when she walked up beside her. Break up? She opened her mouth to ask, and the teenager snorted with her, and she didn't care, except that she was suddenly worried that this teenager would one day become a numb hypocrite, the moment his true heart ran out. Don't become insensitive. Don't become disingenuous. Don't become all lies. Every word emphasized him, but every sentence was concerned about her, not wanting him to be trapped in love. So as she left, she heard the reply clearly, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly in an extraordinarily good mood. Time passed as it did, and the teenager visited her often, sharing insights and sharing his emotional disappointments, and she would listen quietly and eventually offer enlightenment. The teenager comes to her again. This time she knows the teenager is leaving and knows the teenager's standard, and as usual confesses her feelings, and as usual she says a number. The teenagers laughed when they heard it, from the bottom of their hearts, one of them sipping tea solemnly, the other with a hearty laugh. Sister Blue Smoke, do you have a going away present this time? She took out the tea she had prepared long ago, with her own engraved prospects, with her own good wishes. The teenager was gone. The teenager was coming and going daily. She was worried that the teenager had nowhere to go when she was disillusioned. So when the teenager left, she left with him. In Haichang, the big city, her private tea house seemed out of place. So she went along with what the teenager had said before, that tea drinkers were welcome, only she never showed her face. She didn't want that false number to come true. It's like I'm the one who's lying. How is Sister Blue Smoke today? Pannon asked this as he leaned against the car window and looked out at the rainy world. As usual. So, by the way, Sister Blue Smoke, I have a girlfriend. The look on this face doesn't look like anything has changed, and Pam isn't saying it deliberately. just sharing it like I'm sharing it with a parent friend. Meanwhile, on the other side, that, Xin Li, I'll ask, what's wrong Shiuki? That's it. Have you ever kissed Pam on the mouth? No. Why? You kissed? Yi Xinli asked in horror, and Tang Shiyue shyly bowed her head. You kissed it? Yi Xinli incredulously came over to Tang Shiyue's side, which made Tang Shiyue's head lower even more, but she still nodded. When? Did Panin force you to do what we agreed to do to protect against foreign enemies? No. Tang Shiyue hurriedly waved her hand, her face shy. It's before with Pam. How many times? Many times. Yi Xinli almost fainted. She was now holding hands with Pan and was the biggest progress. Not long ago Tang Shiyue's joining made it not good for her to take the initiative. As a result, it was now Tang Shiyue who was progressing faster than her. On the streets of the traffic, Lu Lanyan drove Panin in her car. Sister Blue Smoke. I'm seeing someone. This, pretty good. The car once again returned to quiet. Panin thought in the rain. In the things just now. He really do not miss the days with Enruashua at all? He was nostalgic, too, and there were pictures in the album from when he was traveling. Pictures of her hugging and sucking hard on the cat, but it ended the way it did, and there didn't seem to be anything he could do about it. You're not in a good mood. Ah, how? Panin turned back with a bitter smile, now waiting for a red light. Lu Lanyan gave him a look. Her eyes said it all. Panin couldn't open his mouth to explain that what he had done was wrong, and he didn't want Lu Lanyan to know about it. Vehicle started. Lu Blue Smoke did not pursue the question, quietly drove the car. It did not take long to arrive at the tea house. Panin walked beside Lu Lanyan, who was holding an umbrella, and there was only the sound of rain around her. Came to the third floor of the tea house. The only belongs to the Jade Blue Smoke of Lu Blue Smoke. Everything in the room has not changed. As before, Lu Blue Smoke sat down and began to prepare tea, listening to the rain, sipping tea, and playing games. That's what Panin did this afternoon. And when he left, Lu Lanyan once again brought him a tea. Quiet tea room. Only one person left. Lu Blue Smoke did not continue to drink tea, just staring at the rain. She never wanted those, just she wanted this teenager do not become strange on it. In terms of her, she seems to be more like a sister. Panin was in a much more relaxed mood after spending the afternoon at Jade Blue Smoke. One should not always bind oneself. Sometimes it is best to relax more. Before arriving at the school, he pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to his second daughter at home, hoping to come and pick himself up for a bit. He didn't have an umbrella with him when he went out. Angry or not, Yi Xinli and Tang Shiyue still came to pick up Panin with their umbrellas. Only Yi Xinli seemed to be even angrier than in the morning. Shoving the umbrella to Panin and rerunning under Tang Shiyue's umbrella made Panin a bit puzzled. He got his umbrella and gave his two daughters a quick hello before heading off to the supermarket to buy groceries, followed by another good meal back home. A meal that Panin was going to eat with a little more peace of mind. Things just go with the flow. This night Panin did not stay here. Has been living for 2 days. Duan Jia always give himself a complaint, indicating that the large dormitory is so empty. His hall of 7 feet of mail unexpectedly feel cold. Push open the door of the dormitory. Unexpectedly more than Duan Jia a person in the dormitory. Just the two people's picture. Some. Kuan sat on a chair with his head down, and Duan Jia sat on the sidelines to comfort him, with a few cans of beer beside him. Duan Jia looked up at the doorway and hastily snorted when he realized it was Panin. Panin smiled awkwardly and closed the door and walked over to the two of them, looking at Zheng Kuan, who clearly didn't look in a good mood. So Panin looked at Duan Jia again, eyes inquiring about what happened to Zheng Kuan. Duan Jia shook his head, signaling Panin not to open his mouth. Pam, do you think I'm really ugly? Pretty cool. Then why did she break up? Out of love? Well, just a little while ago. What's going on? Junkin's relationship exploits are well known in the dorms, and the duo was a couple for a full 4 years, meaning they were together in high school. Just his object ultimately did not enter the university, or did not enter the ideal university, can only go to school abroad, but also somehow, the girl is presumed to be in love with the brain offender, chose not to go to school, but also in spite of the objections of the family, just in the vicinity of the Haichengda part-time job. Two people feelings so continue. Zheng Kuan naturally have extreme opposition, but the girls seem to be iron heart, is to follow him to Haicheng University, and then Zheng Kuan rented a room off campus with that girl, only showing up for classes and sitting with Su Liang, another dormitory member who was always off campus. But after all, his object can't come to school, while Su Liang's girlfriend is a girl from the same school. He is more like a light bulb instead, but the two of them are still hair young, so it's not awkward to sit together. How Panin asked Zheng Kuan didn't open his mouth. Even though he was really sad, he still didn't speak. At this Panin had to give up. He actually had a bit of a guess. At that get-together, the housemates had all brought their dates, and Panin was the only one who was a single dog, and Zheng Kuan object to at him v. The reason is sometimes not contact Zheng Kuan can find him. The scene that day was awkward, yet Zheng Kuan object did not care in the slightest and insisted on adding Panin. Panin looked at Zheng Kuan, and his eyes resisted, so Panin fooled around by saying that her cell phone was out of battery, and then she didn't know where the channel came from, always sending out friend requests. Panin won't do that kind of disgusting thing, and he knows about Zheng Kuan's attitude, so he backhandedly pulled the plug and let Zheng Kuan rest assured. After that Panin and Zheng Kuan seldom interacted with each other, which was good for everyone and had no effect on Panin. And so the day passed, and early the next morning Panin came to Shaking Fragrance Chaos to see the renovation. Yi Xinli and Tang Shuriwei also came, still carrying breakfast in their hands, still being handed to Panin by Yi Xinli, though still looking angry. The following days were fairly uneventful. The two daughters' attitudes were much better. They could communicate normally with Panin, and the renovation of the Shaking Fragrance mess was underway and was expected to be completed in a few days. Time has come to the National Day holiday will be close to the time. Panin's planning arrangements is to go back to a trip to the old home. Just want to go back to the matter of his own person. He is still hesitant. If you really take two girlfriends to go back to, that must be a messy stick to death. But, originally, there was still in the arrangement to go to see the sea together with Enru Shui. Only now, I'm afraid that there is no chance. These days Yi Xinli and Tang Shuriwei took turns looking after the renovation process. Usually Tang Shuriwei looked after Yi Xinli when she was in class, and when she wasn't in class, it was Yi Xinli who looked after her. Today was the day that Tang Shuriwei went to work as a supervisor, and Yi Xinli and Panin had just gotten out of class and were walking on their way to the Shaking Fragrance mess. And at that moment, a girl came up beside her, and without saying a word tugged at Panin's sleeve. Panin, why didn't you pass my friend request? Panin turned back, and for a moment his head was big. This person was Zheng Kuan's ex-girlfriend. Sorry, not familiar. Since he broke up with Zheng Kuan, Panin didn't have to save face for her. What do you mean? I specifically dumped Junkin. We can try to talk about it. Panacea frowned. Why? What for? Why did you dump him? That goes without saying. He's average looking. Unlike you, who walks around with a long face. As my girlfriends at work have said. Okay, get lost. I'm sick of looking at you. Ha, no. What do you mean? Saying that, the girl even took a step forward before being pushed away by Yi Xinli. Are you sick? You're going to dump your boyfriend just because he's good looking? So what? He looks average even if weekdays also have no money. I work that's enough. Get out of here. Yi Xinli with Panin uttered almost the same words. Just based on the girls these few words two people can see how she is. Only a pity Zheng Kuan's pay. It is a pity that he met the wrong person. What do you care? Idleness? Hearing the girl say this Yi Xinli frowned, then suddenly turned around, hugged Panin and kissed him, then turned around without changing her face and looked at the girl. Is he, still idle now? Will you stop being such a lowlife? And do you think you deserve it? Don't be whimsical, okay? Pam N. Status, clueless. There were two main reasons for his own dumbfoundedness. Yi Xinli's strong kiss that came out of nowhere, and her overbearing speech that made him handsome. Imagine your own girlfriend being bossy and protective of her husband, showing off her possessiveness. So bossy. Love it. The girl eventually left, and Panin thought better of calling Zheng Kuan to explain the situation and advise him. So, don't overthink it. Some people aren't worth it. I know, but she didn't used to be like this. Do people really change? Zheng Kuan asked this. Panin looked to the side. Yi Xinli is now a little shy. With just domineering to protect her husband is not touching. Obviously the hour is just a haughty princess of will do. There was a long silence on the other end of the line before he finally spoke. So, thanks Pam. It's okay. Silence again. Panin couldn't hang up the phone well. He still wanted to enlighten Zheng Kuan as much as possible. But I still don't get it. I still don't get it. When she used to claim to like me, Panin didn't know how to open his mouth. He was sitting with Yi Xinli in a small pavilion on the school grounds. Yi Xinli was sitting across from him, holding up one of his hands, cutting his nails, cutting one and blowing on it, so that it was even harder to imagine whether it was the same person just now or not. I was really sure about being together forever when she even ditched school to be with me. I just couldn't imagine her being like this. But, she obviously used to ask me how cute her hairbrush really was. And now, smoking and drinking and tattooing and staying out at night, she's a different person than she used to be. Panin quietly listening to the phone. The other side of the phone Zheng Kuan in addition to the complaint is crying. Change who are difficult to accept it, right? For whole years of emotions, who can just give up? He'd obviously moved off campus, but he still hadn't been able to stop her from changing. And he'd experienced the disappointment of waiting late at night until he fell asleep and not returning home, the hard feelings of arguing after he'd been discouraged, the verbal abuse he'd received after he'd blocked it, and even having to be asked by his girlfriend to take his own brother's VX and watch her go green. A few years of relationship just fizzled out. He was like a clown. He was the only one who kept saving, but the result was doomed the moment she went to work in a bar. She who loved him died a year ago. The phone hung up and Pan and let out a long sigh, followed by Yi Xinli covering her mouth. No sighing. It gets old. Pan and smiled, took away Yi Xinli's hand. Just he felt pity with the love of the two of him. People will eventually become, right? Yi Xinli seemed to see something. She patted Pan An's back and said, people change, and so do I. It just depends on how she changes. Some for the worse, some for the better. People don't like things to change because that carries the unknown, but change is always hard to stop, even in people. It's just that change is not unacceptable for us. It would be odd if it stayed the same. It's only true that we change as human beings, just like a child to an adult. No one can be sure that he won't change, so it will change, but we have to learn to adapt, and her changing direction has to be corrected in time so that the outcome will be better. So have you adapted to my changes, little Anne? Yi Xinli propped her head up and looked at Pan, who smiled and stood up. Of course I accept. In the afternoon, Pan was called to the office. Obviously also gave Song Anlin that he was free to go, but it turned out that he did not go once. For Song Anlin to call himself to the office, Pan didn't know what to do. When she came to the office, as Song Anlin said, the office was private. The decoration and layout was just like before. Nothing had changed. She sat on the sofa and quietly looked at the book. Mr. Song, well, come in and sit down. Pan walked over to sit down across from Song Anlin, who got up and brought 2 cups of coffee, then pushed in a document. Permission to participate in the provincial debate competition. Teacher this? Song Anlin took a sip of coffee and then said, an activity after the National Day. The requirements of each college to send people to participate in after layers of screening to participate in the provincial level. The college has long been aware of your deeds, so I lead the team, you accompanied by a total of 4 people. The time and the National Day after the holidays on the departure. What about content? It was drawn the night before the debate, and there was only one night to prepare. Okay, anything else? No, just free for the weekend? It's already a vacation if this weekend, and I'm going back to my hometown, so I shouldn't be available. Like this? Well, it's okay. When Pan finished his coffee, he left, and Song Anlin was the only one in the office who silently refilled his cup. Her status is very restrictive and so inconvenient. And this outing to the debating tournament is an opportunity, a chance to bond. Time unconsciously came to the day before the National Day holiday. There have been many students go home one after another. Pan intends to the first day of the National Day holiday and then set off. Shaking Fragrant Chaos is currently at the end of the renovation. There are only a few bits and pieces left. Tomorrow we'll be able to purchase goods to open the store. At this juncture Tang Shiyue naturally could not withdraw, so she gave this opportunity to Yi Xinli, giving the two of them a chance to be alone. Pam, are you going home to visit your parents? No, it's my grandmother, and my parents are working in another city. So, there aren't any lovers in the old country then, are there? Yi Xinli's soul asked. Panacea smiled awkwardly. Why? I'm just a nice guy. I don't believe it. After a haughty grunt Yi Xinli walked in front and Pan followed behind. Back to the dormitory to pack their bags. No one in the dormitory. Su Liang and Zhang Cohen have gone home. Zhang Cohen is not in a good mood. Said he wanted to travel. Duan Jia naturally went to see his girlfriend, and the two of them hadn't seen each other for a while, so now there was only Pan in the dormitory, and when he left the dormitory would be empty. In previous years, he was the last to leave every vacation. Looking at the empty dormitory always missed the old lively. Pulling on his suitcase, he walked towards the road to Yi Xinli's house and met Song Anlin halfway. She naturally knew about Pan trip because students leaving school are required to report to their counselors. And as Pan's counselor she naturally was too, so she waited here in the morning after receiving the news. Mr. Song. Hearing this name, Song Anlin's heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles, but what could she do? It was school. No getting too close, no crossing the line in demeanor likewise, she was just a teacher now. Well, I'll wait for you here. The debate's possible defense questions are down, and it's mostly for the contestants to prepare themselves for the preparation, so that it'll be less difficult as well. In that case, thank you Mr. Song. Well, good luck on your journey. Okay, bye teacher. Pan spoke as if he was deliberately keeping his distance. He clearly had a rejection of ambiguity since he had been with the 3, and the 3 had been a lot. One has to ask so what? It doesn't matter if there's one more or one less. There are only 3 possibilities anyway. There aren't any. There's one. There's a gazillion. But Song Anlin didn't really like Panan. She was just nostalgic for Panan's existence, and to her just cared about Panan as a person. Her feelings were not active. Yi Xinli and Tang Shuriwei, as well as Changsun Jinro, on the other hand, are really fond of Panan's whole person, character and way of doing things, etc. The fondness of loving someone. You wanting him is not liking in Pan's opinion. Is your goddess always needing you liking you too? She probably just wants someone who can care for her and be there for her, and has little outlook on you. Sorry, I crossed the line. Huddle up. Panan said goodbye to Song Anlin and returned to Yi Xinli's rental house, and the time came to noon when Tang Shuriwei also returned. Today's noon said Yi Xinli cooking, Tang Shuriwei playing the hand. In the past few days Tang Shuriwei tried hard to learn how to cook, so that the three of them could take turns, giving Panan a lesser burden. After eating, Panan said goodbye to Tang Shuriwei and thus set off for home with Yi Xinli. The two of them arrived at the station and boarded the car to go home, Yi Xinli sitting on the inside and Panan on the outside. As soon as she gets in the car, she takes a picture and sends it to Tang Shuriwei to check in with her, and the two of them do have a good relationship. The vehicle started. The road was only about 3 hours. Yi Xinli fell asleep, leaning against Panan's shoulder. She slept soundly, leaning against the shoulder. She was at ease. After a decade of searching and the peace of mind that came with finding it, she was happy to be able to fall asleep today with the peace of mind of leaning on her favorite person's shoulder. Panan looked out the window at the scenery. The scenery is very familiar. Every 6 months we'll go back to see Grandma. Grandma lives in the small county, always out of the door, but her old man loves to read and needlework. In the summer vacation when Panan was a child often came here to spend the holidays, listening to his grandmother to tell himself stories. Her stories are always very interesting. Needlework is also very good. All kinds of dolls after Panan told him to sew out. In Panan's memory, Grandma's house was like a summer resort, cooler than turning on the air conditioner at home, especially the big tree specially planted in the yard, except that the tree never blossomed, let alone bore fruit. It was even a little dry and thin, and not lush in the spring, and Grandma always liked to sit on the stone bench below it, either reading a book or the newspaper. Behind Grandma's house is that mountain, the back of Changsun Jinryu's house, so Panan always meets up with Changsun Jinryu, and that's where everything that happened later comes from. If I had to say a lover out back home it would have to be Changsun Jinro, but now it would be a young girlfriend. It's the girl's birthday in a few days and I don't know what she wants. The road was quick, and by the time Yi Xinli woke up she had already arrived. Standing in front of the station, she was holding Panan's hand with her left hand, rubbing her eyes with her right hand. Her eyes were sleepy and she seemed to still be sleepy. Panan took a look at Yi Xinli's appearance and found it a bit cute. Switching from holding hands to holding hands and pushing the suitcase forward. In the roadside to stop a taxi. The accidental taxi Uncle Panan also used to often take his car. Uncle is a very chatty person, so the two of them will be familiar with a long time. Panan is back from vacation. Yeah, Uncle son, back to see my grandma. You boys didn't send me a message when you got back, so I came straight to the station to pull you in. Ha ha, it's been so long since I've been back. I forgot. You boy, is this your girlfriend? Aha, it's okay, the girl is quite handsome, and you're kind of a groom. Uncle complimented Yi Xinli. Yi Xinli fell asleep again at this time, still leaning on Panan's shoulder. Maybe this feeling did make her covet. Therefore for the uncle's compliments she didn't hear them, so there was no way to reply. The uncle naturally wouldn't have any advice on this. It's normal to be tired after a long journey. Did you bring her back to see your grandmother? Yeah, trying to keep her old man happy. Then you still have a heart, but you're a sophomore now. And to bring her back seems like you really put your heart into it, and plan to spend the rest of your life, and she's willing to come back with you thinking the same thing. Listening to the uncle's words Panan nodded, looking sideways at the sleeping Yi Xinli. The corners of her moist lips were slightly raised. It seemed that she was having a good dream. Sleeping she looks very good. Long eyelashes, small agric nose looks quite arched, green silk resting on the front of the face. Wait, this perspective. Hey. You're feeding me dog food here. Uncle, your sister-in-law and I are much sweeter than you guys. Ugh. Yeah, it's only easy these days. Running around to get him into our focus here. That's okay, it means Ming is okay. Well, that boy still earns his breath. It's just that he seems to have fallen in love early lately, and I've caught a little tail. But there's no substantial evidence yet, so don't let me catch him. Panan embarrassed smile. If the change of their deeds by Uncle Son no legs shall not be broken ah. Afraid of fear. In the conversation with Uncle Son also arrived near the grandmother's house, just in an alley. Panan said goodbye to Uncle Son and then pulled Yi Xinli into the alley. It was now mid-afternoon. The sun was shining, and the alley was instead exceptionally cool, with a gentle breeze. That Pannon. What should I say when I see Grandma later? Should I go buy some fruit now? Will Grandma not like me? How about this one I'm in now? Will I not look like a good girl? Now Xin Li is also counted as always awake, because she suddenly realized that she is going to meet her parents soon. Even Xin Li is also going to be nervous. Okay. Pannon couldn't help but laugh out loud at Yi Xinli's words. And you're smiling. What if Grandma doesn't like me later? Yi Xinli was a bit anxious and grabbed the corner of her coat. She was dressed pretty well today. A loose short sleeve with a black and white sunsuit over it, a black and gray A-line skirt underneath, white sneakers on her feet, and headphones around her neck. No, headphones you wear. With that said, she took the headphones off her neck, walked up and hung them around Panacea's neck, straightened her clothes and looked at Panacea again. How about that? It's fine. Grandma doesn't think of you that way. She likes whatever I like. So do you like me? Like. Hearing the reply, Yi Xinli smiled with satisfaction and nodded, pulling on the suitcase and walking ahead, telling Pannon to hurry up and follow. Pannon looked at her back and smiled, then followed her lead. Don't worry if my grandmother asks you anything. She'll just ask me if she wants to do more dishes, if she doesn't like her, if she doesn't want to be here, and if I'm bullying you. Is that so? That won't do. In case you're the one who lied to me, I'd better be good later. Fine, let's go. Inside it is. Pannon's grandmother name is very nice. Surnamed Nian. First name Hua, called Nianhua. Her old man for the death of her husband sad for a long time. Time later diluted. Understand that people cannot return to life after death. We must look to the future. For her own niece, a son and a daughter she is very fond of. But the child is not the mother. 2 children have long been a family. In the field has its own life. Only the holidays will come back to see her at New Year's Eve. Her grandchildren are the same. So that she is not lonely. She has her own passions. Love of books. Love of knitting. Love of small animals. Yi Xinli timidly followed Pannon and stepped into the courtyard. And as she approached, she saw a kindly old grandmother sitting under a tree with a book on her lap and brocade embroidery woven in her hands. It was an early autumn afternoon. The sun was just right, dotted with green acacia trees. The old lady was sitting alone under the tree. She was reading a book while sewing the brocade embroidery on her hand. Her favorite grandson brought his girlfriend to the small yard. She sensed someone walking into the yard and looked up. It was the familiar and handsome face and the good-looking girl behind her. Grandma. Pannon opened his mouth and called out. Grandmother, she smiled, put down the book and brocade in her hands, and stood up to walk towards Pannon. She was hearty and moved quickly. Little and is back. Well, it's vacation and I came back to see you. Good, good, good. With that, she stepped around Pannon and walked over to Xin Li, walking around the duo and rejoining her. Yi Xinli was nervous. Even though Pannon had just said those, she was still afraid, and said tightly, Hello Grandma, I'm Yi Xinli, little Pannon's girlfriend. Aha, I know. You're the only girl who can be brought back by Shaoan. You're so good looking. I don't think you guys have eaten yet, little un? Grandma patted Yi Xinli's hand, then walked over to the side of the house and said to Pannon, Well, not yet. Next time you come back tell me ahead of time and I'll prepare you. I wanted to surprise you. How old are you and still so childish? Grandma said and went into the kitchen, and Pannon led Xin Li to the guest bedroom, putting her luggage away and then showing her the room. This is where my parents used to live, but now it's mine. And over there is where Grandma lives, and over here is my aunt's room. So, well, my grandmother kind of likes you, so don't feel too pressured. I'm not. Fine. No. You did it again. The duo joked around as Grandma came by and greeted the duo in the dining room. Grandma's cooking smelled great and in a short amount of time she had prepared 2 dishes and a soup, which was perfectly adequate for the duo. Little Anne, you guys eat first, it'll be ready for you tonight. Aha, thanks Grandma. X2. Fine, I'll go clean up your rooms. Grandma left the dining room when she finished, giving the pair plenty of space. Pannon chucked up a chopstick of vegetables into Xin Li's bowl. She had just been watched by her grandmother for half a day eating rice, or 1 grain at a time. Not even like her at all. Well, there's no need for that. Just eat. You didn't even get enough this morning. Well, good. Only eat with Pannon 2 people, then Xin Li let go much more. No longer that formal. A moment will eat full. Leaning against the chair rubbing his belly. Well, yummy. How is it better than me? That's for sure. Pannon, you're swindling me again. How? The 2 of them walked out of the dining room, and Grandma had just finished cleaning up the rooms, naturally including the guest bedroom where Yi Xinli was staying. Grandma sat under the acacia tree and waved at the 2 of them to come and sit. Yi Xinli was nervous and looked formal. Pannon knew this was the time to pull her along, taking her hand and walking towards the acacia tree. Yi Xinli sat on a small bench and Pan sat next to her grandmother. Xin Li can grandma call you Xiao Li? Dang. Sure. Ha ha, there's no need to be so nervous. I like you a lot. It's not that I'm in love with you because of Little and he likes you, and I believe in Little N's vision. Aha. So don't be that nervous, there's not much to do here, and I'm not much interesting for an old lady, so I'll let him show you around more these days. I hope you don't mind. No, really, I love the atmosphere here, and I love you, Grandma. The three of them chatted in the afternoon. It was mainly Grandma and Yi Xinli talking. Pan interjected from time to time, and Grandma taught Yi Xinli how to embroider brocade embroidery in the afternoon. Time just like this to the evening. The boat traveled to the duo after the bath and went to sleep. Yi Xinli has not had that courage to go to the Pan bedroom at night to find him. If the grandmother hit her it would be over. Of course, social death. The next morning Grandma woke the two of them up when she made breakfast. Freshly squeezed soy milk with hot donuts right out of the pot. It was certainly a hearty meal. Yi Xinli looked at the soybean milk and then looked at the soybean milk machine, before looking at Pan, who smiled and naturally understood what she meant. Hey, it's just a soy milk maker. My grandma knows how to use it too, okay? I always thought the older generation didn't use these machines. My grandmother wanted to press the oven before, but in the end she didn't for space reasons, and I learned part of my cooking from her. I see. Then our milk is quite up to date. After eating, the grandmother let Pan take Yi Xinli out. Yi Xinli also wanted to see the place where Pan stayed in his childhood, so he was anxious to pull Pan and ran away, and as soon as he went out, he was a different person. Are you going to see that woman? And so am I. Let me see your little wife. Once again, Pan smiled awkwardly. Really? Of course. Sooner or later it's all family, isn't it? Let's go then, said Pan and pulled up Yi Xinli's hand, and continued to walk inward along the alley, and after walking for about half an hour, arrived at the foot of a mountain. The mountain wasn't too high, it looked green and lush, and it was still in the morning hours, so the air on the mountain was fresh. In front of her was a stone path up the mountain. The surrounding area looked clean. The grass and trees had been regularly cleaned. Yi Xinli followed Pan up the mountain. Liz, do you have any wishes in your heart? Why all of a sudden? Because all of a sudden it seems like I've made you spend more than a decade waiting and searching, and it feels like you've sacrificed your own time. No, my wish was to find Little and be with you, and now it's coming true. And I feel so good about it all. So good that it's like a dream, Yi Xinli said and walked to Pan. She turned around and looked at Pan with a smile. Not at all? Yes, I'm just love brain. As long as I have Little and you're enough. We'll talk about the future later. I don't want the future. I just want the present. As long as Little and is by my side. Hearing this, the stone that Pan had been weighing down in his heart disappeared. He didn't want to be a hindrance to them. To have a girl only by his side forever? The difference between that and incarceration seems to be as if there is no difference. They are living, breathing human beings too. It's just that they like you, and they will have their own passions, and what they want to do, and people can't be limited forever. It's hard to live that way. Pan couldn't describe it exactly, except that he knew to ask. Just as he would ask Tang Shuriwa what she planned to do. If they hadn't asked, then perhaps Tang Shuriwa would be with them now, here together, and ask if that was really the right thing to do. He didn't know. But what was clear was that the two of them were great together, but she would feel even better with something she loved. The duo walked for a short while and arrived at a mountainside with an unusual-looking pavilion. From a distance there sat a young girl. She was still wearing the same light green dress as before. Her dark shiny hair lined her cute little face. She was propped up in her little brain, looking a little listless. It was the same moment she saw Pan that she perked up and stood up to wave at Pan. Pan walked to the pavilion and sat down across from Changsun Jinro, while Yi Xinli sat next to Pan. As before, Changsun Jinro ran to Pan's side and made himself available for Pan to rub his head, then sat on the other side of Pan. How many days is brother planning to stay this time? It's about 5 days. That's the 5th day away, and there are some things to do back there. I see. Then visit my house. No one will stop you this time. Your sister she went abroad. Really? I don't know what's so good about foreign countries. It's just to run abroad. Indeed. As they spoke, the three of them walked out of the pavilion and continued to walk towards the mountain. Yi Xinli didn't mind at all about Changsun Jinru treating her like an outsider like this, rather than saying that she still found it normal. If Changsun Jinryo had greeted her with a warm face, she would be the one to speculate. She had already asked Pan about Changsun Jinryu on the way here just now. If she hadn't seen the video Lulu posted, maybe she wouldn't have found Pan. Tang Shuriwei hadn't returned to China. Then maybe she would have gotten her way. Moreover, Yi Xinli naturally had some knowledge of the people in charge of such a large family. and it couldn't possibly be as harmless as she seemed, so she didn't fight or argue or make a scene. She just held Pan An's arm in a very virtuous manner and watched the two of them chatting with a smile on her face. After a short walk they passed through this mountain and came to the Changsun family. The building area is large. The style of the ancient architectural style. There are no high-rise buildings, the highest only 2 floors and a stone tower in the west of the center. Led by Changsun Jin Rhythm, several people came to an abode. The abode was also antique. Wooden floor, wooden tables and chairs. The only thing modernized a bit was the air conditioner and lamps above the beams of the room. Sit down, brotherin. I'll have someone get you some fruit. No, just a glass of water. It's okay, it's quick. After saying that, Changsun Jin Rhythm ran out and came back in no time to sit opposite Panin. What's the plan behind brotherin? Nothing planned, came back just to spend time with grandma. Just staying alone was enough. Can you come visit me more often then? I'm not doing anything these days, so we can hang out. Yeah. Then come and play cards, said Changsun Jin Rhythm, took out a deck of poker from his pocket, and launched the cards without saying a word, and it just so happened that the 3 people, who also had nothing to do, played poker. The atmosphere is quite cordial, feelings drawn closer just in the interaction. The 2 women are also considered familiar with each other. No direct cultivation is to let Panin assured. Time so unconsciously came to noon, lost unexpectedly much as Panin. A few people play the punishment as sticker notes. The landlord lost sticker 2. The farmers won. The 2 daughters don't rob the landlord very much. Panin is on the contrary more in love with the landlord. In fact, it is also his intention. So strengthen the 2 daughters' connection, isn't it just right? Brother, and stay here for lunch. You haven't eaten at my place yet. Okay, I'll call my grandma then. Good. Panin got up and went outside the house to make a phone call. And there were only 2 women seated opposite each other in the house. You don't have to think about it too much. I will always embrace his choices. Changsun Jin Ro said to himself while sorting out the playing cards, and Yi Xinli froze. I don't want him to be embarrassed or sad. After all, he's all I have. So you don't have to be jealous when you're with me. There's no need for that, and I can't see him very often. So take care of him when you're with him. I will. Well, it's more important not to betray him, and I wouldn't have much of a psychological burden if I did. After saying that, Changsun Jin Ro stood up and walked towards the door. Panin was about to enter the house at that moment after making a phone call. Hey, brotherin, can I try your cooking? I heard from Sister Xiaoli that your cooking is great. Listening to Changsun Jin Rhythm's words, Panin gazed at Yi Xinli, who nodded after a second of stagnation. Yeah, where's the kitchen? Over there, said Panin. Was held by Changsun Jin Rhythm towards a direction. Yi Xinli walked behind the 2. Looking at the 2, she smiled. As long as really love Panin, one more person is no harm. Meanwhile, somewhere out there, on the golden sandy beach, and Rushue was wearing a halter dress, walking on the sand with her bare snow-white feet, making a footprint step by step, and the clear sea water deserted and receded over the backs of her feet. She walked aimlessly on the empty, deserted beach with her hands behind her back, the sea endless in the distance, her hair blowing in the sea breeze and the skirt of her snow-white halter dress dancing between her legs. She looked away. She had come to see the sea, but she always felt that it should be 2 people standing here. Was the point of traveling? She just wanted someone to share this moment, and where would that person be at this moment? She didn't know. All she knew was that she had lost her mind when she left that day, but hadn't that been her choice? Since childhood her own choices had never made her this unhappy, and wasn't it most important for people to be happy? She's not even happy. What else is more important? Pam, I miss you so much. Really, miss you so much. Changsun Jin Ro stood next to the stove, her watery eyes fixed on the spatula in Panan's hand, while Yi Xinli stood in the doorway watching the 2. She was willing to leave the not-so-long time for the 2 of them. She herself had a long time to accompany Panin, while Changsun Jin Ruyo was not. She was a year younger than herself but had many trivial matters to attend to. She has to go through the hookups and the treachery of the hearts and minds within the family, which according to Pam, she started at the age of 16, and go through the reckoning with the family all by herself in this family that eats people. Wasn't the only one she could trust Panin. That's why she enjoys the warmth when she's with Panin. Even if it's just a smile and a laugh, she enjoys it without having to hook up. She just needs to show off her childishness that she's long since sealed away. Wow, brotherin, you cook so well. Slow down. It's hot. No one's taking it from you. Hey, I know. I'm just so surprised. And besides, it's not always available. So of course I'm going to savor it. Fine. Make you something else. Hey, thanks brotheran. The picture is really beautiful. Pam continues to cook. The fragrant rice is also ready by now. The 3 of them are seated. Lunch, launched. After dinner it was a simple walk. Yi Xinli said she wanted to take a break, so she left the space for the 2 of them. Pan knew what she meant and naturally went along down the road. Chang Sun Jinro held his hand, and along the way, he told Pan about the layout of his house, while analyzing the current situation for Pan. So it's all thanks to me. Jane Ballad is the best, said Pan, rubbing her brain. She closed her eyes and enjoyed Pan's head rubbing, even if it did seem like coaxing a child, but she just ate it up. Who could do anything about it? Jin Ryu, is that tower over there? It's just a decoration. Then your home furnishings are quite special. Hey, it's average. By the way, will brother stay with me tonight? Well, Pan turned around, and he cupped Chang Sun Jinro's small face, and she obediently puckered her mouth and puffed out her face. I probably can't today. After all, it's the second day back and I still have grandma's side to keep me company. There's always first come first served, isn't there? So how about tomorrow? Humph. And first come first served, Chang Sun Jinro whispered, and Pan didn't hear him. What? It's okay, so come stay with me tomorrow. Good. Jane Ballad is the best. Pan once again stroked Chang Sun Jin Rhythm's brain. The afternoon passes by as the three play an intense and exciting game of flying chess, and Pan and Yi Xin Li leave, with Chang Sun Jinro going to the back door to say goodbye. Brother Pangan, I don't want to be this good if I can help it, but I'm more afraid of you feeling bad than I am of feeling good about myself. She could really do something to dominate Pan right now with her powers, but she couldn't do such a thing on her own, and she knew that was called being sickly. And didn't Sickly ultimately want him to like her? Is the end result of confinement and bondage a good one? It is nothing more than depriving him of his freedom in exchange for false love. She thought that was just fine. She was sharing, but in the process he really liked himself. And wasn't that what she wanted? Yi Xin Li and Pan returned to Grandma Nianhua's house. Grandma is knitting something. Seeing the duo return, she has a smile on her face. Little and Shaoli is back. Come, sit over here. Two people sat on both sides of the side of Grandmother Nianhua. Grandmother from the hand pulled out two scented capsules. Scented capsules. Look at the pattern of brocade. Silk thread, exquisite. Gorgeous look. Look at it, is very good. Grandma didn't say a word as she took the hands of the two, placing one in each hand. And then Grandma tightened her grip on their hands so that they were folded together. Her hands held tightly. This is for the two of you. Grandma didn't go for those gorgeous jade items. I hope Shaoli doesn't mind. No. This one I love. That's good. The bomb. This is an object of my blessing for the two of you. I wish the two of you every time in the future to be happy. This bomb is not only my blessing, but also my wish to build a lasting and stable relationship between the two of you. Aha, Grandma, I will. Ha ha, that's good then. Come and make dinner with me. Ah, good. Pan and Grandma Nianhua walked towards the kitchen. Yi Xinli sat on a small bench. Her fingers pinched the lanyard of the scented sachet. She shook it to look at it. The smile at the corners of her mouth grew even wider. The meal was soon ready. Today's dinner was very sumptuous. A few days to eat, it's happy. After the meal, Pan and Yi Xin Li together to wash the dishes, talking and laughing, outside the door of the Nianhua grandmother to see the satisfaction of walking back to the house. Time to the evening. This night Pan early to sleep. Yi Xinli and Tang Shuriwei playing the phone for an hour. Tang Shuriwei said he also want that scent capsule. The two women chatting to come until late at night, only to say goodnight to each other to go to sleep. The time came the next day when Grandma Nianhua woke up Pan. Little Anne, go wake up Shaoli. She seems to have slept late last night. I couldn't wake her up. Okay, I'll be right there. After washing, Pan came to Yi Xinli door, knocked on the door. No one answered, and shouted a few more times. Still quiet. Pan was a little worried, so he pushed the door to go in. At this time, just shortly after the summer, the weather is still hot. Although this side of the cool cannot use the air conditioning, but the late night is more or less a little annoying. Yi Xinli pulled the curtains. Only a vague light penetrated in. The house was still dim. Pan opened the lamp, and then saw the snow-white slender jade legs. Yi Xinli's sleeping appearance was unexpectedly bad. She was hugging the quilt on her side, wearing that loose short sleeve, with only a pair of fan casual shorts underneath. Her jade legs were clamped to the quilt, and she was sleeping soundly with the quilt on her pillow. The sudden light illuminated Yi Xinli with some annoyance. She pulled the quilt over her head, looking like she didn't want to get up at all. Pam walked up and shook her head after confirming it, then turned off the lights and gently closed the door to leave. A good night's sleep on vacation. Looking at one person out of the Pan and Nianhua grandmother came forward and asked, "What's the matter? Not feeling well?" "Ah, no. She slept late and just wanted to sleep more on her vacation." "So, yeah, it's only 9 o'clock. Are we going out today?" "Well, I told Xin Li that I went to play with my classmates today, so I might be back later." "Okay, be safe." "Good." Pan left Grandma Nianhua's house and once again came to Chang Sun Jinro's house. he still spends too little time with this girl, so he comes to spend time with her as much as possible when he has the chance. Coming to the pavilion on the hill, she was still sitting there waiting for herself, still running over to let herself touch her head and take her hand to walk up the hill. Today is my day alone with Brother An. Well, I'll go with you wherever you want to go. I'll go to the playground then. Then let's go. Yeah. Riding in Changsun Jinru's black sedan, driven by Erasure, and followed by an identical car in front and behind each of them. It shows the importance of Changsun Jinru, who was also almost kidnapped. For the family at the time, her kidnapping was tantamount to abandonment. And in the end the kidnapping was unsuccessful because of the presence of Panin, who just happened to help hide Changsun Jinru when she escaped. That was the time the two met. And from then on Panin gave her advice on how to turn her position in the family around so that the family would take her seriously. In this cold family, in this family that eats people, if you're not taken seriously you'll even be scorned by the janitor. After the horror of the attempted kidnapping, Changsun Jinru also realizes this fact, so she is going to change everything. Who's unbelievable, except for Panin. Brother An, do you remember saying you wanted to come here before? Changsun Jinru held Panin's hand and looked at the gate of the playground. She was a little emotional. I remember. It's just that you said it was bad timing. Well, now that the time is right, I can stay out of the family crap and just be with you. On. So what did the first one want to play? Roller coasters? I want the most exciting. Ah, ha 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 ha. Yasuo is so funny. Panin was silent. He was still on the roller coaster. Next to Changsun Jinru was cracking a smile, and Panin, if he made a sound, it was all instinctive. The roller coaster stops and Panin is helped off by Changsun Jinru. Ha ha, are you okay, Brother An? It's okay. First time. A little uncomfortable. Hey, it's okay. It's the first time. It gets better later. Vom. Soon after, Panin walks out of the bathroom, and Changsun Jinru rushes over with a hand towel to wipe Panin up. With guilt and remorse on his face, looking at Changsun Jinru's heartbroken appearance, Panin couldn't help but laugh at this girl. He moved Changsun Jinru's hand and rubbed her brain, then pinched her cheeks. I'm sorry, Brother An. I shouldn't have gone on that one. Come on. I'm not blaming you. I'm just not used to it myself. Don't beat yourself up. But, okay, not so but, come on. What's next to play? So, carousel? Yeah, let's go. The two came to the choice of the wooden horse. Changsun Jinru sat on a white horse, while Panin sat on a black horse on the side. The two of them were very close to each other, so Changsun Jinru held Pan Shang's hand, curious about everything that was new to them. Erasure stood to the side. She picked up the camera to take a picture of the two of them. She could only see Changsun Jinru smile when she was with Panin. Not the fake smile that masks usually have, but a real smile, from the heart. As it was, she was sitting on a white horse like a princess, with Panin on the side like the scholar who was going to marry Panin. The wooden horse stops. The two of them walk out. Panin ran to buy 2 cones, handing Changsun Jinru accidentally dripped on his own hand. This girl took it, also did not forget to help him clean up. Hey, yummy. You girl, said Panacea, switching hands to rub her brain. Ah, Brother An, you'll be rubbing your hair later. You can't rub this hair without messing it up. Humph, then you're not allowed to rub it like that. Be gentle. I'm a delicate girl too. Okay, fine, don't do that is all. Humph, you decide what to play next, Brother An. What about going on the jumper? Don't force yourself. Brother An, don't worry, it was just an accident. Vomit. Changsun Jinru was worried outside the bathroom. She shouldn't have believed what Panin said just now. On the jumper, Panin almost fainted. Panin walked out of the bathroom and looked at Changsun Jinru's worried eyes. He quickly pretended to be fine. Ahem. Accident. Pure and simple. No more playing this anyway. Fine. In the face of Changsun Jinru's tough attitude, Panin had to agree, saying that he even rubbed her brain. The duo went on to play secret rooms, bumper cars, haunted houses, mirror mazes and more until the afternoon. Walking through the playground, both of them were having a great day, and Changsun Jinru was holding Panin's hand, and the whole thing was different. She put away her protectiveness of herself and showed her inner softness to Panin. Is Brother An going back to Grandma Nienowa's house now? Can you go to my house and cook for me afterward? Yeah. This Buddha just set out of the sky, first a flash of thunder, followed by a rumble of thunder, followed by pouring rain without explanation drenched down. The two of them couldn't dodge in time and almost both of them were drenched. And in this way Changsun Jinru didn't let go of Panin's hand, and was pulled by Panin to run out of the amusement park and into his family's executive sedan. Erasure in the limousine handed over 2 blankets. Panin casually tossed his own aside and picked up the other to cover Changsun Jinru's head, unhurriedly rubbing her hair. The air conditioning in the car was on. The air was warm. and Chang Sun Jinro's heart was even warmer. She lowered her head, and was extraordinarily happy at this time. Back home, Panin and Chang Sun Jinro both went to take a shower. After the shower, Panin sat in the living room to watch TV. Chang Sun Jinro walked over to Panin with her hair loose and holding a hairdryer, and sat down in front of Panin, with the hairdryer shoved into his hand. Panin understood and plugged in the hairdryer, taking over Chang Sun Jinro's hair, and began blow-drying her hair while she watched the cartoon on the television, enjoying the process. Her hair was nice and smooth in her hands, the warm breeze from the hair dryer hitting her hands and the ends of her hair, and her snowy white gooseneck was right in front of her. Time was warm. She wished it could be forever at this point, and maybe it really could be, just not right now. Alright brotherin, it's dry already and I'm hungry. Hungry for dinner. Fine, then brush your own hair and I'll go make you dinner. Good. Panin went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Chang Sun Jinro. It was during this time the rain was getting heavier and heavier. Panin in the kitchen was completely unaware of it. He didn't realize it until dinner. Why is the rain getting heavier? Well, it seems so. The mountain road is slippery. Brotherin, stay here for the night today. There are plenty of rooms. Well, eat up. Picky eater again. Ah, I don't like radishes. Time came to the evening. After calling Exinli and grandmother, Panin stayed here again. Outside the rain is still very loud, but this rather make Panin think that sleep will be more wanting. There was a sudden flash of lightning, followed by a rush of thunder, and this was repeated over and over again until there was a knock on the door of his room. Brotherin, are you asleep? It's thundering and I'm a bit scared. Can I squeeze in with you? Brotherin, are you asleep? It's thundering and I'm a little scared. Can I squeeze in with you? Panin sat up violently at this and hesitated to open the door to his room. At the doorway, Nagasun Jinryu was wearing her pajamas. The light was a bit dim. They looked to be on the pinkish side. She was wearing her hair loose and rubbing her eyes. She did look sleepy. Seeing that Panin opened the door without waiting for a reply, she passed through the side with her slender body and walked straight to Panin's bed. Crawling to the inside of the bed, she put down her own pillow, patted it, and rolled over the covers that still had Pan's body heat on them. Panin froze at the side, watching Chang Sun Jin Rhythm do a series of processes. He didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only let her fall asleep and lay quietly on the side himself, pillowed on his hands. Panin was actually a little sleepy for a while. Was this the first time? No, it shouldn't be. Thinking about a flash of lightning outside, followed by the sound of running thunder, followed by his own corner of the coat was grabbed. He turned back. Chang Sun Jin Rhyme wrinkled eyebrows. Small face looks very afraid. Two hands tightly gripped the corner of his coat. Still like a child, Panin smiled and turned sideways to touch Chang Sun Jinro's head. The emotion on her face visibly relaxing a lot after being touched. She withdrew her hand that was holding the corner of Panin's coat and put it on Panin's hand instead, so that her own face could rub against Panin's and feel at ease. There was nothing Panin could do about it, and smiled and let her be, while the next moment there was another rush of thunder. In just a moment Panin had a small and adorable person in his arms. She cowered in Panin's arms, her fingers gripping Panin's shirt, her forehead resting against Panin's chest, her eyes squeezed shut. Panin froze for a moment. His arms frozen in the air for a moment. The air was quiet like that for a long time until the next clap of thunder, and Chang Sun Jinro tilted her own head, her watery eyes looking at Panin. The bedroom wasn't too dark, and Panin could make out her imploring eyes in a blur. Aren't I your girlfriend? She opened her little mouth to ask. Yeah, then why don't you hug me? After saying this, Chang Sun Jinrime pulled Panin's arm and placed it on her shoulder, and pulled out Panin's other arm and pillowed it under her head, thus forming a sleeping position of a ring embrace. Really? And I have to initiate sleep. She lowered her head again, still as she was, against Panin's chest, her small hands gripping Panin's shirt, and fell asleep. In response, Panin just smiled dotingly as he gently stroked Chang Sun Jinro's back, just like coaxing a small child, and the two of them went to sleep. Outside the house the rain was drenching, and every now and then thunder exploded, so that such a good environment made the two of them sleep very, very well. Time came to the next day. In the morning when Panin woke up he saw Exinli standing in the doorway with a kind smile on her face a little dark, just looking at herself. Panin lowered his head, and Chang Sun Jinruya was lying on top of himself, his arms wrapped around himself, sleeping soundly at the moment. Ahem. Exinli came so early. Aha. Ahem. It's okay, you don't have to explain. I brought breakfast. Get up and wash up first. Ah, good. After saying this, Yi Xinli went out. And Chang Sun Jinro was also awakened by the conversation between the two of them, and propped up his Panin body to sit up, sitting in a duck sitting position. Sleepy eyes, rubbing his eyes. Good morning, brotherin. Morning. Pam rubbed her head getting up from the bed and walking towards the door. Get up and wash up. Xinli she's here and brought us breakfast. Good. After washing up the three sat together. Breakfast was simple. Buns and soy milk. Yi Xinli silently drank tea. The days of the vacation went by so fast. In the blink of an eye it was the last day. These days also counted as a good accompaniment to Changsun Jin rhythm, and there was still some reluctance towards him when he left. On Grandma Nianoa's side Pan and said goodbye to the old man and then left with Grandma's blessing. As she had come Yi Xinli was always by his side. Sitting in the car, Yi Xinli leaned against his shoulder, her sleeping face like a picture, and Pan smiled and looked out the window at the scenery. After the trip, the two returned to the school, and in 2 days they will go out with Song Anlin to exchange in defense. The time is quite tight. The duo got off the bus near the school, and with their suitcases in hand, they arrived at Shaking Fragrance Mess, where there were a lot of customers in the store, and Tang Shuriyue entertained them with another clerk. Tang Shuriyue froze the moment she saw Panan, who looked at her and smiled softly. She reacted by dropping the flowers in her hands and jumping into Panan's arms in one fell swoop. Panacea was a little caught off guard by this and patted her on the back. Well, how long has it been? Just miss you. Some of the customers in the store felt sad about this. They often follow the goddess's store, but it turned out that the goddess had a name. Some indicate a perfect match. The trio returned to the rental house together after dumping the store to the clerk. Clerk, does no one really care if I live or die? Just after arriving at the rental house Panan received a phone call. The phone shows Mr. Lu, Panan's last guide, which is Panan's original guide. Hey, what's wrong with the teacher? Are you at school? There's a business leader over here who wants to see you. See me? Yes, come as soon as you can first. The leaders of the hospital are waiting over here. Okay, I'll be right there. When he came to the office, as Mr. Lu said, several hospital leaders were waiting outside the office and rushed to send Panan into the office when they saw him arrive. Upon entering the office Paman froze at the sight of the person sitting on the couch. Sis, do you have to have him? Aha. No. Where exactly is he better than good? And Ruoshue shook her head. She didn't want to listen to her cousin's words at all. But you're not getting anywhere with him. You said it. He's a scumbag. I don't think he's willing to give up the whole forest for you. I know you like him, but you've been through the process, so let's call it a day. Okay? You're not meant to work out. Once again. And Ruoshue shook her head as she looked to her cousin. If you're doomed to be unfruitful with someone you love very much, do you want to go on? Or are you going to turn around and walk away? I've turned away from it, and I've realized that it's not what I want. What I want is to have him with me. It's said to be destined to be fruitless, but does the outcome really matter? I enjoy the process. I enjoy every moment with him, and you see, this cat is the one I got for him. And Ruoshue picked up the cat, jerked it, and put it back on the floor. I don't know exactly what the outcome will be. Maybe it will be to be with him, or maybe it will be marriage. And with marriage there will be divorce, and maybe it will be growing old together. But then someone will leave first, so there's no obvious definition of the outcome. So none of that matters. And in my opinion being with him is the outcome. Cousin was frozen for a moment by Rushua's words. She had seen her sister's seriousness, but she had never seen her this serious, this obsessed with someone. She, the president of Jiang'an Group. Do things thunder and lightning? Wrist extremely tough, but now for a man willing to put down the body. Let alone that man is still nothing students. But you've been separated. It's okay, I'll get him. It's not about that. You know, broken mirrors have gaps. And broken jade is still flawed when it's reunited. You already have a gap. You can't go back to the old days. I know. So I'm going to start over. She stood in the early fall sunshine, her black hair as old as ever, her exquisite work clothes showing off her temperament to the fullest, and she smiled. Hello classmate. Mr. What brings you here? Maybe I'm doomed to be fruitless here, but it seems to me that just being around you is fine. Ha, it's okay, Pam will start over. Mr. Between us. I know, that's why I'm choosing to start over. Just as if we were getting reacquainted. Okay? Panan froze. He hesitated for a long time as he looked at the sensual beauty in front of him, and finally shook his head. Mr. I still can't easily forget everything that happened between us. I still think about it from time to time, and I think that all kinds of good existed between us, not just those bad memories, so I don't intend to start over. Is that so? Then I am relieved. I will apologize and I will make amends. Make up for those bad memories. Make up for what I owe you. And from this moment on I will no longer be proud of myself in you. Her eyes were firm, her words fluent, and these words made Panan slightly lost in thought. And just as Panan was lost in thought, she stood up and left, not giving Panan a chance to comment. She pushed her way out of the room, regardless of Pam's answer. All she had to do was leave herself with no regrets and make amends for the mistake she had made. Panin froze in his office for a long time before finally shaking his head and walking out of the office. The leaders outside the office dispersed. Only Song Anlin was at the door, but she didn't look too good, as if someone had made her angry. Mr. Song, Pam N. We're probably going to have to reschedule this journey. What's wrong? It's fine. I'll be in touch with you in the follow-up. Just go to class at ease for a few days and try not to socialize with the community. Good. Song Anlin left. She was angry now. By what right could this Enru Shui have her hands all over the school, just because she pitched a new stadium for the school? In addition to this, also knew that he was going to take Panin out of town to participate in the defense of the matter. Backhandedly stopped. Cannot say that it is stopped. Is directly called the organizers, so that the organizers cancelled this year's schedule. She herself was passive right now. If she couldn't leave the school, she couldn't make any moves on Panacea. It would be heresy if she was found out. The matter could only be considered in the long run. Something that she could not stand in the way of. That Panin must attend. And that she must also accompany. Panin left the office and stood in the sunlight and stretched his legs. The school was at the end of class at this time. Many students talked and laughed as they walked towards the cafeteria or dormitory. Panin looked at the time should also go back to the two girls to do lunch. So first went to a trip to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. The road did not have any acquaintances of the appearance of peacefully back to the rental house to the two girls to cook. After lunch Tang Shuriwei went back to running the flower store. Yi Xinli was in charge of washing the dishes, and Panin went back to the dormitory to check on his roommates. Zheng Kuan was not in the dormitory. Neither was Liang. Even Duan Jia was not in the dormitory, and Panin was the only one in the large dormitory. He put away his suitcase, cleaned the dormitory and sent a message to Duan Jia, who quickly replied that he had just come back from the Kyoto side and would return to the dormitory in the evening. Panin's cell phone rang continuously. Picking up the phone to check, it was a message from Yi Xinli. Her exchange student formalities had a problem. She needed to go back to the school to make up for it. It might take 2 days. Isn't it fine? I don't know. But it wasn't Mr. Song who told me. It was Mr. Liu. It seems like the classroom exchange document is missing, but I remember exchange students don't have that. But the teacher said they have to or they can't have a normal class. I see. So shall I accompany you back there? No need. You have classes to attend, don't you? I'll be fine on my own. I'll be back soon. I've got my ticket now. Travel light and come back quickly. Okay. Be safe on the road and message me when you get there. Good. After hanging up Yi Xinli's call, he received a call from Tang Shuriwei. Panin, come and help. This site is overflowing with customers. I'm too busy. You wait. Well, this is it. Right away. Then without waiting for Panin to reply, the call showed hang up and a beeping sound came from the phone. Panin left the dormitory and rushed to the shaking fragrance mess. And sure enough, there were a lot of customers in the store. And just 2 people, Tang Shuriwei and the clerk, couldn't keep busy. Even if Panin joined, there were still a lot of them. And in just a moment's time the flowers that could be bought in the flower store were finished. The trio was tired of being left with empty pots and ornaments in what had been a full store. And that was if the stock was sold out. At the same time, Song Anlin received an assignment to go out to study, or to go to Kyoto to study, and not to go cannot. She held the dispatch notice, her palm clenched tightly as she huffed a bit. That woman. In the evening Tang Shuriwei sat on the sofa after a tired dinner and a shower, leaning on Panin's shoulder. Pam is so tired today. Hard work, but that's good. That means my store is popular. Yes, this way the word of mouth is playing out. The future business is booming. Then you can be a shirker. Well, I want everyone to be able to enjoy the flowers, not leave them alone. Well, it's been realized, hasn't it? Tang Shuriwei didn't reply. Panin looked down. She had already fallen asleep. Her eyes were closed. Her eyelashes were long. And she just leaned against herself, going into sleep. Hard work. Panin gently got up and carried Tang Shuriwei to the bedroom, tucking her in and rubbing her head. Finally turn off the light. Gently close the door. Looking at the sleeping Tang Shuriwei, Panin smiled, left, and returned to his bedroom to rest. He was also very tired today. Just after lying down, I received a message from Duan Jia asking where Panin was. I'm over here at the rental house. Why? I went back to the dorm specifically for you. And you're telling me you're in a rental? This cold dormitory left me alone? Sorry. Mainly because I was too tired to run after a busy afternoon. So I simply slept over here. And I'll go back tomorrow night and 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 tomorrow night. You kid. Forget it. You won't make it back tomorrow night. How? Not opening the door for me? No. Can I be that careful? And how is that? Isn't this the end of the National Day? It's our turn for the study trip. The next yard went before the National Day, and when they come back it's our turn. I forgot if you didn't tell me. It is indeed time for us, but I remember it was the middle of October. The time has been adjusted. The specific class group has said, about 10 days to go. Tomorrow afternoon to leave. You get ready early tomorrow. Let's sit together. Okay, tomorrow. It's late. Go to sleep. Well, you boy. After hanging up the phone, Pan went to sleep, and Duan Jie's side likewise fell asleep. Meanwhile, Jiang and group, the president's office, Mr. The specific arrangements have already been made, including your visit to Haicheng University for research and guidance. Okay, when do we leave tomorrow? At 6 p.m. You are scheduled to join the Ocean City senior class, and the seating arrangement happens to be odd, so you can sit with Mr. Pan. What about the hotel? The arrangement is for the next room. Good. And Ruosh Yue turned her chair, and through the floor-to-ceiling window behind her she could take in the night view of Haicheng, and the direction she gazed at was precisely Haicheng University in the darkness. Like I said, I'm starting over. Early the next morning, Pan was woken up by the alarm. First went to turn off Tang Shiyue's alarm, followed by helping her pull the covers. Let her have a good rest today. Leaving the rental house, back to the dormitory, pushed the door, looked around, but did not see Duanjie figure. The bed is not. The toilet is not. So Pan made a phone call to Duanjie. The phone rang for a long time, and finally did not get through, and sent a message did not return, which made Pan a little puzzled. Where did this kid run away? It was also at this time that he received a call from Yi Xinli, a call to report his safety. Aha, but I heard Mr. Lu say I can't go yet. Ha, is that so? Yeah, there's no research trip necessary for exchange students, so I can't go. But I'll go back and help Shirayuki open the store. She called you last night too, didn't she? No, sent me a message complaining. Hard on her. Well, when you come back and help her, we'll recruit a few more people in the back. I'd like to think there's still room for a chain. It's an option, but we're still in the beginning stages, so we'll consider it when the business stabilizes. Okay, the office is open. I'm going. Bye. Hang up the phone after Pan and look at the suitcase. Well, do not have to pack. The afternoon directly dragged on the car. Then he returned to the rented house. Tang Shiyue was still sleeping. She was sleeping well, quiet as an elf. Her breathing was steady. Pan smiled, turned around and picked up his apron to start preparing breakfast. He was going to make congee plus fritters and make a simple breakfast that way. In a short while, the golden fritters came out of the pot, and the vegetable congee in the small pot also emitted a burst of aroma. The door to Tang Shiyue's bedroom room opened quietly, and she staggered toward the kitchen with sleepy eyes, rubbing her eyes in her pink bunny slippers. Coming to the kitchen door and seeing the figure in the apron, the corner of her mouth hooked up, and she slowly walked over to Pan and wrapped her arms around Pan's waist from behind. Her body pressed up against Pan's back, her chin resting on Pan's shoulder. Awake? She responded lazily, her eyes unclosed as she enjoyed the warmth of the moment. Wait a moment, there's hot water on the table. Go wash up first. The porridge will be ready soon. And there's donuts over there. You can eat first. No, that's all I want. Good. Then, Pan responded to Tang Shiyue favorably, and just let her hug him while he stirred the porridge in the pot, and it didn't take long for it to finish cooking. Took 2 porcelain bowls and served them out. Set them aside. Then pulled Tang Shiyue's hand and slowly turned around as she turned to rely on Pan's arms. Tang Shiyue felt Pan's movements, and she raised her head, her eyes hazy. Kiss. Saying that, he puckered his lips gently, and Pan smiled. The last time he and Tang Shiyue kissed was still the last time. Kissed with that thought, Tang Shiyue sat on the dining table after washing up and ate her fritters. Clicking a bite, the golden fritters were fragrant and crispy, and the vegetable porridge was still emitting a gust of heat. It could be seen that Tang Shiyue was in a good mood. After all, with her business exploding in front of her and her lover warming up behind her, she naturally felt happy. Shirayuki, what's wrong, Pam? I'm going on a research trip. How long is it going to take? About 2 weeks. That long? Well, after all, it's a school arrangement, and this counts for credit. Well, okay, I'll miss you. Call me often. No problem. She'll give you a hand in the latter days Xinli. Yes, in the afternoon, because he had to leave. Pan spent the afternoon with Tang Shiyue. The two of them snuggled on the couch, ate popcorn, watched a movie together, and finally made a dinner and left. Pushing his suitcase to the assembly site, Pan unexpectedly found that everyone seemed to have gotten on the bus, and he was the only one who hadn't gotten on the bus yet. but it was clear that there were 15 minutes before departure time, so it was logical that everyone should still be talking and laughing down there, waiting for the departure time before getting on the bus. Came to his class bus here. No Song Anlin in his Mr. Lu temporarily acting as a guide. He saw Pan and hastily greeted up. Come on, Mr. Poon. It's waiting for you. Just give me your luggage and get in the car. Mr. Lu took Panan's luggage and then shoved him towards the car, to which Panan was unsure, but didn't take it seriously and headed straight for the car. After walking through 3 rows, Panan finally saw Duan Jie, but the bastard was asleep. But the seat next to him wasn't empty. It was sitting with Liang. Panan. Zheng Kuan took a vacation. He's not coming this time. I just didn't have a seat, so I sat with Duan Jie, and there's a seat in the back. Sorry, haha. Alion clasped his hands together for Panan, who didn't mind too much and continued walking backwards, finally seeing an empty seat. Also, just as he was about to sit down, he got a good look at the person sitting inside the seat. Ah yes, that's right, it was Enruo Xue. She was dressed in a white work dress, her hand propped against the car window to support her head, and when she saw that it was Panan who was coming, she turned her head and waved at him, signaling for him to sit. Seeing with Panan looked around and realized that only this place was empty, before looking back to Duan Jie's position. That kid really didn't fall asleep. No wonder the bastard's phone couldn't be reached. No wonder he had just pretended to be asleep. He certainly didn't have the face to face himself, much less let himself know what was going on now. In the end, Panan still sat down with a stiff upper lip. He clutched his cell phone tightly. It was hard to imagine what to do if Yi Xinli made a call. Just as he was thinking that, and Ru Xue's hand was on his. You seem tense? No need to be, just relax. Good. After saying that, Enru Xue continued to lean towards the window as the vehicle started. She propped her head up and watched the scenery move back out of the window. However, her grip on Panan's hand was still there. It was a good thing that Panan's position was at the back door of the bus. There were no seats next to him, so as long as the people on the side didn't deliberately look at him, they couldn't see the duo's movements. But Panan was having a hard time right now, and he intentionally drew back his hand. But whenever he tried to pull away, Enru Xue would clutch it slightly harder, as if warning him not to move. Panan had a big head and looked to the side at Enru Xue, who was still looking out the window as quietly as ever, as if it wasn't her hand that was holding his. That, Mr. Why are you here? Experience life. That's nice. The atmosphere quieted down. The car should have been lively, but for some reason everyone was quiet, and silently took out their headphones and put them on. Everyone went about their business, as if no one cared about Panan. Even the students on the side were asleep. While thinking like this, Enruo Xue's hand moved again, flipping from the back of her hand and holding Panan's hand palm to palm. At the same time, the cell phone rang, and Panacea nervously lifted it. VX caller, Liz. Panan. That, Mr. And I'm not nervous. Panan uttered these words to make Enruo Xue loosen her grip on her hand, but Enruo Xue was unmoved. After a soft there was no further comment, and the cell phone that kept vibrating in his hand was ringing like a death wish. Panan eventually picked up the phone trembling, and then Yi Xinli's voice came out from the other end. Hey, Anne, are you already in the car? It's already in the car. That's good. Be safe out there. Don't get compelled by bad women. Why? How? It better be. By the way, I've already filled out the paperwork on my school side and I'll be back in Ocean City tomorrow afternoon. So, you should also. Be safe. Panan's words were stuttering. It wasn't that he didn't know what to say, but Enru Xue was starting to act like a demon. There was no expression on her face, but the hand that was holding his was actually tickling his palm. Well, of course I know that. Enough about that. Gotta go make dinner. Okay, let's talk about it tonight. Bye. When Panan hung up the phone, Enruo Xue was honest again, just still holding Panan's hand and not letting go. Sitting in the car, everyone was very quiet, and it was getting dark. The lights in the car were rather dim, and everyone was very sleepy. So many students had already fallen asleep. The only time light shines into the vehicle is when it's traveling through the tunnel. Panan is rather bored, and he can't do anything about Enruo Xue, so he has to pretend he's fine. He leaned against the seat and fell asleep in a daze. Enru Xue was still looking out the window, although it was pitch black and she couldn't see anything, but she just propped her head up like this and looked out. Through the car window, from the reflection she saw Panan asleep the moment her mouth curled into a smile. Finally she lowered her hand that was clinging to the window of the car and turned her head to look at the sleeping Panacea. The car was dimly lit and no one would know what she was doing now. After a long time, the vehicle stops and Panan spins around and wakes up, rubbing his eyes and looking out the window, realizing that he's arrived at a service station. and in the next moment noticing that Enruashue is looking at him, he froze for a moment, then recalled how he had just gotten up. He seemed to have woken up from Enruashue's shoulder, and there was clearly a crease on the right shoulder of Enruashue's clothes. Enruashue looked at him, the corner of her mouth hooked up, and she opened her mouth at him. Won't Pam go down for a walk? Get a drink of water or go to the bathroom or something. Good. Pam got up and walked toward the door of the car and got out of it. When I came to the car, many of my class were outside. Everyone was either chatting or going to the service station to use the restroom. Panin looked around and didn't see Duanjie, and regained sight of the car to find the boy still sleeping. Panin now had reason to suspect he was faking sleep. He just didn't know how to face himself. Shaking his head, Panin walked towards the service station store. He didn't really want to go to the restroom. He was just a little thirsty after having just slept for a while. I also forgot to buy water when I came here, so it just so happens that I can buy it now. But as we all know, the prices at this kind of service station. The original $2 farmer's wife sells $5 for 3 punches. Don't exaggerate, but Panin can't help it. This is the cheapest. Check out and leave. Back in the car, there was still some time before departure, and Panin resumed his seat next to Enruashue, who was eating a sandwich, and there was a thermos cup at the window, with no idea what it contained. Didn't Mr. and have dinner tonight? Well, it just happened to be coming in from work, not in time. So, is that hot water in the thermos? It's hot milk. I had the little secretary prepare it. I can't go without dinner already. I've had a bad stomach lately and the doctor told me to eat every meal. Man is iron, food is steel, and meals must still be eaten on time. I did used to eat on time, but then my mouth got tricky and sometimes I don't have as much of an appetite. Ahem. Like this. Panin coughed awkwardly, then opened his cell phone and returned the message, telling Xianli to go to bed early and not to wait for him. Listening to Tang Shiriyue share her daily routine, and praising Changsun Jin Rhythm for doing a great job today. After doing so the car restarted and Enruashue had finished her sandwich, holding the paper wrapper in her hand, which Panin knew she was going to throw away in the garbage. The garbage can just happen to be on Panin's side. Originally he had opened his mouth and was ready to help Enruashue throw the garbage, but as a result, without saying a word, Enruashue's body was on one side, lying on his lap, and with a fling of his hand, the garbage accurately went into the garbage can. After seeing the garbage go into the trash can, Enruashue sat up as if nothing had just happened. Panacea looked at her and then at the trash can, and then pretended to be fine as well, continuing to swipe her phone. Vehicles driving on the highway above, outside the dark, silent inside the car. Panin just slept naturally, not sleepy, simply began to play the phone. Just played, not a moment to feel the shoulders become heavy. Turned his head and found that it was Enruashue leaning against himself asleep. According to reason Panin should push her away, just that he just leaned against Enruashue's sleep for so long, and now push away that is not too heartless. Solely let Enruashue rely on himself, and he himself played with his cell phone. Time about 2 hours later. Finally the vehicle stopped once again. Panin looked outside. It seems to be to the destination. Turning his head to look at Enruashue, she still did not wake up, looking as cold and noble, without that icy cold eyes of her at this time to more lovely. At that moment, the Lu guide walked up to the car, stood in front of it and clapped his hands hard, shouting, "Okay, everyone wake up, we're at our destination. Get off and gather first." Also after Panin heard this he vaguely heard someone staggering. Originally thought it was Enruashue, but the result was to turn around and see that Enruashue had already put on her own carry bag on her back and was ready to get up and leave. Panin picked up his farmer's wife 3 fists and stepped out of the car, getting his suitcase first before starting to assemble in line by class, followed by the division of the dormitories. The dormitory is one of the traveling hotels over here, and everyone is 2 to a room. It's 200 to 220 for guys and 300 to 320 for girls, and everyone is in 2x2 rooms, getting their own ride, and then later relying on their student IDs to go to the front desk to get their room cards. After the land guide finished speaking, he ran over to Panin and handed Panin a room card alone. "Mr. Panin, the boys happen to be in the odd number, so I took it upon myself to give you a single room. Here's your room card. Well, have an early night." After saying that the Lu guide slipped away, leaving Panin standing alone in the wind, holding 406 the room card in his hand. Finally Panin shook his head and dragged his suitcase towards the hotel. It didn't matter. The strong are always alone. Pulling his suitcase towards the hotel, Panin was the only one left. He pressed the elevator and waited for a while for the elevator to come. Panin stepped into the elevator while then another person stepped in. "Mr. You live here too?" "That's right." The person who came was none other than Enruashue. "Well, experience life." "Ah, quite." Panin pressed the 4th floor, and Enruoshue made no move, so it seemed to be the fourth floor as well. It was worth mentioning that Enruoshue had dragged a suitcase this time, but it was small, probably only coming up to her knees. The elevator is very quiet. It is good that Panin just sat a piece with Enruoshue, or now too awkwardly he deducted 3 rooms. Not a moment later the elevator dinged and the doors opened. Panin gentlemanly gestured for Enruoshue to exit first. Enruoshue didn't make herself polite and walked out of the elevator door, standing in the doorway and looking left and right, then walking to the right. Panin followed behind. His room was also on the right side. Also when he reached 406 he saw Enruoshue standing 405. Does Mr. and live next door to me? Enruoshue looked at the room card and then spoke. Looks like it. And good night to Mr. Panin said. Take a walk with me. It's still early. I heard there's a man-made lake behind the hotel. There's a wetland park there. Enruoshue opened the door to her room and closed it after putting her luggage away. Listening to her words Panin took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet. And it wasn't that long ago that Tang Shiriwei and Yi Xinli gave themselves a good night report. For Enruoshue Panin certainly regretted it, so he did not refuse. Walking on the sidewalks of the park, with people passing by on bicycles every now and then. It was built by the traveling inn, but at the same time is completely open to the outside world, so both tourists and customers and residents can come and walk around. The sidewalk is very close to the artificial lake, separated only by a 3-meter grassy ramp, with willows lined up on both sides of the road, their wires hanging low and quietly swaying against the evening breeze blowing off the lake. Enruoshue walked beside Panin. Her eyes were not on me, walking forward step by step, her eyes gazing at the shadows of the willows that shone down from the dim light, silky and intertwined. And looking at Panin, she was also thinking about a lot of things. Panin. She finally spoke, blandly saying his name and stopping in her tracks. Panacea turned to look at her, and she looked up at him, a smile on her lips, and instead of continuing to speak, she walked toward the lake, which was on the slope of the meadow. Panacea stood behind her, watching her walk carefully through the open space vacated by the grass. She stood there, pulling her hair behind her ear with her pinky finger, then turned her head to look at Panin. Call me Enruoshue, okay? Panin froze for a moment as he looked at Enruoshue, who stood in the dim light of the street lamps, the shadows of the willows swirling around her body, the evening breeze blowing the tips of her hair every now and then, quiet and beautiful. At this time she did not have that cold and arrogant overbearing temperament in the company. Is that people cannot reach the existence of this as the first feeling of Panin? Good. The simple reply pleased her in the light, and she retraced her steps back to the sidewalk, striding past Panacea, her hands behind her back, her fingers interlocked, and taking a step forward. Panin stood behind her and shook his head, the corners of his mouth quirking. Before following, she walked faster and faster, as if she didn't want to wait for Panin. Her idea was simple, she wanted Panin to call her name from her mouth. Kiju. Hearing this Enruoshue was like a lightning strike. She settled, still with her hands behind her back, and turned to look at Panin. Panacea followed quickly, and the two of them walked companionably down the sidewalk again. Time always flies. With the road pedestrians gradually thinned out, do not realize that it is already 11 o'clock. The two coincidentally walked back to the hotel. Panin once again walked in front of his door and opened it with his room card, turning to look at Enruoshue who was following behind him. Good night Enruoshue, see you in the morning. With that said he walked towards the room and was about to close the door when he was hit by a figure. With that the door to the room closed with an audible thud and Panin slammed into the wall of the entrance hall, his back leaning against the switch and the light in the entrance hall turned off with it. The two figures in the narrow foyer were pressed together, and only the faint light coming from the bedroom allowed Pam to react to the current situation. Being walloped herself, Enruoshue was really tall, only a little lower than herself, so she walloped herself belonging to just the right height. Panin clearly felt the softness of her breasts imprinted on his chest, the faint scent of jasmine extraordinarily clear. She grabbed Panin's clothes with her left hand and braced herself against the wall with her right hand to keep Panin from escaping. This. Halfway through his words, he was banned. Cool and soft lips printed on his own lips. For a moment he was actually a little greedy, but his thoughts reacted quickly, and also when he was about to react, Enruoshue braced herself against the wall and left. By the faint light of the living room she walked cheerfully towards the living room, turned on the living room light and then naturally sat down on the sofa, flipped over 2 cups from the coffee table in front of her and poured 2 cups of water from the kettle next to her, and then quietly looked towards Panin, who was still fuming in the foyer. Panin finally reacted and walked towards the living room. She had a smile on her face and Panin didn't know what to say for a moment, so he sat down across from her, picked up the water on the coffee table and took a sip before cupping the glass and looking at her, not knowing what to say. In order to ease the embarrassment he once again took a sip of water, trying to make Enruashue speak first in this way. And as it turned out, as he had hoped, Enruashue spoke up. Two things. I was wrong. Wrong to listen to that man. Wrong to doubt you. Wrong to think highly of myself. Secondly, I still like you, unlike the fondness I had for you before, but I want to be with you for the rest of my life, no matter what your answer is this time. Panacea hesitated. Was he going to refuse? And Rachel, was she so wrong? No, she just shouldn't have listened to others. Who could have prevented this? Even if he does, Miss Panin will not forget that memory completely. In his opinion, each time the story is his own treasure, despite the unpleasantness. But isn't that what life is all about? Many years later they can also sit at home on the balcony, leaning against the chaise lounge looking at the evening sun to recall the previous story. It does not matter. At least this time Panin did not want to add a paragraph of regret. He finally looked at Enruashue and nodded. The smile at the corner of Enruashue's mouth grew even thicker. She silently stood up and walked towards Panin's side to sit down. And without being told, she wrapped her arms around Panin's neck and pressed herself against Panin's chest. It's getting late. Time to go back. Drive me away? She asked, looking up, her eyes looking fierce. Don't dare. Then I'll keep it. With it she stood up and walked straight to Panacea's bed, then lay down straight. And just like that it wasn't over. She rolled onto her side and patted the other half. Time for bed. Panin propped up his forehead and just walked aside to turn off the lights, looked at the bed with eyes on Enruashue without saying anything, and went back to the sofa to lie down, ready to enter the dreamland. Enruashue also did not continue, just now naturally show off. If Panin really lying on the bed, she estimated immediately find a reason to bugger off. Good thing Panin did not. Cradling the covers, her eyes looked out into the living room. It was dark and only the faint moonlight allowed her to make out the distant figure, the one she had missed for so long. Looking at that figure she each extra peace of mind, unconsciously heavy eyelids, leisurely sleep, time so to the next morning. Dun. There was a knock on the door of his room and Panin rubbed his eyes and walked to the foyer to open the door. Now he was still a little disoriented and forgot what happened last night. He opened the door to find Duan Jie, the kid with a donut in his mouth and breakfast in his hand. Hey, just came to apologize to you for the breakfast at the hotel. It's fresh out of the pot and still hot. Saying that he walked around Panin towards the living room. Panin followed behind him. That is, the moment Duan Jie walked to the living room Panin remembered what happened last night, etc. Before he could finish his sentence he realized it was too late. The fritter Duan Jie was holding in his mouth fell to the ground. His mouth should be able to stuff an egg in it now. After all, even if anyone else was here, their jaws would drop. Their own cousin on a bed in their roommate's room, looking sleepily into the living room. With the bed still a bit messy, Enruashue was not a good sleeper. Duan Jie stiffened and turned his head to look at Panin with a look that spoke for itself. Let me explain. It's really not. Let me explain. Really no. Before Panin could explain Duan Jie held up his hand to signal him not to say anything, and then placed his breakfast on the cabinet in the foyer before starting the act. This isn't Panin. This is your room, right? Alas, I'm a sleepwalker you know, so I won't bother you, said the boy, instantly buggered off, leaving Panin to look at the door of the room cluttering up the foyer. Also Panin was puzzled when Enruashue came over. She was still rubbing her eyes, her hair a little messy, shirt collar buttons last night because of some heat unknowingly unraveled. Pam, what's wrong? Was that just now? It's fine. Duan Jie came to bring me breakfast, but he seems to have misunderstood something. So, it's okay. He wouldn't dare say anything. Enruashue waved her hand, signaling that it was okay for Panin. Then she walked to the entryway cabinet, opened the breakfast that Duan Jie had given her, and took out a donut and stuffed it into Panin's mouth. Then took one for herself. She took Pam's hand and sat down on the couch and proceeded to start distributing breakfast. The breakfast that Duan Jie bought was for two. For himself and Panin. But in this case now it was Enruashue and Panin. 1 xiaolongbao and 2 cups of soy milk with a small bag of donuts. She plugged in the soy milk for Panin and placed it in front of him, then turned her head to look at Panin, as if she was waiting for him to finish the donut in his mouth before feeding him the soy milk. Breakfast before you've washed up. I didn't eat enough last night and I'm hungry now, so it's not too late to eat and go back. Well, eat up. Here's your soy milk. Panacea took a couple of sips and breakfast time passed. The duo didn't do much in the morning. They just chatted on the couch about their favorite authors and about what was to come. Halfway through the conversation the phone calls. The time is already 11 o'clock. The caller ID is Yi Xinli, which makes the original still chatting quite leisurely Panin instant alert. Trembling, he took the phone. His mind flickered. Then he spoke in a pinched voice. Hey, Rue. Well, Pam, and you sound like you just woke up. Don't you? Well, I got pulled into a double team last night by that Duan Jie guy. Really? You can't do that, no what? It's not good for your health to ruin your routine like this. Aha, not next time. And Ruoshua sat on the side, holding a cup of tea, watching Panon lie with his mouth open, and the draft was not even typed. That means it's fine in the morning. You have a pep rally at lunch, and you don't visit until the afternoon? Yes, that's what Mr. Lu informed me. Don't forget your ticket in the afternoon. Shuriwa, the girl is still waiting for you. I'm not going to forget. Okay, you get up. It's going to be lunchtime, and I'm going to go get something to eat. Okay, talk to you this afternoon. Bye. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Panon let out a long breath and rubbed his brow. What's wrong? Seeing this, and Ruoshua sat beside him and asked with concern. There shouldn't have been all these lies. It just took a build-up to get her to accept it. It's okay, I can talk to myself. Let's talk about it later. It's going to be lunchtime. Ruoshua, are you with us this afternoon too? Yeah, you guys, this only I study have my sponsorship, called the Recruiting Expedition. Recruiting to select some capable students in the future to go to Jiang'an Group to work. So, when Panon finished speaking and Ruoshua's cell phone rang, picking it up to see that unexpectedly it was her mother who had called. Naturally, she didn't avoid Panacea, but instead very naturally turned on the speakerphone and placed it on the coffee table. Hey mom, what's wrong? You girl? Although I don't object to you and little Anne, but how are you being a bit unscrupulous here? Huh? What? Did you guys do your protection? You're not just going to give it away, are you? What if you get pregnant, Xiao, and he hasn't graduated yet? Why are you guys so careless? At this moment, and Ruoshua thought of Duan Jia who had come in the morning, and her fists clenched slightly. No mom, Pam and I aren't there yet. Then I'll listen to Dwayne J. He misunderstood, but I did make up with Pam and now, and rested at his place last night, but we really didn't do any of that. That's good, although it's not there yet, but you can't rush it. Although your father and I want to hold grandchildren very much, but it's not just a matter of holding them. We have to consider it comprehensively. You and Pan and those things can be done, but you have to know moderation. You can't really get pregnant or anything. That's too early. Blah blah blah. I know. Okay, hang on, said Ruoshua on the hastily hung up. Listen to the first half of her has been shy. The results of the mom a little stopping intentions are not. Also, her mom thought it was two people on the phone, not knowing that there is Pan and next to her. This is all a cautionary tale for her daughter. However, these 3 words are not away from the child, and Ruoshua, this innocent young girl, naturally cannot accept. Her face was red, and she felt hot, like she was going to give off steam at any moment, and she wasn't ready to have a baby or anything. Timidly, he craned his head to look at Panon, who also happened to be looking at him, and being looked at, Panon coughed in embarrassment. Ahem. It's almost time for dinner. Let's go eat. Good. Though still shy, but she took Panon's hand and stood up, walking down the corridor before she let go. She couldn't afford to create trouble for Panon and get him offended. Maybe in other people's eyes this would be very pretentious. Taking down the current president of Jiang'an Group. Isn't this a properly successful person? But this wouldn't be what Panon wanted. And Ruoshua knew clearly that Panon only wanted to live a quiet life. Being famous was something he didn't want to do. The two of them came to the restaurant in company. Panon saw Duan Jia from afar. The kid was chatting with Al Liang and completely missed in Ruoshua. The two walked companionably towards Duan Jia's table. And it was only the moment Panon sat down that Duan Jia looked up and saw Ruoshua behind Panon. He reacted quickly and was about to bolt when he was dissuaded by Ruoshua's kind smile. Come here, this student. I have some matters to explain to you. Like a wilted, Duan Jia dejectedly got up and Ruoshua went to the fire escape, during which vaguely Panon heard a cry of pain. He remembered that Ruoshua had told him that he was some kind of karate black belt and taekwondo champion to come. He took a deep look at the consumer channel and shook his head. All the way. Soon the restaurant grew crowded. Most of them were students of Haichang University, and only some of them were residents. It was also at this time that Mr. Lu came up to the stage and began to explain the specifics about the study trip. That's all the main things. Well, next everyone applauds the sponsor of this study, the executive president of the Jiang'an Group, MS. Ruoshua. After saying that, the stage resounded with applause, and Ruoshua welcomed the applause and walked onto the stage. Shining and cold, standing on the stage, she was confident and spoke about the reason for this sponsorship. At this time Duan Jia also came back. He covered his stomach and his legs looked a little limp. Panon, you kid, don't explain it to me either. Looking at Duan Jia, Panon almost laughed out loud. I seek you sleepwalking. Ugh. I'm mostly worried that you two are really messing with people. Am I that inconsiderate? This brain circuit of yours. It's not right. You and. Panon was controlled by Duan Jia in the middle of his words. He looked at Ruoshua, who was speaking on the stage, and made a silencing motion to Panon. Not yet. Disbelief. Panin is not believe that Duanjie, this kid, is still a virgin. He and Joan, Duanjie girlfriend, together for nearly 5 years. This kid loved to play even if, look also not quite like a chastity view of the people. The two are often alone in the villa. So big house. Just the two of him. Dry fire does not have something who believe really, although Joan is relieved of me. I'm not relieved of myself. She's willing to give herself to me, but I'm not ready for that. Didn't I always say I started my own business? There was a reason for that. The reason I said was actually false. My old man didn't know about Wanda. Maybe he did but thought I was just playing around. After saying that, Duanjie lowered his head and was silent. Panin also came to his senses at this time. No wonder many of the points were not right. That's why I'm going to start my own business. Only then later I can decide on my own marriage instead of being restricted by my old man to only go for a union. Xiaowan, she is equally hardworking. She studied finance and economics. As soon as she graduates she can come to work in my company. I know the ideal is very plump, but the reality is often not like that. But the two of us are also promised for life. Speaking of this, Duanjie voice even lower. Panin covered Duanjie. He was afraid that he would suddenly cry out, so that both of them are very difficult to get out. So I didn't go through with something like that. Despite the countless times she was by my side holding my hand and saying it was okay, I couldn't do it. I was afraid it wouldn't be her in the end, and that would only lead to more regrets. After saying that, he picked up the fruit orange on the table and gulped 2 mouthfuls of it. This momentum, Panin all froze for a moment. Well, I probably know what you're ultimately after. Coming clean with me means you really have no choice. I'll give Ruoshue the word and try to get your dad to not interfere or give you more time. Said here. Panin patted Duanjie's shoulder. He knew what Duanjie meant. Why there is this sudden confession? And he said really useful long ago. Do not have to until now. So he knew exactly what Duanjie meant. He was a student, a son, and didn't have much say in his home, or family. And Ruoshue is different. This age has already sat in the president's seat, and her old man the same, so by her words Duanjie old man should listen. This is why Duanjie suddenly looked for Panin to talk about this. Panin also did not want to see the two of them end up regretting it. His own weekdays and the two of them play quite well. Panin has seen many between the two. He knows that they really like each other. He just need to find in Ruoshue open mouth, but cannot say directly, to wait, otherwise it seems that he is with her with a purpose. And Ruoshue finished her speech on the stage. She gently owed her body and walked towards the stage, and as she left, she also glanced at Panin and lightly hooked her finger, signaling Panin to come. Panin would understand as he greeted Duanjie and walked towards the door. Coming to the door, and Ruoshue leaned against the wall, and the corner of her mouth hooked into a smile when she saw the stepping out Panin. There you are. What's wrong? I see you don't seem to have eaten much. Would you like to go out for a meal with me? Great. Panin actually ate it, and Ruoshue's words were simple, just wanting Panin to accompany her, blunt to the point of appearing forceful. Said in this way but naturally, the two drove to the outside restaurant to eat a meal, and then returned to the hotel. In the afternoon there are various pavilions to participate, and Ruoshue naturally accompanied. Afternoon time passes very quickly, not a moment to see the end of a few pavilions, and Ruoshue, although accompanied only to Panin, their class accompaniment, naturally, will not be two people hand in hand together kind of. After visiting the exhibition hall there is nothing more to do, lying on the hotel sofa, and Ruoshue is quite comfortable, lying across Panin's lap, looking at the book in his hand, and every now and then brushing the news, watching videos, and setting up the work. That's it for today, and the next few days will be more or less the same until the camping trip arrives. Aha! Sunscreen to take with you, and this, and Pam, and do you have a hat? No. For sunscreen, I have it and brought it for you. Whoops, and I've got the ingredients and everything ready. And the weather? Well, cloudy. It's fine. Well, it's early in the morning. Why don't we get ready in the morning? We'll leave tomorrow afternoon. There's no need to rush. Sleeping in tomorrow morning. Are you still just the two of you with the secretary this time? Yeah, Xiao Yushi and I are enough. With more people everyone can't move around and have a mental burden. Okay, be safe. Anan, I'm close to you. Remember to come eat at my place when you're done baking. And Ruoshue cleaned up and went back to her room. The two of them of course hadn't reached the level of sharing the same bed yet. They just would snuggle together when they were idle. And Ruoshue returned to her room. First a simple wash, followed by skin care. She used to be quite unconcerned about this, but the thought that she was 3 years older than Panin. What if he thought she was old? So she performs a nightly skin regimen and listens to music and brushes up on her videos in an immersive regimen. Listening to the news belonged to a small hobby that she had immersed herself in the pack, and it would give herself more to talk about when she spent time with Pam, not running out of things to say. Recently Little Day is about to have its second nuclear wastewater discharge. Exam state line lowered for most majors. Most parts of the country will experience rainfall at variable times due to the typhoon. It didn't take long for Ruoshue to clean up, set the alarm clock, lie down on the bed, cover the small quilt, and have a beautiful sleep. The next day, Panin woke up at 8 a.m. sharp, and he didn't go to call Ruoshue, wanting to let her get a good night's sleep and wait until 9 a.m. to call her. Now Panin also had to pack up some of his things, and the camping was for 2 days and 1 night, which meant that he would have to set up his tent for another night over there. The 2 classes weren't too large, and some of the other classes went to other places with specialized bands. The main thing is to develop everyone's hands-on skills. Camping and living and cooking are all done by the students themselves, and Ruoshue brought ingredients. Panin naturally had his own preparations, and the time came to more than 9 o'clock after Pan installed his own luggage. He went to the hotel restaurant, took some breakfast and came to the door of Ruoshue's room, and Ruoshue specially organized an extra room card for herself, so Panin didn't knock on the door, opened the door and walked straight in, and Ruoshue heard the sound and sat up, rubbing her eyes as the covers slipped off, her loose pajamas revealing her inner landscape. Well, Pangin, you're here. It's time for breakfast. And Ruoshue stretched her back, disregarding how the scenery in front of her chest looked like, and not treating Panin as an outsider anyway. After stretching her waist, she raised her head and looked at Panin, her eyes wide open, looking at Panin, her red lips kissing and spitting out these 2 words. Feed me. A few days down the 2 get along much more comfortable. The previous gap has disappeared. The 2 are now really like a couple. Even not right. They are. Yummy. Pam, and get me a piece of paper. Here. Panin drew over a piece of paper and gave it to Ruoshue, who wiped her mouth, wrapped her arms around Panin's neck and kissed him on the corner of her mouth, then lifted up the covers and trotted to the bathroom in her bunny slippers. I'm taking a shower. Good. Time then came for lunch. After a simple lunch it was time for everyone to move their luggage. Panin sat on the bus, and Ruoshue was not beside him. Duanjia was with him this time. That Pamin thing. Well, I'll talk about it. I just need a moment to open my mouth. Alas, it seems that my old man has begun scouting for the daughters of a few business tycoons in Haichang, still wanting me to be with them. It's fine. Big deal. You play the dude for a bit and scare them off. You don't say. It works. The bus circled around and finally arrived at the camping site, which was on the outskirts of the city on a hill, right on the side of the mountain. Panin got out of the car only after everyone had left, and Duanjia had the good sense not to ask more questions. Panin got out of the car and saw Ruoshue carrying a bag almost half the size of her own, and the little secretary beside her was also carrying a large bag. Pam, this way. Panin walked over to Ruoshue and took the carry bag from her, while Ruoshue took Panin's backpack and a small carry bag. The group made their way up the mountain. The weather was sunny and nothing much happened. Everyone arrived safely at the campground. Since they had arrived at the campsite, then it was naturally impossible for the 2 to continue walking together. A feeling that reminded Panin of his student days when his class was checking for early love and he had to avoid the teacher. The teacher also began to speak when he saw the number of people. Well, next it's time for everyone to be on their own. The ingredients are prepared by everyone. Men and women work together. One part of you will set up the campsite first. The other part of you will go to the woods and look for branches to build a fire. Blah blah blah. Well, that's all. The main thing is safety first, and I'll be watching from the sidelines. So let's get started, everyone. As the crowd dispersed at the end of the guide's words, everyone began to find their partners. Panin and Duanjia were sleeping in a tent, so the 2 were paired up. Other girls would seek out boys for help, and Pam was being targeted by the girls in her class at this point. Panin although always confessed that, but personal face value is also bar. Usually in school exinly to Panin C is not allowed to girls close to. Then the protection of pups of the hen also protect Panin. Clearly announced their own identity of the main palace. Those girls will naturally not dare to come up to death. Who was deducted a vixen name is not good. According to the current school eating melon speed, tomorrow will be known to dig corners. So in the school everyone is very peaceful. And now, Yi Xinli is not there. It is estimated that the back will not come. Then this time is not a dig. Is this a good time to increase the friendship of classmates? With it the 2 girls ran hand in hand right up to Panacea, ready to pull Panacea's sleeve, a maneuver that stopped halfway through. Can you come and help me assemble the tent, Mr. Pen? And Ruoshue said as she walked up to Panin. Good. After answering, Panin also noticed the 2 behind him and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? No, it's fine. The 2 girls left in disgrace and Panin followed Ruoshue to her tent and could see that Ruoshue had brought a large tent with her. This tent is not for her to sleep by herself, nor with the secretary, The little secretary has a little tent of her own. So does she have to say explicitly with whom she is sleeping? Pan En gave Duan Jia a look. Duan Jia made the OK sign, and then Pan En followed in Ruoxue to the place where she had camped. The young secretary had been sent off to collect branches with the girls, so it was again a two-person world for Pan En and in Ruoxue. Pam, come on, spread this out first. And Ruoxue herself was experienced in camping, so she was skilled at setting up tents and whatnot. The so-called men and women match. Work is not tired. The two quickly put up the tent. Incidentally, there is a small secretary's small tent, also tied up together. We're both really good. Well, Pam and the grill. There's still water to fetch at the stream over there, and ingredients to prepare. So hurry, there's a lot of tasks to be done. Side by side and Ruoxue was back in action. Pan En followed behind her to give her a hand. She was busy as if she was happy as she used to be when she followed Pan En. Not anymore. The reason she's happy is the person beside her with her. It wasn't as if she hadn't kept herself busy since she and Pan En had parted ways. Busy working and living and traveling, but it had only left her empty and tired. None of the joy she had once felt when she had watched the snow in Hokkaido. Ruoxue, these ingredients are strung first, right? Yeah. I'll go over to the stream to get water and then build a fire when I get back. Xiaoyu has a portable fire extinguisher in her bag and a garbage organizer. Spices and stuff are in that pocket next to the ingredients. I'll be back as soon as I get there. After saying that, and Ruoxue carried the storage bucket and ran towards the woods. There were also many students over there, so there was no need to worry about safety or anything. Under the shade of the tree, Pan En sat on a horse zipper. In his hand was a handful of bamboo sticks, next to the ingredients prepared by Ruoxue. All of these ingredients were kept in a refrigerated box and were still fresh, and they were also all handled by Ruoxue's people, so they were strung up quickly. It was also time for Pan En to skewer the meat and Ruoxue came back from fetching water. She put down the bucket, took the matzah and sat down beside Pan En and began to accompany Pan En to skewer the meat. She was wearing a tracksuit today, not dressed up, but more streamlined so that she could move around outdoors easily. The duo sat together skewering meat. The little secretary this time also came back. As in Ruoxue's secretary surely has super high emotional intelligence, will not be stupid enough to be a light bulb, so she naturally took on the task of building a fire for the stove. By the time the kebabs were finished it was also late in the evening. The sky was obviously dark. The sun was setting and it was time for dinner. Pies, roasts, kebabs, and everyone is officially in the zone as the wisps of smoke rise. The two of them, Pan En and Ruoxue, switched grills, and the little secretary tried to hide her presence as much as she could. Just eating the skewers and going down the hill to get her stuff from the car. By the time the kebabs are done, the folding storage table is set out. 2 cold beers, and glasses from the storage fridge, poured with golden beer, the glasses clinking with a pleasing sound. Cheers! Cheers! Tons and tons of kebabs and cold beer, home grilled. No worries about technology and hard work. On this side of the table, there were only 2 Pan En. The little secretary was alone quietly hiding behind her tent with a kebab, holding happy water in her hand. Tons and tons of bites, and sighed. When am I going to find a boyfriend? It was getting late. The garbage after the barbecue had been collected. The little secretary ran off with the meat skewers in his mouth to throw away the garbage. And now it was literally just Pan En and Ruoxue. The student side has already begun to organize the party. Everyone prepared snacks and fruits set out. The talented students will perform for everyone. Those who do not have all sit together to talk about gossip, talk about life. Pan En also took stones and put up a fire around it. And the two of them sat around the campfire in a cozy atmosphere, talking about the interesting things they knew, and the words were always endless. In the meantime, in the rented room, Yi Xinli's house, of Haichang University, Xian Li, the traffic is finally much less these days. I'm going to be exhausted. Tang Shuriwei wore her pajamas after taking a bath, holding a towel in her hand and wiping her head as she walked out of the bathroom while speaking to Yi Xinli. Indeed, it's been a hard few days. Yi Xinli was sitting on the couch. She was also wearing her pajamas, with a tablet on her lap, looking like she was swiping the live stream. Still, thanks to Xian Li, it's a good thing I have you, Tang Shuriwei said as she sat on her butt beside Yi Xinli, her hands wrapped around Yi Xinli's neck and her face pressed against Yi Xinli's face. Alright, no need to be polite between us. Yi Xian Li is still not very acceptable to be intimate with Jean other than Pan En. Although they are all girls, although they are all Pan En's girlfriend, but she is still a very straight girl. Of course it's not that Tang Shuriwei is a lesbian or anything, it's just that the two of them have different personalities. Yi Xinli is very good at keeping a distance from people in junior and senior high school. It's okay to play but not get too close. Tang Shuriwei was different. She had been in and out of high school with Su Rong since her high school life. She was more accustomed to being close to people who were close to her, or in her eyes there was no existence of lesbians at all. A female was out of the question, so she was more relaxed and Yi Xinli sticking to her. Yi Xinli slowly pushed her face away, and Tang Shuriwei didn't have a problem with it, obediently backing away, her gaze attracted by Yi Xinli's flat surface as she did so. Wow! What a pretty girl! What are you looking at? Xinli, a live blogger, she doesn't have a lot of work, she usually just sings live. With Yi Xinli's words looking at the flat screen, a girl in the screen wearing a long black dress, sitting in front of the computer desk, holding a microphone in her hand, the sound of the song coming out of the screen. Later, I finally learned how to love, but unfortunately there was a boy in love with that girl. Okay, I hope you all enjoy this song later and thank you all for your gifts at the same time. I don't know any talent and I don't play PKs. I just simply sing as a way of thanking you all. The girl on the screen said this, and Tang Shuriwei had already looked herself in. Indeed, the song was very beautiful, and the person was also very good looking. Wow, Xinli is a really good blogger. Well, but I like her not because she sings well and looks good, but because of her story. What's the story? The story she tells herself. The story of herself. Live is the hope that the boy she likes can be in the process of finding himself, or that she can find him. This scene seems like deja vu all over again. Ahem. I found Pam and that falls under the category of destiny. Continuing back to the blogger, she didn't bother posting any finders related information because she didn't want to add to the hassle. So she did it that way. According to her, it means that if he sees it he will come to himself. If not, that's no different than not seeing it, and she'll still keep singing until she does meet him again. So is a blogger with a story? Follow Hard Law. Xinli blogger name, I also follow. Her screen name is also her own name, called Shinru Weishi, calling the original wind up. Funny, the camera goes back to Pan and in Rushue's side. The fire is much smaller. Everyone from the school is tired and has quieted down, some going back to their tents to rest, while others continue to talk all night around the fire. The air is good, and unlike city nights, here you can look up and see a sky full of stars, not as dense as the North and South Poles, but there are still many, and Ruoshua leaned against Pan En's shoulder. The two of them looked at the night sky. The night temperature dropped. A cold wind blew and Ruoshua shrank towards Pan En's arms. Pan En felt the movement of the person beside him and opened his cell phone to check the time. It was indeed late. Ruoshua, it's getting late. It's time to rest. Well, rest here at my place. Oh, don't run back to that Duanjie kid's side. Fine, it won't. The duo entered the tent, which was quietly furnished with a large double sleeping bag that looked to be more than 1.5 meters wide and orange in color. Pan En looked at the sleeping bag, bowed his head in deep thought. Then his eyes looked at Ruoshua, and Ruoshua blushed a little red at Pan En's glance and scratched her head, embarrassed. Xiao Yu really? I let her buy a sleeping bag for 2 people. How she bought a double sleeping bag? Really? Turn around, I deduct her bonus. It's cold outside. Let's just make do and sleep today, said she. Dropped her hands, pinching her own corner of the coat. Her eyes want to look but do not dare to look at the sudden rise and fall of her own words. Anyway, they do not believe. Also do not know Pan En, believe it or not, but they have taken the initiative of the. Pan En smiled and looked at Ruoshua in front of him. Her face was blushing, her fingers gripping the corner of her coat tightly, her eyes not daring to look at herself. Who wouldn't love such a shy and nervous female president? At this moment he wanted to tease Ruoshua for fun, but on second thought he thought it was better not to tease her after she had made it this far. In that case, that will have to do for now. Everyone knew what was going on, and Ruoshua wouldn't be foolish enough to think that she had fooled Pan En. She only knew that Pan En had agreed to her invitation. She happily ran to her sleeping bag, took off her shoes and got into it, patting a spot on the side to signal Pam to come quickly. Pan En zipped up the tent and came over to Ruoshua. She pulled up her sleeping bag to let Pan En in. Also, she turned off the lighting once Pan En was inside. It was impossible to see anything in the darkness, only a vague outline of the other person, so close that he could clearly smell the other person's odor. Pan En couldn't see clearly. When he knew that Ruoshua was likewise looking at him, she seemed to have something to say, but she didn't know how to open her mouth. How to open her mouth. She could only look at each other in this way. It's late for bed. Just like that. Okay, don't turn around. Good. The air was just so quiet that you could hear the leaves thinning outside the tent, the wail from the little secretary's game loss, and even each other's breathing. For a long time, Pan En fell asleep in a daze, but he still felt softness and warmth in his arms at the last moment, cradling himself like that. Early the next morning, the sound of birds chirping in the forest, and the sound of some of his classmates talking. Pan En slowly woke up, and the moment he opened his eyes he froze. He was lying flat on his back, and right in front of him was Enruashue's face, her hands propped up on Pan An's left and right, towering over him, her hair hanging down with gravity wrapping around him. Her eyes blinked as she gazed at her newly awakened self, faint light filtering through her hair as her moist red lips kissed Panacea just as she was about to open her mouth. All right, well, everyone from Sidon University come gather around while I explain the day's work and arrangements. The guide's voice came, and Pan An lifted the tent curtain and stepped out from it, wiping the corners of his mouth as he walked toward where the class was. At this time, everyone in the class had already gathered, and the guide stood there speaking while Duan Jie chatted with Pan An, listening to the gossip yesterday. It was shattering. I thought you went stealthing off to the tent. How can that be? How boring. It's only fun to listen to gossip. That little gossip team that talks until midnight has me. You speak too? I'll listen. Not a moment later, the guide also finished today's arrangements, or continue to let you experience nature, until 7 p.m. We'll have a bus to pick up everyone, such as back to the hotel and rest for the night, tomorrow morning to return to Haicheng. After the guide's talk everyone dispersed, with some choosing to go back to sleep in the early morning and others making breakfast or grabbing a loaf of bread to get by. Duan Jie wanted to stay Pan An to go to the mountains together. Pan An naturally refused. Let him continue to listen to gossip to go, and later take the time to tell himself. After leaving Duan Jie's side he returned to Enruashue's side, who had built a fire and had already started making breakfast. A small iron pot hung from a stand interlaced by 3 long tree branches, and Enruashue held an iron spoon and continuously stirred the vegetable porridge in the pot. The aroma emitted by the hot porridge whetted one's appetite. Pan An, you're back. The porridge will be ready soon, and there are a few boiled eggs. You can eat them first. And Enruashue pointed to the poached egg in the plastic bowl beside her, signaling that Pan An could eat it first, while the little secretary was also sitting on the sidelines, holding a freshly peeled poached egg in her hands just in time. Pan An looked at the little secretary, who froze, looked at the egg in his hand and then at Pan An, then at Enruashue, who was cooking porridge, gritted his teeth and handed the egg in his hand to Pan An. Mr. Pan, I just peeled one, here you go. Looking at the little secretary's heartbroken face, Pan An felt a little amused. He waved his hand and didn't ask for it. Instead he sat beside Enruashue and took the iron spoon in her hand. Well, I'll do it next. It's almost ready. I'll serve it up for you. Good. And Enruashue took 3 wooden bowls and handed them to Pan An, then picked up 2 eggs and peeled them herself. Pan An dished out the vegetable porridge and handed it to each of the 2 men. Then while the porridge was still hot, he went to the stream in the forest and cleaned the pot. Returning to Enruashue's side after that again, she handed over the hot porridge and eggs, enjoying the fresh forest morning air, listening to the birdsong that came from time to time, watching the beams of light formed by the sunlight passing through the forest, and eating the hot vegetable porridge with such enjoyment. Lunch was also a simple meal, and in the afternoon Pan An accompanied Enruashue to the forest for a walk, and the 2 of them came to the stream, where there was a relatively deep portion with not so large fish in it. Seeing Enruashue then suddenly wanted to catch fish. Taking off her shoes and socks and braiding up her pant legs, she stood and stared at the fish in the water, and several times she grabbed down violently but came up empty-handed. It was also when another grip came down that she screamed out, "Ah, what's the matter, catch a fish?" "Well, no, there's a crab on my foot." For a moment an aggrieved look surfaced on the female president's face as she looked at Pan An pitifully, her eyes seeming to have tears welling up in them. This was a situation she really didn't handle well on her own. The riverbed wasn't flat and the bottom was mostly cobblestone, so if she stood on one foot to handle the crab she might fall over and thus get soaked, and she had only brought one set of clothes with her to the area, so it would be a pain in the ass. Pan An took off his shoes and socks, braided his pant legs as Enruashue did, and walked into the stream to Enruashue's side. At this time, she was like seeing a savior, like wrapping her arms around Pan An's neck. Pan An smiled and wrapped her back in the bend of her legs, and picked her up in the form of a princess hug. The moment he picked up that crab still had no intention of letting go, deadlocking the side of Enruashue's foot in the middle of her pinky. Enruashue looked at the river crab with an instantly unfriendly look in her eyes, and she captured it after Pan An placed her on a rock to sit down. When Pan An came back with the medical kit, that river crab had become a one-armed one, which made Pan An laugh and cry, and this crab would probably still be on the grill in the evening. "Crab, is there no one to speak up for me?" Pan An sat on the grass, holding Enruashue's jade feet in his hands, all white, and his lotus steps curved and moved back to the pat. Enruashue blushed slightly. It was the first time that a male touched her feet. She was a little nervous and her toes scratched together. Pan An took a look at the injured area. Luckily, it was just some redness and bruises, not broken open. Pan An took the alcohol spray and sprayed it on the red and swollen area, followed by alcohol wipes, before wrapping and bandaging it with gauze. During the process Enruashue was originally a little shy, but seeing Pan's serious look she instantly leaned in. The back of her hand propped up her face, watching Pan bandage her wounds. Sure enough, this is what she wants to live. And Ruoshue then put on her shoes and socks, and the two of them returned to the campground. And that crab was indeed brought back by Ruoshue as well. Is this the president's prey? The small secretary was attracted by the crabs held by Ruoshue. She is a local Zhejiang people. Since childhood, loved to eat crabs. This barbecue she wanted to bring crabs, but afraid that Ruoshue does not love to eat did not bring. You want some? May I? Could be. Yeah. The little secretary got the crab and ran her ass off to clean it, and she watched that crab the whole time Pan was barbecuing, and was ready to take it at the moment it was done, but she still weakly asked Pan about it. So, do you eat crabs? Mister. I don't eat it. You take it. Then I'm welcome. The little secretary took the crab and slipped to the side to taste. Pan looked at the little secretary, felt that this girl is still strange lively, but carefully thought about it, seems to be not called a girl. Her age than Ruoshue is still a year older to come. Is the figure of the thin small? Dinner was happily over. Everyone packed up their things and was ready to leave. There were more things, so they still had to be taken in two parts. Also at this time the sky thundered at first. Crowd clearing is going to have to be quicker as there is a rainstorm coming up and possibly a thunderstorm. But it's going to have to move faster anyway. Pam, I'm packed and ready to go. And Ruoshue said. She was carrying a big bag and a small bag in her hand. It was good to know that the barbecue grill and cooker and everything had already been put away by Xiaoyu, and now only these were left. By now it was raining, heavily, with the sound of pattering rain all around, and the sky was so dark that you could barely see the road. Pan walked over to Ruoshue and held out the raincoat he was carrying, and Ruoshue hid under his raincoat. He was carrying a large duffel bag of his own and had a flashlight in his hand, the beam of which wasn't too strong and only allowed the pair to see the path leading down the mountain. The duo made their way down the mountain in such a way that they walked through the same campsite as before. Everyone from the school had already left, and now it was just Pan and Ruoshue. Looking down the hill you could still faintly see a few slow-moving students. The duo walked carefully. After all, this was a mountain road in the rain, and a slip could be dangerous as they could slide down the hill and the situation below the hill was not clear. However, even though the duo had been careful, an accident happened, just a little way to the base of the mountain. This section of the trail is plastered to the mountain, barely enough to walk two people at once, with a mountain wall on one side and a rolling slope on the other. So step off and you'll roll down. The two of them chose to walk in front of Pan and Ruoshue followed when they walked here, so that they could avoid slipping and falling down. Although this is the case, but sometimes accidents come so suddenly. Pan walked through the section of the road is padded by a large slab of stone. He passed from the top without any problems, and it is Ruoshue passed the soil under the slab of stone was washed by the rain soft, and therefore produced loose. Sliding away to the side along the slate Ruoshue also did not stand still and fell at the same time. But the good duo held hands and she only fell and did not fall down. Is everything okay? Panacea crouched down, her raincoat over her, and asked with concern. And Ruoshue had just raised her head and was ready to say that it was fine. But then her ankle hurt, and she frowned tightly with her willow eyebrows as she looked at her ankle. Pan followed her gaze. A thumb-length gash in her ankle came into view, blood seeping out of the wound as the rain hit it and flowed into her sock. And Ruoshue slowly raised her head. The rain had long since dampened her face and hair with the wind, and a flash of indisputable emotion towards herself surfaced in the bottom of her eyes. Pan hastily rubbed her head and comforted her. It's okay, I've got gauze here on the side of my backpack. Let's bandage it up and deal with it when we get back to the car. Well, I don't blame you. Accidents always come so suddenly. Pan had already helped Ruoshue bandage up during his words. He unloaded his own backpack and picked up Ruoshue's carry bag. Okay, ready to go. Put on my pack. In the raincoat, I'll carry you. And by the way, there's a flashlight. Help me light up. And Ruoshue raised her head. She looked at Pan who handed over the flashlight. At this moment she had never felt this much like she had made the right choice. Aha! Standing up, ignoring the pain coming from her ankle, she took her backpack and carried it on her back. Her raincoat was draped over her, and her flashlight was in her hand as she looked at Pan's back, when in fact he was her own light. Walking up and laying on Pam's back, her wrists climbed over Pam's shoulders and folded together as she lay on Pam's left side, Pam's ears in front of her eyes, her flashlight illuminating the path ahead of her. Grab and go. Departure. And Ruoshue replied like a mosquito fly next to Pan's ear. She could clearly feel the temperature coming from Pan's body. At the same time there was also the icy coldness of the rain hitting her raincoat. In such a stark contrast she couldn't help but tighten her wrists to keep herself closer to Pan. The mountain road seemed extra long on a rainy night, and she didn't want to enjoy the moment if she could. but the warmth in front of her just stayed with her. Kiju? Thought you were asleep. No. What's wrong? There's actually one thing I'd like to discuss with. There's no need to discuss it. Go ahead. I'll listen. That's not good. We should discuss it. What if I make some unreasonable demands? Don't disregard anything because of the intimacy of the moment. Got it? Aha. And Ruoshue lowered her head, her nose pressed against Pan En's neck, pouted her little mouth, and responded in a thin voice. At this time has been almost to the foot of the mountain. Far away can see where the van parked. The small secretary at this time is estimated to be anxiously standing in front of the car to an Ruoshue call. However, and Ruoshue's cell phone has been turned off. It's about Duanjie. He's in love, you know? I know. Why? Did you know about his father's attitude? Knew, didn't support his own relationships, but wasn't sure about the status of who he was with. That's what I'm going to say about this. And I hope I can persuade Duanjie's father to give him a chance to be able to decide on his own marriage. I've known Duanjie for over a year, and I know he's serious this time. He could probably care less about his old man's opinion, but at the same time he wants to be able to have the approval of his elders. There is also his girlfriend Zhou Wan. Although her family is very ordinary, but she really deserves Duanjie. From the school will also be very good. The mold is also considered a fair and talented girl. Why are you suddenly biting me? Pan En said halfway through his words when a strange feeling came from his neck. It turned out that Ruoshue was jealous of Pan En's praise of Zhou Wan, so she gently bit down on his neck as a warning. No praising other girls for being good. Well, I'll give Uncle Duan a piece of my mind. That would be a problem. There's none of that between us. Finally walking to the foot of the hill, the little secretary saw the flashlight. That beam of light even ran over. President, you're finally back. Oh, worried sick. Well, Xiaoyu, I'm not fine, am I? The little secretary cried with an umbrella and cried like a pear. She called a dozen phone calls were not answered. She was really worried bad, and Ruoshue lying behind Pan En comforted this little secretary. Back in the car, Xiaoyu took a towel and wiped the duo down. Then she went to the driver's seat and drove, leaving space for the duo. Pan En wore a punching bag, which was still made of waterproof material, so he wasn't too wet, while Ruoshue was wet. Pan En placed the towel on Ruoshue's head, turned around and took the medical kit, took out the iodine alcohol gauze, and once again treated Ruoshue's feet on. This time Ruoshue wasn't so shy. She rubbed her hair and thought to herself that she must take a good shower tonight. Driving fast and steady, Xiaoyu re-entered the hotel in no time at all, and was forced into her room by Ruoshue as Pan En was about to return to his own room, slamming the door heavily in the process. The small secretary lying in the corner, bubbling brain to see this scene, murmured to, the president is not going to become an adult shy thing? Thinking of this small secretary face reddened, the top of the head steam kept bubbling. Entryway, faint light, wall-to-wall scene reenacted. The next day, it was finally time to return, and Ruoshue sat beside Pan En. Xiaoyu drove the car in the front, and the two of them sat in a separate space in the back. So I hurt my foot. As a boyfriend you must take care of me, said. Don't think about that Duanjie day after day. Come open your mouth and eat a grape. Pan En smiled helplessly and opened his mouth to take the grape she handed him. Well, eat up. I'm going back afterward. Good. And remember to check the wound at the hospital this afternoon. Even though I sterilized it, I'm not a professional after all. Just in case it still needs to be looked at. Aha. No problem. One more thing. Pan En blah 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 talked about a bunch of precautions, and Ruoshue nodded her head while eating the sumptuous lunch in front of her, to which Pan En could only shake his head. She's a female president. She should be able to take care of herself, right? Aha, I know all about it. And Ruoshue finished speaking and began to wolf down his food. Pan En looked at him and thought to himself that he hoped that was the case. At this moment he was sitting across from Ruoshue, holding in his hands the cat that Ruoshue had raised, which was Ruoshue. These days Ruoshue was fostered in someone else's house. Today the two of them came back as considered to be home, now lying in Pan En's arms meowing, rubbing his face against Pan En's palm. Just as Pan En was concentrating on jerking the cat, his own left hand was taken up. He looked back, and Ruoshue was squatting on the side, rubbing her own face against Pan En's palm. It seemed that Ruoshue was jealous of her own raised. Ruoshue finished eating? Full. I'll do the dishes. Pan En lifted Ruoshue and handed her into Ruoshue's arms, who instead set the kitten aside and followed Pan En back to the kitchen. I'll just wash it. The dishwasher's fast, and the cut on my foot isn't too serious to always have you do it. It's okay. It'll be quick. Why don't you go to the living room and rest and relax? Don't. Okay. Go. I'll just do it myself. I'll take you back to school when I'm done washing. In the end, Pan En didn't struggle past Ruoshue, and was pushed into the living room, but the kitten was left in the kitchen, with the pretense that he needed his company. After finishing, Enru Shui sent Pan back to Haichang University, while she herself drove to the hospital, first registering a number, then sitting in the corridor and waiting. After a few minutes it was time for Enru Shui to be called. Enru Shui walked into the treatment room where a female doctor about the same age as her mother sat. The time was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the doctor briefly gave Enru Shui a look at the wound and explained some precautions. Knock knock. Mom? A voice came from outside the door and the doctor looked at Enru Shui. The two had finished their conversation, so she called out to the door. Enter. With the fall of the doctor's voice, the door to the consulting room was pushed open and a young girl walked in. She walked over to the doctor and placed the lunchbox she was holding on the table. Enru Shui left the clinic after glancing at the duo. It was a common sight, a daughter coming to bring her mother food. Nothing worth staying for. The young girl looked back at her as she left the clinic, then turned her head to the doctor. Mom, today is a special dumpling. Okay. Resignation. How many times have I said I'll go to dinner? And you're not afraid of trouble when you're like this every day. Nonsense. What time is it? You can have dinner if you drag it out for a while. And you have a stomach problem, you don't pay attention to it when you're a doctor yourself. Okay, I'll pay attention next time. Don't you have class this afternoon? No classes, but plan to start a live stream. Still getting it. Why? I still have to have some goals. Needle in a haystack. Nice rap today. Much better than last time. I've tried hard. The young girl helplessly spread her hands. Her own old mom has been found out the stomach disease for some time. She herself is always busy with the condition and so on. Do not eat on time or simply do not eat. There is no way. The young girl began to teach herself to cook. It did go down a bit at first, but over time she got the hang of it and was able to make an edible meal. And before she learned to cook dinner, only 2 ways to solve. One is to go down to the restaurant. The other is the noodles. The main reason is that mom is too busy. And her father eloped with his aunt. Thinking of this young girl always have to support the forehead. They can stall such a father is also a great tragedy. In such an environment she can be admitted to the famous art college. On a path of envy is all because of him. And their own life is also trying to find him. And that he pushed open the door of the room of the rental house at this time. The house is very quiet. After all, Yi Xinli 2 people are not in. Both went to work in the flower store. And Enru Shui didn't know if it was intentional or not, but specifically put Pan at the east gate, the opposite direction of the flower store. So Pan came back first to put his luggage. Yi Xinli knew that Pan came back today, and the reason he didn't go to pick up Pan was that Pan lied once again, saying that he went to Duan Jie's house to play last night, and that Duan Jie kid also gave him a false testimony. So he managed to fool Yi Xinli. But did it really fool Yi Xinli? This is unknown. After all, Yi Xinli has a very fine mind. Many details will be noticed, but at least yesterday's phone call did not appear to be a problem, as well as the morning WeChat chat is also. After putting down his luggage, Pan set off to the flower store. The flower store is now much more normal traffic. Tang Shiriyue 3 people just busy, but also empty, a person to touch the fish. For example, now, Tang Shiriyue sitting behind the cash register watching TV series, her face hanging ant smile. She was completely oblivious to Pan's arrival, but it was Yi Xinli, who was introducing flowers to the guests. Who noticed him? Pan looked to Yi Xinli and made a silent gesture. Yi Xinli understood and nodded, continuing to introduce the guests. Pan then quietly came behind Tang Shiriyue and covered Tang Shiriyue's eyes with his hand. Guess who I am? Pan specially chucked out a voice that favored women. And Tang Shiriyue, a fool, was really hit. Who else could it be but Xinli? Tang Shiriyue replied confidently. And with that, she pulled away the hand covering her eyes and looked up. And just as she did so, she froze. Pam was lying on her back, the two of them now head to head, herself inside Pam's embrace. Pam? She was a bit incredulous at the person in front of her. The main Pan and Yi Xinli jointly hid a hand from this girl. Tomorrow is Tang Shiriyue's birthday. She was still sad that Pan couldn't come back last night, and now Pan is right in front of her, so she was a little incredulous about the person in front of her, and all she could do was mumble out Pan's name, fearing that she was hallucinating. Don't recognize it? Recognizing. With that, she turned around and wrapped her arms around Pan's neck and kissed him on the cheek, not caring about the stares of the guests next to her, though there was no one looking at the duo is all. Cake. Pam, I'll cut the cake tonight. As the 3 of them walked back to their rental house, Tang Shiriyue lifted the cake and looked closely at the colorful cake inside. You're the birthday girl. It's all on you. Pan replied, and Yi Xinli nodded in agreement. It's been so long, and Tang Shiriyue finally gets to have a birthday after such a long gap. At night, at 0 hour, in the living room, with only the light of the candles, she wore her crown and put her hands together to make a wish. Happy birthday, Yi Shili sat on the sofa. The lights in the living room were still not on, and only the ambient light on the table emitted a cozy yellow warm light. With her legs together and her elbows propped up on her knees, herself resting on her palms, she watched sideways as Tang Shuriwei fed the last bite of cake into Pan An's mouth. Looking at the scene, she smiled. The whole birthday process had just gone through. Birthday gifts were given. A bag from her and a necklace from Panacea. Tang Shuriwei took the gift and then put her hands together to make a wish. What exactly was the wish she did not say, just looked at the two of them faintly smiling. Well, Pan An, it's getting late, so go ahead and take a bath. Sure, you and I have some whispering to do. Pan An didn't say anything, but it was Tang Shuriwei who looked at Yi Xinli. She had some doubts on her face. After Pan An went to the bathroom, Yi Xinli sat down next to Tang Shiryu and leaned over Tang Shiryu's ear and quietly said something. After listening to Tang Shiryu's snow-white little face reddened under the ambient light that was visible to the naked eye. Wait until Pan An finished showering out of the living room. Has not the two women's figure. The two women in his evening cooking bath. Now this time is really not early. Think is already back to the room to rest. He went back to his bedroom and closed the door. I had already changed into my pajamas after the shower, so I didn't have to be getting undressed or anything. Feeling the darkness to the bed, rolled over to bed. The comforter to not cold, but rather warm. But also in the moment Pan An lay down, the sleeve of his own pajamas was grabbed. Pan An wasn't surprised at all. Before Yi Xinli had given him a word, including a plan for the day tomorrow, and tricking Tang Shuriwei into bed belonged to the uncertainty. Depending on whether Tang Shuriwei had any ideas or not, he looked back and could only vaguely see Tang Shuriwei's silhouette, followed by her nervous and shy voice. I'm Li Shi. She sent me, said she'd let me have you for my birthday day. Although he couldn't see the expression, Pan An knew that Tang Shuriwei beside him must be blushing. He patted her shoulder. He wasn't going to go that far yet. He pulled over the quilt to cover Tang Shuriwei and leaned her towards him, patting her back once again. Well, go to sleep. We have a date at the zoo tomorrow. Tang Shuriwei looked up at Pan An in a daze, though she couldn't see anything is all. Good. The time came early in the morning. The alarm clock on the bedside ticked. Pan An got up and turned off the alarm clock, rubbing his eyes. The curtains weren't completely closed. The early morning sunlight shone along the cracks on the bed. Pan An lowered his head to look at Tang Shuriwei on the side. She had her back to the window so the beam didn't affect her. She was wearing cute bare pajamas, lying on her side facing Pan An asleep, sleeping nicely and well behaved, looking like the serene sleeping beauty she generally is. Pan An smiled and got up, stretched, looked back at Tang Shuriwei on the bed, thought for a moment and lowered his head to give her a gentle kiss on the side of her face, then patted her on the shoulder. Shirayuki, wake up. It's time to get up. Well, Tang Shuriwei opened her eyes in a daze. Pan An stood at the edge of the bed looking at her. She rubbed her eyes and slowly sat up, yawning. Good. Outside Pan Anlai's bedroom, Yi Xinli's bed was no longer occupied, and a message was left on his cell phone. Wake up and go wash up first. For breakfast I made sandwiches in the fridge. Put them in the microwave and heat them up before you eat them. And the milk too. Remember to pour it into a cup before heating it up. I've already bought the tickets. Just enter the park and swipe your ID card. It's a bit cold outside. You guys remember to put on your coats, and tell Shiryu not to worry about the flower store. I'll be the store manager for her for a day. You can eat outside for lunch. I'll buy some hot pot ingredients for dinner when I close the store. And you two remember to buy drinks when you come back. And Shuriwei has an express delivery at the north gate. And I also have one. That's it. You two have fun and be safe. By the way, I'm also very selfish. So when I have my birthday Aaron Daisenshu will have to make time for me for a day, haha. Pan An carefully read the messages and reply to them one by one, then joined Tang Shuriwei in the bathroom for breakfast after washing up. After breakfast the two of them took a taxi to the direction of the zoo. At the same time, shaking incense mess off campus store entrance a Porsche stopped. A woman in professional clothing from which came out to the flower store. Hi, I'd like to buy a bouquet of flowers. Pan An and Tang Shuriwei were in line at the zoo, waiting for their tickets to be checked in. At this time is already the end of autumn and early winter. The weather is very cool. Tang Shuriwei put around the scarf stood in front of Pan An. This scarf is not the previous one. She cannot afford to give up. This is Pan An yesterday in addition to the necklace of the other gift. The exact same scarf. After the morning meal Tang Shuriwei was shivering from the early morning wind as she collected the laundry on the balcony, and then she put her scarf on as she went out. She was dressed thickly today, with a thermal jacket on the inside, a beige sweater and padded pants in the middle. Boots on her shoes, a thick dark blue trench coat on the outside, and a scarf from Pan An, standing there like a cupcake. Shirayuki, you used to be afraid of the cold. When Tang Shuriwei heard Pan An's voice, she slowly turned around, her little brain peeking out from her scarf, her big eyes looking straight at Pan An. I don't know, just scared of the cold. Pan rubbed her head and grabbed her shoulders to help her turn around, then wrapped his arms around Tang Shiryue's neck from behind and leaned against her. This should be better. Should be. Despite being an old married couple, the sudden intimacy in public still made her a little shy. In this way, without realizing it, it was the turn of the two to check their tickets and enter the park, and the staff member who became a doll took the initiative to give the two a map of the park. Tang Shiryue took the map and looked at it carefully, not forgetting to give Pan a word. I'm your personal guide today. Fine. Then where is our first stop? Wizard Dawn? First stop. Well, let's see. The Panda House. Departure. Said she took Pan's hand and walked towards the front. Pan held Tang Shiryue's hand tightly. Just now looking at the map of the world, her hand was cooled by the wind. Tang Shiryue herself didn't care about this. Her mind was all on the Panda Pavilion in front of her. Pan quickly followed Tang Shiryue and stuffed her hand into his pocket. Sensing this action, Tang Shiryue slowed down and looked to Pan, who just smiled, signaling that the Panda Pavilion was in front of her. After some thought, she folded up the map and put it in her pocket, then ran over to the other side of Panacea and pulled her hand through the crook of Panacea's arm before tucking it into her pocket. Well, this way you don't freeze your hands and you can still be a guide. Off to the Panda House. Come to the Panda House. Through the glass you can see the panda lazily lying on the wood. It's still breakfast. Business sells cute panda is not yet at work, are asleep. The first time to see a real panda. Foreign cannot see it all say. Pan help me take a picture. Hello, I'm buying flowers. Yi Xinli, who was fiddling with the flowers, turned around at the sound and said, what kind of flowers do you want? But after she said that she froze, and even her face went cold. Does Rose have it? And Rushue said calmly as she looked at Yi Xinli in front of her. Pam is not here. Yi Xinli put down the flowers in her hand. She walked over to Rushue. This woman was still a thief until now. I know. I'm not looking for him. I'm looking for you. And Rushue walked into the flower store around Yi Xinli while talking. She surveyed the flower store, curious as if she was curious about every flower, while Yi Xinli followed behind her with doubts on her face. Looking for me? You want to convince me? Yes and no. And Rushue turned back to Yi Xinli, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. We'll talk outside. It was still morning and there were hardly any customers, so the flower store left the employees to be busy as well, while Rushue and her duo went to that lakeside cafe. On the way, Yi Xinli kept her gaze on Rushue, who was relaxed and cozy as she ordered 2 cups of coffee. Sitting down at the open-air table by the lake, Yi Xinli spoke again. Looking for me for what? If it's you trying to convince me to get Panacea to accept you, don't even think about it. Allah, it's not about that. I want you to accept me. I've already taken care of Pan's side. What? Looking at Rushue, Yi Xinli's eyes were wide open, and then she turned her thoughts to some previous details and muttered. That stupid man. I knew it. Pam just scared the hell out of that ostrich. It almost pecked my hand. Sitting on the tour bus, Tang Shiryue reached out and told Pan. Told you not to let you feed it. Good thing it didn't peck you. Curious, everyone's feeding and I want to try it. Then there are hippos over there, why don't you feed them? Scary. Scared. Doesn't anyone have a voice for hippos? Hey, those rabbits over there that don't eat seem to be fed. It should be. Everyone is feeding. Pan. Look, there's Swan Lake over there. Tang Shiryue was attracted by the scenery. Pulling Pan's sleeve, Pan followed her finger pointing to sea. That accurately cannot be counted as a lake. It is a larger pond, but it is certain that there are a few swans, black and white, swimming on the water. Pan at this time thought about the morning all the way over to see the animal ass. Only a few of the few animals are open for business. The other are basically sleeping, belonging to Sia Lonely. Later on, he went to a few nearby parks to look around, and there was nothing else interesting, but there were some entertainment facilities, but Tang Shiryue did not dare to play, so she did not go. The time came to noon. The two of them walked on the road out of the park. Tang Shiryue held Pan's hand and chattered. She was very happy. Such happiness was the same as when she was with Pan before, the same as when she was reunited with Pan. Pan also responded happily, taking out his cell phone to check the time. It was almost 1 o'clock, which was the time for the meal, and walked out of the zoo to take a taxi again to the Iron Skillet Stew store. Hey, Pam, I'm going to eat lots and lots of meat today. Watch out for the growth. Hearing Pan say this, Tang Shiryue couldn't help but look down. She's not afraid of this at all. It's only good to grow meat. Look how skinny I am. Fine. Then eat more and grow more meat. How to feel, Pan? You have something in your words, Lu. Are you too small for me? How did? Just. You must prefer someone like Xinli, but she's not much older than me. Pan rests his forehead. The scene returned to Yi Xinli's side, which was when she mumbled something. Well, there's nothing we can do about it anyway when we're stuck with a man like that. Might as well just let it go. We're all busy with our own lives. Just being open and honest makes it easier for each other to accept. And anyway, we've already got girlfriends into threes, so it doesn't matter if there's one more of me. Yi Xinli hugged her coffee and sipped it. She didn't say anything, she just listened to Enrushua blah 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 talk about these crooked reasoning. Although it's crooked reasoning, but she's right. And there's the fact that I can provide financial assistance. And I'll cover everyone's expenses from now on, whether it's a honeymoon or a trip. You said. Yi Xinli had just opened her mouth when Enrushua interrupted with a voice. Don't be in a hurry. I know you're probably going to say that Nagisa Jinryu can be in charge. It's not the same, she hasn't fully mastered the family yet. She does have those financial capabilities but not the cause. My joining can solidify her position in the family and master the family as early as possible. So in summary, everyone will be sisters from now on. You'll let Pam talk to me herself. Said Yi Xianli left and Enrushua left. She knew that Enrushua said in reason, but just cannot be angry. Obviously she came first. How the last girlfriend into a pile. So she dropped that line that she was actually nice enough to talk to, or at least let Panin coax her. Then she'd agree. The two on the other side of the room don't know what's going on over here, and are sweetly eating an iron pot of stew. No picking at your food. Panin saw Tang Shuriwei, this girl even only eat meat. Picky eaters serious more than a little. Usually in the rental houses, every time he had to force to obediently eat vegetables. Ah, Panin, this vegetable was ordered for you. How old and still picky. Humph. Tang Shuriwei looked at the spinach in the bowl and then at Panin, and grunted defiantly, but still obediently ate the spinach. After eating the iron pot, stew time came to 2:30 in the afternoon, because dinner still have to go back to eat. So the two of them planned to go to see a movie. When the movie is over it should be about 5 o'clock, but also can shop again after going home. Came to the theater. The layout here and once the Mountain City, the theater is very similar. The two sat in the lobby waiting for the movie to open. History is always amazingly similar. 3 years ago the two waited for the movie together, and now across the 10,000 difficulties after re-together again after once again came to the theater. I'm going to get 2 Cokes. Good. By the time Panin came back from buying a Coke, Tang Shuriwei was standing at the ticket counter waving at him, and it was time for the movie to start. Watching the new release of science fiction movies, although there are romances of Tang Shuriwei is not interested in those. Instead of watching others fall in love as much as their own more in lovers together to see other interesting. Although she said so, she still fell asleep halfway through seeing. Panin looked at Tang Shuriwei, who fell asleep on his shoulder, and shook his head. It was normal for this girl to be tired after a day of playing. He watched the movie carefully himself and waited for her to wake up from her nap so he could explain the content to her. Soon the movie was over, and the suddenly bright lights woke up Tang Shuriwei, who was sleeping soundly. Finished already? Right. Pam, and you didn't even warn me. Isn't this money wasted? You're too sound asleep to be bothered. But I can tell you about the movie. Okay, so what was told back there? What happened to the heroine? Hostess. The two of them re-entered the rental house. The living room light was on. Tang Shuriwei changed her shoes and ran to the kitchen. Xinli, we're back. Tang Shuriwei hugged Yi Xinli from behind and pressed against her. Fine. Shiryuki, keep an eye on the spices for me. I'll talk to Panacea somewhat. Saying that, she pushed Tang Shuriwei away and looked at Panin, who had just poked his head out, with eyes that weren't friendly. Just now, Yi Xinli pulled Panin to the balcony, and she told Panin about today's events. That, I was actually supposed to come clean with you tonight. Panin scratched his head, a little afraid to look at Yi Xinli. It's no longer a matter of being honest. Just tell me how many more. No more. No more. Really? And I'll sternly refuse any more. He walked behind Yi Xinli and squeezed her shoulders, speaking curtly. It better be, or I'm going to have a really hard time imagining what to do in the end. Okay, it won't. Listening to Panan's words, Yi Xinli's tone loosened. Then once again she thought of Enrushwe's appearance when she came in the morning, and all of a sudden she was a little angry. She then broke away from Panan's hand and turned to stare at him, looking him in the eye, and said, anyway, it's the last one, and if I can get one to come to me today, then I can get one to ride me tomorrow. Panin, I'm not against you treating philandering as deep love, but don't go too far, or you'll end up following in the footsteps of those famous scumbags, said. She patted Panan's shoulder, threatening meaning overflowing. Panin looked a little afraid, in case one day will be the head of the house. Yi Xinli's expression changed as she watched Panin's fearful look, and changed to that very talkative look, hanging a smile. Alright, as long as you follow the rules you'll be fine. I can already smell the spices. Get in there and get the ingredients on the table. We're ready for fondue. After saying that, she turned around and took the lead to walk into the house, leaving Panin alone on the balcony. Panin also shook his head and sighed helplessly. If he had known, he would not have been so philandering. Pam, and come on in. We're about to have dinner. Tang Shuriwei's voice came from inside the house. calling out to Pan who looked into the house. And there she was in the kitchen waving at him. Yi Xinli arranging ingredients at the dining table as if nothing had happened. Coming. The three of them were happily sitting on the dining table eating hot pot. No one mentioned about those things just now. Tang Shuriwei was happy to give the two of them food. The atmosphere was harmonious. The following days were all lived very plain but full. During the week Pan attended school, went back to a company in Rushui on the weekends, called and chatted with Changsun Jinro from time to time, and sometimes went to Lu Lanyan's place to drink tea. Time flies. Turn to the examination week. After the end will usher in the winter vacation. This period of time Pan accidentally found a long time did not see Song Anlin, whether it is the classroom or the office, no longer see her figure. Even the class she was originally leading had a different teacher in charge, and the guide's job was left entirely in the hands of instructor Lu. It was also not long after Pan found out about this he received a letter. There was another envelope inside the maroon one, which was plain white and minimalist looking, with a nice fire-painted stamp on top. Pick up the envelope. At that moment Pan seemingly smelled a very familiar fragrance. That flavor he only smelled on Song Anlin. The envelope was opened and it was 2 sheets of white paper that, like the envelope, had a scent that was uniquely hers. Unfolding the envelope, the beautiful handwriting came into view. Pan. Seeing the words is like seeing the face. When you read this letter, I think I have been abroad for a period of time. The reason for writing this letter is that I think I still can't see my feelings for you. I have wondered at one time or another whether it would have been better to agree to your confession in the first place. But with a teacher-student relationship in front of us, that should be considered a chasm for an old-fashioned thinking woman like me. And I know I can cross it myself. But there are more chasms after that. Perhaps I've long known that the charm of the infinite you should not be a dedicated person. You around the warbler a lot. Even since childhood was called the school flower class flower me in front of them also seem a bit dwarfed. I have always been on the word of emotion is not deep. I do not know what is like. In the past, people around me said I was like an ice sculpture in general big words. I do not care about these remarks. I also never thought that my side will appear like you such a person can be in the most inadvertently into my world, so that I have been sealed for many years of the heart into a little bit of light. But is it like that? I still don't know. Am I attached to you or what? Am I attached to the fact that you and I can talk about everything together, or do I like the way you feel when you're next to me? I thought my life would be spent in the crowd's praise, at the right age by the family arrangement, with an unfamiliar sort of suitable man together, just like that muddled through this life. Your confession to me shattered my original thoughts like a sword. How many days and nights I had tossed and turned after it was over. I wanted to step over that line. I didn't want you to leave from me, but I seem to have woken up a little late. When I wanted to get closer to you there was no place for you around. What would have been the result if I had come to my senses earlier? Would I have been able to hold on to you? I don't think so. You should have been surrounded by swallows. That's what the gentle you deserve. I can't accept that kind of relationship for a while, although I still haven't let go of you in my heart, so I want to let myself think about it. I'm in a small country at the moment where I can see snow as well as the sea, and from time to time I lie on my balcony and blow the sea breeze, and when I blow the breeze I think, will I forget you first or will I let go of my reserve first? The answer lets it sink in. I'm going to wait 3 years, and if you're married by the time I get back home, whoever it is with, I think I'll let it go in the end. And if not, I'd like to try to be as unbridled as I've never been before. May you be 100 years old. Song Anlin. The year XXXX. 12. XX. After reading the letter, Pan took the letter paper and walked towards the balcony. Just out of the balcony there was a gust of wind blowing. His hair flew with the wind, and the letter paper in his hand whistled with the wind. It was now late in the evening, and the sun was setting much earlier than usual, when only a slight afterglow could be seen. Pan looked at the letter paper and then at the setting sun. He took a long breath. Where could Mr. Song be at this time? And what would he be doing? Hey, Pan, what are you doing? A sound came from downstairs. Pan looked down to check. It turned out to be Yi Xinli and Tang Shuriwei coming back from grocery shopping. The two of them stood downstairs waving at Pan. Blow off some steam and get back here. It's cold out there. Good. I'll cook tonight. Good. Pan turned around and walked into the living room, folded the letter paper, silently put it back into the envelope, in the middle of the bookcase in his room. I do not know if this relationship to this point I do not know whether to count the end. And we're back. Tonight I'm making bruschetta au panin, but I just learned it this afternoon from the chef at the restaurant next door. I'll have to try it then. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and on the day of the final exam, Tang Shuriwei woke up early to prepare breakfast for the two of them. Xinli, cheer up. Pan take the exam well. Hey, even though I don't look like I'm all that studious, there's no need to emphasize my saying specifically. Yi Xinli sipped the milk, didn't say anything, and looked at the two. Tang Shuriwei sat down from one side, and brought toast for the two again. Although it is like this, but I remember Pan and you last year, but the pressure line over the line, almost failed. Although the university failed a subject does not matter, but then this is all the time okay. Aha. Let's see. Do you know that your time is worth a lot of money now? Xianli has told me that you are a busy man, and you have to stabilize your studies as well as manage the harem, so the time you have left is just enough to keep us company, isn't it? Tang Shuyua's words were spoken calmly, that is, stating the facts, yet Panin was choked up and answered in agreement resentfully. After having breakfast and walking with Yi Xinli on the way to the exam room, the exams were all by class, one classroom for one class, so the two of them were naturally together. And, do you want me to pass you the cheat sheet? Yi Xinli tightened her arm around Panin and looked up at him with a smile. No, I'm still confident in this class. 2 exams in the morning. I see you only read for one yesterday. Isn't there only one test today? Wow, the test was rescheduled yesterday. The one for tomorrow was moved to this morning. So there were 2 tests this morning, and I saw that you were only reading that one thinking you were studying for the other one ahead of time. Don't panic, I'm familiar with Mr. Chen. I'm sure he'll fish me out. If I see the rolls and freeze then I'll have to rely on you. Xiao Li. What a thought you. I'll see our Grand Duke Pan and come to the naked exam. Yi Xinli smiled and let go of Panan's arm, withdrawing a step to the side. Panan stuck up and said something nice, while Yi Xianli shook her head and mouthed that she wouldn't listen. The sour stench of love filled the air. This was Yi Xinli's most precious time of the day, when she could possess Panan completely alone, without sharing it with anyone, without being humble to anyone. Only when they went to and from class together did they act like real girlfriends, while back at home they would be a little less in love, having to worry about whether Tang Shuriwei would think too much about it, and not being as comfortable. Feelings are such that there is no room for maneuver. Her heart actually can't tolerate anyone outside of Panan, but after so many days, would there really be no complaints at all? To say that there wasn't would of course be a lie, but if one were to ask Yi Xinli why she was like that, he was panacea, the one in her already small heart, so she was willing to lower her bottom line over and over again. Alright, can't argue with you. I'll pass you the answer. It's better to be Liz, but I kid you not. I didn't know the test was today, but I did study for it a long time ago. Saying that Panan smiled at Yi Xianli's frozen moment ready to run into the classroom. Little Anne, you need to turn in your cell phone. Give it to me. I'll turn it in for you. Whoa, I forgot. Remember to mute it. No. Panan then walked into the classroom and sat down behind Duan Jie. The two were connected by their school numbers, so the seating arrangement was the same. At the door of the classroom, Yi Xinli looked at Panan, who was sitting down and joking with Duan Jie, and shook her head, smiled, and handed Panan's cell phone to the invigilator along with her own after she muted it with Do Not Disturb, and then sat down in her own seat. The exam time was fast. In the blink of an eye the 2 subjects were finished. Duan Jie handed in his papers early. Panan and Yi Xinli followed closely behind. How does it feel? It's naturally not difficult when you've reviewed ahead of time. Then let's see who has the highest score. That's better. How can I compete with our little glazed schoolteacher? The 2 of them walked on the road back to the rental house. Panan's words were insincere but Yi Xinli was very flattered and had a smile on her face, but her face darkened in the next second. Panan looked at Yi Xinli's face and followed his gaze. He also froze, just a short distance away from the duo on the side of the road, and Ruo Xue, wearing a dark red dress, draped in a dark blue plush jacket, and holding a purse in her hand, was currently leaning against her bright red Maserati and looking at the duo. It's the weekend. I'm here to pick you up. This seemed to be said to Panan, but it was actually said to Yi Xinli, meaning that today's weekend, Panan belongs to me. Yi Xinli didn't make a scene. This was arranged. Monday to Friday she and Tang Shuriwei were with Panan, while the 2 days of the weekend went to Enrushue's side. It was now noon on Saturday, and in the past the woman would have called Pam and under the rental at 9 a.m. and picked her up. Today she knew that Panan had reported to Enrushue last night that she was only taking one test this morning and to just come at 10 a.m. And before the exam she reminded Panan to hand in her cell phone, which she then specifically turned on silent and do not disturb and handed over to the teacher's side so that she could keep Enrushue from contacting Panan. It is also so. She thought that this Enrushue woman cannot contact Panan after Shirley also cannot wait for 2 hours. Will go back on their own. And she would like to take Panan to go shopping in the afternoon in this way. Just did not expect this woman. Also quite persistent. Back to the present. Yi Xinli rolled her eyes and looked at Enrushue and said, tomorrow night across the new year, remember to bring back. The words were addressed to Panan, but the meaning was also to tell Enrushue that Panan would have to return tomorrow night. said she turned toward the direction of Tang Shiryu's flower store. This boyfriend cannot be relied on, can only go to find girlfriends. And Ruoshue also smiled after watching Yi Xinli walk away and simply responded, of course I will. Come on. She also has an insider, okay? For Panan's matter she is still very important. Casually asked Duanjie to know. And Duanjie, this kid, 2 doors are turned in early, so naturally did not miss an Ruoshue's phone call. At that time, and Ruoshue sat in the car and frowned when she looked at the tone in her cell phone. The number you have dialed is not answered at the moment. Please dial again later. Subsequently, after looking for Duanjie to inquire about the situation, he probably knew the situation. And on second thought, he knew that it must be Yi Xinli's ghost, which was trying to dominate Panan for a day. Back in the present, and Ruoshue drove the car with Panan sitting in the passenger seat. She skimmed Panan twice and an idea floated through her mind. Sister, do you count this as hogging Pam's morning? Well, in that case I'll just have to take back the time that belongs to me. Besides, something like New Year's Eve is only good for 2 people, right? Kizetsu, Kiju? What's going on? That is, this isn't the way back to the villa, is it? No, I bought a new villa, but it's in both our names. We'll live there from now on. Live over there? Why do you suddenly want to move? I think it's nice over there. It was pretty good, but there's a surprise I've prepared over there. So can we go back after New Year's Eve? Wow. So, alright. Watching Panan agree to come down and Rushue's lips hooked up a smile. The so-called moving is just a means to avoid Yi Xinli. Since she wanted Panan back so badly, she didn't agree. How could she put Panan back on New Year's Eve when it was such a monumental event? And the first New Year's Eve for the 2 of them. Pam and I actually want to go hiking. Just tonight. So we can see the sunrise on the last day of the year. And my house is right at the foot of that mountain. It's a detached villa. What do you think? Does that mean we'll be camping out at the top of the hill tonight? Well, I have all kinds of camping gear on my end. And we can drive halfway up the mountain. We only have to climb halfway. Yeah, I'm kinda interested too. What Ruoshue didn't tell Panan was that there was no signal there at that villa. So Paman went to Ms. Rushue's house? Well, I instructed them to remember to come back tomorrow night. That's good. We can also shut down for a day tomorrow to rest and relax. And the 3 of us can celebrate the new year together. Inside the flower store, there were only 2 people, Tang Shiryu and Yi Xinli. The clerk was put on vacation by Tang Shiryu yesterday, and there were just a few people in these days, so she was just busy by herself. At that moment a figure walked in the door of the store, and Tang Shiryu stood up to greet it. Hello, welcome, what kind of flowers would you like? Well, let's see. You have a nice decor here and the flowers are all in good shape. Thanks. Halfway through her sentence Tang Shiryu froze. The person in front of her looked so familiar. She pondered for half a day and finally remembered where she had seen him. You're Shun Ruishi. Do you recognize me? The movement of the 2 attracted Yi Xinli. She got up and came. The moment she saw Shun Rushi she was also slightly stunned. Xinli. Look at Shin Jixie. Alright, I recognize you. Ms. Shun, the 2 of us are your fans and love to hear you sing. For bumping into the pink thing Shin Ruishi was also a bit surprised. She hadn't bumped into a fan for so long in Haicheng. Although the number of her fans wasn't a small number of fans, but it just never happened. And today it was 2 at a time. Thank you both for liking it. And I'll try harder in the future. What kind of flowers does Ms. Resignation Xiao want? I'll give them to you today as a stargazer. No. I'm just a little popular. No need for this. Panan, you go in first. I'm going to call Xiao Yu and make some arrangements. Okay, I'll see what's in the fridge. After watching Panan walk inside the villa door and Rushue took out her cell phone and looked at the signal on it to show that there really wasn't any after she smiled. Then she found out the satellite phone from the car and called her little secretary. Panan looked around the villa before finding the kitchen. The house was really big. Even the kitchen was big and the dining room had a long dining table for 12 people. When I opened the refrigerator, the ingredients were comprehensive and looked so fresh that they should have been restocked just today. After choosing the ingredients Panan began to prepare lunch. Also he was frying vegetables when Rushue quietly came behind him. Jade hand through his waist, gently embrace him. Kiju? Aha. Then it's just a cuddle for a while. I'm frying. Then just hold it for a while. After a minute or two Ruoshue let go and brought a high stool from the side and sat on it, watching Panan make lunch. At this time, Ruoshue has already removed her blue plush coat, because there is a central air conditioning so the room is not cold, but very warm. She had her hands propped up on the stool. Her dark red dress was beautiful, showing off her maturity to the fullest, her snow-white thighs peeking out from the edge of the dress. And Ruoshue was so well-behaved and seductive sitting over there, not saying anything, not doing anything, just this was enough to tempt Panan. For Ruoshue like this Panan was a bit unable to sit still. so he had to wipe his hands after a dish was ready and walked in front of this YouTuber, condescending to her, looking at her good behavior to raise her head, her tongue lightly wiping her red lips, full of teasing meaning. Unlike her high cold and strict in the company, at this time, and Rushue has a very strong sense of contrast, good behavior and seductive, making it difficult for Pan to resist, but he does not have to resist, gently stroking the back of Ruashue's head, slowly kissing down, lips and tongue mingling, so always let a person stay. How's the food today? Sure, I like everything you make. There was still a hint of flushing on Ruashue's face, and the two of them hadn't crossed that line, but Ruashue couldn't wait, or else why did she go through all the trouble of keeping Pan in here? What time do we go? 5 o'clock, I think, and after supper it will be dark at almost 7, just before which the tents can be pitched. Good. The duo spent the rest of the afternoon watching a movie together, then packed their bags and put their gear in the car before driving up the mountain, and Ruashue looked at the gas gauge of the car. So little oil is only enough to drive a round trip. It is impossible to send Pan back. As long as Pan can't go back, that's enough. Her call to Xiaoyu requested that she wait until the afternoon after New Year's Eve to pick up the duo, the afternoon of the first day of the new year. Rushue, do you have a signal on your cell phone? Let's see. No. Well, it looks like the signal isn't very good in the mountains. I was going to give them a heads up. Wait until tomorrow. It's only one night. They'll be relieved to have you with me. Yi Xinli, it's with you that I'm uneasy. Also, it's up ahead, isn't it? Let's go. It's been a while since I've exercised. The duo got off the bus, put on their camping gear and started to climb the mountain. The trail was a bit steep, but luckily it didn't take long for the duo to climb to the top of the mountain position. There was a large flat area that appeared to be a site dedicated to camping, and the two of them worked together to set up their tent, which was thick and contained a two-person sleeping bag. When she saw the sleeping bag, Pan turned her gaze to Rushue, and Rushue's ears were slightly red. She twisted her head and did not look at Pan. She just did it on purpose. How about it? Pan tied lights to the trees, and the lights were so strong that the tops of the mountains were illuminated. Then took out the simple barbecue tools and some ingredients and started to prepare a midnight snack. And Ruashue sat in the tent and looked at the busy figures outside. She was a bit sulky. This man is really, she is such a big beautiful woman here. What the female president? High cold, contrast, sexy, buff are stacked up. He does not move. Will be where the cooking, although the cooking is very good is. And Ruashue thought this in her heart but still took it honestly when Pan handed it to her and took a big bite. Well Pan, we'll be packing those tomorrow. It's cold out here. Come on in. Sitting at the door of the tent, and Ruashue waved her hand, already hunkered down in her sleeping bag. Pure addition. I turned back and looked at Rushue in her sleeping bag with an expectant look on her face, and I didn't continue to pack up, putting down the tools in my hands and walking into the tent. It's not the first time Ruashue and I have slept together, it's just that before, and Ruashue was quite peaceful, just lying quietly on the side, not saying anything, sleeping peacefully. Now, just as I lay down into my sleeping bag, I felt Rushue squeeze over to me, her hands wrapped around my arms and her head resting against my shoulder. What's wrong? Cold. Listening to the president whisper, I turned sideways and wrapped my arms around Rushue. This way the two of them were closer together. The scent of her hair teased the tip of my nose, and the softness could be felt at my chest. Today's female president unexpectedly took the initiative. As the biggest woman in Pan's harem, she didn't want to lose her head start, so she thought it through and took Pan directly. Just tomorrow night. Honey, do you want to see the fireworks? And Ruashue raised her head and asked with a smile as her fingers drew circles on my chest. I thought fireworks were banned in Ocean City? Yeah. This is not within the area of the Sea City where you can put it. Oh, that's fine. Let's come over here together for New Year's Eve this year. And get ready then. It's better to have a crowd for New Year's Eve. Listening to the idea I mentioned, Ruashue head against my chest arched to express dissatisfaction. Our noble female president. How could she be willing to share her man with a group of women? And still in her own home. But she can't spoil Pan's fun. Who let her like Pan? Okay, listen to you. Well, we have an early start. Good night, honey. The following morning, my cell phone alarm rang, turned off the alarm and opened my eyes. A soft touch came from my side, and when I looked down, I saw Rushue leaning close. She was resting on her arm, sleeping soundly. Quietly draw out his arm. Did not wake up Ruashue? Sunrise time will be a little while, can let her sleep a little more. When she wakes up just can see the sunrise. And Ruashue made a wailing sound as she got out of her sleeping bag to get dressed. It was obvious that she was going to wake up, but she was still kind of craving time with her lover. A rare moment where she could be lazy, so she continued to hunker down for now and waited for Pan to come and wake her up. Stepping out of the tent, the outside world was still a bit dark. The sky was slightly light and it wouldn't be long before we could see the sunrise. I got my tools and built a fire and made breakfast in a skillet, and after about 10 minutes got out and called out to the tent. Rushue, get up. Breakfast is ready when Rushue also came out of the tent, rubbing sleepy eyes looking very cute. I looked at the cute female president himself unconsciously showed a smile. Here you go, breakfast. Thanks honey. She took the breakfast I handed her and sat down beside me. The light was already glowing at the sky and it wouldn't be long before the sun rose. We sat together, ate breakfast and watched the sunrise. Pam, hold this for me. I want to take a picture. Good. She pulled out her cell phone and snapped shot after shot of the sunrise, then switched cameras and leaned into me, and the two of us appeared on the phone with smiles all over her face. Eggplant. The screen flashed on her phone as she edited her friend's circle with a few carefully selected photos from her album. Watching the sunrise with your favorite person. Photo. Visible to all. Since there was no signal at the top of the mountain, she just edited it and sent it when she got back. Okay, honey. Okay, I'll go put away the tent. Honey, can we go back and catch up on some sleep? We didn't sleep well. Well, you've been working hard all week, so of course you need to relax and unwind, I said, and Rushue smiled happily as she quickly packed up her camping gear with me, put on her backpack and got ready to head down the mountain. By now the sky was bright and the trail wasn't too difficult, and in no time we were back at the car. I offered to drive, and she strongly disagreed, saying that I had already cooked and that she could do the driving, so I didn't argue too much. Except what I didn't know was that Rushue wasn't going to let me drive because then I would see the gas gauge and guess her plan. It didn't take long to drive back to Ruashue's villa at the foot of the mountain, where she parked the car and joined me in putting the camping tools into storage. Okay honey, stay with me, you haven't slept here yet. And Rushue held my hand and came to the bedroom. Because of the air conditioning here is very warm, she took out 2 pajamas from the closet, one for me and one for herself. Well honey, I'm going to go change. You change yourself too. And Rushue walked inside the fitting room. She looked in the mirror. Her face was a little red. Her earlobes were hot. It's not that she hadn't thought about changing it in front of me, but it was still a little bit shameful, even though she had already decided to give herself away tonight. By the time I changed into my own pajamas she'd changed too. With me I think it was a couple style. Mine was blue and hers was red. With her hair loose and her red silk pajamas dragging her skin to look exceptionally pale, she looked very seductive. But the next second there was a huge contrast. Looking at the very quiet president of the Lord suddenly trotted over. All of a sudden jumped into my arms. I fell backwards with the inertia, and as she pulled the covers over her head she took me with her and rolled me on the bed, laughing ha as she did so. Finally the two of us stopped at the end of the bed, her on top and me on the bottom, both arms propped up on the left and right sides of my face, winking eyes, red lips like jewels, quietly imprinted. Top transitions. Back to sleep is very comfortable. Waking up again is natural. I woke up without Ruashue's figure beside me. There is only the residual aroma and temperature around me. Without changing, I walked downstairs, the aroma of a meal coming from the tip of my nose. Following the scent I walked to the dining room. She had by now changed back into the dark red dress she had worn yesterday. Only this one was extraordinarily mismatched with the pink apron in front of her. I walked over to her. The pot stewed and sautéed with a good grasp of color and flavor. President On, who once couldn't cook, has been able to hold his own. Humph. After all, my dear is too busy to cook for me every day, and I'm not used to eating takeout, so I had to learn a thing or two myself. After she finished, she took a pair of chopsticks from the side, picked up a piece of stew, put it to her own mouth and blew on it, and then passed it to my mouth. Taste my handiwork. I opened my mouth and ate the meat she handed me. It melted in my mouth and was just the right amount of salty with a hint of sweetness to my taste. Very much to my taste. That's for sure. Just learning your craft. I've studied it for a long time. That's hard work. Humph. What's hard work? It's to my taste too, alright. Carrying the dishes to the dining room. The two of us ate the somewhat late lunch together, washing dishes and cleaning up together after the meal. And before we knew it, it was after 3 p.m. Rushue, will you take me back? Well, honey, I'm going to get the car. You wait for me outside the villa. Good. And Rushue came to the garage. She didn't get in the car. All these words were just for show. In order to make Pan and believe that it was force majeure that caused her not to be able to go back to school. Not that she didn't want to send it. She doesn't have a heart of gold image in my mind. But I can't be made to think of her as a bad woman. I waited outside the garage for a few minutes and when I saw that Rushue didn't come out I walked to the front of the garage and asked, Kiju, what's wrong? Honey, the car is out of gas and won't start. I'll come in. and Ruoshue opened the garage door and she stood next to the car. I looked at the car's gas gauge and it was obviously bottoming out, and Ruoshue stood beside the car with a helpless look on her face. Honey, I had a little bit of gas when I drove it this morning and now I don't know why. It's okay, you can contact them by phone. Honey, I haven't been very nice to you today. Is that why you don't want to be with me? No. How come? It's just that my cell phone doesn't have a signal and I haven't reported to Xin Shiryu for over a day now, so I'm afraid they'll be worried. Well, what do they have to worry about when you're with me? That's true, but how are we going to get back to Sea City? Tomorrow still have to work it. I did not go to work if Xiaoyu will come to find me. At that time let Xiaoyu pull us back on it. This year across the New Year's Eve on the two of us. If he's Shinli angry you come to find me. Looking at Ruoshue swore to say these words I how to feel are not right, but also did not find the wrong point in where. There was no signal in the villa, so Ruoshue and I were playing a single-player game together in the living room, completely unaware that Yi Shinli on the other end had blown up the phone. Sure this he's even playing missing. Alright, Xin Li, the tip is that it's out of the service area. It shouldn't matter that he's with that president and it's because he's with Ruoshue that I'm uneasy. Okay, I don't think he's going to do anything. Pam, okay, honey, it's getting late. I guess Xiaoyu will be here in the morning. Let's get some rest early. Good. Once again, I followed Ruoshue to her bedroom, where she shoved her pajamas into my hands. Honey, you wash first. I looked at Ruoshue not knowing what she was thinking about, so I didn't think much about it and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Outside the bathroom door Ruoshue patted her cheeks, now very red and flushed. She knew what she wanted to do, with the very humiliating pajamas right in front of her. After the bath Ruoshue went into the bathroom to take a shower. I lay on the bed, thinking about how to explain to Yi Shinli tomorrow, thinking about it and not knowing how to do it. Also at this time the bathroom door opened, and Ruoshue rubbed her hair. By now she had changed into her pajamas, just not the same pajamas she had in the afternoon, and Ruoshue looked at me, knowing that I was looking at her at the same time. A blush suddenly appeared on her face, lowered her head, put down the towel in her hand that was wiping her hair, and slowly walked towards me, like snow. Okay, kiss me. She pounced again. The next morning, Panin slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the softness coming from his side he was a little unbelievable. Last night he thought that Ruoshue was just flirting, but it turned out that the two of them crossed that step. A bone-crunching wooing sound came from his ears. Panin turned his head sideways, and his beautiful and touching face appeared in front of him, and Ruoshue's eyelashes flickered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Good morning dear. Morning, what do you want for breakfast? Anything? Sure, I'll go make it for you, said Panacea as he sat up and prepared to get dressed, and Ruoshue stretched out her white jade hand to pull his arm, and Panin turned back to see Ruoshue shaking her head. Since anything goes, it's okay to eat you, right? Said she rolled over and up, red lips printed on Panin's lips. Wet and slippery touch came when the bedding also slid down. A good long time, Panin stood next to the bed. Eat the marrow to know the taste is really not to say. Just like this with the rhythm of Ruoshue nonsense. Daydreaming and what? At this time, Ruoshue leaned against the side of the bed. There was still a slight flush on her face. The quilt was tightly covered on her body, and a pair of beautiful eyes did not leave Panin for a moment. Get some rest. I'll bring you the porridge later. Well, Ruoshue watched Panin leave and blushed, her hands covering her face, wanting to hide her shyness that way. Last night it looked like she had been dominating, including just now, but our president was still very shy, and it was naturally her first time for this kind of thing. She did study well enough to know what it meant to be in the right place in the first place, or she wouldn't have known what to do last night when she bullied her way to the top. Thinking of this she blushed even more, unconsciously shrinking into the midst of the bedding and covering her snow-white face with the quilt. Panin was downstairs, his right hand constantly stirring the vegetable porridge in the pot, and his left hand rubbing his temples, a little headstrong. After serving the vegetable porridge and carrying the plate towards the upstairs, Ruoshue heard the footsteps and came out from the blanket, patting her face and pretending to be calm. Honey, feed me okay? Good. Panin sat on the edge of the bed, his left hand holding the porridge, his right hand holding the soup spoon, feeding Ruoshue one bite at a time, although neither of them spoke and it was quiet, and Ruoshue's eyes were overflowing with water as she looked at Panin. Ahem, but not again. Hearing Panin say that Ruoshue snorted and laughed. Okay, just don't come, don't make me sound so horny. Okay. Panin didn't say anything, and he was a little embarrassed. Rain should be coming. I'm ready to get up. I'll do the dishes. Good. Watching Panin leave, and Ruoshue once again shrank into the covers, leaving only a pair of large eyes outside again, blinking. They are also single for more than 20 years. Okay, the first time to eat the marrow is also very normal. Okay, Panin is really, do not understand the wind. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. With that thought a blush once again appeared on her face, and after lying down for a little while she lifted the covers and got up from the bed. First, she went to the bathroom to wash up briefly, then went to the check room to change out of last night's offensive battle dress and chose a black strapless dress to wear. Then she came to the bed, lifted off the covers, and gathered up the sheet on the bed that had the plum blossoms on it as a record of the woman she had become, and of the woman she had truly become to Panacea. After folding the sheets and putting them away, and Ruoshua walked downstairs, and Panin had just about finished washing the dishes and was standing at the kitchen faucet washing his hands. Honey, how do I look in this? It's nice and fits well. I'll have Drizzle take you back to school when she gets here, and I'll use the computer to take care of some work before I go to the office. Want to take the day off? And Ruoshua, who had just settled on the sofa, looked up in confusion as Panin wiped his hands and sat next to her. Would President On like to take a day off? What do you mean? I heard that there's a fireworks display over at the phone temple tonight, so we can check out the plum blossoms there before then. And Ruoshua understood Panan's meaning at this point, wanting to dedicate a day to accompanying herself today. After all, the two of them had just crossed that step last night, and it was thought that Panin felt that she needed dedicated companionship today. The corner of her mouth hooked up a smile, then kissed Panan's lips. Also at this time the secretary Xiaoyu opened the door and walked in. Alright, no need for that. I'm already satisfied. And I'm not a greedy woman. I don't want to make things too difficult for you. I haven't been to the office in 3 days, and the president of that family is so capricious. Send me a message if you miss me. That said, last night was actually her own initiative, and the woman with the heart of gold didn't care about that. But for Panin to spend the day with herself and Ruoshua was happy. Okay, honey, big deal. I'll pick you up Friday night, okay? No, I'm happy that you think so already. Don't think too much. Xiaoyu, take your darling back to school. Saying that, and Ruoshua stood up, took Panan's hand and took a step towards the entrance hall, then wrapped her arms around Panan's neck in front of Xiaoyu, followed by a deep kiss. Xiaoyu, am I some kind of a bitch? I know you'd love to spend time with me, but rules can't be broken. So come on, let's go. Okay, then call tonight. Aha, bye honey. Watching Panin was taken away by Xiaoyu and Ruoshua sighed with relief. Maintaining the appearance of a mature woman is really difficult. The original icy cold female president after falling in love is actually just a small woman. But after the initiative, how can she put on a small woman posture? Of course not. I can't collapse the persona that I have maintained for so long in Panin. At most, I can only show some cute contrast. If I really become a shy little woman, then what's wrong with that? Meanwhile, on the other side, Pam was sitting on a couch with a beautiful girl to her left and right, and another not much taller across from her. He bowed his head and crossed his arms, a little formal. Now a sinner who had disappeared for no reason. Good for you Panin, playing disappearance for no reason. Ha, that's just it. You've been missing for 3 days. Yi Xinli spoke first, Tang Shiyue followed, and Changsun Jinro nodded. That's right. The matter of Panan's disappearance Yi Xinli asked Changsun Jinro last night, and Changsun Jinro said that she didn't know, and that Panin hadn't contacted her. And then she came over this morning to meet with Yi Xinli. If Panin didn't come back today, then the 3 women were going to hit up in Ruoshua's company or call the police. It's not as dramatic as 3 days, is it? Panin said weakly. Not quite as dramatic as 3 days? You couldn't be reached on Saturday, and 1 day over the weekend. And this morning, would you say that's 3 days? That's right. Do you know how worried we are about you? Changsun Jin Rhythm nodded. She hadn't been on vacation yet, and had taken leave to run over. I'm guilty. Good to know, X3. The 3 of them didn't say anything more after criticizing Panin, as long as he was safe and sound. Well, since Panin is fine then I'll go back first. It's not vacation yet. Changsun Jinro saw that it was already fine so he planned to leave, adding one more sentence as he left. When I'm on vacation I'll come to find brother Paninu. You guys have been hogging it for so long. You have to let me go for a few days. Let's go. With that she left, leaving Panin alone in the room. And Ruoshua, this woman. Really? Not eat any loss at all? Not just occupy you for half a day? Yi Xinli crossed her arms and stood spitting at Ruoshua while Tang Shiyue comforted. Alright, Xiaoli, it's all family. There's no need to be so concerned. Then today I'm going on a date with Panin and you're staying home to watch the house. Well, it's all up to my sister. Fuck you. Sitting on the sofa, Panin did not dare to make a sound. After all, he is considered to have stolen food. By the way, Panin, I'll tell you, we both ran into Netflix the day before yesterday. She came to our store to buy flowers. Tang Shuriwe pulled Yi Xinli's hand and sat down beside Panin. It's not like Panin has ever stumbled upon something like Netflix before, so he's kinda curious. That internet star? Ha, in what way? I'll find it for you. Her name is Shinru Weishi. Her account is also called Shinru Weishi. She's a blogger who sings and tells stories. We've both been following her for a long time. Tang Shuriwe sat next to Panin and flipped through the video app, finding the blogger she was talking about for Panin, who by now was frozen. He froze when he heard the name Shinru Weishi, not caring at all about what Tang Shuriwe said later. There you go. Tang Shuriwe lifted her cell phone and put it up in front of Panin's eyes. And what came into view was a gentle and elegant young girl with long black hair coiled behind her head, bound by a burin. Her snow-white skin contrasting with her black cheongsam. She sat in front of the camera, her red lips opening and closing, her gentle voice coming out of the cell phone, her eyes like clear water, feeling thin but reassuring. The young girl is not very old, looks the same age as the same age. Obviously it has been many years, but Panin still recognized at a glance. This ex-girlfriend of his junior high school era. Shun Rushi. Advanced transitions. The placement charts are out. Look for yourself. Little Anne. I've got things to do so I'll head out the door. Good. Putting down the cell phone in his hand, Panin looked out the window. His school is not very similar to other schools. Even middle school will be divided into classes once a year. The point is that this placement is not based on high or low grades. It's just disorganized and rearranged. And it's supposed to be an exercise in integrating students into the environment? Today is the last day of summer vacation. Tomorrow we'll start school. Arta 15 with the Panin to now still single, which makes him a little skeptical. Obviously the mirror in his own is also counted on a jade like a table talent. How can be single until now? Am I demanding? Is it high? For this stage of middle school, everyone is in the throes of a love affair. Although he, Pam, opened up relatively early-ish. All in all, who can believe that during this time period everyone wants to find a relationship with someone they like and he has no relationship to fall in love with? Time flashed to the next day. Panin came to the classroom on time and sat down according to the position arranged by the teacher in advance. The position was familiar. Back by the window. Though not quite back. Just the penultimate row. For this location Panin is quite satisfied. Outside the window is the school's woods. Into the eyes is a lush green. There is always a cool breeze blowing from the forest. Through the window, soothing the teenager's hot heart. Half a day passed. Panin also did not find his favorite object. It seems that the last year of this junior high school is expected to be just like this widow past. What caused Panin the most headache was that his neighboring table and the table behind him were actually lovers. These two stuck together as soon as class was over, not caring what anyone else saw, which made Panin so resentful that he wanted to throw the duo off the building. Another point is that there is no classmate sitting in front of him. It is empty, so he belongs to the loner now. But there are also previous classmates to find him. But after all, the class is separated. They are not too good to directly find Panin to play. Turning time to the afternoon. The homeroom teacher brought a young girl into the classroom. Panin did not care. Looking down at the book. Quiet everyone. Let me introduce to you all. This is the new student who transferred to our class. Shen Rushi. Everyone welcome. Applause and murmurs rang out from the stage. And that was also when Panin raised his head. And when he did he froze. The young girl was wearing the school uniform of Panin Middle School. Her left hand was crossed. Her right hand was casually carrying her carry bag. And her school skirt seemed to have been specially altered to be shorter than the other students. She had a head of light yellow hair, only the hair color was a bit uneven. It seemed that it was specially dyed like this, and her two small arms were round and snow white, like two sections of tender lotus roots that had just come out of the water. There was little expression on his small face as he faintly scanned the class, his eyes finally resting on the spot in front of Panin's seat. After the homeroom teacher left, she came straight to the seat in front of Panin and sat down, without greeting anyone. And after sitting down she opened the window and looked out. Whispers also began to appear in the class about the sudden arrival of this beautiful girl. Hey, she's so tuggy. What's wrong with tugging? Is tugging against the law? Is it supposed to be a delinquent girl? She's really good looking though. I like it so much. What's the point of you liking it? I'm sure she has a boyfriend like that. Don't they say that bad-looking boyfriends are casual? Stop it. She's looking over. The young girl glanced coldly that way, then back. She froze as she looked at the blackboard and twisted her head to look at Panacea. What's the first class? Shunxia reference chart, secondary school edition. The voice was very cold. She didn't ask the girl in front of her or the girl next to her. Instead she specifically looked back at Panin and asked, language class? You have a book, right? Shinru Weishi didn't reply, and after turning around, he found his own book and continued to look out the window. For this attitude Panin is not surprised. Good-looking girls seem to have some of their own characteristics. Take their own little Plum Yi Xin Li. Let Panin find a more arrogant than her. Panin cannot really find. It was a long time ago, and I wonder how that little green plum of his is doing. Sooner or later he will lose because of his arrogance, right? The time came to the end of class in a flash. And not surprisingly the girl behind herself stuck to her boyfriend. The new Shinruishi seemed to be a threat to her. After class Shinruishi was still sitting in his seat, looking out the window. And so was Panin, who didn't go anywhere. Yo, where were the sisters before? Yeah, that school transfer? Did you transfer here because you couldn't get along? Panin raised his head and into his eyes were 3 girls. Well, no surprise the 3 of them were delinquent girls as well. The truth is also as Panin thought. Just shortly after class Shinruishi's matter has already spread. Talking about what transferred over a super invincible giant good-looking beauty girl delinquent. This matter also spread to these 3 ears. So they came to see how it was. And as soon as they came, they saw this most conspicuous yellow hair. No need to guess that it was Shinruishi. Shinruishi swept a glance at the 3 without saying anything. No talk? Are you mute? That's right. Asking you. Polite? Do you know the rules of the road? The 3 women seemed like they weren't going to let Shinruishi go, tightly surrounding her, feeling like they were going to have a big fight the next moment. Panin glanced at Shinruishi, and Shinruishi glanced back at him. Okay, who made me really want to fall in love? I remember your boyfriend is Erlu, right? Panin opened his mouth and asked the girl who was in charge. Yes, what is it? Sell me and hurry up. No, who are you? Let me sell you face. By now things had become lively here, attracting many people to see it. Jomei is finished. Erlu just let Panin beat him into submission last week. How? Panin's previous classmate clashed with Erlu on vacation, and Erlu immediately tried to beat up that classmate. And the result was that he was beaten up by Panin. And he's convinced? How could that be possible? Then Erlu made a group of friends. And then Panin and his classmates found a group as well. And then Erlu was beaten up again. And that convinced him. Laughing my ass off. So the beauty isn't done for the week? Definitely. Ugh. Why doesn't Pam get a girlfriend? I also want to ask. He is so handsome. And can fight. His grades are okay. So good. Panin on the other side laughed at Jomei's words. What are you laughing at? You call Erlu here and see if he dares to talk to me like that. What do you mean? I advise you to call him in and see if he dares. These words obviously made Weekend a little hesitant. She didn't know whether what Panin said was true or not. There was already a group of people gathered next to her, and everyone was talking about it. And she, Jomei, also wanted to save face. Well, your man is here. You might as well let him give you a head start. Panin said, and a flat-headed boy came out of the back door of the classroom. He looked very strong. He was Erlu, and walked hurriedly to Panin's side. Jomei was delighted to see the second Lu man, but just as a smile appeared on her face it was lost in a slap from the visitor. What have you gotten yourself into? You bitch? I'm sorry, Ange. This bitch doesn't know the rules. I'll be sure to say so when I get back. Then, I'll leave first. Panin nodded, and then Erlu pulled the dazed Jomei away, along with her 2 little sisters. How do you plan to repay me for helping you? Shinruishi opened his mouth and hesitated for half a day without speaking. Say, are you really delinquent? The response to Pamin was a silence. Do you smoke? No smoking. What about drinking? No drink. Tattoos? No. Then always fight, right? Neither. A question down Panin was silent. Fake bada this is. You don't dye your hair and become a delinquent, do you? Shinruishi remained silent for a while. Well, let me guess. You're not always in trouble with your parents and want to rebel a little? To hell with you. Shinruishi twisted his head, leaving Panin with a nice looking back. The afternoon session rushed by, and before you knew it, it was time for school to end. One after another, the students all left the classroom, and some people came to find Panin to go home with them, but Panin gave a retreat, and at this time, only he and Shinruishi were left in the classroom. Aren't you leaving? Shinruishi turned around and said that she had already packed her things. You're the one. Why don't you go? Don't you want to return the favor? Let's go. Buy you dinner. She finished with a haughty twist of her head and got up from her seat, carrying her bag towards the classroom door. Looking at Shinruishi's back, Panin smiled and also picked up his bag to follow. The two walked out of the school side by side, their silhouettes high and low, looking good together. Where is your house? Shinruishi opened his mouth and asked. In that neighborhood over there. Wow. We're not going to make it then. So buy dinner and forget about it? No. Why don't you pick a restaurant? It's my first time over here. Panin scanned around the restaurants near the school. He also rarely came, or went to the school cafeteria more. How about we go to the school cafeteria? Both. So the two of them turned around and headed back into the school and towards the school cafeteria. The cafeteria was open normally even though school was now out. After all, There were still faculty and staff as well as some resident students. The two came to the cafeteria. Panin wanted to eat noodles today, so he ordered 2 bowls of noodles, and Shinruishi paid for them. Casually find no one's position to sit face to face. Shinruishi eating is quite quiet and elegant, and her yellow hair in stark contrast. Panin in the school is still quite famous. After all, perennial in the name of the school grass. Just the name of the school grass is actually nothing. The main thing is not to fall in love with the school grass. This broke the hearts of many girls in the school, and thus he became famous. At this time Panin appeared with a girl in the dining hall. This matter quickly attracted a part of the students. Some of these students are residential students. Some are not in a hurry to go home to eat at school. Look, guys, isn't that Panin? It's Panin. Who's that girl across from Kihim? Don't know anymore. Lonesome. That girl was transferred here today, called Shinruishi, and Panin even gave her a head start in the afternoon. Ha, that girl is really pretty. It's over. It's over. The tomboy is in love. Families, out of love. Who understands? How's it going? How's the food? Panin asked as he watched Shinruishi finish the last bite of noodles. I'm not some noble lady. Where is the habit of eating or not eating? Really? I see in the manga those missies come standard with yellow hair. Panacea jokingly teased the fake delinquent. Shinruishi looked up at Panin, her mouth bulging, and of course she was well aware that Panin was flirting with her. Still, I appreciate you helping me out today so I can answer a question for you. True to form. Missy, that's a very similar way of speaking. In response to Panin's words, Shinruishi just glared at him and didn't say anything else. Let's see. What's the best thing to ask? I'm actually curious about 2 things. Why you suddenly dyed yellow hair and pretended to be a delinquent. And the other thing is why you transferred schools. Only one can be asked. Well, it seems that Missy is not that reasonable. Panin thought about it. The reason she dyed her yellow hair and pretended to be a delinquent might be because she had a conflict with her family, and she purposely acted like this. Having just observed it, Pam doesn't think it's a sudden idea or anything, or a change she made specifically. But if you ask why you transferred, well, Pam transferred too, for those few reasons. Work, family, school advantage. Then I'll just ask you why you transferred. That previous school had too many suitors. Ha! For this answer Panin was not expected. Although Shinruishi is indeed very good looking, not only appearance, temperament is equally dusty. You can get a bunch of notes in class, several love letters when you get back to class, and every now and then you have to be asked to confess your love in the back of the building or on the rooftop. As a school we'd Panin actually had a deep understanding of the earlier years. Only the girls were more coy, not as much as Shinruishi. It became less and less frequent when he explicitly rejected it. Except that sometimes shy schoolgirls would come running to confess their love to his face and then run away crying. The homeroom teacher knew about it, and she asked me what I thought about it, and I thought it was a pain in the ass. So she responded to my parents, and after that, she transferred over here. So that's how it is. Missy's charm is quite strong, and now that it's junior year, it's time to study hard, and I don't want it to happen again. So, I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. For Panin's surprise, Shinruishi did not feel surprised. She silently handed Panin a bottle of drink. This way it'll be very efficient in reducing the number of suitors. My Missy, have you read too many novels? No, I'm serious. So you're not pretending to be a delinquent to cut down on suitors too, are you? Because the old look was too much of a match for middle school boys? That's not true. Shinruishi was calm, without a ripple on his face, quietly took a sip of orange juice and continued. I'm not in the mood for a relationship at the moment, and you're a good match for my choices. Pam. Panin touched his chin and fell into deep thought. This Shinruishi couldn't really be some kind of big lady, right? After being overwhelmed by the chatter of suitors at an aristocratic school, she escapes to an ordinary high school, where it just so happens that Panin meets her criteria of being good-looking and somewhat competent. You don't think so? And surely you're not going to fall for me. Pam, are you? One word in Panacea is blocked. We can actually not fake it. Big deal. Just break up after graduation. I actually kinda like you. After saying this, Panin saw Shinruishi frown and sweep him. Why are you like them? No, you're a good man, Panin. Thank you. So it's better to fake it. Ha, how can you beat me to death before I've even started? After saying this she didn't stop and continued. Of course, you can rest assured that I'm definitely not into you. Inside Pam Ann, what a loser dog statement this is. Well, there's nothing to lose for me. A fake relationship is a relationship. Yes, okay, so we're a fake couple now. But how are we going to let people know? This is easy. We'll walk out of this cafeteria holding hands and the whole school will know tomorrow. Really? Really? These people usually don't have much, but the spirit of gossip is strong. And just tonight alone everyone knows about it. Good. Shinruishi nodded as she got up and walked over to Panin, who understood and stood up to take her hand and walk out of the restaurant. Soon, a certain QQ melon eating group, Dogwa, schoolboy Panin is in love. Unbelievable. Photo. You guys? The subject is the new transfer student. Crap. True or false? Lost love for family members. I was thinking of getting acquainted with Shinruishi tomorrow, and I've fallen out of love too. Well, the groom and the girl. I just want TA to be happy. Lick the dog. At the entrance of the school, Shinruishi watched Panin wave his hand at himself and leave. The two of them, one going east and one going west, separating in this way, watching Panin's figure fade away until it disappeared into the highway where vehicles were threading through. It was only at this moment that she turned back to the setting sun, which was about to disappear behind the tall buildings, and stepped to the side of the road, reaching out to call a car, leaning against the car window. She didn't know what she was thinking. Panin? No. In her mind, Panin was no different than the boys before her, just a little more handsome. Yourself? Nor, for that matter, does she care about her own affairs, much less those of her family. Outside the window of the car traffic, along with the sunset, the city's light is gradually dimming. After seeing all the lights and greenery, she arrived at her destination, an upscale neighborhood, her new home. Put it best this way. Walking into the elevator, there was a few lonely chills when it was still summer. The elevator climbed slowly, opened the door, and she stepped out. Key in the lock hole. Turn, open the door, and it's dark. No warm light waiting for her to come home or a concerned greeting. Close the door, turn on the light. The house is beautifully decorated. Only the large house is only her. This time it is extraordinarily empty. Carrying her bag aside, she stepped into the foyer and through the living room, furnished with everything she needed, and without stopping too much, she walked into the bedroom. Pausing in his steps as he passed the desk, he reached out and picked up the group photo on the desk, which had 3 sets of smiles, a couple flanked by a young girl. Just beyond the photo, which was its frame, the glass had cracks that spread out from one corner and covered almost the entire frame. With a slow sigh, she walked into the bathroom and drained the tub, waiting until the hot water was about to overflow before she stopped. Go back to the bedroom, get your clothes and towels, and take off the school uniform you're wearing. With her school shirt slipping off and her snow-white shoulders colored by the warm yellow light of the bathroom, she stepped into the shower. The body slowly sank into the water, both hands clasped in his lap, his chin resting on his knees as his thoughts drifted. Why on earth did it turn out this way? Originally a happy family, but the man was full of lies, and a marriage came to an end. It was at that moment she seemed like no one cared anymore, and she seemed irrelevant to the family except for the money that would show up in the card every week. That panacea asked her why she was pretending to be a delinquent, when in fact she was just trying to get her mother's attention. After that incident, my mother didn't come back for a long time, always talking about being busy with work and lawsuits, and that she was studying hard on her own. The last time he himself had seen her was before he transferred to a different school, which was when he attended his last high school, and his homeroom mother had called because of those suitors. She was standing next to her at the time and heard the words, "I'll be back this afternoon," come out of the phone. When she did, her heart, which had been calm for a long time, rippled, and she was a little happy, but she was so afraid that her mother would come over and just say a few random things and not care about anything else, or just get her a transfer. She didn't want it. She didn't want it. She couldn't take it. She wanted her mother to notice her again and know that there was still a daughter in her. So she ran outside the school at noon and dyed her hair yellow. Before her mother arrived, she made a point of following the example of those girls at school, pulling her skirt a little shorter and changing her lipstick to a more colorful shade. She stood outside the office waiting for her mother to arrive, apprehensive, and waited a long time before finally looking at the woman she hadn't seen in days. However, her mother just frowned when she saw her, but didn't say much about her being like this, and then talked to the homeroom teacher and got her a transfer to another school. She hadn't seen a glimpse of her mother all summer. The only news was that she was divorced from the asshole, news that had cheered her up, thinking that this way her mother would come home. But still, she hadn't. To this day, why did she seek out Pamin for the role? And was it really so she wouldn't be harassed by suitors? No, it was just a step to speed up her own degradation. In her mind, Pamin was no different from any other man, just good looking, and that was enough. To her, falling in love with a boy would already be a degradation, in which case her mother would surely care more about her if she knew about it, and make her break up with Pamin, and so on and so forth to make her mother care about her. Standing up from the tub, the water clattering down, drying himself off, changing into pajamas, and blow-drying his hair. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door, and she froze slightly before delight surfaced on her face and she darted to the foyer to open the door. It wasn't the one she thought was standing at the door, just a delivery boy. Hello, your delivery. Dumbfounded, she took the delivery and then the courier left. She turned around and walked back to her bedroom. It was something she had bought herself. She spent the summer vacation days in a daze, forgetting time and day and night, ordering all those things that her mother wouldn't let her eat, thinking that this way she could get the woman's attention. She even bought a canned beer, which she had hesitated to buy while standing in front of the container. She had made up her mind. She was also careful when she drank this beer at home, and after drinking it she got drunk and slept on the couch that night. And when she woke up from her sleep she felt that she had fallen so far that she had succeeded in being a certified bad girl. Your mother will value you more when she finds out that day. And now you're just a fire away from a relationship. If she's looking for that ghostly fire boy. No, 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 no. At least it has to look good. And so, this teenager who seems to have some ability in school catches her eye. At first just because he's good looking, but next thing you know, he's relieving her. That's a bad way to unwind. Definitely a bad boy. And he also knew the very mean delinquent and was the guy's older brother, so he was the best choice. Actually, there was one more thing. She had come to school late today on purpose. A challenge to her past as a good girl. A deepening of her depravity. Yes. Why is Miss Shin so late today? Looking at Shin Ruishi, who had only arrived at the classroom at nearly 10 o'clock, Panon asked. No, it's out of your hands. Hey, how come I'm also your boyfriend, okay? I have the right to know these things. Yes? Shin Ruishi looked back at the handsome teenager, who had a bad smile on his face, and she gritted her teeth. I did it on purpose. What? It's okay. Missy just has a personality. Poof. Shin Ruishi turned around, but just as she did, a well-mannered girl walked next to her. Shin, there's a little homework to hand in. You're all that's left. This girl is the study committee member of the class, in charge of checking the homework, and also one of Panon's crushes. What homework? I forgot. Looking at Shin Ruishi's somewhat overwhelmed appearance in front of him, Panon was somewhat amused. That's not good. Panon opened his mouth indifferently. His tone was like an unintentional mumble, but Shin Ruishi, who was sitting right in front of him, heard it very clearly. She turned her head a bit grumpily, frowning and glaring at Panon. Can you go ahead and turn it in? I'll turn it in to the teacher myself later. The girl who was a member of the school committee was a bit embarrassed, looking at Shin Ruishi and then at Panon. Panon nodded when he saw the girl looking at him and didn't say anything. He also didn't know that this girl had a crush on him. Okay then, you'll have to be quicker. Okay, thank you. Shin Ruishi clasped her hands together to express her gratitude to the girl, and after seeing the school board member leave the classroom with her homework in her arms, she turned around once again and looked at Panon with ghostly eyes. What's wrong, Missy? What's the homework? After Panon finished giving Shin Ruishi her homework, she turned back and started rummaging through the boxes in her seat, and didn't move after she managed to find the exercise book. The time now was the big classroom. A full 20 minutes of rest time. Panon just quietly sat behind Shin Ruishi, not saying a word, silently looking at the book. Homework for me. Hearing such a ghostly voice, Panon raised his head, and Shin Ruishi sidled over to look at him. There were arguments in the family long before the parental conflict arose, except that the asshole man cheating on his wife was the final straw that broke the camel's back. That is to say, before that Shin Ruishi had no intention of caring about anything else. She was busy running between her parents every day, wanting to rely on her meager ability to save this faltering family. As a result, her academic performance was in tatters, and before that the school was so fast and heavy that it took a lot of time to remedy the situation if she fell behind just a little. She had an even more muddled summer vacation, not learning anything at all, and when she found out about the transfer, her summer homework was just set up without moving a single word. So, she just flipped through the exercise book and froze, wide-eyed with it. As the saying goes, people can do anything when pushed, but not math problems, and English, physics, etc. Then there was the fact that she was here wide-eyed, and the fake boyfriend behind her was reading a novel somewhere with great interest, which made her ghostly. I turned mine in. Panon's words made Shin Ruishi willow eyebrows frowned. Looking at this big lady frowning, Panon added, but I can teach you. Teach me, can you? In Shin Ruishi's eyes, Panon is just a better looking bad. Hey, Missy, what did I do to make you underestimate me so much? Even though I'm not in the top few grades, my grades aren't that bad. Okay, really? Of course. Shin Ruishi was a bit unconvinced, but still turned around with the exercise book and looked at Panon with skepticism. So how does this work? You start with this, then this, and finally this. Do you hear me? Nope. So I'll say it again. You do this first, then that, and finally this. Hear me this time. Pretty much. The two were facing each other like this, and the small desk made the distance between them very close and close. Panin was very patient and watched Shinruishi solving the problems over and over again, correcting her in time when she was wrong. The small white face was close at hand. She seemed to be completely oblivious to the state of the duo. Obviously every time she looked up the duo almost collided. Between large classes, the classroom was naturally free, with students coming in and out, and the scene between the two was quickly noticed. Panin counts as a celebrity, so naturally there are people who come to watch. Shinruishi is also this transferring beauty girl many people have heard of, and want to come and take a look today. The key thing is that the duo's yesterday's scandal is now not a scandal in everyone's eyes. It's a fact that Tasman goddesses are together. One person on the scene had the hardest time. The school board girl, who had just returned after turning in her homework, and who liked to do her homework between classes, taking the break to look at the panhandler, who was sitting by the window. He didn't like to be active and would just sit there and read whenever he was in between classes, and she just liked to watch Pam. But she was watching carefully. Only now. So sweet they are. Yeah, the groom. You said that yesterday, didn't you? There was a hint of fantasy yesterday, but now it seems solid. I declare that this is my most knockout pair of CPs. Gradually more people, more discussion. Just so one or two sentences were heard by Shinruishi. She lifted her head in a hurry, a move that made Panin react a little, so her nose brushed Panan's before she locked eyes with him. Wow, it's so sweet. Woohoo. Stop crying. Lickspittle. Too stoned. Who understands? These words made Shinruishi blush. Her hand clutching the pen was slightly hard, and her left hand gripping the exercise book also clutched out a crease. Shinruishi's change of expression and body movements were all in Panan's eyes. Well, what are you shy about? Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? You. But, don't be butthurt. Hurry up and do the questions. Class is about to start. Don't fail to hand them in later, said Pan and boldly rubbed this yellow hair head. Unexpectedly feel extraordinarily good. Hair is very fluffy. This action then led to yet another debate. Spoiled. My man God. No. Why are you everywhere? Come on. Add CP group. Just swipe me. Shinruishi broke away from Panan's hand. This person is really just pretending that it is not good for men and women to be friendly. Why so intimate? I still don't get this question. How stupid. You. Okay. This and this and this and this. Got it? Finally Shinruishi finished his homework when class was about to start. Finished writing. Missy is awesome, but there's also physics and English. What? Well, the other two classes are not collected, and those two teachers teach in a way I know well. It's 3 classes to a collection. After glaring at Panin, Shinruishi ran out of the classroom with her homework in her arms, then ran back. Teach, where is the classroom? Go out the door and turn right, next to class 5. There's a big classroom. Whoops. With that she ran off once more, and when she returned just as the bell rang, Shinruishi came in through the back door while the teacher came in through the front door. The two of them were very synchronized and Shinruishi's face was very red. She used to be a good student and now she's like this. Another mumble was heard after settling in. Shouldn't Bad not have homework? Strange. Aren't you coming, Sister Blue Smoke? Sitting inside the tea pavilion, Panin took the tea handed to him by Lu Lanyan after saying this, who looked up at him and then shifted his gaze to the window. No, I'm not fit to appear in front of those girlfriends of yours. Willow Blue Smoke's words made Panin a little sweaty, but she was telling the truth. She was in a sister-brother relationship with herself until now, and it wasn't good to show up at tonight's New Year's Eve party. It's hard to avoid an awkward atmosphere at a party when you have to show up as a sister and brother. Don't worry about me. It's like that every year, isn't it? It's not every year. I've had New Year's transitions with my Blue Smoke sister. Hearing this, Willow Blue Smoke froze for a moment. The young man in front of her did come to her tea pavilion on New Year's Eve one year to celebrate the new year with her. Rather, I forgot. But it's getting late. You should be the main event of the New Year's Eve dinner. Happy New Year's Eve. Get going. Well, then, Happy New Year's Eve. Sister Blue Smoke. Lu Lanyan quietly drank the last mouthful of tea from the teacup and watched as the teenager's figure left his sight and walked out of the tea pavilion. Her eyes looked out the window again. It was getting late. The streets were bustling. Red lanterns were everywhere. Only the New Year's flavor seemed to be less after the fireworks ban. Liz, is it really okay if you don't go home? I told my mom. Of course they agree with meeting your boyfriend's parents. And our parents used to know each other. Yi Xinli pushed Tang Shiyue's hand away. And Tang Shiyue, who was originally hugging her waist behind her, had no choice but to let go of her hand. So are we really going to that woman's house for New Year's? It's Pan's arrangement who got us into his mess. And it's true that our little home is too small. Tang Shiyue looked around. It really wasn't that big. Making a table for New Year's Eve dinner would be slightly crowded. Pack it up. Pam and called me. We're going over there early. We're going to have to give him a hand. Ooh-hoo. Jane Ballard, she's picking us up, right? Yeah. I don't know if it's here yet. Yi Xinli had just finished saying this when the cell phone in her pocket rang. Speak of the devil. Hey. Tang Shiyue said as she looked at the note on Yi Xinli's cell phone. After hanging up the phone, the two girls came to the entrance of the school, which was a stretch Maybach, and Changsun Jinro sat in the back seat and waved to the two girls. Sister Xin Li. Sister Shiryu. Yi Xinli approached with Tang Shiyue, and the butler stood by the car door to open it for the two women. After the two girls got on the bus, the butler drove towards Ruoshue's villa. What are you doing over here, Pam? And Ruoshue received a call and drove to pick up Panin. She was a little surprised by where Panin was. It's New Year's Eve today. Why did Panin come over here? Visiting my sister. Your sister? Well, am I going to have to see it too? No. Your parents didn't say anything about you being with me on New Year's Eve, did they? It didn't say. You get several girlfriends and they don't say, in such a hurry to marry you off? The two of them don't really ask for much. As long as I'm happy, it's fine now. All her two won't say anything. And Ruoshue drove the car. Today she was dressed as beautiful and attractive as ever, wearing a red dress. Her bright red lips were very seductive. And yeah, my parents, they couldn't wait for me to cross over with you. I told them when this proposal of yours came out, and they made the instant choice to go out on their honeymoon. Then the two old men are quite affectionate. Just talking about me. What about you, Panin? Does the family agree? And Rushua's words reminded Panin of calling his mom a few days ago, and how happy he was to hear that he had talked about his girlfriend and was going to spend New Year's Eve with her out of town. You'll stay over there for New Year's Eve. You're not allowed to come back this year, and I won't open the door for you if you do. Not even after New Year's? It's not allowed either. So why don't you go see your mother-in-law and the others? After saying that, he snapped. I hang up the phone. Wait for Panin in the call over when already cannot be reached. Even a certain letter was also pulled black. His own mother is also aware of their own relationship road is not very smooth. It is not easy to talk about the object that natural support. It's just that Panin didn't dare to say that he talked about a few at a time. So if he found out he wouldn't be able to break his legs. I'm so relieved you said that. I'm going to eat a lot tonight. Well. Looks like I've got a busy day ahead of me. Soon Ruoshue drove Panin back to the original villa. The one that housed the cat named Ruoshue. At the time when Ruoshue parked her car, Changsun Jinro arrived with Yi Xinli and the girls. Brother Pangan, Jinryu is here. Changsun Jinro, who was originally still spitting on Panin in the car, immediately abandoned the two women in the car the moment she saw Panin, opened the car door and ran down, jumped headlong into Panin's arms, said something about waiting for her to find her to play on vacation, also did not find until it was going to be New Year's Eve, asked her to come along. It really is. One wants time for oneself, not an equal share with everyone else. Alright. Xin Li, sure you come in first. Hey, Pam is going to make a lot of good food today, and I'll give you a hand. Tang Shiyue and Yi Xinli successively got out of the car and said to Panin. In the villa, Panin was busy in the kitchen with Tang Shiyue and Yi Xinli. On the sofa, and Ruoshue and Changsun Jinro sat face to face. This was the first time the two women had met, but they both knew each other. They both researched Pam's girlfriend's profile, so it's normal for the two to know each other. And Ruoshue calmly sipping tea. Changsun Jinro just a mouthful of a Xin sister and Shiryu sister. Up to now also did not talk to their own openings. Do not know themselves, she certainly do not believe. Panin certainly introduced each other. The opposite side of the Changsun Jinro's heart also his thoughts. This woman last time even kidnapped Panange. A day and a night are not allowed to contact the outside world. Panange's side of the answer is also very vague. On a night as memorable as New Year's Eve, it would be impossible to say that the two of them would sleep separately. Since sleeping together, if nothing happened enough are not believed, this woman is so much older than Panange. The old ox eats young grass. Surely will not let go of Panange. That is to say, Panange has been. Damn I clearly had a chance before, but I was so good and did nothing. Obviously I was here first. You two are so quiet. I thought the two rich young ladies had something in common, so you can wash your hands and eat. Good. X2. On the dining table, Panin had Yi Xinli and Tang Shiyue sitting on his left and right, and opposite him were Ruoshue and Changsun Jinro, but there was an empty seat between the two of them. At the table, everyone was immersed in the food made by Panin, and the conflict between the two of them, and Ruoshue, was forgotten, fearing that if they didn't pay attention to the food, it would be gone. Well. We'll still be cooking tomorrow on the first day of the year. So come on everyone, clink your glasses. Panin was the first to raise his own Coke, and Tang Shuriwei had gotten tall glasses for it. The maroon Coke was like red wine in a tall glass, just not as colorful. Here, cheers, 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 carrot, suru. The glasses clashed with a crisp thud and the Coke in the glass shook and nearly spilled. And Ruoshiwe took a sip and looked at Panin, who had not yet dropped his glass. She raised her glass to tap with Panan's. Happy New Year's Eve, Pam, he said and drained his own glass of Coke. Seeing this, Yishinli also followed suit and raised her glass to clink with Panin. Happy New Year's Eve, Anne. Happy New Year's Eve, brother Panin. Happy New Year's Eve, Pam. After the New Year's Eve dinner there was no rush to wash the dishes, and everyone sat in the living room with the Spring Festival Gala playing on the TV and the four daughters playing mahjong. Touch. Ah, Rue, and you said you wouldn't. It's good to learn. Okay. Panin was sitting alone looking at the amicable four women in his heart, but he was a bit grateful, watching the Spring Festival program on TV one after another. The four women mahjong game after game. Finally the time came to 23:59. Anne, it's counting down. Aha, we together? Yeah. Tang Shuriwei finished standing up and grabbed the first to sit beside Panin, followed by Chansun Jinro. Yi Xinli and Enrushiwe were not angry on the contrary night, quietly sitting on the sofa aside. 10, 9, 5, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. X4. After 2 classes, the time came to noon, accompanied by the teacher's utterance of the word dismissal. Everyone relaxed. The students left the classroom one after another and went to the cafeteria, but Shinruishi didn't move much and sat quietly in his seat. Come on, let's go eat. To make up homework. Aren't you delinquent? You can't do homework if you're delinquent. Well, go eat first, and I'll teach you when you get back from dinner. Saying this, Panin directly pulled up Shinruishi's soft if boneless hand and led her as she prepared to leave the classroom. You let go. Although he had already held hands once yesterday, Shinruishi was still uncomfortable, and a scarlet blush spread across his face. Missy is still shy. We are going to pretend to be male girlfriends. It would be too raw if we didn't hold hands. These words left Shinruishi speechless, so she could only lower her head and let Panin hold her hand. Coming to the cafeteria, the two of them sat facing each other. Shinruishi quietly ate her meal, but Panin glanced at her from time to time. What are you looking at me for? So why pretend to be bad? Responding to Panin's silence, Shinruishi glanced at Panin without saying anything and continued to pick up his meal. Panin didn't have a problem with that. The sister wouldn't say anything if she didn't. Forcing the other to say it would be counterproductive. The way to get into a girl's heart, Pam thinks, is to deal with her situation. And to deal with that situation you have to know the situation first. Now it is good. There is a lot of time. This is only the second day of acquaintance. You can slowly understand in the future. Shinruishi naturally have the time to loosen up. Soon, Shinruishi finished his meal and raised his head to look at Panin, waiting for Panin to speak. Come on, back to class to catch up on your homework. Aha. Back in the classroom, Shinruishi organized his homework on Panin's desk as he had done in the morning. You do it first. You can look up the book if you don't know how, and then you can ask me if you don't know how. Good. After answering a word, Shinruishi lying on Panin's table began to do the problem. Panin then 2 hands inserted, also lying on the table. Watching the beautiful girl do the problem is also a great pleasure. Shinruishi did not care much about how Panin, the morning has been adapted, so her attention is on the exercise book. At first okay, a few questions can be found in the book, then a few questions she was difficult. What about this question? Why pretend to be bad? To her question, Pam responds with a question. Shinruishi listened with a frown on her willow brows, her small mouth deflated and her eyes looked at Panin with a grudging look. It seems to Panin that Shinruishi's character is actually not tough, and a question can be answered by grinding it more. You flip too. He didn't continue with his own questions and began to give Shinruishi a lecture on the topic, one assignment after another, without even mentioning it in the middle. It's finished. Should I turn it in now? No. The teacher collects them in 3 lessons, but they should be checked in class this afternoon. Good. Thanks. After answering, Shinruishi said thank you in a very small voice, and Panin really didn't hear it. What? Nothing. When she finished she turned around with her homework and left herself with a yellow back, her yellow hair carrying a scent that wafted towards Panacea as the young girl turned around. It smells pretty good. As Panin said, the teacher did check the homework in class in the afternoon, and as a school committee girl, she originally wanted to see Shinruishi being criticized by the teacher, but it turned out that nothing happened. Time turned to the end of school. Shinruishi as yesterday, sitting in his seat did not move, Panin also with her to sit quietly. to see the classmates one after another to leave. The school board girl even looked deeply at the two men sitting by the window as she left. Shinruishi did not go, mainly worried about their own homework. Obviously used to be a good student of her. Now see the homework, vaguely some headache. If you bring homework back with you, you're sure you can't do it yourself. And if you don't, then you can't always make it up between classes. And there's always a time when the teacher catches you. She's still very thin-skinned and it's hard for her not to cry if she's criticized by a teacher. So she sat in her seat and waited for her classmates to leave, so that she could just find herself this cheap boyfriend, stay with him in the classroom to do her homework, and then invite him to join her for dinner when she was done. Not leaving yet? Seeing that Shinruishi didn't move or speak for half a day, Panin asked out loud, "Do your homework." "Ha, here, aha. Not going home to write? There are things I won't do. Ooh-hoo. So, you can go back to searching for questions." "No way. I'll buy you dinner after writing." "That's a good feeling," said the two. Began to write homework. The classroom locked the door. This matter is the security guard to do. The time is relatively late. Stay in the classroom to write homework. Students actually have some. Shinruishi this time did not turn around lying on Panin's desk to write. She was on her own desk. Today Panin gave her more or less understand. She also has a little bit of foundation. Not to nothing. So it was quiet on his own desk, doing his homework, turning every now and then to ask Panin, who answered, "Finished writing, have you?" said Panin. Put down his pen and closed his book, so that he didn't have to take anything when he went home. He could just go back. He stood up and walked over to Shinruishi, who was solving the last problem. Her two hands twisted together, which seemed really difficult. "I don't know the last question. How do I solve it?" "So and so. This substitutes for this." When Panin finished, Shinruishi was enlightened. He finished writing the last question in 3 or 2 strokes. "Let's go. Buy you dinner." "So true about you, Missy." The two of them parted at the school gate after eating, and after watching Panin leave, Shinruishi took a taxi to leave. Everything that happened today was too much for Shinruishi. All of it hadn't happened before. The first time she had gotten so close to a boy. Her cheeks flushed a little at the thought of the two of them rubbing noses together in the morning, and the image of Panacea being very close to her always came to mind. She was surprised that Panin, the bad school, was very good, but he was obviously interested in himself. Yes, after all, he confessed yesterday. One didn't resist getting close to him. So was one really falling in love early? Has he fallen in love? If my mother found out, she would surely scold herself severely, right? Although being scolded by her mother was not what she wanted, it was enough if her mother paid attention to her. Panin on the other side had absolutely no idea what Shinruishi thought of himself, or that Shinruishi thought of himself as undesirable. If he knew, then he would have to poke Shinruishi in the head and ask the two who was more like bad. The day passed without the homework tutoring aspect of the duo's morning and afternoon was uneventful. And it was only Panin who found 2 topics to talk about from time to time, rarely alone as lunch and after school to make up homework. And Shinruishi give the reaction are very light, not like a girlfriend, but like a friend, which makes Panin helpless. This girl seems to really take himself as a shield. It was good that Shinruishi did not resist himself, no matter whether it was dinner or counseling. The two of them walked very, very close, and in the eyes of others it was a couple. What Panin does not know is that this is Shinruishi's self-degradation. In the past few days, Panin also had asked from time to time why he was a delinquent, and responded to him with either silence or a good-looking back. There is another thing. Shinruishi Foundation is good. A few days down to keep up with the progress, and do not want Panin to guide, which makes the two contact even less, until the weekend. Is Shinruishi's classmate coming out on a date? Is Shinruishi's classmate coming out on a date? What do you mean? Shinruishi's nice voice came from within the receiver, and for a while, no emotion could be heard. This week down Panin is really going to be reduced to a shield. If not more contact, then Shinruishi will have nothing to do with between. After such a long time, it's rare to find a girl with a heartbeat. Panin still wants to fight for it, and Shinruishi doesn't seem to be that hard to raid. What he does not know is that Shinruishi feels that the distance that Panin feels is already self-sacrificing, and if Panin knew that, he would definitely say, "This is where to have not even kissed yet." Meaning Miss Shin is coming out to play? 2 of us? Why else would you call it a date? Panin admitted that he had an element of gambling, although he did not know why Shinruishi wanted to play a bad girl, but he was actually clear that Shinruishi is not really bad, and should still be a good girl. Since she's playing a delinquent girl, she must have some rebellious ideas. Maybe, Pam isn't sure, at least out of the dating is delinquent girl related, so Panin is betting that Shinruishi will come out on a date. Although this is said as if he is a yellow hair, bring down the good girl, but he really did not. At least he won't have the ghost fire on and have to say, "Dang, is it okay if I ghost fire your downstairs?" On the other end of the phone, Shen Ruishi, she was sitting on the sofa, the TV was on and it was broadcasting a random variety show that she had found. The living room was large, but she was alone, and the only sound was the exceptionally harsh laughter coming from the television, which seemed like two extremes from the lonely her and the cool room. Good. She ghosted and agreed, hanging up the phone in a panic when she finished, surprised that she had agreed to go out on a date with Pam Ann. A delinquent. She's fallen. She's really fallen. Grabbing the remote control to turn off the TV, the harsh laughter came to an abrupt end, and the whole house, the living room, returned to peace. With it came an infinite emptiness, and the slipper made a snapping sound as it came into contact with the marble floor on the way to the bedroom. She wanted sound because sound would make her feel like there was more than just her in the room, or at least it was lively, but she hated the voices, because they were extra loud in the large living room, reminding her that she was the only one in the room, that she was alone. Taking off her slippers, her white jade feet made contact with the marble floor. It was icy. It was cold. It made her thinking start to clear. How did she agree to this? Maybe it's a desire to continue the fall as a way to get your mother to value you? Perhaps trying to escape loneliness, to save a heart from grief. Or maybe it was because it was his invitation that made her say yes. The answer didn't matter and she didn't know it. Just gently tickled the elastic of her halter nightgown and changed into a beige dress, taking a rare step to the mirror to dress herself up. Something she hadn't done in a while. She chose a lipstick shade that was on the lighter side, pursed her lips, and looked to the coat rack, selecting a small white bag. Sitting down on the stool, she put on her white-as snow stockings, and instead of putting on her slippers, she stepped right on the floor, and ran briskly to the foyer, slipping on the little round-toed leather shoes. From start to finish there was only the sound of fabric rubbing, in not a single sound. Looking at the entrance hall floor mirror inside their own, some dress down. In addition to the striking yellow hair, the whole person looks generous, out of the door to meet acquaintances. Then, we'll certainly ask is and who went on a date. Will she who flies snow pure white on top of the mountains in the north of Serbia be fond of the flowers of Jiangnan? Her cell phone rang inside her small white bag. She took it out and the memo read, delinquent boy at the back table. Did Miss Shin go out? Then we'll meet at Old Bridge Park. Remember it's the South Gate. Good. Shin Ruishi went out. She took a cab. It didn't take long to arrive at the ancient Bridge Park, and when she got out of the car, she saw Pan An waving to herself. Shin Ruishi walked over. Pan An greeted her. She nodded. And the two of them walked into Ancient Bridge Park with a tacit understanding. Ancient Bridge Park, as its name suggests, has ancient bridges, but not just one. There are several. Each of the old bridges has been around for a long time, and they are the most meaningful presence in Old Bridge Park. Shin, are you really not going to say why you're pretending to be a delinquent? Shin Ruishi did not make a sound. She is the first time to come here. For the Ancient Bridge Park is very strong sense of freshness. Looking at the bridge under the lake is calm. There are a few fish under the water surface. There are other tourists around here taking pictures. And there are two kids over there feeding the fish. They pulled off a little bit of steamed bread and threw it into the water. And the fish scrambled to get together and fight for it. Do you want to feed the fish too? Pan An watched Shin Ruishi intently watching the two children feed the fish. He came aside and asked. Aha. Shin Ruishi subconsciously replied. She just answered. A steamed bun appeared in front of her. Looking back it was Pan An who handed it to her and smiled at her. Guessed you wanted to feed it. Got it from home. Just happened to have it left over from dinner yesterday. After saying this, Pan An broke the steamed bun from the center and handed half of it to Shin Ruishi. Shin Ruishi took half a steamed bun, looked at the bun and then at Pan An, and finally looked at the fish under the bridge. Snow-white fingers pinched off a small piece of steamed bread and threw it into the lake. As if the fish had a sense, the chrysalis came, instantly devouring the small piece of steamed bread slices. Seeing this scene Shin Ruishi felt very interesting. The corners of his mouth hung with a smile, pulled off another piece of steamed bread slices, and once again threw it into the water. So repeatedly, not a moment Shin Ruishi hand half a steamed bread has disappeared. But the lake fish are not yet finished, or gathered at the feet of Shin Ruishi, for fear of missing the feeding. Shin Ruishi grabbed to his hand, but nothing. Looked down. The hand has only a little crumbs, just too involved, has forgotten that he has fed the light. So then she looked at Pan An, who had just been watching her casting. And it was fun to watch a beautiful maiden feed a fish. So his half of a steamed bun hadn't moved yet. No. Shin Ruishi stared at the white steamed buns in his hand, then stretched out his hand. I'll take it. Then why is student Shin Ruishi pretending to be a delinquent? No. Give it or take it. However, instead of twisting her head and saying no, as Pan An thought, Shin Ruishi grabbed it while Pan An was looking at her. Slightly. He even proudly looked back after grabbing it and spat out his little tongue in a very naughty way to taunt Pan An. Hey, where's your Miss Shin arrogance? No, she didn't care how Panon was doing, and continued to feed the fish with the half bun she had snatched. Panon didn't say anything, he hadn't hoped to be able to ask, so he just continued to watch the beautiful maiden feed the fish, and Shin Rueishi's mischievous tongue spitting just now was really cute, adorable to his heart. After watching Shin Rueishi feed all the steamed buns in his hand to the fish, the two of them also began to continue to swim. Some people fished here, some people took pictures next to them, and some people rode their bicycles past them. It was late after the duo strolled through the old bridge park. It was already 4 o'clock. Let's go to the movies. Missy, watching a movie? Yeah, one street over from Gulbridge Park is Deering Plaza, and there's a movie theater and a lot of them over there. I've never been to the movies. It's true, both before and after her parents' divorce, she watched movies on the family TV, having never been to a movie theater. She used to go out to dinner with her parents and could see people coming out of movies, and she used to want to go, but was too embarrassed to ask her mother about it. At that time she was the good girl, only listening to her parents. Beyond what they said she only wanted to do. Like that? Then go. With that said, Panon took her hand and walked over to Deering Plaza. Being held by Panon walked a few steps before Shin Rueishi remembered that the two of them were holding hands. Originally she wanted to break free, but looking at the teenager in front of her, and then look at his hand that was not gripped too firmly, and in the end, she did not break free. Maybe you're just used to it? Or maybe she has fallen and is a bad girl herself. Holding Shin Rueishi hand of Panon is also a little surprised. She actually did not break free. Look back. Shin Rueishi's small face is a little red, lowered his head, obediently by his own lead. Appropriate intimacy is a great way to pull each other together, provided, of course, that the other person doesn't have an aversion to it, which is fundamental. Arriving at the theater, Shin Rueishi really didn't seem to have been here before, and couldn't take her eyes off the movie posters in the lobby of the theater, as if she was interested in every single one of them. Well, which one do you want to see? I don't know. Then the tiger is out. Would this be too childish? I do think it suits Miss Shin. Humph. Shin Rueishi knew that Panon was calling himself childish, and grunted and twisted her head, her little mouth bulging. Panon walked to the ticket office and bought 2 tickets. The ticket agent's eyes were still sharp, and just now noticed the two, the yellow-haired girl and the delinquent boy. The two of them still had high face value. There's also popcorn and Coke over here. Would you like that? Panon looked back at Shin Rueishi, who was looking at him, and thought for a moment that the words of eating a bucket of popcorn wouldn't be out of place in terms of intimacy. Then get a bucket of popcorn and 2 Cokes. Would you like a large or medium bucket of popcorn? Coke, large or medium? A medium bucket of popcorn is fine. And a large Coke. Okay, that's a total of 105 over here. After payment the clerk began to let the staff next to him fill the popcorn with Coke. Panon of course could not take it alone, so he turned to Shin Rueishi and waved. Shin Rueishi saw Panon waving at him and ran to Panon. What's wrong? Shin Rueishi came to Panon's side when Panon's hand had not yet been put down. Looking at Shin Rueishi with questions, he felt a little cute, so he rubbed this yellow hair. After rubbing it without waiting for Shin Rueishi to react, he took the popcorn from the clerk and stuffed it to Shin Rueishi. Shin Rueishi had just reacted from being rubbed in the head, and was about to get angry, when a bucket full of popcorn appeared in his arms, and the anger he had just prepared for suddenly vanished. Here and a Coke. Doubtfully the other hand was stuffed with a Coke, both hands full. Panon then held his Coke in his left hand and 2 movie tickets in his right hand and waved them in front of Shin Rueishi's eyes. Come on Missy. Whoops. Following Panon towards the ticket check, Shin Rueishi was in a hurry now, a big bucket of popcorn in her left hand, white and golden. She didn't have the hands to eat it. It's possible to fall headfirst into it and eat it, but that would be indecent, so she was now anxious. Following behind Panon to check her ticket and walk towards the screening room. She had never been here before, so she was worried about what to do about the movie later. Wouldn't she not be able to eat? Should I open my mouth for Panon? But wouldn't that make him think he's a glutton? Nope. Why would I care about that? Bought it to eat. Walking all the way to the screening room, they were about to be seated. Shin Rueishi only made up her mind to speak, but just after saying a word she froze. The armrests of the movie seats had a special place to put the Coke. What's wrong? Panon turned back to Shin Rueishi and asked. No, it's fine. This Pam, I can't believe she didn't tell me. No more popcorn for him. After sitting down Shin Rueishi cradled the popcorn in her arms and looked warily at Panon. Looking at Shin Rueishi like this, Panon smiled and took a sip of his happy water. Looking at the theater screen, it didn't take long for the images to start appearing. After some advertisements with fire escape propaganda, the lights went out. In the darkness Shin Rueishi looked left and right. Then the dragon logo appeared on the screen and the movie started. Okay, the movie starts. Whoops. After saying that, Shinruishi grabbed a handful of popcorn and ate it one by one. The movie started 5 minutes. Shinruishi has been into the middle of the obvious mouth, said Childish. The body is quite honest. Even though she was engaged in the movie, her hands didn't stop grabbing popcorn and eating it. Pan took advantage of the darkness and started grabbing popcorn to eat as well. Then he accidentally let Shinruishi grab his hand. Shinruishi, who grabbed Pan's hand, obviously froze for a moment and wasn't watching the movie anymore, turning his head to look at Panan, who smiled awkwardly. I told you how it's all going to be gone. Pam, you're stealing food. Hey, Miss Shin, how can you say that I bought it? You can't say that it's stealing food, right? Shinruishi was speechless, looking at Panan with a grudge, thinking, it's not like I'm not letting you eat. Why are you eating so sneakily? It's not stealing food. Shinruishi's tone was noticeably weaker by a few points, but wrapped his arms around the popcorn without letting go, and became more wary of Panan. Panan wasn't angry. Instead, he found it amusing that Shinruishi made him feel like he wanted to bully. Although I thought so, but I didn't really practice it. Goodwill should be accumulated slowly. It's hard to accumulate a lot of goodwill until now today, so I can't give up on it. Here, grab another one for you. Panan was just thinking about it when he heard Shinruishi's nice voice. She handed over the bucket of popcorn and looked at Panan with her eyes wide open. Panan grabbed a small handful and smiled at Shinruishi. Thank you, Mr. Shin. Humph. After watching Panan grab a handful, Shinruishi retrieved the popcorn bucket and quietly ate it himself. After an hour or so, the movie ended. Well, what? A first-time viewing experience. Okay, come on then, let's go downstairs for dinner. How about fondue? I've never had fondue. During the time of eating hot pot, Panan was thinking, Shinruishi obviously looks like a big lady. How come she looks like a rustic girl from the countryside? Or is she really a big lady of a certain family, who was not allowed to have access to this since she was a child, and had her 3 meals a day arranged and rationalized? For all this, Panan was not allowed to know, but could only take his time to understand. Shinruishi, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, enjoyed the hot pot for the first time, and after eating the shrimp sliders in the bowl, he looked at Panan and hesitantly opened his mouth. Paman, how about another order of shrimp sliders? Eventually the desire for shrimp sliders overcame her arrogance. Last one. No, it's on me. In the form of an order of fatty beef tacos. The two had been eating for nearly 2 hours now, and the time was almost 8 o'clock, and it was dark outside. Panan originally thought that just after a large cup of Coke and popcorn down, Miss Shin eat hot pot is just casually eat. Did not expect her. Finally ordered 2 more shrimp sliders and a fatty beef roll after Shinruishi satisfied with full, wipe his mouth, go to the cashier to settle the bill. The duo walked out of the mall as a light rain fell from the sky and pedestrians weaved in and out with umbrellas. Come on, let's go ahead and get a cab to take you back. Good. Panan stood on the side of the road and stopped a car. Sitting in the car with Shinruishi, his eyes looking at Shinruishi. Where does your family live? The Qurshan residence. Master goes to the Chuishang residence. Panan does not know where Chuishangju is, what kind. He and Shinruishi in a car also want to see if this Miss Shin is really a big lady. It's not that Panan is a snob. It's just that having more information would allow you to prescribe the right medication and be prepared if it ends in nothing. In the car, the two of them sat on the left and right. Shinruishi sidestepped his head and looked out the window. A light rain pattered, and the windows were covered by the rain. Through the car window can only see the window lights, neon flashing. Want to really see but cannot do. The dark night can only see these lights. The two did not speak. The car was very quiet. Even the master driver did not speak. Being a driver will usually chat with the passengers, but he did not. This master driver has a good eye. Isn't it just a quarrelsome young couple? He's pulled quite a few himself. Half an hour later, the car stopped, and the driver, without looking at the two, said faintly that he had arrived. Want me to walk you there? Pam spoke up. No, it's close. Thanks for today. With that, he clutched the chain of his bracelet bag and ran in the direction of home. Looking at the line of sight, Shinruishi gradually ran away, and then looked at this upscale neighborhood. Panan sighed with relief. Not bad, not really missy on the line. Paman doesn't want to be dumped for a few $1 million. Listen to that. Stay away from my daughter in the future. Pulling the door closed, Panan said to the master driver. Master, go to the Sunrise neighborhood. Good. Driver driving start. He even looked at the wrong. The original is not a couple? On the other side, Shinruishi had already arrived at home, draining the bathtub while making a phone call. Hey, Auntie Zhang. I'd like to have hot pot for lunch tomorrow. Aha, just hot pot. Dish, vegetables. I want shrimp slider and fatty beef rolls. Other? Just buy whatever you want for the others, Auntie Zhang. After hanging up the phone, Shin Ruishi remembered everything that happened today. The face cannot help but some red. This Panin is quite good. The next day, Panin woke up and yawned. It was Sunday, and looking at the time it was almost noon. On the other side of the room, Shin Ruishi watched his nanny, Auntie Zhang, go in and out of the kitchen and dining room, where a gas stove was placed in the center of the dining table with a white ceramic pot on top. Ms. Shin, do you want the Sancho or the spicy one? I bought both kinds of ingredients. Spicy is fine. Good. Auntie Zhang got the hot pot ready after some more busy work. Ms. Shin, you can just shabu shabu in there. I've mixed the ingredients bowl for you. Don't worry about it when you're done eating. I'll come over and wash it later. I have to go back and cook for my son now. Aunt Zhang left, and the house, which was not yet feeling cold, instantly quieted down. Looking at the hot pot that was already boiling, Shin Ruishi poured the dishes in one by one, quietly sitting on the side and waiting for it to cook. Obviously not even started to eat. Shin Ruishi already felt that it was not as delicious as yesterday's. Should we call him? Ask him to come and eat with us? But will he come? He'll come. But wouldn't that be a total degradation? Bringing boys home. Eventually Shin Ruishi dialed Panan's number. Hello, how's Ms. Shin? Why don't you say something? You meow if you've been kidnapped. Woof if you want to invite me out. No way. Dodo. The other end of the Panan looked at the hung-up phone some puzzled. Call also did not speak. Spoke and hung up. Mistemperament is still difficult to fathom. In the end, Shin Ruishi ate the hot pot by himself in a gambling mood. This bad man obviously wanted to invite him to eat hot pot, but even wanted to make himself learn how to bark like a dog. Just like that, the weekend passed and came to a new week. Shin Ruishi came to school and glared at Panan the moment she saw him. This left Panacea a little confused, but it didn't matter. This week was still as calm as the previous week, and on the weekend, Panan once again asked Shin Ruishi to come out to play. And Shin Ruishi came out. For all of this, Shin Ruishi attributed it all to the fact that she was already a bad girl and was degrading herself. This went on for a month. And it was also the day that Panan finally realized why Shin Ruishi was pretending to be a delinquent. Friday afternoon, after school. Does Miss Shin want to sit in my house? Taste my mom's handiwork. Where is your home? It's close. It's the Sunrise neighborhood over there. I'll check it out. The time she spent in contact with Panan, Shin Ruishi found it very interesting, so she somewhat involuntarily agreed to Panan's proposal. Okay, then go. Very naturally Panan took Shin Ruishi's hand and walked towards the Sunrise neighborhood. In this month, for the matter of holding Shinjishi's hand, Panan could be said to be perfected, making the people in the school envious. Shin Ruishi didn't refuse. Anyway, she was already a bad girl. Just let him be. Following behind Panan, she was curious all the way, looking here and there, and didn't react until she got to Panan's door. Mom, I'm home. Little N's back. Ha, and this is? Lui walked to the foyer to greet her son, and the next moment she saw the little beauty he was holding. My classmate. Shin Ruishi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This girl is so cute looking. Shin Ruishi looked at the mature woman in front of him and remembered what Panan had just called her. Hello auntie, I'm Panan's classmate. Hit disturbed. Hello auntie, I'm Panan's classmate. Hit, bother. No bother. No bother. Come on, is it okay if auntie calls you Resignation? Luyu snatched the little beauty from her own son's hands and led Shin Ruishi's hand into the living room. Shin Ruishi was very shy, lowered her head, did not dare to look at Luyu, and was led to sit on the living room sofa like this. Pam went back to her bedroom to put her book bag away, and when she returned the two were already chatting. Pam, and go make dinner. Your dad isn't coming home tonight. I'll have a nice chat with Resignation. Panan crossed her arms. What kind of mother is like this? Shouldn't you go cook while I chat with her? Though Panacea thought this, she did not say it out loud and turned to walk into the kitchen. Auntie, does Pam still cook? Shin Ruishi looked at Luyu and gathered the courage to ask. Of course, Paman's cooking is very much in my wheelhouse. Did you teach him that, auntie? He's the one who wants to learn it. Says he can make it for himself later too. So, Shin Ruishi set his eyes to look at the kitchen busy Panan. She never thought that Panan this bad will still be cooking. Auntie assured that let him do dishes does not mean that he does very good. Panan, this person is really strange. Not only good looking, study okay, people are also very good. Now even good at cooking? Shin Ruishi was a bit unconvinced, and would definitely savor it later. Had enough? Looking at the clean and dry rice bowl, Panan asked. Full. After answering, Shin Ruishi's face reddened. She ate and got into it, completely forgetting that this was in Panan's house. Ha ha, it seems that Xiao Ruishi likes it a lot, and you're welcome to come more often in the future. Panan, you keep her company. I'll go wash the dishes. Good. LV, you went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. leaving Pan and Shin Ruishi alone in the dining room. Want to watch TV? No. Your room is that? The Panin home wasn't large. 2 rooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom, to the extent that it could be seen at a glance. Want to come to my room? It's over here. But there's nothing interesting in my room. Shun Ruishi followed Panin into his bedroom. A small bed, a long desk, a bookcase, a closet, a computer, a window. Shin Ruishi looked around and walked to the bookcase, which had many things on it. Books, miscellaneous items, hand-me-downs, and group photos. Shin Ruishi took down the group photo. It was of Panin's family of 3. She had one too, only it was shattered. Along with her family. Sighing, she put the photo back and looked at the family of 3 in the photo again. And she was suddenly so envious of Panin. The two returned to the living room. Panin turned on the TV. To Shin Ruishi put Tiger out to watch. And Shin Ruishi although the white Panin a glance, but also watched with great interest. LVU also finished washing the dishes at this time, carrying a plate of cut apples and put it in front of Shin Ruishi, with 2 plastic transparent forks inserted on it. After putting down the apple, Lu Yu went back to her bedroom and called her husband. Old Pan, I'll tell you, my son has grown up and knows to bring back cabbages from other people's homes. How old is little Anne? How big? What's wrong with that? My son is so handsome and has always been single. I almost suspect my son's sexual orientation. Ray, you're a mom who worries blindly all day long. Only if it's as free range as you are. The couple tossed and turned. Shin Ruishi in the living room ate an apple and soon ate it all. Panin still had to sigh at Miss Shin's good appetite. You can't just not feed her at home, can you? Panin looked out the window. It was getting late. He should send Shin Ruishi home. Saying hello to his mom, Panin took Shin Ruishi and left the house, walking on the road out of the neighborhood. Shin Ruishi was very silent, even more silent than when she came, obviously didn't even speak, but Panin just felt that she was not in a good mood. What's wrong, Miss Shun? You can talk to me if you're not happy. By the way, how was my cooking? Yummy. Thanks for the compliment. So why is Miss Shin in a bad mood? I thought it was because my dishes weren't good. Panin let go of the hand he was holding and walked in front of Shin Ruishi, blocking her way. Shin Ruishi looked up at Panin, bit her lip, and finally opened her mouth. Haven't you always wondered why I'm pretending to be a delinquent? The two sat on a bench by the side of the road, and Shin Ruishi recounted why he played bad. After listening to Shin Ruishi, Panin roughly understood that the good girl's self-degradation was to attract her mother's attention. That, actually, it can't be considered bad to dye your hair yellow. You see, my mom didn't even just ask you why you dyed your hair. She just thought it was very individualistic. So your mom should think so too. Shin Ruishi frowned. How dyeing yellow hair is not bad anymore. If your goal is to get your mother's attention, you should first think about why she doesn't notice you. Why? Because she's busy. In a lawsuit. In a divorce. Yeah, she'll only be able to put her eyes back on you once all this is done. And you just said your father's still abroad. So that's only going to make things harder for your mother. So it's just you thinking too much. Really? Sure. Or you can call her tonight and see what she says. Good. Sending Shin Ruishi away, Panin exhaled a breath. As long as there are no surprises, her heart settlement is unlocked. Then he should also have a chance, right? Shin Ruishi returned home. She picked up the phone. Her mother was a doctor. Sometimes she had to do surgery, so she might not get off work very late. She was afraid of disturbing her mother, so she waited until 11 o'clock to gather the courage to dial the phone. The phone rang for almost a minute, just as Shin Ruishi was about to hang up when the phone connected. Hey, what's wrong with Resignation Sia this late? Hello? What's wrong? Is everything okay? Shin Ruishi hadn't heard her mother's voice for too long, and instantly cried out in aggravation when she heard that it was okay. Why are you crying? It's okay, Mom, I missed you. In fact, Shin Ruishi oddball should be inherited from his mother. Yen Yun in the lawsuit this time has always felt that their daughter is very independent, so there is not much call. Sometimes send a message to Shin Ruishi will also be treated as perfunctory. And the hospital where Yen Yun works is far away from home. He has always lived in this side of the house, and the man's previous house. Do not want to make his daughter think too much, so he did not let her move over. Plus Yen Yun can't cook herself and doesn't want her daughter to order takeout, so she hires a nanny, which is taken by Shun Ruishi as a major point that her mother doesn't care about herself. So that means that one of these two feels that their daughter is old enough and independent enough to be on her own, while the other feels that their mother doesn't care about them anymore and doesn't want to be bothered. Good girl. I should be divorced next week. I'll be back to see you tomorrow. No crying. Mother and daughter talked a lot. There is work. There is the school. And about the man. Finally Shin Ruishi quietly fell asleep. Yen Yun looked at the sound of breathing coming from the phone to reveal a smile. The next day Shin Ruishi woke up early in the morning. His mother should come at night. At noon on Saturday. My own mom went to play with her girlfriends and stayed home by herself to watch TV. Knock knock. Looking toward the foyer, there was a knock at the door, and Panacea wondered who it could be at this hour. Walking to the door and opening it, he froze, not only because of the visitor, but because there was something different about this visitor. Shinru Weishi, 1902 to 1995. Novelist. What? Don't recognize me anymore? Come with me. Go buy groceries. Panon followed Shinru Weishi. It seems to be satisfactorily resolved, and now speaks with much more confidence, and also dyed the little yellow hair back, a head of soft black hair, in front of his own face to shake and shake. Panon, come quickly, we have cooking to do when we get back. So Miss Shin is asking me to be a chef? Yeah, right. Don't you have a babysitter at your house? So, that babysitter dish wasn't cooked well. So that means my cooking is good? Panon flirted and looked at Shinru Weishi. Shinru Weishi, though she wanted to deny it but still didn't. She skimmed her mouth and didn't say anything. She took it as a tacit acceptance. After all, she had a request from Panon now. Yes, one has to keep one's head down when one is under the roof. And Panon's cooking is just average. Well, average good. It seems that Miss Shin has acquiesced. Humph. A compulsion. Don't be too proud. So I go? No going. Panon made a move to leave, but Shinru Weishi grabbed him and didn't let him go. Fine. No go. But what's in it for me? What favor do you want? Shinru Weishi crossed her arms and tilted her head to look at Panon. Be my girlfriend? Panon looked at Shinru Weishi's eyes and finished the sentence. Shinru Weishi's face instantly reddened after hearing this, and his tone stuttered. You wish? No. This period of time together Shinru Weishi understand a lot of Panon. To ask her heart willing? She does not know. She feels good about Panon, but whether this is like she does not know. And haven't we always been boyfriend and girlfriend? That's so fake. Fake too. Quickly. Pam, what do you think of this fish? Shinru Weishi began to evade the question, and Panon did not pursue it any further. It was only a matter of time. He believed he would succeed. That said, is it in a girl's nature to be haughty? I don't think it's good. What are you going to say when your mom asks, that you did it or that I did it? Well, you haven't thought about this, have you? So what do you say? Just tell your aunt that your boyfriend made it. No way. Panon bought good food in Shinru Weishi. Two people in the restaurant simply deal with a meal, and then came to Shinru Weishi home. High-end neighborhoods actually seems to be no different. Panon stood in the kitchen. Shinru Weishi stood next to him, although it was said to be playing the hands, but it was just washing the dishes, not doing anything else. The two worked all afternoon, finally made a table of dishes. Just when Panon took chopsticks, thought of this girl has not paid himself, not going to leave him to eat, right? Miss Shin, I can eat here, right? Panon, looking at Shinru Weishi, this girl is obviously a little embarrassed, her eyes hiding. Shinru Weishi was also clear that if he didn't let Panon eat here it would definitely be wrong. Unloading the mill and killing the donkey, he naturally couldn't do that. Fine. Shinrushi, you're going to unload on me, aren't you? I'll just wait here and tell auntie when she comes back. No, not allowed. You say what you're going to do, besides being a girlfriend or something. I don't know, It's better if Shin suggests it. If I'm not satisfied I'll have to meet my parents early. As soon as he heard the parents, Shinru Weishi became a little anxious. His face was red, and he immediately jumped into Panon's arms and covered his mouth. No talking, I'll buy you a month's worth of meals, won't I? Panon shook his head. How could it be so easy to fool? 2 months then. Finally in 3 months Panon agreed. Shinru Weishi clenched his fists. This Panon even took advantage of the fire. Just felt that he was quite good. This is not a bandit. Panon has left and Yin-Yun has returned. Shinru Weishi jumped into Yin-Yun's arms the moment she saw her again. And Yin-Yun also felt a little sorry for her daughter, patting Shinru Weishi's back and comforting her. Have you eaten yet? Resignation? Shall we go out to eat? Not yet. Mom, you're coming with me. I have a surprise for you. What? Shinru Weishi led Yin-Yun towards the dining room, and Yin-Yun's eyes lit up at the sight of a table of food. Resignation, yeah, these are? I did it with my classmate. I gave him a hand. What about your classmates? He had something to do and went home. You girl, why don't you stay for dinner? At least they made it. Yin-Yun didn't even think in terms of this boy being a boy because it seemed to her that her daughter must be very emotional about her father cheating on her and wouldn't have much contact with boys. I left him, but he really had something to do. Well, Mom, sit down and try these dishes. My classmate is very good at cooking. Yin-Yun tasted a bite and her eyes lit up, then looked at her daughter who was waiting for a compliment. Very good indeed. Rhetoric, you can learn a hand with your classmates. I'll say more. In the coming month Shinru Weishi really just covers Panon's meals. Even breakfast will be brought for Panon. So at one point in the school it was rumored that Shin Ruishi had become the humble party in a relationship, a rumor that made Shin Ruishi's crushes heartbroken. Time has come to the time of winter vacation. And the teacher said that the moment the class cheered, looking forward to the stars and the moon, finally looking forward to the winter vacation. Everyone is very happy. Panin is okay, Shin Ruishi a little unhappy. After everyone left one after another, Shin Ruishi and Panin also walk side by side and prepared to leave. It snows early in the winter in Haichang, and it just so happened that this year, snowflakes fluttered the day before winter vacation, and after the last day of classes, a layer of white snow had accumulated outside the classroom. The two of them walked on the road to the school entrance. Shin Ruishi bowed his head and was silent. Panin looked up at the drifting snow. The two of them were very quiet. Until they walked to the school entrance, Shin Ruishi only opened his mouth. Pam, why don't you say something? I'm watching the snow. Is snow that good? It's okay, I see you once a year. Don't you want to say something to me? Be my girlfriend? Panin had said this 5 times within this month, and Shin Ruishi had rejected it without exception. Although she had heard it several times, she was shy and anxious every time she heard it, and her 2 little faces were flushed, which was noticeable in the white-capped campus. It's not that. What's that? You won't see me for the next month, won't you be sad? Oh, of course it's sad. That's more like it. I'm going back to Grandma's house and won't be able to come play with you. Well, have a safe trip. Humph. Hypocritical. I'm leaving. We'll talk on the phone. Shin Ruishi crossed her arms and beeped and grunted. A small set of moves was smooth. And after that, she walked away. Bye. Watch out for slippery roads. I'm not going to slip. In the middle of her sentence she fell over, dropping to the ground without making a sound, as if she was sulking. Panin stifled his laughter and ran over to pick up Shin Ruishi, who glared at him viciously, then quickly ran away and called a car. Out of Panin's line of sight, Panin looked at the vehicle far away and smiled. For the good face of Shin Ruishi, fall is considered to be face-off. Panin returned home. His parents were there, and before long it would be a new year. And when school started I hoped that everyone would be able to have their hearts in the right place and everything would be fine. Winter vacation. Not short and not long in a month. The words between Shin Ruishi and Panin are few and far between. Mainly Shin Ruishi, this girl's problem. Panin was very understanding. Given what he knew about the girl, she must have been sneaking around talking to herself for fear of being caught by her mother. Panin was not really bored at home, walking relatives, going out, looking for blue smoke. The time flashed to the day of the beginning of the school year. After a simple breakfast, Pam left the house. Arriving at the school, after taking his seat, Panin turned his gaze to the seat in front of him, still empty. Its owner hadn't come yet. The classroom is not too many students. Many come early to make up for the homework. Pen diligently writing winter vacation homework. Feeling bored, Panin yawned. Getting up early was an easy way to get sleepy. After yawning, the familiar silhouette appeared in front of her eyes, carrying her own small school bag, walking up to Panin, with the same ditzy missy eyes, humming after looking at Panin. It's been a long time, Miss Shin. Propping up his head, Panin waved his hand to greet Shin Ruishi. Another new year. The two have known each other for half a year. For this bratty Miss Panin has always been very casual, and now the relationship between the two is more like a friendship. Will there be another confession later? Maybe it will? After a long time Panin was rather not in a hurry. Shin Ruishi was there, and she herself was not a licking dog. After the winter vacation Panin looked very open. This girl or let nature take its course. Slowly grinding the nature is good. It's only been a month. Okay. A month is not a short time. It's not that long. By the way, did you finish your homework? You want a copy? Here. Saying that, Panin handed Shin Ruishi the homework on the side. Not at all. I was afraid you hadn't finished it and was going to lend you a copy. Ooh-hoo. Finished writing. Thank you Miss Shin for caring. But I've heard people say that a girl taking the initiative to borrow your homework to copy or something is a sign of liking someone. Miss Shin likes me? You, me, did not. Being stimulated by Panin, Shin Ruishi blushed and turned away in anger. Ignoring Panin, the two had shared with each other over winter break, and Pam hadn't made a confession. This time teasing her just after school had started. Her heart, which had been calm for a month, rippled again, the waves cascading and pounding her insides. During her time with Pam and she noticed changes in herself. Changes that were based on her former self. Before, she wouldn't share her life with boys, go out on dates, or offer to lend her homework to someone to copy. She was well aware of the fact that the two seemed to be no different from a young couple's daily routine except for the confirmation of their relationship, which had the film of that fake couple. Pamin tried to poke and prod a few times herself, because she still thought it was too soon. And this would be fine for now. At the very least, shouldn't you at least be in love in middle school? His mother, Yan Yun definitely couldn't approve of what he was doing, and early love and all that was definitely not an option right now, at least not until high school. He would stay on for high school, and so would Panon, and when the time came to enroll in a high school together, then if he was confessing his love for him, then he would agree. If he doesn't confess? Herself, then let her confess. Thinking of this, Shin Rueishi's face flushed a few more points, turned back and shyly glanced at Panon, although Panon did not know why but still smiled. Turning back, Shin Rueishi looked at the class. Everyone was busy with themselves. After all, they were all in the second book of the junior high school. The midterm exam was coming up soon. Many students were nervous. There are times when everyone relaxes after a stressful day, like the love of discussing gossip, discussing the divine couple, Panon and Shin Rueishi, and the sweet love routine between the two. Shin Rueishi was in the class for half a year. Of course he wouldn't just cross paths with Panon. There were still a few girls he played well with, so she's been teased from time to time about envying her or something. She and Panon are a fake couple, but a fake couple is still a couple, so she is very flattered by the envy of these girls. Having a super handsome boyfriend of her own and all that, now is false but does not mean that the future is false. Wait until high school will give Panon turn. Now it is all for the love of the two not to be stick. Panon, you have to understand my good intentions. Miss Shun? What's wrong? Shin Rueishi, who was fantasizing about the future, heard the sound and turned back to look at her handsome fake boyfriend. March is the triennial school festival. There will be a program organized then. Do you plan to participate? Can we join in? Academics are intense, but this school festival is once every 3 years, and the school is so supportive that a little performance doesn't really hurt your grades. Are you in? I still want to sit on stage and call Miss Shun. Well, I'll think about it. Consider? Meaning Miss Resignation Xia has a specialty in that area? Is that singing or dancing? Singing. Proudly skimming her head, Shin Rueishi stated her specialty. I kinda want to hear you sing. Panon, who was propping up his head, grinned, and this grin accompanied Panon's words, once again causing Shin Rueishi to blush. She had always felt that Panon was very handsome, even more so every time she got close to look at him, and these words coupled with Panon's teenage boyishly sunny smile were very lethal to Shin Rueishi, a young girl who had just begun to have her first love affair. Well, then, I'll grant your wish, but thank me properly. Properly. Blushing, Shin Rueishi stammered out this sentence and then busily turned around, once again leaving Panon with a good-looking back. Time passes day by day. Unknowingly more than half a month has passed. These days Panon and Shin Rueishi is still the same. Will be about to come out to play. The two are becoming more and more like a couple, but they know it's a fake couple. And there's one thing missing in comparison to what they had before, and that's Pam's confession. Shin Rueishi has no opinion on this. The two of them are quite good now. The fake couple is also a couple. Pam's idea was not to cheapen the confession, and this was a good routine. The time came at the end of February, the promotional week for the school's anniversary, a time when classroom teachers start organizing programs and scheduling activities. Pam's homeroom teacher was no exception, starting the campaign early and asking what people thought. For the once every 3 years school celebration, students are still very enthusiastic. All of a sudden is 3 or 5 programs. Of course, there is also Shin Rueishi's solo. After the program was reported up, everyone started practicing. Shin Rueishi and the music teacher on this side is quite familiar with the lunch break self-study, will go to the music classroom to practice. Other students also found free time to organize rehearsals and everything was in order. A week went by like this, and soon it was time to screen the programs, and that's how many of them ended up being able to perform on stage or not. Panon stayed in the classroom and waited. It was a study hall and half the students had gone over there to wait for the performance and then critique it to see if they could get on the school show. Half a class passed. Shin Rueishi returned. Shin Rueishi came back, only to come back with some loss on his face, sitting back in his seat without speaking to Panacea. Panacea knew why without asking, but now was the time to brush off the favor. What's wrong? A lost face? When she heard Panon's voice, Shin Rueishi turned her head. Her moist little mouth pouted, looking a little cute. Didn't get picked. Why? Asking these words with understanding, Shin Rueishi turned around and began to speak to him properly. Those judges said my show had no vibe. It was just a one-man show and it didn't make sense. So, well, I'll listen to your show even if it's just you. Tomorrow's the weekend. Why don't we go to one of those karaoke rooms for 2? Panon propped his head up and smiled. School is school. That look isn't going to change. Whether Shin Rueishi singing has no meaning or not, he is very happy to listen to it. A girl rarely won a show once. Your support will make the other party's good feelings multiply. Shin Rueishi heard Panon's words, head raised. Panon completely put himself in the position of the boyfriend. We do what the words say easily, like a real boyfriend in the arrangement of the 2 weekend plans like. Of course she didn't say no, and agreed with a little arrogance. Then I'll go with you begrudgingly. Ha! The weekend came as planned, and the two of them met in the square in front of the mall, just as they had planned. Hey, Pam N. This way. Panin, who had just walked to the plaza, heard the sound and looked over. Shin Ruweishi was wearing a white inner beige jacket and the same beige long skirt underneath. She stood in the people coming and going and waved directly at herself. The smile on her face was not hidden, compared to the first time when the constraints. Now is the real Shin Ruweishi. Really? You're so slow. It's not slow. There's still 2 minutes to go before the appointment. Humph. I don't care. I have to be on time for your appointment. So this is a date for us? Panin asked with a smile. And Shin Ruweishi blushed after a slight reaction. Although the duo had many dates, the question was not answered positively. Not at all. With that said, he unnaturally took Panacea's hand and walked into the mall. Last time in Shin Ruweishi come to see the movie when Panin noticed this mini KTY outside. After watching the movie, Shin Ruweishi also asked himself what this is. After explaining, this girl's eyes stayed many times. Today was a chance to bring Missy for a good experience. Inside the mini KTY is very simple. A screen and 2 high stools, 2 pairs of headphones and 2 microphones. The curtains are drawn as not to be disturbed by outsiders in the independent space. Here's your headphones, put them on and screen tap. Shin Ruweishi took the headset and mic handed by Panin and started operating on the screen. Panin was wearing headphones, and he had absolutely no intention of trying to sing, so he watched Shinjishi operate. It didn't take long for her to order a song and start singing after adjusting her headphones. Ba 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 ba. Dululululu. Shin Ruweishi sang you and Panin watched the lyrics scroll as Shin Ruweishi hummed those 2 lines and then it was Baby Come On. Seeing this, Panin smiled, wanting to see how Shin Ruweishi reacted. This girl noticed her gaze. Her face slightly red, glared at Panin and chose not to sing. The wind is gentle and I hear your voice. Shin Ruweishi's singing voice came out from within the headphones, and Panin listened in a bit of a daze. Soon after the beginning of spring is the day of the outbreak of influenza. Shin Ruweishi, this girl coincidentally on the trick, although these days by Panin urged to take medication on time, has been much better, but her voice was still a bit rusty. So last night Shin Ruweishi was still worried, but on second thought Panin shouldn't mind. The truth of the matter was that Panin really didn't mind. And the opening of this opening was a kneeling teenage frosted voice that made Panin's ears a little pregnant. Shin Ruweishi watched Panin froze, inwardly slightly pleased. He was prepared for a long time. The district Panin or whatever, directly take down. An hour later, Shin Ruweishi walked through the mall holding the milk tea that Panin had bought, and the two of them continued to wander blindly, having a dinner together, and the day was over. The time she spent with Panin made Shin Ruweishi's pastime seem pale, and she nearly sank each time. How she wanted to nod her head in agreement when Panin confessed his love, but she didn't, because she didn't want such a beautiful scene to be stopped, by the school, by her parents, and anyway at least that was enough for now, and we'd talk about it later. Another week came and it was the day of the school festival, and the show program started in the afternoon, when all the students brought their benches to the playground to watch the program. Sitting on the playground, Shin Ruweishi sat down against Panin, and the two of them watched the program together. And one program is a group of girls dancing in skirts. A glance at all the legs. Shin Ruweishi looked at the stage, some gnashing of teeth. Does this make sense? Maybe because it's a group program, it's not good to cut? And the previous shows didn't have the same vibe as this one. As soon as Shin Ruweishi heard this, he tilted his head up and looked at Panin, who had his eyes on the stage at that moment. And you're looking at it with relish. You're not allowed to look. Shin Ruweishi was completely unconcerned about the staring eyes of the homeroom teacher behind him, covering Panin's eyes with his hand. The duo were then dragged to the office by their homeroom teacher to talk after the school day, but the homeroom teacher was okay and not that curmudgeonly, just telling the duo to pay attention. Walking out of the office, Shin Ruweishi did not remember at all, pouted and walked in front with his school bag. Panin smiled and followed. The days went by, spring went by, summer came by, and every day was very evocative to her. Everyone works hard under the pressure to get promoted and study hard to get a better grade and get into a better high school. Panin and Shin Ruweishi is also not an exception. Shin Ruweishi is going to take the same high school as Panin. The gap between their grades is not too big, but there is a little bit. Pam N, you and I enrolled in that high school together, you know. I'm sure I can pass you this month. Well, Miss Shin is a senior student anyways. She'll surpass me in a couple days. That's for sure. Then can Miss Shun be my official girlfriend? Not at all. At least not now. We'll talk about it later. Shin Ruweishi, as usual, refused Panin and turned around. At the moment he turned around, Panin's eyes crossed disappointment, and his eyes looked out the window, and it seems that there is no future in the future. 2 days ago, Panin's home. Mom, why do you look so happy? Your dad got promoted. He's going to be transferred to the mountain city, and you'll probably have to transfer to another school. I'll do the paperwork for you in the next few days. And you'll probably have to go over there for the midterm exams by then. Panon froze. He had been living over here for some years now, and it was still hard to get used to suddenly having to move for a while. By the way, Shawan, how is it going with that girl? Resignation? Yeah, I'm not against early love. If it's possible, I'd certainly support it, except that it's already been so long, which means you're still not together. Obviously it's been so long. I know you're not a sitting duck, so stopping in time is also an option. Anyway, my son is handsome and has a good cooking skill, so there's definitely no shortage of girls in the future. Got it, Mom. Lu Yu left. Panon pulled out a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Fake drama or something still cannot happen. Knowing each other for nearly a year, their daily routine is no different from that of a couple, except that there are fewer words to confirm their relationship, and Panon has thought it through without pursuing it too much, only increasing the frequency of confessions in the days leading up to their departure. As the clock ticks down to another Friday, the students gradually leave, leaving the classroom with just two people. Shinruishi and Panon leaving together was already a small everyday thing, and the two of them walked out of the school gate one after the other. Hey, Pam, why don't you say something? Then I like you. Shin. It's so formal. I'm not. You're a good person. Mr. Panon. Let's talk about it later. Okay? Alright, let's go. My grades improved a lot on this monthly exam. Let's continue to come out and play tomorrow. Let's meet in front of the mall 10 o'clock in the morning. Patting Panon on the shoulder, Shinruishi waved goodbye and got into a cab. The two parted at the school gates, one to the south and one to the north. Shinruishi was sitting in the car, still fantasizing internally about what she would do on her date tomorrow. But she didn't know that this was the last time she would meet Panon. Back home, the house is basically moved out. And after a good night's sleep and a pull tomorrow, it's time for Pam to say goodbye to this place. Shawan, you're back. You are also going to high school. I bought you a new cell phone today. Got a new card. From now on, use this number. Need to be in contact with re-added. Panon took her new cell phone and scrolled through her address book, adding the few people who were there. The eyes stopped at Shinruishi for a long time, also did not choose to add. Perhaps this play should also end. The next day, Shinruishi, carefully dressed to the mall square, has been waiting until 10 o'clock, also did not see Panon people. Inwardly cannot help but think Panon in what? He had not been late before. Obviously just 5 minutes had passed, but Shinruishi was panicking inside like never before. She took out her cell phone, wanting to ask Panon what was wrong, whether she was sick, but the message was sent out without any response. When she dialed the phone to call but prompted, this number is empty. For a moment she was more anxious, called the car and went to Panon's house, came to Panon's door, knocked, no response, knocked again, still no response. Undeterred, she began to call out Pam's name. Panon, Pan-an, Poonam. Her movement was heard by the neighbors, and the neighboring aunt poked her head out to look at Shinruishi. Girl, you're looking for the Pan kid next door? Yes. Auntie, do you know where they went? They moved. They moved a bunch yesterday, and the people moved this morning. Moving? Heard these two words Shinruishi as if struck by lightning. The whole person stood frozen in place. A word cannot say mouth. Moving? How could it be? Obviously. We were in class together yesterday. How could we suddenly move? And why didn't Panon give me a heads up? Why did Poonam leave? Why did he leave? Why doesn't he want me? Weren't they going to enroll in a high school together? How did you leave? How? Lost in thought, Shinruishi did not know how he returned home. When he opened the door, unexpectedly found that Yen Yun came back. When she saw Yen Yun that moment, she could no longer hold back, threw down the handbag, jumped into Yen Yun's arms and began to cry. Yen Yun saw Shinruishi entering the door, originally wanted to ask where to go, but saw his daughter's disoriented expression, did not open his mouth, and his daughter jumped into his arms the next moment, was more so that she did not know what to do. What's wrong? What's wrong? Tell mommy. Mom. The words that were meant to be said that Panon had left were gagged. Her mother had not known of Panon's existence until now, and she had kept it from her. Okay, tell me. What happened? Yen Yun pulled his daughter to sit on the sofa. She calmly looked at Shinruishi, asked half a day and did not say a word, just huffed and cried there. Are you in love? No. Shinruishi raised his head fiercely and hurriedly denied it. Then it seems so, knowing your daughter. I thought that asshole would keep you away from men, but it doesn't seem so now. Were you hurt by a man? Shinruishi lowered his head again and twisted his two hands together, not saying a word. Yen Yun was a whole lot of helpless. Just when she didn't know what to say, she found the cell phone right next to her. Her own daughter's cell phone. Taking advantage of this girl playing dumb, Yen Yun easily unlocked it. Nothing wrong with the desktop. Very plain kitten wallpaper. Open the chat software. The only two top is obvious. One is himself, another is the notepad. Seeing the notes, Yen Yun more and more sure of their own guesses. This is only how big their own cabbage was yellow hair to get it. Tap into the chat box and the chat background is a group photo. A group photo in a mini KTY. The photo shows a teenager and his daughter, and the two are not very close, but the couple feels like a couple. Yen Yun's first feeling is that his daughter's vision can still be this yellow hair looks very handsome, without any beauty face handsome. So this is your boyfriend? Shinrushi turned back to see his mother holding his cell phone, and on the screen was a picture of himself and Panon. Yikes, Mom, why are you messing with my phone? My daughter is going to be abducted by yellow hair, of course I have to worry. No, Panon, he's not a yellow hair either. It's true that Panacea isn't yellow hair, rather, it was her who was yellow hair before. That's protective? Come, now tell me about you and him. Slagging my daughter, unforgivable. Shinruishi eventually told the whole story about the two of them, while Yen Yun listened okay at first, but the more he listened, the more wrong he became, and the deeper his frown became. That doesn't seem right, does it? This handsome young man is not a scumbag and his own daughter is a scumbag? When did she raise her? It can't be that asshole who gave this girl a boost, right? But it's not like this girl was pretending when she just cried her eyes out. After Shinrushi finished speaking, Yen Yun rubbed her eyebrows and looked at her daughter with some hatred. Shinruishi lowered her head at the look and continued to twist her snow-white hands. Have you ever heard of the wolf? I know you mean no harm, but does Pam think so? When is the later? Any answer without certainty is rejection. And he's just stopping in time by not saying he's leaving. So if you really like him, you should find a way to get him back. Yen Yun and Shinruishi said a lot. Shinruishi also listened to all. After her mother left, her mouth kept muttering, recover him. He himself is going to chase after Panon backwards. It is also from this day onwards Shinruishi began to do the video. After all, a needle in a haystack is too difficult. When they are famous, when Panon will see themselves, they can also find Panon. Returning to his senses between thoughts, Panon had already finished recalling everything between the two of them, and although the recollection was quick, just a few seconds, his fretting still drew the suspicion of the two women on his left and right. What's wrong with you? Yeah, what happened to resignation? How could Panon tell the truth in the face of the two women's inquiries, choosing to make a harumph? It's fine. It's just that I feel that she does have a good voice, so it's worthy that she can become an internet celebrity. Yes. Resignation, she has been singing for a long time. I watched her live and said she has been broadcasting for 5 years, which is equivalent to 5 years of practice. Tang Shuriwei directly believed Panon's words. Yi Xinli instead looked at Panon suspiciously. Shinruishi was pushed to Tang Shuriwei by herself, so of course she knew about Shinruishi, and according to Shinruishi's own telling was hoping that a boy would find her again. Shinruishi in his own general age. Forward projected 5 years then. That is, Panon was 15 years old. He did not speak with him before. He did not ask. That is asking for unhappiness. Yi Xinli still remembered what Tang Shuriwei had said when she pushed Shinrushi for Tang Shuriwei at that time, saying that Shinrushi's story was deja vu with her own. Combine that with the look on Pam's face just now. Well, maybe it's this big scumbag's ex-girlfriend. Guessed it, but she didn't say it. What would Tang Shuriwei do if she did? Agree to add another person? What would Panon say? Snort? She did not know. After all, Shinruishi had not yet appeared in front of Panon with his own eyes, and she did not know exactly what the outcome would be. Just as Tang Shuriwei said, Shinruishi is very much like herself. If the two meet, Shinruishi's reunion with Panon would be difficult for him to stop, unless she did something unforgivable. But think not. After all, she can obsessively search for Panon for 5 years, from the bumbling little anchor to the current million fans anchor. She was being selfish. She didn't want to split her own time if she could help it. At least not until the two of them met, and she wasn't going to talk about it. Yi Xinli knows Panon very well. For Panon cannot get, he will not force. He will not take the initiative to find Shinruishi. As long as the two do not meet, that is equal to no contact. The flower store was closed for the next half a month, and a few people chose to have a good time relaxing and unwinding. But this was actually Yi Xinli's idea for Tang Shuriwei. The purpose was to keep Panon from going to the flower store, thus preventing Shinruishi from bumping into Panon and allowing the two to renew their relationship. However long this is feasible. Just one more day is one more day. Time came to the new year in this way. The 4 girls and Panon gathered at Enrawashiue's house to celebrate the new year. Happy New School. Happy New Year, X4. After some New Year blessings, Enru Shui stood up and took out a red envelope from behind her back and handed it to Panon. Just as Panon froze, Chang Sun Jinro also did not want to lag behind, and at the same time stuffed one for Panon. Yi Xinli and Tang Shuriwei, on the other hand, followed suit and wrapped red envelopes on Panon's phone. For women, this behavior makes Panon cry and laugh. Open the phone. Above, in addition to Tang Shuriwei and Yi Xinli's red packet and his own old mother, it seems to pull back to himself. There were also red packets from grandma and a few relatives, who had always been very popular with the elders themselves. Well, it's getting late. Let's all rest. A new year on the first day of the new year. After Pan and finished the sentence and Ru Shui began to arrange up the rooms. Pan and lived next door to her. Next door to Pan and was Chang Sun Jin Rhythm. And downstairs was Tang Shuriwei and Yi Xin Li, the two women living in one room. After washing up the lights went out and after just 10 minutes of silence the door to Ruoshue's room pushed open and the beautiful woman in a red nightgown walked out of her bedroom. What is Sister Rushue planning to do if she doesn't sleep? A female voice came out of the hazy darkness. A voice so close that it was clearly coming from in front of the door to Panacea's room. Why isn't Sister Jean Ro going to bed yet? Do you recognize the bed? Do you want to come and sleep with Sister? Caught in flagrante delicto and Ru Shui is not the slightest bit flustered. Very comfortable changing the subject. She is a female president. She is clear that this little girl is not simple. Inside the big families are basically eating people without spitting bones. So are you sleepwalking, Rushue-san? Failing to change the topic. And Ruoshue smiled and continued. How come? According to Pan An's time allocation, the weekend time belongs to me. So of course I'm going to look for him. Where is your allocated time? Sister Jean Ro? And Ruoshue walked to Changsun Jinru while talking. And Ruoshue's 1.7 meter height was half a head taller than Changsun Jinru. Changsun Jinru can only raise his head to look at this woman who is approaching him. The key once he raises his head is that proud thing. Comparing to his own little pitiful is even more fire. Today is special. No time, and you're not allowed to steal it. Changsun Jinru stared at Ru Shui with her own big watery eyes, and Ru Shui smiled and made a silencing gesture, signaling her to lower her voice. If I don't come you are not going in? And Ru Shui leaned down and gently whispered next to Changsun Jinru's face. This girl pursed her lips, and she did. Originally waiting for this bad woman was righteous, but after 5 minutes of waiting she became a dragon slayer herself. Pam sleeps well, basically just dips her pillow and is not a light sleeper, so we can be together and I can keep it a secret. Changsun Jinru took a step back. This woman was actually engaging like this. I don't want it. I want it all to myself. And why do you know so well? Hush, it's not good to disturb the two below. They're a group. Wouldn't it be best for us to ally ourselves in such an emotional environment? Changsun Jinrime is a little heartwarming. Although he is dark but he also understands the truth of what Ru Shui said. Every time he came to look for Panan, Yi Xin Li and Tang Shuriwei have been together. The two of them obviously pressed themselves to the head, causing Panan to not look for himself to play. He himself had to go to school which was the key, and couldn't be by Panan's side all the time, at the earliest until the end of the college entrance exams. Now this bad woman was just trying to use herself, and the so-called alliance and all that was a lie. Yes, but not tonight. I want it all to myself. I haven't been with Brother Pam in ages. That won't do. Oh, it's the premise of our deal. I'm only comfortable walking through this door together. We're really on the same rope, right? And Ruoshue continued to whisper. Only her hand was already on the doorknob, and faint voices appeared behind Changsun Jin Rhythm as the door to Panan's bedroom opened. Changsun Jinru turned back to look. Panan had already fallen asleep. Only a dim nightlight was on in the dimly lit room, just enough to shine on Panan's face. His white and handsome sleeping face made Changsun Jinru look blank. She swallowed unconsciously, her throat rolling, her sanity dropping at some point as she unconsciously followed Ru Shui into the bedroom, closing the door thoughtfully. The brave who slay dragons end up as evil dragons. On New Year's Day, the streets abroad are extraordinarily cold, not as lively as at home. After rejecting the students' New Year's Eve invitation last night, Song Anlin didn't go anywhere, just leaned against the hotel balcony and watched everything outside as people cheered and celebrated the arrival of the new year. Everyone seems to be just happy for the moment, and after that moment is over the enthusiasm fades and the streets seem to become empty. She got up and took a shower, then stood in front of the mirror and reached for the hairdryer to blow out her hair. It had been nearly 2 months since her own departure, and halfway through she'd thought about immersing herself in her academic studies as a way to keep her mind off of Panacea. But it was as if everything about Panan and her could not be waved away, always coming to her mind without her realizing it. And she was one of the leaders in the academic group, and a lot of peoples admire her and call her teacher whenever they see her. And the word teacher is linked to Panan in her mind, as long as she remembers about her students that Panan is always in the first place. Putting down the hairdryer, he grabbed his long coat and put it on, tightening her long coat as she stepped out onto the balcony. A cold breeze brushed past her sides, bringing up her freshly blown-dried hair as she hunched over the balcony fence and watched the few scattered passers-by. A feeling of despondency came over her. She was, by and large, ill, an illness called the pain of lovesickness. I originally wrote the letter with the belief that my journey would be more or less meaningful, or that I would be able to think about their relationship and downplay this unspeakable love, or can be as plain as water. Goodbye. Also handle the change. at the very least, can be in the academic progress, but she is a little indisputable. Those thoughts rampant madness, day and night between the alternation of him, and he himself has only managed to do the very least, so that the academic progress of a little bit. Lifting her hands and feet sent her down memory lane. Was that a favorite? She didn't know that Song Anlin's understanding of liking was the way it was in novels. Caring about someone, suffering because of him and being happy because of him, but she didn't. Thinking much more, she turned to go back inside, closed the balcony door. The house was still warm, took off her coat and sat on the edge of the bed. With skillful movements, she took a thick book from the bedside, and precisely turned a certain page, leaking out the photo clipped inside. And the person on the photo, needless to say, was the person she had been thinking about day and night, Pam N, which was then pictured at the end of his participation in the debate, with his own. These days the only item that can ease the thoughts is this photo. Look at it before going to bed and wake up to look at it. This handsome teenager in her heart to linger even more. Every action of the past was added with details that made her extra nostalgic, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into an imperceptible smile. Song Anlin, 1913 to 1989. Writer and poet. Closing the book and setting it precious aside, she bent under the bed and pulled out a beige case, her fingers brushing over it as thoughts came to her mind. She thought to herself that she already had her answer, and the answer would be the latter. Dropping her reserve for a moment, leaving with a clean slate, saying let the answers sink in for 3 years, but now one more day is torture. 3 years, enough to change much more. A student graduates, a degree, a skill, enough for Pam to graduate and get married. Then it's really too late. Now is good. Time is still early. When really raw rice cooked rice she can be in pulling the face, regardless of whether the thought was a favorite or not. For her Song Anlin, this teenager who broke her peaceful life was her favorite. The only favorite she had ever had in her entire life when she was called emotionless by others. Other than that she couldn't think of a second person who could make her think of anything but the teenager that was her favorite. Since Panin took 99 steps for himself, how cowardly and ridiculous is it for him to take just half a step and then take 2 steps back? She also has to move forward, to her one and only, to dissolve the problems one by one, instead of just running away from them. Teacher-student identity as a chasm? Just quit. The Warblers? Just join in. Organizing her research materials she sent it to her students. The follow-up was still something she had to worry about, or at least not just walk away from. It was wonderful that she left with her thoughts, but leaving a mess was something that would be criticized, and she was not an irresponsible woman. So leaving is still going as planned. And your own work is not going to be juggling your hands. Taking a look at the airfare information on her phone she looked out the window. The pale blue sky was endless. Her thoughts drifted into the distance and her red lips murmured. The night after tomorrow? Pam N. Where would you be at this time? What will you be doing? Will I often appear in your dreams too? You should have woken up from your sleep by now. Panin slowly opened his eyes. The familiar ceiling. The tingling arms. Look around. A big one and some big heads. Chang Sun Jin-ro arched his head and leaned closer. And Ru Shui opened her eyes and looked at Panin. Her seductive red lips hooked into a smile. Her biological clock wouldn't allow her to crave dreamland, having woken up naturally not long ago, but she didn't make a sound, enjoying her lover's arms herself. It had been a week, and of course she was nostalgic. Good morning, dear. Morning. Panin kissed and Ruoshue's red lips before his own back was attacked. Turning around, Chang Sun Jin-ro stared at herself with wide eyes, her little mouth puckered up to express her anger and dissatisfaction. Of course she'd done the kissing of Panin and all that, only it was while Panin was sleeping, and she wasn't any kind of a goody two-shoes. Of course, there was still a bit of pretending to do now, blushing slightly as she waited for Panin to make it up to her. Just as Chang Sun Jin-ro had thought, Panin lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her cherry lips. Panin gets up and leaves, leaving a large and small pair on the bed. Sister Jin-ro, from now on we'll be on the same boat, and in the future, sister will be thinking of you. You better. Ha! Brother Pangan, wait for me to join you. Wearing bare pajamas, Chang Sun Jinryu rises from the bed and catches up with Panin's footsteps. The villa is so big that the sinks are in pairs, with Panin on the right and Chang Sun Jinryu on the left. This girl's brain was thinking that the two of them were like husband and wife, and would be like that in the future. Although there would be a few more obstacles to steal Panin from her, but she herself had the strength. Panin, are you awake? Xiao Li's breakfast is almost ready. Tang Shiyue's voice came from downstairs, and Panin wiped his face in response. Well, there's no need to get all dolled up this early in the morning. You could actually do without the makeup. Hey, well, I'm not wearing any makeup then, so let's go down. Gathering up her own makeup bag, Chang Sun Jinryu wrapped her arms around Panin and walked with him towards the stairs. When she came downstairs to the dining room, and Ruoshue had already changed into a long dress and was sitting at the table. Tang Shuriwei held a few glasses and poured soy milk for everyone. Yi Xinli served a plate of tea eggs on the table, and there was a plate of small fries in the middle of the table. Meanwhile, on the other side of the, "You're not going to eat it, Xiao Xie? No more grandma. I'm full. I'll go first." Grandmother Shin Ruishi sighed as she looked at Shin Ruishi, who closed the door and left, her gaze turning to her own daughter. Yen Yun also shook her head and said as she took a bite of her bun, 5 years, every year. So, I cannot persuade, although that boy is really handsome. But I did not expect resignation. Xia is so persistent. Yes, every year on the first day of the new year to go to the Qingyan temple early in the morning. They say there is no way to believe this. But this girl, alas, Grandma didn't know that much. Just a general understanding that her granddaughter had fallen out with a boy she liked and that the problem was still her granddaughter. But Grandma didn't understand what was so special about this boy that made her granddaughter so hung up on him. Step on the boot. Shin Ruishi walked up the long steps of the Qingyan temple, early in the morning. To a lot of people, there are peace of mind to seek. Academic people come and go bustling. She huffed hot breath as she walked up step after step to the entrance of Chang'an temple, crossed the high threshold, and greeted the abbot with a good morning. Passing through the crowd, he bought a handful of incense on the side, first lighted some in the incense burner outside and inserted it, paid a brief obeisance, and then walked into the main hall, kneeling on top of a futon. "You light incense, stick it in, and make a wish." After a set of finished, Shin Ruishi long breath, ready to leave, go to see the hall next to the master of fortune-telling. She thought about sitting down in front of the master. What does the girl want to count? In-laws. Then the girl says her birthdate, because it is not the first time to forget. Shin Ruishi said his birthdate, and then the monk master began to project. "Girl, your marriage this year is very smooth. You may meet the person you want to see, and according to my projection there is a high probability that it will be a renewed relationship." "Yes, thank you, master. Get me a prayer sign." "Good." Poor monk wishes the girl to have a lover. In the temple this fortune-telling is basically free, but well after the calculation will give you a lot of talk, and then said for the family to seek a peace, buy a what or donations and so on. The vast majority of moral abduction. Shin Ruishi naturally know these, but this fortune-teller said very satisfactory to her. Since she is happy, that is nothing. He is now also $1 million a year anchor. $20 of prayer cards as a donation. Take the wooden sign and walk to the largest tree in the temple. Take a pen and write your New Year's wish on it, and tie it high up on a rope around the tree. Taking 2 steps back, she lifted her head and looked at her wooden sign, not conspicuous among the thousands of wooden signs, but that didn't matter. She had a hunch and felt like she was about to meet Pannon. "Missy really wants to see you, my young master." Leaving the Qing'an temple, they live on vacation to the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow morning will go back. This year cannot continue to stay in the house. The network and other things are not as reliable as they want to do well. They should be more walks. Feel the Pannon is in this city. The moment she walked down to the Chang'an temple, a gust of wind blew through the temple. The wooden signs on the trees crashed and the red bands fluttered in the wind. The wind only blew for a few moments and then stopped. And at the location where Shin Ruishi hung her wooden sign was blown over, revealing the wish written on the back, along with the wooden sign next to it. "Always want to see you again, even if that time is forever. Shan Ruishi, may you be 100 years old without worry, cool in summer, warm in winter and not cold in fall." Anlin. On the first day of the year, a few people didn't have much to do and seemed relatively idle, although it seems to be happy, but there is a rivalry between each other, who do not want to give up Pannon. So a few people had to find games that people could play together, like a certain 5v5 game. Although this game matching mechanism in general, but have to say is that there are many users. Pannon ask have played, only the segment level is uneven. Pannon has good skills. I haven't played for a long time, but I played with Duan Jie for a while before. And the season isn't over. I'm still in Star U4. Our President N's homepage hangs all the hitters and is expensive 10. Except that the all-time high segment is Starburst and now it's Platinum. Tang Shuriwei, like the vast majority of girls, still plays mainly as a mage and also assists, and her segment is also Platinum. Lastly, Yi Xinli and Changsun Jinru differ a little bit. Yi Xinli is the highest segment of several people. Starshine L. Changsun Jinru is the opposite, the lowest segment Gold LLL. Fortunately, the New Year's period of 5 rows of unlimited segments, a few people also managed to team up, and Pannon made the position allocation. Pannon went to play the top single by himself, President and played the field, Tang Shuriwei played the middle, and Yi Xinli shooter Changsun Jin Rhyme assisted. And so the game began, and the conflict quickly erupted. First Blood. With the voiceover of First Blood, our chieftain delivers the first one. Yi Xinli's dissatisfaction with Enrushue had always been there, so she definitely didn't miss this opportunity and immediately began to pressure. President An, it's only been 2 minutes and you're sending the first one. Are you good? How could the proud and Ruoshue go against the grain and immediately retorted. Oh, Sister Xin Li, why don't you support me? I'm here to help you catch it. Come on. And always Shuriwei all went on also gave the signal. We can't beat it in 3 to 4, okay? Your heroes are not good in the early stage either. You're going to say something, and I'm going to say something, and I'm going to say something darkly if it's not right at all. In this way, the two argued for a whole game. Panon coyly took the fly, and then rushed to terminate the game. In the fight on the harem fire. What's the point of not playing games? You can play scripted kills. Between a few people thinking Tang Shuriwei uttered such a sentence. Panon looked at Tang Shuriwei. She loved watching variety shows every day when she was at the flower store. All kinds of them. Emotional detective whatsoever. So she was also quite interested in script killing. But the script killing store is not open for the 2 days of New Year's, right? Panacea asked. Yeah, oh, and do they sell them in the neighborhood stores? Then there don't seem to be quite enough of us. Now there's an extra person in the living room. That's 6 people. Our all-purpose little secretary. Xiao Yu didn't go home during the year, because the company had something to do at any time. And in Rushue also had to work at any time. And the time was tight and the task was heavy. As the secretary of Mr. And it can be said that she should be able to do. Should not be able to do, she must also be able to achieve a skill. No. She had just been at home watching idol dramas when she received a call from Rushue, tasked with buying a few boxes of script killers and board games and whatnot. It took a bunch of stores to successfully buy these and wind up running to Ruoshue's villa before being dragged off to become a GM, game administrator. The boxes of script kills that Xiao Yu bought were also carefully selected, with ups and downs in the plot, except that Rushue always plays the villain, and Yi Xinli and Tang Shuriwei were always important people around Panon, either wives or fiancés, which made it very difficult for Ruoshue. Even her own comrade in arms, Chang Sun Jinrime, always cleans up at the end and does a big flip, and she alone is rebellious. 1 against 3, and Panon is playing soy sauce. No more games, let's play Monopoly. However, playing Monopoly for the first time, and Ruoshue once again loses out and ranks dead last in terms of money earned, even less than Xiaoyu. That, Mr. Why don't I give you all the money? Seeing the settlement of their own money than in Rushue more. Xiaoyu that panic this job is hard to come by. If because of this was opened their own have no place to cry. No more games, play 3 kingdoms. And Ruoshue today do not believe in this evil, but also can play what anything is not good. This time finally she doesn't become a villain. That is, her status is not that of a rebel, except that Panon is still on her opposite side. A trial and error down also basically know each other's identity, and Ruoshue again head big. Panon and Yi Xinli as well as Tang Shuriyu are all in the identity of rebels, and Ru Shui is the lord, Xiao Yu is a loyalist, and Chang Sun Jin rumor is a traitor. The entire battlefield is in Rushue and Yi Xinli 2 people chopping, Panon several people pure soy sauce paddling fish. The end result was that Ruoshue won, finally winning a hand, and happily she dragged Panon into the kitchen. Okay, no more games, eat, this game isn't that hard, continue next time. Xiaoyu also stayed at Ruoshue's place for lunch at noon. It was just a matter of adding an extra bowl of rice. Of course Xiaoyu knew that Panon was good at his craft, so she stayed after pretending to excuse herself. For lunch, the crowd ate comfortably, and the job of washing the dishes was given to the Tang Shuriwei duo. The afternoon was also spent in the playfulness, and in the evening, and Ruoshue did not let Xiaoyu go. There are more people to be lively. Watching the TV, Panon gave Yi Xinli a command to go to bed early and then went upstairs. Just as he was about to walk into his room he remembered that Ruoshue seemed to have something to look for herself, so she came to the door of Rushue's bedroom first. Inside the door Ruoshue waited for a long time, and as soon as she pulled Panon into the bedroom, she unlocked the door in the process. Honey, it's time to pay the rations. With that Ruoshue picked up Panon and walked towards her big bed, and Ruoshue after eating the marrow was not honest at all. Whenever there was an opportunity, she grasped it ruthlessly. The bedrooms are very well soundproofed and you can't hear a thing unless you climb on the door to listen. Chang Sun Jinro was now lying on her back listening to the rustling inside the door, her face blushing while she was still a little annoyed inside. This and Ruoshue yesterday also united fronted. Today on their own to eat alone. Do not have to think about tonight, they cannot do anything. Soup cannot drink. On the second day of the new year, when Panon walked out of Rushue's bedroom, Chang Sun Jinrouge came running in a flurry of wind. Rushue, is this what you call an alliance? Is eating alone considered an alliance? So Pam will let you have her tonight? I promise not to fight for it. The second day was spent amidst the amusement of the crowd, and at night Rushue did not come to Panon, giving Chang Sun-jin rhythm time to be alone. Time came to the third day of the new year. Song Anlin returned to China, and Shin Jishi returned to Haicheng, and Rushue was going to meet a few elders on behalf of her parents. Tang Shuriwei and Yi Xinli were going home to visit their parents. So was Panin, and Chang Sun-jin joined Panin, going back to see her grandmother. Haicheng Airport. Song Anlin pushed her own suitcase out of the airport, looking at the familiar city, wondering what her next step should be. Shin Ruweishi returned to his home. Look at the live equipment ready to continue to live. Whether this has a result, she will not give up. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Haicheng University, a beautiful figure stepped out of the cab. Haida, I'm back. Pam, are you okay? Returning to his hometown, Panin stayed for a few days, and Chang Sun-jin ran to Panin every day to play with him, and got acquainted with Panin's grandmother. Grandma saw everything in her eyes, but did not say anything. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. As long as Panin has a good life and will not be sad and regretful, she will always support her grandson. After staying in the hometown for a period of time after the winter vacation is not much left, probably also left of 15 days. College students' summer and winter vacations are quite long. Panin after so many days can still be left half a month. Panin left. He left on his own one. Chang Sun-jin rhymed this girl to start school. After all, she is a senior in high school. Time constraints and heavy tasks. There is not much time. She wasn't some genius girl, and her family wasn't exactly in her hands to help her get a place at Haiku University, so she still had to work as hard as she should. Getting on the bus, Pam sat against the window and took out her cell phone and started replying to messages. First, he sent a message to several women, all informing them that he was already on the bus back to Haicheng, to report that he was going to go back as he said a few days ago. Yi Xinli's side would have to stay at home for another 3 to 5 days, and there were some relatives who wanted to visit, so she couldn't afford to push them away. Tang Shuriwei, on the other hand, said that she would be back in the next 2 days and asked Panin to wait for her, and Ruoshue finished meeting a few elders early on, but it didn't result in clearing up her mind. Instead, she became busier and busier. A new year, a new beginning. She as the company president naturally want to take the lead. His dad and mom are still on their honeymoon. Many things she took over, despite being busy but still not forgetting to maintain their relationship with Pam An, either by playing videos or calling and putting up benefits for their little boyfriend. For Panin to come back to this matter, and Ruoshue, although happy but really cannot get out of the body. These 2 days she basically live in the company inside. She is a person in 2 jobs. The morning formal work at night but also to deal with other. So it was completely off the hook. But this state wouldn't last long. Just a few more days before her dad came back and she could go to Panacea herself to cultivate her feelings. The bus drove all the way back to Haicheng, and Panin changed to a taxi. And in no time he was back at the familiar Haicheng University, dragging his suitcase into the school door. The school is extraordinarily cold. Coming and going are the residents of the residential buildings within the school. There is no shadow of a student. It had snowed a little in Ocean City before I came, and the snow on the ground had melted, leaving only the snow on the trees and among the flowers to remain on it. The temperature was still low, and a gust of wind made Panacea involuntarily tighten her long coat. "You're back." The familiar voice came into his ears. Panin felt a bit incredulous. Lifting his head to look, the face remained the same. It was the figure that made people long for it. White trench coat, beige turtleneck sweater, both hands in the pockets of the trench coat, just standing there with a smile at the corner of his mouth, looking at Panin. She waited here for many days, sitting under the tree with a book daily, changing to the next one when she finished this one. Except for eating and sleeping, she was basically here. She has been here for as long as Panin has been gone, no matter how windy or snowy it is, for no other reason than to meet Panin at the first sign of his presence. Looking at what Panin was wearing in his suitcase, she knew that this was indeed the first meeting, and there was no one else around him but me. "Mr. Song, that's for me to say, you're back." Panin shook his shoulders and laughed somewhat helplessly. "Well, I'm back. It's been a long time." A cold wind blew from behind Song Anlin, raising the hem of her trench coat and blowing up her black hair. She held her hair back to make herself see the teenager in front of her, taking step after step towards him. Panin could not help but think of the letter left by Song Anlin. Forgetting himself or letting go of his reserve, and facing the face that was already close at hand, Panin knew that the answer was the latter. "Won't you invite me up to sit down? It's been a long time." Panacea smiled and took a step forward with her suitcase. "Why yes, let's go, Mr. Song." Song Anlin frowned her pretty eyebrows at Panin's name, but she didn't say anything. There was no rush on this matter. Plain white fingers folded together behind her back as she followed Panin with a smile on her face. When did this beautiful teacher who was called aloof by others seem to smile only in connection with Panin? It seemed like the time when Panin suddenly came into her life. This handsome-looking teenager unconsciously made the corners of her mouth always rise inadvertently. When Junior disappeared, everything about him still haunted her. Thinking about him, seeing him made her smile inexplicably. Why did she smile? She didn't know. Just that the smile was from the heart. As long as the teenager was by her side. What would you like to drink, Mr. Song? When Song Anlin came back to her senses, she was already sitting in Pan An's rented house. She dutifully sat on the couch while Pan An stood in the kitchen doorway. Coffee, with sugar and milk, please? Sure. Pan An went into the kitchen and only Song Anlin was left in the living room. She looked around. This was where Pan An lived with Yi Xinli. The room was extraordinarily quiet, with only sporadic sounds coming from the kitchen. Song Anlin couldn't sit still for a bit, got up from the sofa, circled around the living room, and walked towards the balcony. It was as quiet outside the balcony as it was inside the house. Her hands in her pockets, her eyes on the far side of the city, the light filtering in between one building after another. Since getting off the plane, she's been lost, not knowing what to do to stay by Panacea's side like everyone else. She was more afraid of making a mistake than doing nothing. So she just started squatting on Panacea. And now she waited. And then what? She doesn't understand feelings. She can't see those herself. She can't empathize with those inexplicable good feelings in the drama herself. She only knows that she likes Pan An. She couldn't do anything about not thinking about Pan An. Maybe reason told her that nothing would happen away from Pan An, that she could stay away from Pan An and never come back. But free will couldn't kill the feeling that she liked Pan An. She thought a lot, 1,000 words, and instead of an internal monologue she said them to Pan An, who was a sensual person, and felt her words were more useful and practical than those hooks. Mr. Song, the coffee is ready. Pan An's voice came from behind him, and Song Anlin re-entered the living room. Pan An sat on the opposite side of the sofa, specifically placing Song Anlin's coffee across from him, the meaning of which was self-evident, and the two sat face to face. Song Anlin didn't go along with what Pan An thought and picked up the coffee and sat beside Pan An. Instead of savoring the steaming coffee, she turned sideways to look at Pan An. The corner of his mouth with a seemingly smile hold up Pan An's hand on the side of his face, so that you can really feel Pan An's presence, but also let Pan An feel himself. Feel that the next words are not just words. Pam, I like you. Maybe if you ask me to articulate what I like I can't. And if you ask me to say what I like about you I probably can't either. But in my case you're just different. And my thalamus probably decided from the moment you came into my life that you were the one I liked. I'm not shallow, not in love with your face, nor am I high and mighty, in pursuit of an immensely attuned soul. I guess it's just that I like you. And the answer to that question has been on this roll since the moment you left me. I wrote a letter puritanically, thinking that my reason could fight everything. But I was wrong. I couldn't kill the feeling I had for you, always thinking of you between every change of day and night. They say it's nothing great to fall in love. It's only great to stay in love. So do I count 6 months from confirming that I'm in love with you to free will sinking in. I think more than liking I'm in love with you. I shouldn't have chosen to run away when I should have redeemed myself the most, to avoid you during your countless free hours, wondering if there's still a place beside you, if I can inhabit it. Speaking here, Song Anlin ghostly licked Pan An's palm. Pan An electrically retracted his hand. Song Anlin obediently held it back and placed it on his face again. Speaking here, Song Anlin ghostly licked the palm of Pan An's hand, just like a kitten, with an indescribable hopefulness in his eyes. Pan An electrically retracted his own hand. Song Anlin did not say anything, but just obediently took his hand back and placed it on his face, fitting it against Pan An's palm. The eyes were still the same, full of hope that Pan An would agree to her confession, or at least make a place for her by her side, or else she didn't even know where she was going next. Pan An felt the smooth, soft skin of his hand and froze slightly. Song Anlin just watched him, not hurrying or speaking. She coveted this state. The face in front of me is so moving. I remember how cold these features were before. Now it seems like a melting glacier. And the eyes are full of tenderness with water. A favorite is different. Your many bottom lines are only for others. And a favorite is that exception that can bring your bottom line down again and again. Love is the sinking of free will. That's Song Anlin's answer. Now she wants her own answer. What's my answer? Pan An is not a careful person. Will not be because the girl rejected their own to hold a grudge for life. In the end, he was also like each other in the first place. He liked the purpose is not to be with each other. He did not put down his face to condescend. That would be too ugly. So he did not have that so-called machismo. He preferred to let his heart through. That is, do not have regrets. After a few twists and turns down, the result is what they want. Song Anlin did not make a mistake of principle. Just do not want to teacher-student love. Do not want to own favorite people, have other women. These are all reasonable. Now, because of her fondness for me, she put down her own standards and came across the ocean to see me. So how could I refuse such a teacher? Sure, whenever you want. Of course I do. The moment the answer came out of his mouth, tears slipped from the corners of his eyes at the same time. Unable to suppress the emotion pushed this female teacher behind her back. She jumped into Pan An's arms. Her arms encircled Pan An's neck, and in Pan An's surprise the two lips sealed. In front of her eyes, Song Anlin's beautiful eyes were tightly closed. The corners of her eyes had wet tear marks, and her lips were raw and clumsy. This cold and serious female teacher is a bit cute at this point instead. An unexpected contrast. Despite saying that, but Pan An could feel the heart and concentration of the person in front of him, and couldn't help but close his eyes as well and begin to think. Why are you so skillful? After an unknown amount of time, Song Anlin sat alone on the sofa, his face slightly flushed, unable to see the little bit of coldness he once had. The coffee in front of her had bottomed out, and she didn't know what she was thinking, the spoon in her hand stirring the air in her cup. Kitchen. It was 11 o'clock without realizing it, and Pam had already started working on lunch. She had even been to Song Anlin's house herself in the past, and had shown her hand at that time, so she knew Pan An's handiwork. While doing the dishes, he pondered how he could actually tell the other women about his affair with Song Anlin, and Rush Yue's words were good. Tang Shiriwei and Chang Sun Jinrine didn't have much of an opinion, or Yi Xinli's hurdle was difficult. Yi Xinli can care about this matter. Pan An is happy. If she does not care about that, Pan An will in turn be afraid. Love is very selfish, do not want to share with others, but this person is Pan An. He can make Yi Xinli's bottom line drop again and again, and because of this Yi Xinli is not good to speak. How to say she is also considered the first with Pan An. Also met the parents, as the main palace must be in charge of Pan An. It was just that Pan An didn't know right now that Yi Xinli had actually turned over that letter a long time ago and knew its contents. After reading the letter, Yi Xinli disdainfully cut a sound. Reserved? To be reserved if the man has long run away. It is because Yi Xinli know how to advance and retreat, so only successful and Pan An together. Besides, after 3 years, Pan An would have graduated long ago, so how could the two of them without contact information see each other in the huge sea city? 3 years later Pan An might be married with children, and when she comes back the yellow flowers will be cold. So Yi Xinli didn't take Song Anlin seriously at all, and she even scoffed at the letter. Just a coward. Now, Song Anlin is already a bold ghost. After lunch today did not go. Half of the word did not say. Just like that, and Pan An putty on the sofa over an afternoon. After eating dinner, Song Anlin behaved herself and turned on the live stream of the new national defense on the TV to watch it with Pan An. The time thus came to evening, and Pan An hesitated to speak at last. Anlin, it's getting late. Why don't I take you back? Can't I stay here? Song Anlin asked directly, lifting his good-looking face to meet Pan An's. So you sleep in my bed? Well, with you. Pam lay on her bed, looking at the bedroom ceiling, and, well, she just agreed. The bathroom outside the bedroom was steaming hot, and a luscious jade body could be faintly seen through the frosted glass of the bathroom. The home was not cold with the air conditioning on, and before long Song Anlin walked into Pan An's bedroom wrapped in a bath towel, which made Pan An sit up in shock. Song Anlin didn't give Pan An time to speak, and reached out to turn off the light and walked straight to Pan An's bed. She knew it was a little too soon, but she had to hold on to it. She had come back from thousands of miles just for Pan An, and she was going to stay by Pan An's side. Panacea didn't know that this cold female teacher was also a love brain, and only expressed surprise at the sudden softness of her approach. Well, it stopped here. Song Anlin didn't go any further, just quietly grasping Pan An's hand, not saying a word, breathing steadily. Just like that 10 minutes passed, the breathing was still as steady as ever, and that's when Pan An also reacted to the fact that Song Anlin was asleep. Somehow Pan An inwardly relieved instead. If Song Anlin really meant that he was a bit at a loss for words, because that would be too fast for the two who had just gotten back together to develop to that point. There was a real bond between the two, and there was no need to rely on that so-called shortcut to bind the two more firmly, which was not what Pan An wanted. He wanted a relationship that went with the flow, like in Rush Yue's. On a monumental night, just the two of them, with the atmosphere time, the feelings in place. Wrapping his arms around the smooth jade-like shoulders, Pan An's nose was all scented. Only this scent was familiar. It seemed to be which one Yi Xinli loved to use. At the same time, Yi Xinli's home, just slept. Yi Xinli sneezed. Her first thought was that Pan An thought of her, and did not think too much, wrapped the small quilt, and slept peacefully. In winter, a warm comforter is always coveted, and Pam is no exception. When he opened his eyes when already 11 o'clock, looked down. Song Anlin buried in his chest is very quiet. Feel Pan An's movements. She raised her head, and Pan An stared at. You're awake. Wanna get up? Pan An nodded and by sheer force of will averted his gaze from the snowy whiteness, lifting the covers from one side and getting out of bed to leave. After handing Song Anlin's clothes to her and then going to the bathroom to wash up. When he finished washing up, Song Anlin also got dressed and came to the bathroom. Tang Shuriwei will be back the day after tomorrow. Yi Xinli will be 2 days later, so I'll stay at home for a day today, and tomorrow I'll prepare to clean the flower store. One after another, the surrounding area resumed normal business, and Shaking Fragrance Chaos was almost ready to start business when Tang Shuriwei returned. Kitchen. Pan thought while washing the dishes. Unknowingly after half a year ago he got the good guy card to his hand. Now he no longer need to be brave for who he likes. The missed regrets made up for a lot, even if there were still a lot of them, but now Pan was content. Of course, if there was ever a choice before him again, Pam wouldn't let herself have any regrets. Let me help you. A cool and nice voice entered his ears, and Pan returned to his senses. Song Yanlin had walked to Pan's side at some point and gently took the kitchen knife from Pan's hand. She saw Pan froze when she walked in, and although she was froze her hands didn't stop moving as she chopped her own vegetables. Seeing this scene her nice eyebrows frowned slightly, not moving as she walked over to Pan's side. Song Yanlin lived alone for many years, for washing and cutting vegetables and whatnot of course, and did not wait for Pan to speak. She pulled over the cutting board and began to cut vegetables. Pan looked at Song Yanlin, who had tied up her long hair, making her entire body look more competent, wearing a black apron and skillfully chopping vegetables, as if they had already married a housewife. There were only the two of them in this not-so-small rented house. The table was hot and steamy, with 4 dishes and 1 soup, no more, no less. The two of them sat opposite each other, and Song Yanlin gave Pan dishes from time to time. The atmosphere was cozy. She was quiet when she ate, and usually said very little. Only when she was lecturing and participating in debates did she talk more. And of course when she was with Panacea. The teacher with such few words and coldness had her own feelings. She didn't know what to say between lovers, but she knew she was happy now. This was her happy moment. In the afternoon, Pan took Song Yanlin to the theater. This is Song Yanlin's first time to come to the theater. Before his own life is very monotonous. In addition to daily living is to study. Entertainment is also there, that is to read books. Sometimes also see famous movies. Shopping malls and whatnot she basically does not come. Clothes are either bought by her own mother or her own online shopping. Meals are also simple home-cooked food. At most go to the surrounding restaurants to eat a meal or two. Have not been to the mall of those restaurants. Her world had always been simple and monotonous, and as she had written in her letter, if Pan hadn't intruded into her life, then she might have lived her life like this. Holding Pan's arm, she thought of all this, and couldn't help but tighten her hand. So glad that Pan's presence had made her world much richer and her character bolder. Arriving at the theater, Pan looked at the schedule and chose a literary movie. The cold personality of Song Yanlin's entire person is literate, not to mention that not long ago he was his own teacher, and literary movies are naturally Song Yanlin's favorite type. There weren't too many people today, and the theater wasn't full, so the two of them found a seat and simply settled in and started watching the movie. Meanwhile, in 3 places in the Sea City, 3 women share thoughts of Pan. Sea City Jade Blue Smoke, the 3rd floor tea room, Lou Blue Smoke sitting alone by the window, in front of a cup of tea. The tea is translucent but there is not a trace of heat. In this time in the middle of late winter, it means that the tea has been put for a long time. Willow Blue Smoke is in the old days of the Cheongsam wearing, quietly looking out the window. The teenager at this time will be where, with whom, whether the mood is good? Since Pan made a girlfriend later on his own here less, obviously a long time passed, that child to teenager is always vivid in the process. The tea house was decorated no differently than before, the way it had been decorated 15 years ago, and she could now recall across the room from herself, the child's first exposure to chess. Who couldn't beat herself at chess every day? And who talked about being her boyfriend if she won? Sister Blue Smoke. This is our 556th game. Can I agree to my confession if I win? 10-year-old Pan said such words. Lu Lanyan did not comment on it and just took it as a child's joke. Wait until you win. The child unsurprisingly lost, but he was not discouraged, and instead of crying and screaming and spilling his guts like his peers, he regrouped and began to review the game, asking for a rematch. The cute way of thinking over a move for a long time has always been in Lu Lanyan's heart, and to this day she still has the chess set that Pan and herself used at that time beside her hand. Obviously it was just a child's $10 bargain from the store, and she could have dismissed it as a child's one-time whim, but she didn't. She took it seriously every time, and customized the board and box in the back. It's just that old chess is still old chess, and the old people are long gone. One shouldn't hold on to the fantasy that Panacea is sitting across the table and defeating him gently. If you lose, you will have to be his girlfriend. But my sister is already 33 years old. You are only 20 years old. By the time you are 33 years old, my sister will already be an old woman. How can my sister delay your youth? And the sister is full of lies. Although he said so, in Pan's opinion Lu Lanyan looks almost unchanged. just from the first time the two of them met when the stunning. Even after 15 years, Lu Lanyan's good-looking face is still the same. Hard to say is more mature. Pan An feels that even after another 10 years Lu Lanyan is still this good-looking. When Lu Lanyan really old time probably also is the age of the face. The real frozen goddess. I was born before the gentleman was born. But the gentleman was born when I was already old. Lu Lanyan truly experienced. Thinking about the fact that Pan An even confessed to himself once before he had a girlfriend. Maybe the teenager didn't care about that at all and was just relying on his heart's fondness to be brave. Willow Blue Smoke withdraws her mind. The teenager even if he doesn't care. So what if he doesn't have that? The teenager already has his own belonging. His own pride won't allow him to destroy his feelings. The future is bright and the rest of your life is good. Pouring out her cup of tea, which had gotten cold, she spoke calmly and poured warm tea back in. This tea, or the one she gave to Pan An, is called Blue Smoke. Blue Smoke. At first it was just a random name. Then it was thought that the teenager would think of this person named Blue Smoke while drinking tea. And then now, when the sun in Lantian is warm and the jade is smoky, the good wishes are just like the smoke clouds on the Lantian mountain, which can be seen but not reached. It didn't matter. She understood. She would always stay in the tea house, always as she always had been, would be a haven for the teenager when he was disillusioned, just like her sister. Still in Sea City, in an apartment somewhere, there are always amazing opportunities, like when I met you. The good-looking young girl sat in front of her computer in a blue dress as the song flowed from the microphone into the livestream. The livestream was still hot, with 2,000 people watching, and the pop-ups were rolling in fast, with little gift after little gift. No snow in Milan, send a rose *99. Sinan, give out lollipop *10. Poetry and Moon, give away paper cranes *10. I will leave quietly. Shinruishi finished the last line of the song, looking at the pop-ups scrolling on the screen, one by one popping up gifts. She cleared her throat. Thank you all for the gifts. I'm so happy that people like me singing. Live streaming. Shinruishi has been doing it since the moment Pan An left. It wasn't easy to find someone in a sea of people. And even though she was now considered a little-known anchor, she wouldn't bring up Pan An in front of others. Perhaps the mention of the word Pan An would lead him to himself. But would it cause Pan An more trouble before he found him? Maybe Pam had brushed herself off a long time ago, and there was no need to say why she hadn't contacted her. Of course she regretted that she hadn't opened up when they were together. If she could have opened up then they would still be together now. Shaking his head, there was no medicine for regrets in the world. He could only go and make up for this feeling. Thinking of this, Shinruishi gazed to see the vase next to the computer, which is inserted with a bunch of full of stars. It is purple. Purple full of stars represents the thoughts, only now has withered. The bouquet of full stars was still bought at the flower store called Shaking Fragrance Chaos at Haicheng University years ago, and she remembered that the two girls at the flower store were still her fans. It's been so long. It's time for a new bouquet. I don't know if the florist is open yet, so I'll go check it out tomorrow. Shaking his head, he took a sip of water, and fought the urge to continue the broadcast. As for the last person, she hadn't met Pan An yet, and at the moment she was staying in her dormitory looking through her old group photos, each one of the two of her and Pan An, both with each other in their eyes, though ultimately they hadn't come together. The reason for this is in the night of the forest. She left, and when she left she didn't think she'd ever come back. There was a phone number that had been saved in her cell phone, and Lin Wan could have added Pan An's friend at any time to explain everything that had happened in the first place, but she hadn't. She'd always felt that some things were better said in person, not to mention that she'd said a lot of over-the-top things when she'd left, and it wasn't appropriate to show up out of the blue. It won't be long before Pam starts school as well, so she can see Pam again herself, taking a year off from school and coming back to already be classmates with Pan An. I hope this reunion goes well and Pan An can forgive himself. Just as Lin Evening thought, their reunion was not delayed for long, and they met in the first class of the school year. Only these were all afterthoughts. After the movie, Pan An found a game hall and caught dolls with Song Anlan. After using a lot of coins managed to grab up a pink-furred doll, although Song Anlan's expression could not be seen to fluctuate, only faintly hooking up the corners of his lips. But Panacea knew that she, who had little emotion to express, was happy inside. And as for how she could tell, for example, right now Song Anlan was holding the doll tightly, protecting it in her arms as if it were a treasure. Even at dinner she was worried about putting the doll away. Other than the flowers, this was the first time Pan An had ever given her anything. It may not have been expensive, but she loved it. After dinner time it was already after 7 p.m. and it was completely dark outside the mall. There was a steady flow of vehicles along the roadside, and the whole Sea City was soon already busy. Just at the time of getting off work, people were in a hurry, rubbing shoulders with each other in the square in front of this mall. Pan An didn't rush to take a taxi to leave. This side is the neighborhood of the coast of Haicheng, 2 steps to the beach park. So he walked ahead, his right hand holding Song Anlin's left hand, Song Anlin's left hand holding the pink fur doll Panon had pinned for her. She was silent, letting Panon hold her hand as she walked, her gaze not elsewhere but on the side of this teenager's face in front of her. There weren't many people in Seaside Park at 7 o'clock, as it was the time after work and dinner, and many people would come here to take a walk and enjoy the sea breeze. Under the night, Panon held Song Anlin's hand and quietly walked on the trestle by the sea. Pair after pair walked by them. Neither of them spoke, neither of them opened their mouths. It was a serenity that belonged to the two of them. In Song Anlin's world she just enjoyed this kind of serenity with Panon, especially the hand that was being held outside of her own trench coat. The warmth that came from it clearly made her heart and soul extra warm. Panon certainly understood Song Anlin. She liked the tranquility and enjoyed herself strolling with her holding hands. No matter how many people walked by, it was as if there were only the two of them here. Tonight the moon is not so beautiful. Only a small round of curved crescent moon hanging high in the night sky, and the cold sea breeze blowing in the face makes the people around can't help but shiver. Panon looked at the time. Unconsciously more than an hour had passed, and by the time he got back to the rental house it would be after 9 o'clock. He stopped and looked behind him at Song Anlin, who had been quiet. Because Panon stopped, Song Anlin also stopped at the same time and slightly raised his head to meet Panon's eyes. Song Anlin's eyes were bright, and it only took one glance to confirm that she had herself and only herself in her eyes. Squeezing the slender soft razor in his hand, Panon said, "Go home." Aha! When he got home, he slept peacefully with his arms around Song Anlin as he did yesterday. He wouldn't worry about being suddenly returned by Tang Shiriwei and finding out about the duo. There was no hiding between them in the first place. Sooner or later they would know. Besides, that's too bloody, and not a drama. Wen is caught in bed or something. So this night Panon slept soundly, and naturally Song Anlin did the same. Winter, very suitable for sleeping. Xiao Yu, have you been to see the house next to Haida? Yes, Mr. An. I went to see it. How so? Is there a fit? I found 13 more suitable ones for you to look at. And Ruoshue received a stack of real estate information from her secretary Xiao Yu and selected 2 houses after carefully looking through them. Just these 2. Buy them, do it within the week. Pam and he's going to start school and won't have time to move then. Aha, okay, I'll get in touch now. The next morning, Panon leisurely opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Song Anlin's good-looking eyes. She should have woken up a long time ago, only that she had been staring at herself. Morning. Panon looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock, dressed and got up to wash, came to the kitchen to boil eggs in warm milk. After breakfast it was daily cozy time, leaning back on the couch with Song Anlin, snuggling up to each other, blankets draped in front of them, and watching TV shows. At noon, Panon still cooked. Song Anlin played the hand. Exquisite 4 dishes and 1 soup. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Panon and Song Anlin came to the flower store together. There was still a lot to clean up after not opening for almost a month. In the meantime, Shin Ruishi had already gotten into a car and headed in the direction of Haicheng University, while Tang Shiriwei was at home organizing her luggage and preparing to leave. Leaving the rental house, Song Anlin took Panon's hand. Since school wasn't in session, there weren't many people at the school, and the duo quickly made their way through the family building to the flower store. Panon pulled up the roll-up door and opened the glass door. The store, which hadn't been open for a month, was in serious need of ventilation. A lot of dust had fallen on the store and the duo worked together to clean it. Shinrushi left home and rode all the way to Haicheng University, walked through the street outside the school to the Shaking Fragrance Mess. But today's Shaking Fragrance Mess was not open. The roll-up door was dead shut, and there was a notice posted on the door. The store is being cleaned today and will open the day after tomorrow, so I apologize for the inconvenience. She sighed and didn't think much of it. The flowers in this store were great, well taken care of by that store manager, and the last manzanita she'd bought had been a favorite herself. Glancing at the notice again, she turned to leave. What she didn't know was that behind the roll-up door was the panacea she'd been looking for, wiping down the counter, and that he'd put up that notice not too long ago. After a cleanup, the store was brand new, and when Tang Shiriwei came back tomorrow, she went to the flower and bird market to move the flowers over to continue business. Looking at the time, it was after 5 and time to prepare dinner. Anlin, you go home first. I'll go to the supermarket to buy some food. There's no food in the house. Good. Song Anlin looked at Panon, who was obedient and nodded, turning toward the rental house. Inside she wants to be with Panon, but Panon gives her the task of going home and steaming the rice on. The rice is just out of the pot by the time Panon comes back to make dinner, which is convenient, and the rice has the best texture. Through the school, Panon walked for 10 minutes to the door of the supermarket. Just as he was about to walk into the supermarket, his own cuffs were grabbed. Turned back. It was a crying Pearly girl. Shinrushi didn't choose to leave because the flower store wasn't open. She suddenly wanted to see Haicheng University. Taking a look around the school, the environment was great. The facilities and everything felt great. Worthy of being the best university in Haicheng. One's second choice is Ocean City University. And one's first choice is also one's current school, which is well known for being the right program for one's needs. After strolling around Haicheng University, Shinruishi was a little tired, found a coffee shop and ordered a cappuccino to rest. It was also at this time, outside the coffee shop, a teenager walked by, and the teenager's face made her pupils shake, and even more waves of shock were set off inside her heart. By the time she came back to her senses, the teenager had disappeared out the window, and she got up in a hurry and ran out of the coffee shop to catch up. Looking at the approaching figure, she was incredibly sure that it was the teenager she was looking for. Although she hadn't seen him in nearly 5 years, she could recognize him with just one glance. At that thought, she reached out and grabbed the teenager's wrist. By now she was in tears. Al drew it, didn't find the crying one, had to draw the tears on himself. Don't go. Okay. Panon still can't stand girls crying, no matter how once he himself will not righteously refuse. Some words are still good to say. Okay, let's go sit in the coffee shop over there and talk. Aha. Shinrushi is wearing a white sweater. Outside is a beige sweater jacket, surrounded by a scarf. A few years have not seen has taken off the once childish, is a beautiful young girl, walking on the way to the cafe. Shinruishi still grasped Panan's hand and did not let go. She had 1,000 words in her heart that she wanted to say, but now that she really met with Panon, she did not know how to open her mouth. One could only react instinctively to keep Panon from leaving, afraid that he would disappear from his world again. The coffee shop settled down. Panon ordered a cup of coffee and looked at Shinruishi, who was on the side. She sat against herself, her white hand still clutching her sleeve, and the tears did not stop, one after another slipping down her face. It's been a long time, Pan. Suddenly she didn't care, and after saying my name she flung herself on my shoulder, clutching the sleeves of her coat with both hands, venting about all the years of loneliness. The coffee shop clerk was at a loss for words when he saw this scene, and Panon waved his hand, indicating that the clerk could put the coffee down and leave. The clerk left and Shinrushi whispered in Panan's ear while crying, I miss you so much, so much. I'm not trying to hang you. I'm trying to be with you. I like you so much. I want to be with you. I'm afraid my mom won't approve, so I want to wait. She sobbed as she whispered in Panan's ear. She didn't bother to ask Panon why she left without saying goodbye. She knew why. All she had to do was explain why, hoping that Panon would not leave her again once she knew why. So I want to wait until we're both in high school and my mom accepts you before. Because I really like you and I don't want to break us up for external reasons. Drops of tears slid down, wetting Panacea's jacket. Panon listened to the explanation thinking it was very much like what Shinruishi would have made. Very naive but beautiful. He patted Shinruishi's back, and her crying gradually subsided, still with occasional sobs in her ears. The two were like this. She buried her head and he patted his back, quiet for a while after Shinruishi whispered and opened his mouth. Forgive me, will you? I really like you. Panacea didn't answer, as if he hadn't heard. The whole cafe was quiet. Not many customers, but extraordinarily so. Shinruishi buried herself in Panan's shoulder and stayed like that for a few minutes before she sat up straight and raised her head to look at Panon. Her eyes were a little red. Her hand didn't let go of Panan's sleeve, and she opened her mouth. I really liked you, Pam, even before you left. I used to be really naive and thought you'd always be there for me. So I ridiculously thought that agreeing to your confession later would be the safest thing to do and wouldn't be stopped by my mom or school. So I ignored your feelings. I should have made it clear, after you responded to every confession, that I like you, starting 5 years ago and going all the way to now. I've been looking for you for a long time. Can you give me a chance? I really can't do without you. Panon took a deep breath and replied, but I already have a girlfriend. Can you add me one? Panon was a bit unresponsive for a moment. Shinruishi only hesitated for a moment before uttering such a shocking sentence. Shinruishi had long fantasized countless times over the years that Panon was handsome, gentle and funny, and most importantly, had that handful of cooking skills, so it was hard to imagine that Panon would still be single. She used to be one of those who met Panon with great luck, but she didn't seize the opportunity. So as long as there is an opportunity she must seize it. To her it seems like it would be hard to like someone if it weren't for Panon herself, and if it weren't for Panon herself she'd be doomed to go down single. Seeing that Panon was a bit dumbfounded, Shinruishi reacted to what she said as if it wasn't quite right, and a scarlet blush couldn't help but appear on her face. No, I'm not just anyone's. I think I'd like to be with you in that way if I could. But of course it doesn't matter if I don't. My mission for the first 5 years was to find you, and now that the mission is complete, it's the next one. And if I can't be in one I'll choose to wait for you. Anyway, it's been 5 years, and it doesn't matter if it's another 5. We're all still young, aren't we? I'll wait for you, and if she doesn't like you that much, then I'll be the one to. I want to appear frequently in your life from now on, and I hope you don't find me annoying. I just can't suppress the joy of finding you for the time being. Maybe letting me spend a few days with you might calm me down a bit, but I still can't choose to leave and still want to wait for you. Shinru Weishi looked at Pan An's eyes and rambled on. His tone was serious. His eyes were like water, and he gazed at the teenager he hadn't seen in 5 years with affection. The teenager was much more mature and handsome, overlapping in a trance with the teenager he had been when he had confessed to himself 5 years ago. You look more mature and handsome, and I'm no longer as childish as I was 5 years ago. I'm already mature, so I don't say everything now like I used to when I was naive, and I'll take responsibility for what I say, every single word. So anyway, can you give me an answer please? At this her hand involuntarily clenched and twisted Pan An's cuffs together, and her eyes, which were already slightly reddened, broke down once again, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. It fell from her face, missed in front of her scarf, and dripped onto the back of Panacea's hand. That is, what if I had more than one girlfriend in the first place? So, can you add me one? Once again, our mission said this word for nothing, and Pan An was a bit headstrong. Knock knock. Song Anlin opened the door to his rented room, and in front of the door stood Pan An, and behind Pan An stood the girl he hadn't seen before. She didn't ask many questions and welcomed the two in. Pan An is nothing. Shinru Weishi walked into the entrance hall and looked a little rushed. Looking at this cold and beautiful woman, she did not know how to speak. Another point is the cowardice of the later, with the feeling of being the culprit in destroying her people's relationship. It's okay, come on in. Song Anlin could see that the young girl in front of him was probably Pan An's girlfriend. Just like himself, only that he still hadn't come to terms with the whole same boyfriend thing. Well, hello, my name is Shinru Weishi. Hi, I'm Song Anlin. The atmosphere of the two women was okay. After all, they were both latecomers. No one would say anything about anyone, and it was impossible for them to think about the main house to call themselves the main house. During the time the two women were chatting, Pan An came to the kitchen to prepare dinner, having just bought the dishes with Shinru Weishi, and at the same time told her about her relationship. Shinru Weishi had no opinion and expressed her acceptance, as long as she was with Pan An, but she definitely didn't dare to speak clearly with Yan Yun about this matter. Otherwise, her own mom would have to beat her up, and that would certainly be unacceptable to her. Pan An didn't let his two daughters help during the cooking, and quickly made 5 dishes and a soup all by himself. Shinru Weishi sat at the dining table, looking at this after 5 years of Pan An cooking, mouth a little uncontrollable. So then she slammed down 2 bowls of rice after Pan An nodded her head. And just like that, she was still a little underwhelmed. After the meal, Song Anlin cleared up the dishes, leaving space for the two who hadn't seen each other in years. Sitting on the sofa, Shinru Weishi hugged Pan An's hand, interlocked it with his own, and took a beautiful picture with his camera. This was followed by a graphic posted on a circle of friends, space, and a certain voice. Shinru Weishi, there is an end to the 5-year story. Followed by the next 5-year story, the story that belongs to us. Picture. The little-known actress sent out such a meaningful graphic and quickly received a wave of attention. Those who knew Shinjishi's story were wishing him well, and of course some of them were crying that they had fallen out of love. The circle of friends is also clear below the blessing, a certain sound above a lot of retweets. In Mountain City, Tang Shuriwei, who was packing her bags, received a tweet that the anchor she was following had posted a graphic. She clicked on it and saw such a piece sent by Shinru Weishi not long ago, and for a moment she was a little happy that Shinru Weishi had found someone she liked, just like herself before. So she forwarded the video to Yi Xinli. Poetry in the Moon, Xiao Li. Shinru Weishi posted a graphic. She found someone she likes. Sin Nan. Yi Xinli of course had seen the graphic posted by Shinru Weishi. She was not expecting the two to meet so quickly, and as far as the current situation was concerned, well, together. She's so unimpressive as the main house that her boyfriend just made up with her ex. And Tang Shuriwei, the silly white sweetie, even blessed them in the comments section. Come on, my Shuriwei, take a closer look. That's your boyfriend's hand. This Shinru Weishi grabbed your boyfriend. How to still elbow out. Yi Xinli was a bit headstrong, and she herself was not in a good position to question Pan An right now. Nor could she do that. We can only wait until we go back to talk about this. And I wonder what kind of scene sure you will see when she goes back tomorrow. Your favorite blogger sleeping with your boyfriend. Well, that would be a great look if it was Shioyuki, but she's a silly sweet love brain, so she should just get together with a big grin on her face. Yi Xinli finally didn't give Tang Shuriwei the chance to say that Shinjishi's boyfriend was her boyfriend, intending to wait for Tang Shuriwei to find out on her own and give her a small shock. As for herself, it would probably be another 2 days before she could return. As it was getting late, Pan An sent Shin Ruishi and Song Yanlin both away, and then turned around and prepared to go back to the rental house all by himself. Just under the rental house, he saw a familiar car, a Maserati President, and Ruoshiue's car. Going somewhere? I just knocked and no one answered. Just drove my girlfriend home. What are you doing here without sending me a message? And Ruoshue smiled and walked over to him, automatically ignoring the word girlfriend. I have a surprise for you. Is it true that you have not been accompanied by anyone for the past 2 days and are feeling cold? Sister, I come to accompany you. Good. Then go upstairs first. It's cold down there. No, it's getting in the car. I bought a house in Haichengde. You can come to my house after school from now on, and I'll come over here from work to stay. Holding Pan An's hand, and Ruoshue pulled open the passenger seat and let Pan An sit inside, then sat down herself in the main car. It's close, 2 minutes away. And it was just as she said, 2 minutes away. The fancy apartment inside Sea City Grand. During the day, and Ruoshue got someone to replace a set of furniture, cleaned up a bit, and the whole house was new. I also bought a set next door. When your 2 little girlfriends come back, you guys move in next door. 3 bedrooms and 1 bath. It's huge. And Ruoshue came out of the kitchen with 2 tall glasses and a bottle of red wine in her hands. Honey, I've been under a lot of stress the last couple days. Will you have a drink with my sister? And Ruoshue, who had retired her jacket, was wearing a slim burgundy sweater, and underneath her short black skirt were long, seductive black silk legs. As she put down her wineglass and propped up her chin, the long hair was spread out on both sides, the red lips hooked up a good-looking arc, looking incredibly seductive. It seems that this is not a simple drink of 2 cups. The next day, Tang Shiriyue returned to Haicheng early, dragging her suitcase and happily pushing open the door of her room. Pan An, I'm back. The response to her was silence. Wah. Liz, Pan An has disappeared again. A toss-down Tang Shiriyue also counted to find Pan An. See Pan An after she hugged Pan An tightly. Has not seen a few days. Very much want to own this lover. Of course, she was completely fine with Pan An being here in Ru Shui or whatever. Just like Xianli said. Love brain silly white sweet one. Only knows one Pan An. After all, she only has her father and Pan An left. And her father can't be by her side for the rest of her life. Only Pan An. For moving this matter, Pan An gave Yixinli said. She did not have too many opinions. Although in Rushue as a competitor, but in how to say is also a family, or to give Pan An face. So after her return, the 3 of them officially moved into this apartment in Heijo Dairy, with 3 bedrooms and a living room still just about full. Yixinli came back that day. Pan An brought Song Yanlin and Shin Ruishi 3 women to meet. Yixinli was also prepared mentally, lost his little temper and did not say anything. Only for Song Yanlin, this woman is in her unexpected. Not say good 3 years? Why did she come back early? And sneakily took panacea without giving her a moment's mental preparation. Originally, Yixinli still fantasized that she had cooked rice earlier, and at that time, she would see Song Yanlin come back and eat her words. In any case, after Pan An became a husband, Song Yanlin couldn't possibly pull down his face and beg to get back together, right? She knew Song Yanlin was a woman who knew how to respect herself, but she hadn't expected her to be a woman who could advance and retreat. When you think of Pan An, you run back to your home country. Foreign countries and whatnot are just clouds in the past, far less important than Pan An. All in all, she had to praise Song Yanlin for her bravery for love, even though she wasn't very appreciative of her. And that's exactly why Song Yanlin stayed in the Pan An house. In the 3rd bedroom, she had planned to quit her job before she returned home, and that's exactly what happened. After she finished dealing with her team's work, it won't get Pam into the gossip of being in a relationship with a teacher, and it won't make Pam feel embarrassed. Her family wasn't short of money, so even if she didn't work the rest of her life, she would be well fed and clothed. As the school year nears, Pam An will soon be busy, and if she can't be out in the classroom after quitting her teaching job herself, then Pam An's time away will pale in comparison. So Song Yanlin started to write books. Before she wrote some academic-related ones. Now she started to write about relationships and became a female writer. Speaking of which, Song Yanlin even bumped into Ruoshue when she moved in, and Ruoshue was a bit surprised at first, then thought of Pan An's earlier comment about sending his girlfriend. So it seemed to be talking about Song Yanlin. The two figure close to the temperament close. The appearances each has its own beauty. Compared to Xianli, several women are Song Yanlin to Rushue's threat high. Once again the 4 women gathered. Only Changsun Jinrime had been replaced with Song Yanlin. The 4 women chatted and laughed and drank tea, while Pan An snorted and took care of maintaining the backyard from fire. A get-together down in Ruoshue is relaxed a lot, because Song Yanlin does not have too much desire to compete. There may be, but buried in the heart not to say. It gave her the same feeling as Tang Shiriyue, that as long as she was with Pan An, nothing else mattered that much. Besides, Shan Ruishi, because she was not at Haicheng University, there was no way for her to hang out with the Pans. As Shin Rushi's mother, Yen Yun did find her daughter in an exceptionally good mood these past 2 days, and she rarely had such a good mood, indicating that she found the Pan and she had been looking for. Since her own daughter didn't say anything, Yen Yun didn't ask. One day she would say it herself. Although Shinru Weishi couldn't play with Panin, he would come and find Panin to hang out from time to time, or find Tang Shuriwei at her flower store. Days passed like this, and before I knew it, it was the eve of the start of the school year. Tonight Panin was dragged to her house by Enru Shui. The past few days Exinli they came back and Ru Shui is still relatively restrained. But tomorrow Panin starts school, the back will be busy, and then there will be less time. So she seized the opportunity. Panin also went along with this female president. He didn't have much of an opinion on this kind of thing. It was as normal as eating and sleeping. In terms of couples, this is just normal for modern society. Rather, that platonic love is what makes it special. After taking a shower, Enru Shue, as usual, wore sexy and seductive pajamas and turned off the lights, leaving only a dim nightlight. Slowly sitting on the edge of the bed, she wrapped her arms around Panin's neck, and her two lips met. Next door, Song Anlin came back from the bathroom and silently lay down under the covers. She was a little sleepy. When she went to the bathroom, she found that Pamin wasn't there, and combined with the rustling next door, she knew what Pamin was doing, and all she was wondering was why she hadn't carried on that day. Next door, Enru Shue has been very restrained, but nay, Panin is young and vigorous. Early in the morning of the second day, Yi Xinli walked out of the bedroom, looked at the door of Panan's room, and shouted, "Anne, get up, you have class this morning." No sooner had she said this than she saw Pam poking her head out of the kitchen. "Go wash up, breakfast will be ready soon." Hey, good. University check-in in addition to the freshman year is more formal other or very casual. Go to the guide side of the check-in registration signature, and then and the student ID card stamped on the end of the matter. Pamin got it done yesterday, and early this morning it was the early 8 class. After breakfast the duo greeted Tang Shuriwei and Song Anlin and left the house for the classroom. Going to school, Yi Xinli had never enjoyed it so much as being alone with Panin. Panin held the book in his left hand, she held the book in her arms. The two walked side by side, talking and laughing. In the eyes of outsiders is a talented man and woman born to be a pair. Arriving at the classroom, not a moment too soon, some of the back rows were already taken, leaving only the center seats. After taking her seat, Yi Xinli tilted her head to Panin's left. "Shaowen, is this one next to you from our class? Why haven't I seen him before?" Following Yi Xinli's line of sight and looking back, Panin saw a familiar face, and he froze for a moment. Lin Evening looked at Panin. The corner of his mouth first pulled out a bitter smile, not knowing what it was because of, followed by a faint smile that covered up the bitter smile he had just made. Hokage, long time no see. Advanced transitions. Go back a year to the beginning of your freshman year. In early September, Seton University opened, and Pamin arrived at this school with her acceptance letter. Same as the admissions profile says, the school is huge and the environment is great. Coming down from the rental, Panin was immediately surrounded by 2 orientation volunteers, chattering and asking what his major was. Finally, an older sister from the same program took Panin into the campus. September. It's the end of summer, and the rain that fell not long ago didn't cool down Sea City, so it's a good thing that the road to the freshman orientation is shaded. Walking in the shade of the trees and the occasional breeze blowing off this late summer heat. Senior, ahead is the freshman registration center of our academy. Okay, thank you, sister. You're welcome. I don't know if senior sister can add UAV. You can ask me if you have any questions in the back. Panin didn't add it because he didn't have any interest in this school sister. Although she was very kind, he still had principles and didn't want to hurt her heart. When he came to the new student registration center, a senior sister was burying her head in the registration process and didn't notice Panin's arrival. He could only open his mouth to remind him. "That's senior. I'm a freshman in our institution." Lin Evening raised his head. Into the curtain is that familiar face. Just the teenager look at himself seems to be in addition to a little bit of stunning and nothing else. Then it seems to be do not remember their own. "Well, hello, my name is Lin Evening. Just call me Sister Lin. I'll do your registration. You fill in your information here. By the way, what's your name?" "Pam N." "Pam?" Lin Evening murmured that she knew Panin, so she naturally knew Panin's name, but she didn't say it and didn't want to say it. She wrapped her right hand around her hanging hair and quietly watched Panin, who was buried in filling out the information. What a coincidence that the two would be in the same school, and they were also siblings in the same major. Will the words not previously spoken be spoken in college? "Sister, I've finished filling it out." "Good. You add me a friend. I pull you into the freshman group." There are some collective matters will be notified in the group later. If you have questions in the future you can also ask me. Okay. Panon wouldn't refuse this time. One point was because Lin Evening added himself to his own business. Another point was that he had a good feeling about Lin Evening. Good. Is there anything else? School teacher? Well, there's nothing else. I just looked and I'm the freshman class assistant for your class yet. That one? It's about temporarily acting for your class for the next month. So you can come to me with any difficulties, and I'll convey some tasks for the teacher. In that case, then senior sister will take care of you from now on. After saying that, Panon was ready to turn around and leave, but Lin Evening called out to him, "Don't worry, schoolboy. It's hot. Here's that bottle of water. All the freshmen have it." Panon turned around, saw the Longfu Mountain Spring Lin Evening had handed over, and said a word of thanks before walking in the direction of the dormitory Lin Evening had just pointed to. Watching Panon's back fade away, Lin Evening before he sat down again, looking at the cell phone messages and then at the information sheet Panon had just filled out. She had lied 3 times at once in just 5 minutes. The first being about the freshman group, which was added by the freshmen themselves by typing in their group numbers, not by her pulling them. I don't think Panacea noticed those add group messages on the acceptance letter, but it didn't matter. It was just a means for her to add Panacea. The second lie was about the classroom assistant. She learned she wasn't Panon's classroom assistant when she filled out her information, but the classroom assistant in Panon's class was her best friend. So the two switched. The last lie was the bottle of water, which not every freshman had. She had bought it not too long ago and hadn't had a chance to drink it yet. I thought of this lie when I saw the sweat appear on Pam's forehead as she filled out the information. She had never lied before this, but she lied as soon as she met Panon. People always say that they lie to cover something up, and naturally she did. She didn't want to let Panon see her intentions. All the better to go with the flow like that. And water under the bridge. This side of Panon left the new student registration office and came to the dormitory. The dormitory of everyone also arrived. After introducing each other a little bit, they all know each other. The first day was pretty ordinary. After checking in, it was time to clean the dorms and make the beds and recuperate after a long trip. Duan Jia and Panon went together to buy daily necessities and bedding. And so the time unknowingly came to night. During this time, Panon and Lin Evening had been chatting, and Duan Jia asked curiously when he saw Panon chatting happily. "Hey, Panon, who are you talking to? Aren't you not seeing anyone?" "Our classroom assistant sister." "Our classroom assistant? You mean that one? Do we have two?" "No. It's just that the previous class assistant sister said that because of the work arrangement she's going to another class. Our class is the new class assistant sister. I think it's called Lin Evening." For Duan Jia's words, Panon was a bit surprised but didn't think much about it. There was no point of doubt. The time came to the second day, and there was nothing scheduled for today to allow the new students to familiarize themselves with the campus first, so there were no classes scheduled, and the only thing that was scheduled was the commencement ceremony for the new students. But ceremonies are a nighttime thing, and during the day it gets a little boring. "Sister Lin Evening, schoolboy, what are you doing?" "Pan, in the dorms. I don't know what for." "Sister Lin Evening, then do you want me to take you to a different school?" "Sister Lin Evening, our school is quite big. I haven't found a classroom for my first class." "Lin Evening, sister, and in the morning when the class is full it is easy to rush to change the classroom. Sister knows a few shortcuts." "Oh, Panon, it won't be too much trouble for schoolmates, will it?" "Panon, don't you have to go to class?" "Sister? Sister Lin Evening, there are no classes in the morning, so you should seize the opportunity." After yesterday's day of chatting, now the two have been very familiar with. Chatting between the strangers do not have for that kind of distance. Lin Evening's character was gentle, helpful, and well-liked, which was the information Panon got from chatting down yesterday. He himself just happened to be eager to brush up on his goodwill by being alone with Lin Knight and seeing if he could break his good guy card curse in college. So he gladly accepted. Getting up from the bed, Duan Jia was still sleeping. Panon didn't wake him up. How could he pull a light bulb over? He left the dormitory and came to the place where he had an appointment with Lin Evening, under the old acacia tree in front of the cafeteria. This is considered to be a very iconic location of the school. As long as you have been to the cafeteria and the school supermarket, basically have the impression that Panon is also. Came to the acacia tree. From afar, Panon saw Lin Evening standing there, slightly moving with the wind. White wrinkled skirt, pink t-shirt, white calf socks, long hair was pulled behind the ear, gentle and moving. Lin Evening, who was standing under the acacia tree, also saw Panon and waved to Panon in the distance. The few boys who were originally around to admire Lin Wan's appearance followed Lin Wan's gaze and looked. It was a boy the same age as them, except that the boy's face value was very high, clean and dry, and had a sunny smile. Several men were disheartened when the teenager came together with Lin Knight. "Mom, my relationship seems to be over before it even started. However, the good thing is that the two do not have intimate behavior, just simply walk side by side. But also this simple side-by-side let the crowd feel that the two seem like a couple in general. Did schoolboy go to the cafeteria yesterday? Been there. So how does it feel? Our school cafeteria looks pretty good to me. Very good indeed. By the way, school teacher, are we going? In front of us is the school's artificial lake with geese in it, and we're on our way to the library. A 2-minute walk through the cafeteria brought us to the artificial lake, around which sat some small couples, and which did have large geese swimming in it. Schoolboy, come on, let's go to the library. Good. This library is the most famous building in our school. It's very big, the facilities are very complete, and the study rooms have 4 floors, so in the future, if you study for the exams or anything else, you don't have to worry about not being able to take up a place. Lin Evening took Pan-in around the school very seriously, just like a real schoolmate, gentle and attentive and meticulous, burying her inner emotions very deeply. Schoolboy, this side is the school square. This is the playground over here. Soon your military training will be here. Okay, don't be bitter. I'll be back to see you then. Yeah, that's the school building over there. 3 of them. Scary. There are times when you have to run east to west. Oh, that's the art building over there. It's the building for some other majors. We don't seem to go over there very often. After some shopping the time came to noon. In order to thank Lin Wan for showing him around the school, Pan-in planned to treat Lin Wan to dinner. Well, after the tour, how was it? The school is big, isn't it? Indeed big. Thank you, senior sister. Today it was hard for senior sister to bring me. I'll treat senior sister to dinner. Alright, it's a show of hands. Besides, you've called me schoolmate, so it's my treat anyways. With that she walked into the store behind her and bought 2 cans of Coke, one of which she handed to Pam. On the schoolmarm's treat, Panacea shook his head and agreed with a smile. When I came to the cafeteria, it wasn't very crowded, but it was getting close. The time was 11:30, and the sophomores and juniors and seniors other than the freshmen hadn't gotten out of class yet. They got out at 12, so it was getting close. Pan-in didn't let Lin Wan break the bank, ordering 2 meat and 1 veggie over at the fast food side, and Lin Wan did the same, but Lin Wan had 2 veggies. Aren't you going to order a meat dish to eat, senior? Finding a seat, the 2 of them sat down facing each other. Looking at Lin Evening's dinner plate, Pan-in asked. Lin even froze for a moment, then smiled and replied, I'm not used to eating meat, and it's good to be a vegetarian. It's healthy and not easy to gain weight. Pan-in didn't think much about it. It's normal for Lin Knight to be like this as a girl. Maybe it's just vegetarianism? The atmosphere was cordial during the meal, and Lin would tell Pan-in some interesting stories to Pan-in, such as what events the school used to organize and who had interesting things happen with whom. Well, good times always go by fast. Schoolboy, I have to go to class. Talk to you later. Okay, bye-bye schoolteacher. Lin Evening, after saying goodbye to Pan-in, didn't go to class. She didn't have any classes all day today and she couldn't rest on a rare day off. After leaving the school and walking a short distance to a bookstore, she took over the clerk's position after speaking with her. That's right, she came to work part-time. She came to work every week during her free time. The situation at home is not good, so she needs to work on her own, although this doesn't make her unhappy. Instead she is happy because of Pan-in. In the afternoon time, Lin would pick the time after class to send a message to Pan-in. She didn't want Pan-in to know that she was working part-time. In fact, she was clear that even if Pan-in knew, it wouldn't do anything, but she just didn't want to. It was an inner worry, a worry that Pan-in would be much less favorable to her. When it came to the end of the shift, one of the clerks came to relieve Lin Knight so she could go back to school. Pan-in's side was basically playing games with Duan Jie in the afternoon except for chatting with Lin Evening. And after a simple dinner, he came to the library's conference hall. The conference hall was filled with students who were in Pam's class. The duo didn't come early, so there were basically not many seats left, so they found a random seat and waited for the guy to speak. Lin Evening, who had been hiding behind the conference hall, watched Pan-in sit down before slowly stepping out, and she didn't tell Pan-in that she was coming to the freshman conference in the evening as well. Now when she saw Pan-in sitting down, she pretended to appear next to him by chance, and sat down beside him as if nothing had happened. Sister? For the sudden appearance of Lin Evening, Pan-in was very surprised. Lin Evening did not give him to say that the evening to come to the opening ceremony of the new students. He did not ask, all as if Lin Evening has something to do in the evening. How could he know that Lin Wan was afraid that he would think he was giving it for nothing, so he didn't say anything? Another point is that chance encounters are much more impressive than planned encounters. The encounters seem like planned arrangements, prepared in advance, lacking some surprise and unexpectedness. And chance encounters are different. If the other person has a good feeling about you, then each chance encounter is fate, with more surprises and surprises. Let a person think. What's wrong? Surprised? Lin Evening smiled and sat on his left side looking at him with a smile. No, I thought you didn't have to come. Hokage. Harm. I'd love to, but who made me your classroom assistant to get to know everyone? So, the two of them were chatting away, while the instructor was talking on the stage about what the university was all about, the work and rest schedule, the accommodation, the study requirements and so on. After the guide is some school leaders, one after another, said some of the scene. Wait until the end of the speech have been 9 o'clock in the evening. Well, we'll talk tomorrow. Go back to bed early. I see your class schedule is the day after tomorrow. You're supposed to pick up your books tomorrow. Get some rest early. Okay. Bye schoolmarm. Good night, schoolboy. Lin Evening, who was walking in front, turned around and looked at Panon and said good night. The night, the breeze, under the trees, the tenderness of her, accompanied by a smile. Panon froze. First, he fantasized that his schoolmate liked him, and then corrected that he was gentle and caring, and that good night was not exclusive to lovers in his schoolmate's eyes, but was available to friends as well. Well, good night schoolmarm. The two parted ways, and Lin Evening stood under the tree, watching Panon walk away before she happily left. The next day, Panon was a bit bored. Lin Evening went to class. Duan Jie was still sleeping, and he was a bit idle when he woke up early. This week is 2 days of classes and then military training will begin for 15 days. The end of military training is the National Day, and the end of the National Day will continue to attend classes. Hi schoolboy, did you miss me? Don't you have classes, sister? Classes are over already. There's only one session in the morning. It's 10 o'clock. Do you want breakfast? Let's go eat outside the school. The morning market seems to be confiscated. The already bored Panon seems to have found a savior and readily agrees. Or that old acacia tree. Under the tree or that figure. Only today's dress is different. White silk dress with white legs. Still as gentle and moving. Walking over to Lin Even, Panon realized that Lin Even was still holding the book and asked curiously, aren't you going back to put your books away, sister? You can't eat at the morning market if you put the book away. What about a roommate that could be a little bit of a pain in the ass? They still have electives and I didn't take any of them. Panon didn't say anything like he would take it himself. There was only one book, and the schoolmate could certainly take it herself, and he would be too eager to show it if he helped. Come on, let's go. If we don't go to the morning market, it'll be gone. With that she took Panacea's hand without a second thought and took 2 steps. It was like something a schoolteacher would do, not out of the ordinary or too intimate, yet appearing to be on good terms. Lin Evening wasn't shy. She was more happy that her disguise was good, and the role of schoolmate was perfect for getting along with Panon. After a few steps of holding her hand she let go and walked ahead as if nothing was wrong, humming a song under her breath. Not long after the duo arrived at the morning market outside the school. There were not many people in the morning market. It was scattered. Good thing they didn't close the stalls. Here we are. What do you want for breakfast, schoolboy? I don't know. Schoolteacher recommend me some. The steamed dumplings over there are delicious. The water-fried dumplings in this house are good. The xiaolongbao and beef cake in that house are delicious. The oil tea in the last house is authentic. And by the way he also has soy sauce pancakes that are good too. Turning around, the duo did some shopping east and some west and found a breakfast place to sit down. Here you go. Try the steamed dumplings from schoolmarm. I just saw you wanted to buy them but hesitated. Because I bought a little too much and I was afraid I wouldn't be able to eat it all. It's okay. There's plenty of time for more in the future. So you can come back more often in the future. Side by side Lin Evening didn't move to clip away one of Pan and Xiaolongbao. Is schoolteacher an early riser? Yeah. Wakes up naturally at 7. Sometimes earlier. So do you want to come along for breakfast later? The hand that was about to clip another Xiaolongbao froze, and Lin Evening looked at Panon, which was an invitation. Then she couldn't back down since it was her schoolmate's initiative herself, so she smiled and replied, yeah, Panon, these beef patties are good. How much is the total? I'll transfer it to you, Duan Jie said as he ate the breakfast Panon had brought him. It's the second day already, and there's 20 minutes left before the early 8 a.m. class. Lin Evening, as he said yesterday, went to the morning market with Panon early and urged Panon to listen carefully in class in the morning after eating. When leaving the morning market Panon thought of Duan Jie, who was still asleep, and thought that it wasn't good to have an empty stomach in the morning, so he brought him one. No, just a couple bucks. That won't work. Can't take advantage of you. It's okay, we'll talk about it later. Just eat, we have to get to class. Good. Duan Jie finally transferred money to Panon. Once transferred $2,000. The note is breakfast money. Panon big brother if you eat breakfast trouble to help me bring a copy. This is this month. It's time to say no foo is foo. And breakfast outside of college is so affordable that it won't even cost you $500 a month if you eat better. In the end, Panon didn't twist Duan Jie's arm and took the money. Given Duanjia's character, he would definitely pester Panin, and either Panin wouldn't bring it to him or collect the money. Then there is Panin's character, or very helpful. By the way, things he naturally will not refuse. So the two said goodbye, leaving the dormitory to go to the school building. The duo quickly arrived at the classroom because they had strolled around the school with Lin Evening. When I first entered the university, the teaching style and classroom atmosphere was far different from that of junior high and high school. Everyone was very relaxed and the teachers were very funny. A few short days had passed, and Lin Evening's relationship with Panin was deepening. And for Panin, the relationship between school siblings seemed to be even deeper. His ultimate goal was naturally to confess to Lin Evening and break his curse of singleness. Although it was true that the relationship between the school siblings was now deeper, Pam was not bitter. The two know only a few days, and now the relationship is very good. To school siblings get along, slowly deepen feelings, a confession directly harvest happiness. Perfect. And our senior sister Lin Evening thinks the same way, and the two of them coincide, both waiting for the perfect time. Time came to the afternoon before the military training. Panin had just gotten out of class when he received a message from Lin Evening. Schoolboy, it's time to hand out military uniforms and some other things. I just told your class in charge. She should notify in a while. How about you come to the playground and meet me first? After reading the message, Panin thought about it. Tomorrow is military training. Today to get uniforms and other things. The person in charge just mentioned by Lin Evening was the candidate who would most likely become the class president in the future. And Panin remembered that it was called Chen Li. Without much thought, he came to the playground with Duanjie. As soon as he entered the playground door, he saw a small wave of people gathered over at the warehouse, so he didn't need to think that Lin Wan was over there. Lin Evening saw Panin approaching and waved at him with a smile. Hokage, I'm coming. Well, here you go. I picked these out. They're by your height. You have a great body. They'll look great on you. Lin Evening came to the playground side early. Wait a while, there will be more people. A freshman, there are more than 3,000 people at. Everyone is this point to receive clothes. That's why she came early to pick out the good clothes first. And in the process, help Panin solve the problem of crowded people for a while. Receiving the clothes handed over by Lin Evening, it was the ordinary military training uniform, along with the hat, belt and horse zipper military shoes, a simple military training set. Well, go back and try changing. There will be more people later, and I have to wait for Chen Li to come over. Good, then I'll go first. Senior sister. Walking back, Duanjie gossiped beside him. It's different when you're handsome. The schoolmates are taking such good care of it. We're the same thing, alright. We're cared for. Hey, I don't believe that, but sister is really nice, and you really should try harder. Panin, already working on it, alright. Hearing this, Duanjie froze. Originally it was just a joke, but he didn't expect Panin to really have an idea. In his opinion, Panin, so handsome, now still single, certainly do not want to talk about. And now to Lin Evening, interesting. That 5, he naturally some surprise. Don't look so surprised. I thought you stayed single because you didn't want to talk. Such a sentence at once let Panin break defense. He's single is not want to talk about it? It's the fact that it didn't work out, that you're really sinning, that you keep getting the good guy card, that you can't have a happy relationship? I haven't met anyone I like, and I like schoolteacher's personality, so I want to work on it. Good, very goal-oriented. In the future, buddies assist you. Taking down the school sister will be a probing task. Duanjie crossed his arms and smiled, still bringing in the role of Panin's warlord. Back at the dormitory, the pair changed into their freshly issued uniforms. Both were 6'8", so they looked sharp in their uniforms. Panin, won't you charm a crowd when you go out in this outfit? It's even easier to take down the older sister. Wearing a military uniform, Panin is indeed very handsome. Under the brim of the cap are strands of broken hair, white handsome face with a sunny smile, which is very much on the contemporary female university aesthetic. Well, going to eat or not? Want to change? No, there's no room if we go late. We'll be back after we eat. Good. Within a few steps of walking out of the dormitory, the duo attracted a wave of stares. Duanjie's face value is also not low. 1.8 big handsome man in uniform walking on the road. Just shortly after class, campus people come and go. The eyes unconsciously fell on the two. Panin. Hey, I told you this body was unusual, right? Well, there's no room in the cafeteria if you don't leave. Thinking about it like that reminds me of the 2 girls you turned down 2 days ago. Duanjie was talking about the 2 of them walking to the entrance of the cafeteria when Panin's cuffs were suddenly pulled. Looking back, it was a girl with a white duck hat and hot pants and slim short sleeves. Classmate. That, are you seeing anyone? The girl hesitantly chose the euphemism. Panin had not yet opened his mouth. Duanjie, the kid, was watching the fun and grabbed the reply. No. Oh. Hearing Duanjie's answer, the girl was a bit surprised and continued. Can that student add V? Can we get to know each other? Panacea's head was spinning. He'd been asked for 5 Vs himself in the last few days of school, and that was if he avoided it as much as possible. Why don't you go in and eat? Schoolboy, there won't be any room in a while. Looking up at the sound, Lin Evening stood just inside the cafeteria door. Looking at him, Panacea smiled and looked aside to the girls. Sorry, I have a favorite. Only Duan Jie and the girls could hear this, and left first after Pan and had finished speaking, walking over to Lin Evening and lining up with her. Schoolboy is still very popular. Usually, doesn't that usually bother you, sister? I'm okay, I've made it through freshman year. Indeed, after a year, those who can't pursue it have largely given up. Licking dogs are rare, not that there are any around Lin Knight. By the way, here's something for you. Ha, what's this? Long-standing magic. I bought it especially for you. That military training shoe won't work on your feet after one day. You go back and pat it. Lin Evening smiled. The teenager in front of her had some surprises, and she certainly knew what they were. A pat on Pan's shoulder pulled back the teenager's thoughts. Well, in any case, I'm also a senior. Of course I can't let you suffer. Don't think too much. Taking the gift given by Lin Wan, Pan was naturally happy inwardly. But what Lin Wan said seemed to be afraid that he would misunderstand. This point could not help but make Pan think more. He didn't say it out loud, though, because he hadn't gotten to that point yet, and the two had only known each other for so long. Thank you, Hokage. Little things. Cheers for military training tomorrow. Oh, I'll make time to see you. Good. Come on. It's our turn. The two of them lined up for their meals, and at the entrance of the restaurant, Duan Jie looked at the girl who was just about to V with a helpless face, meaning to say it looks like you don't have a chance. The girl shook her head. The vibe between the two was too good for her to insert herself into, and she couldn't, so she could only leave silently. After the girl left, Duan Jie went to the second floor of the restaurant by himself. The time now belonged to the two of them and he was not in a position to disturb them. Okay, bye-bye schoolmate. Go to bed early. Oh, you have to get up early tomorrow. Okay, bye-bye schoolteacher. The two who had finished eating separated and went back to their dormitories. Evening, you went to see that schoolboy again? Lin Evening, who had just walked into the dormitory, heard her roommate's question, and she walked by as if nothing had happened and sat next to her roommate. Right, so how's the progress? Is it going to take? Such innocent little boys. How can that be? We're still in the stage of getting to know each other. It's too early to be together or anything. The comment made the housemate roll her eyes in obvious disbelief. There were those who chased Lin Wan before, but Lin Wan was completely unmoved. There were all those tall, handsome and rich ones, even the tall, handsome and rich ones, but Lin Wan was just indifferent. It's only been a few days, so attached to a freshman schoolmate. Of course, Pan and she has seen. Indeed handsome, height is not low, dressed to see the family should be okay. In her place, she would have called on this kind of elementary school boy, but Lin Wan was different. Learning good, body good, high face value is also gentle, usually is everyone's role model. Popularity since needless to say. It was because of this that there were many who chased after Lin Wan, and Lin Wan had seen too many different types, so it was possible that he just happened to be interested in this elementary school brother. Maybe Lin Evening's inner sisterly attributes exploded. Well, so Nighty, you like elementary school kids? Just like this kind of younger than you? Lin Evening. Pan inside. Back to the dormitory, only Duan Jie a person. The other 2 words, one to find a date, one to go off campus to live. Yo, back, how did it go? 0%. It's okay, you're so handsome you're sure to succeed. It's just a matter of time. Duan Jie did not say okay, said Pan and instantly broke the defense. Good looking if useful to their own, how can single to now? At this time, Duan Jie was on the phone with his long-distance girlfriend, and he took time out to talk to Pan. Without disturbing the sweetness of the duo, Pan returned to the bed himself and swiped through the short videos. I didn't realize the time was 10:30 p.m., and that's also when the V rang. Lam Knight, is the schoolboy asleep? Looking at the message prompt on the screen, Pan's always bland mouth unconsciously hooked up. This is to the point. Pan, not yet. What's wrong? Lin Evening, it's fine. I'm just here to supervise you. Schoolmate, go to sleep. It's getting late. Pan, okay. Good night schoolmarm. Lam Knight, good night, schoolboy. Saying good night to each other was a daily routine for the two of them. Lin Evening would come every day to urge Pan to go to bed early, and Pan was obedient, and really didn't have anything else to do, so he rested well. Lin Evening, on the other end, looked at the screen with a smile at the corner of her mouth, and settled down to sleep after setting her alarm. She turned off her alarm clock just as it went off the next morning, not to disturb her housemate's rest. The alarm clock was earlier today, to follow earlier than his own breakfast appointment with Pam Ann. After washing up, she put on light makeup and went alone to the morning market to buy breakfast. After buying breakfast and returning to the school, he stood under the old acacia tree and waited only a minute for the teenager's figure to come into view. "Good morning, schoolboy." "Good morning, sister. What's this in your hand?" "Breakfast. Since you're going to be assembled, you might not have quite enough time, so I'll just buy it ahead of time and we'll go to the cafeteria?" "In that case, thank you, schoolmate. Shall I transfer the money to you?" "Hit the ba. You can't mention the money to your schoolmates. Got it?" "But." "No buts, oh come on." In the end, Panin didn't say anything about Lin Evening and ate breakfast with her. Standing on the playground, Duanjia and Panin stood together as the crowd waited for the instructor to lead the group. At this time the chief instructor stood on the podium and was making assignments, and it didn't take long for an instructor to be assigned to Panin's class. It was an imposing-looking male instructor who, after straightening up the team, led Panin's class to the edge of the soccer field, which was where Panin's class would train. "Alright, at ease. My name is Zhang Shang. You can call me Instructor Zhang. I will be training as your instructor for the next 15 days. I hope you all cooperate." Ordinary lectures, ordinary training methods. In the morning it was the basic formation movements. Stand at attention, rest at ease, crouch, front step, salute, parade, turn, marching in unison and all these. It was a full 2 hours of training before the break began after an order from the chief instructor. It was cloudy in the morning. "Why is the sun so high this time? I can't, I'm going to die of heat." Duanjia took off his hat and fanned himself, and Panin wasn't much better. With drops of sweat appearing in his hair, the duo found a shady spot at the edge of the playground to sit and rest. "Pam, do you think this steering is for an even tan?" Duanjia stopped mid-sentence, and just as Panin was wondering, his own shoulder was tapped. Looking back there was Lin Knight's good-looking face. She was outside the playground, looking at herself through the playground fence. "How's the schoolboy?" "It's okay, it's acceptable." "Yes, if you are not feeling well, you must give the instructor a word." "Oh, the instructor? They are very afraid that something will happen to the students." "Don't force yourself too much." "Well, thank you, schoolteacher. I will." "Okay, this one's for you," said Lin. Even took out a bottle of Longfu Mountain Spring from behind him and handed it to Panin. And in Duanjia's envious eyes pulled out another bottle and handed it to Panin again. "Okay, you guys get some rest. If you don't feel well, find an instructor. Don't push it too hard." "Okay, thank you, sister. Bye." Lin Evening left. Panin turned back to the time period Jia had already pasted up, naturally targeting the other bottle of water in Panin's hand. "Here, can I still make you thirsty? Moving, bro hug. Get it, get it, get it, drink it." There's not much time left for rest. Well. A junior high school student who has a senior high school sister pampering him is different. "And you're envious of me? It's only been over a week since school started and you've gotten over 10 deliveries. All from your date. You're the real sweet one. He. Then there's no one to bring me water, isn't it? Or thank you, Mr. Pan, for the water." The two chatted for a while before they heard the chief instructor blow his whistle, which meant it was time to assemble. With the return of the instructor, the ranks of Pam's class were reorganized. The rest of the time was the same as just now in formation practice. Boring and tedious. Today was basically team practice all day, so nothing interesting happened. And Duanjie ate lunch in the dormitory. A little rest will be the afternoon training. Standing in military posture under the hot sun, feeling the sizzling sensation coming from the back, beads of sweat coalescing and flowing down from between the hair strands. Sweat beads flowing down the face rubbed through the feeling of itching. But who cannot go to wipe the sweat? Standing military posture is to be upright, cannot move, or the whole team together with corporal punishment. The girls' dormitory. Lin Evening didn't have classes in the afternoon, so she was in the dormitory. "Evening, you've been looking at it for half a day. Don't you get a tan?" The girls' dormitory was right behind the playground podium and had a complete view of the playground. Lin Evening, who had finished delivering water in the morning, was also clear about the location of Panin's class and watched from the window after the afternoon lunch break. "It's okay, not too much sun. Are you going to bring water later?" "Yeah." Concerned schoolboy Che, gentle sister's thoughts are not pure. For his roommates teasing Lin Evening just laughed. His own intentions were indeed impure. Looking down at the time, it was almost time for a break. Lin Evening grabbed her things, pulled her roommate on board, and set off. The breaks in military training are divided into big breaks and small breaks. And the big breaks are the breaks where the chief instructor blows the whistle, often for 30 minutes or more. A mini rest is when each class has its own rest time, usually based on the instructor's conscience, with some practicing for half an hour with a 10-minute rest, and some practicing for 50 minutes with a 5-minute rest. Evening, so why did you drag me here? Lin Evening's roommate Wei Shuyi issued a question. Originally his own rare afternoon no class. Intends to take a good rest, catch up with the drama or something. But just teased Lin Even. A sentence was pulled out by Lin Even. It's too obvious for me, a schoolmate, to seek out a schoolmate with such obvious intentions. Or do I feel the need to drag you along with me? But your intentions were pretty obvious before, too. I don't care. And look at this playground. Haven't you been complaining about not having a date? Just happened to be searching for one today. I'm not going to. I don't like younger than me. How come you don't like the younger ones? I'm not interested in schoolboys anyway. Well, they're blowing the whistle. So get going. The dormitory was a short walk from the playground, and the duo didn't have to take more than a few steps to get there. Duan Jie, who heard the whistle blowing on this side, was also finally relieved, completely out of energy, and sat down on the ground beside Panon. Exhausted. Pam, aren't your feet sore? Looking at Duanjie sitting on the ground, Panon laughed and taunted him. It's not sour. Or you're too spoiled. Panon has Lin Evening sent Insol's feet really not sore, but ultimately not much better. Hey, I'm still pampered. I'm going to go to the bathroom, so you can rest. Halfway through his speech, Duanjie saw Lin Evening walking far away and retreated first in order not to disturb the two. Panon was about to say that he would go with Duanjie when Lin Evening's voice came from behind him. Schoolboy. Turning back was Lin Evening, who had come up beside her, and she had taken out a number of things from her small bag. Mineral water, paper towels, wet wipes, cooling pads. Sister, what brings you here? My dormitory is right next to the playground. In the dormitory to see you training feel very hard, when the school sister's natural to come to care about you, said Lin Evening. Took out a paper towel to wipe Panon's sweat. This action made Wei Shuyi standing behind him a blank stare. Lin Evening pulled himself to eat dog food. Not only Wei Shuyi, but also the surrounding boys. That was needless to say. The envy of Panon was like a torrential river. Many of the people next to them were Panon's classmates, so they also knew Lin Evening, and everyone naturally liked this good-looking and gentle schoolmate. Some individual even went to ask for Lin Even's V. Only Lin Even really treated them like school siblings in general. Because of the gentle character, also didn't say hurtful words. The sense of distance was very strong. So now the duos move everyone that is really envious and jealous of hate. On what grounds? Is it just because of good looks? Does being good looking mean you can do whatever you want? The envy and jealousy of the surrounding people. Lin Evening didn't care. As if she didn't know, she took a paper towel and wiped Panon's sweat, and after wiping it she used a wet towel to wipe it again. Finally, the not-so-cold water was shoved into Panacea's hand, and a cooling patch was pulled out and placed on Panacea's forehead. Feeling the intimate movements of Lin Evening, Panon did not know how to react for a moment, just staring dumbly at the schoolmate in front of him. Feeling the cooling patch cold when his brain was only slightly awake. Paste a good cooling patch. Lin Evening did not forget to stroke the top again 2 times to fix it. This all done before she stood up. Well, don't slam the ice water. You'll get a bad bowel movement, and I've got a club later, so I'll be off. Okay, bye-bye schoolteacher. Bye-bye schoolboy. Duanjie waited until Lin Evening was gone before he ran over to Panon and sat down next to him, continuing his general morning sighing. Dinner is still eaten with Duanjie. After eating dinner we'll have to go to military training again. The whole day to train. It's a good thing that military training is easier in the evenings and there's no hot sun to burn. After a brief squad training session comes recreation time, which is singing time. The instructor stood at the front and led the singing of those military songs, and after repeating them a few times the crowd had learned them. Okay, whoever has a program, raise your hand and you can come to the podium and perform. The chief instructor stood on the podium and shouted with a microphone. And originally Panon thought that there were not many people. Right, but it turned out that they went up one after another. Duanjie could see Panon's confusion and explained it to him. You think everyone is social terrorism? There is a 4,000 people under this stage. There are other seniors. The opposite side is still the girls' dormitory. The crowd is nervous, but it is also an opportunity to perform. Perform well, then win the right to choose a spouse for 4 years. What about bad behavior? 4 years of losing the right to choose a spouse. Panon sweated a little and looked over to the podium. There was already a boy in uniform getting his mic ready to sing, and there were a few more lined up next to him. The first performance was singing, which was very ordinary and nothing to write home about. The second performance was still singing, but rapping, and after singing, he introduced where his concert was going to be held, and was dragged away by the chief instructor before he could finish. The third was a girl who had been put in line by the chief instructor to come in and dance the Korean dance. Along with the dynamic music and sexy dance moves, the atmosphere on stage was instantly mobilized. How's the schoolboy looking? Panon was looking seriously at the cell phone in his hand when it lit up, popping up a message from Lin Evening. How's the schoolboy looking? Looking at the message on his cell phone, Panon awkwardly scratched his head and looked up. Behind the podium was Lin Evening's dormitory. Maybe Lin Evening was there watching himself. Of course Lin Evening was watching him, but not in the dormitory, but at the edge of the playground. There were many students who didn't have to attend classes at night gathered here, as well as some on-campus residents, and Lin Evening and her own roommate were here. Looking at the sexy dance of the girl on the stage and the lively atmosphere under the stage, Lin Evening thought that her own schoolmate would also be watching. Maybe he liked this one? Would he like this gentle schoolgirl type of himself? So she messaged Panon not with a jealous questioning, but with an uncertain worry. Looking at one dark back in the dark playground, she couldn't find where Panon was or the look on her face. I can only look at the black crowd with my cell phone in my arms and wait for Panon's news with anticipation. Panon, who was hugging his cell phone on this side, naturally didn't know what Lin Knight was thinking, and after thinking about it, he chose a safer reply. Not as good looking as Hokage. The simple reply seemed to the other side of Lin Wan, but it made her happy. On the sideway, Shudi saw Lin Wan smiling happily and came closer to take a look. Flowery mouth. Specializing in fooling innocent girls like you. Not at all. I'm aware that Schoolboy is single. That's even more wrong. He has a high face value. Isn't it fishing if he doesn't talk to someone? Proper scum. You don't understand. Schoolboy has his own considerations. Hey, you Lin Knight, don't be fooled. No way. Schoolmate wouldn't lie to me. Even if he did, why doesn't he go and lie to someone else? Lin Evening, you're invincible. Panon didn't continue to care about the program on the stage and opened up a conversation with Lin Evening, the two of them chatting with each other. The instructor's control of the evening recreation time was also loose, so he didn't care about Panon playing with his cell phone or anything else. In the middle of the process there was a scene where everyone took out their cell phones and turned on their flashlights to make a call, which will be a valuable memory for these freshmen in the next 10 years. The end of military training, accompanied by the instructor's dismissal of the crowd scattered. In the darkness, Duan Jie tells Panon that he has to pick up a delivery and tells Panon to go back first without waiting for him. After answering the question, Panon was ready to leave, but the playground was too crowded, and the military training that ended at 9:30 had other students coming back to the playground for a walk in addition to the freshmen. At one time the playground was a state of crowded people. In the darkness no one knew anyone, but could only follow the general flow towards the playground gate. Although the temperature of the playground at night fell down, but not to mention the large number of people. Our military training one day of students, between the crowd is very hot, boring, but what can Panon say? Can only continue to go with the flow of. A cold grip came from his wrist, and looking back, though it was too dark to see much, he heard the familiar voice. Found you, Schoolboy. Sister? Well, come with me first, we'll talk as we walk. Good. Feeling the cool grip coming from his wrist, Panon slowly walked out of the crowd as Lin Evening led him, and the two of them walked out in the opposite direction of the crowd. There's another exit from the playground. There's a night market outside that one. Do you want to eat, Schoolboy? In the darkness Panon could only make out the silhouette of Lin Knight as she cocked her head inquiringly. Good. Walking out of the school, the duo made their way to the night market, where Panon bought an order of pop tofu for dinner, and just as he was paying he saw a message alert on his phone. It was from Lin Evening, and there were 6 of them. It turned out that after the performance Lin Evening invited Panon, just because the instructor relined up that meeting. Panon did not look at the phone. At the same time the phone has been silent, so did not know Lin Evening sent a message. Looking at the chat page that had no reply for half a day, Lin Evening knew that Panon's cell phone was muted, and that his schoolmate should be busy leaving the playground right now. That's why Lin Evening let his roommate go first, while he himself weaved his way through the crowd, looking for Panon. Good thing everything went well and she managed to find it. The snack was eaten at the night market with Lin Knight, and looking at Duan Jie's crying on his cell phone, Panon also brought him one when he left. Well then, good night Schoolboy. Well, good night Schoolmarm. The women's dormitory was close to the night market, so after dropping off Lin Evening, Panon himself walked across the playground, through the small park, and back to the dormitory. The 3 days that followed were pretty normal, practicing some of the routines, with Lin Evening coming to check on Panon from time to time. And in addition to the breakfast they ate together in the morning, the duo added a snack that they ate on even-numbered days. Panon is gone. It was the 5th day of military training. After eating breakfast, Duan Jie looked at the time and called Panon to get ready to leave for the playground. Okay, I'm coming. I'll tell you what, I read that it's raining today, so hey, I guess it's a walk in the park and we'll be back later. Walking on the way to the playground, Panon looked at the sky. It was indeed cloudy. Sure enough, just as Duan Jie had said, the rain pelted Panon's face during the formation training at the playground, and gradually the rain became more and more frequent. The training students began to taunt, all waiting for the instructor to give the word and everyone to call it a day and go home. Only the chief instructor never responded. just the class instructors maintaining order. Feeling the rain on his face, Panin realized that this was something that happened in many schools, and as long as it wasn't raining heavily, it didn't matter. Finally, before everyone's clothes were about to get soaked, a whistle sounded through the playground, followed by the voice of the chief instructor, arranging for everyone to return to their dormitories and wait for the announcement. Leaving the playground with Duan Jie, Panin was about to walk through the small park when he saw Lin Evening, who was holding a cream-colored umbrella and looking around at the people coming and going, as if she was waiting for someone. Hokage. Hearing a voice, Lin Evening looked up as she waited. Holding her umbrella, she walked over to Panin and blocked Panin under her own umbrella, not forgetting Duan Jie on one side, handing Duan Jie the other umbrella. Well, I've come to deliver an umbrella to my schoolmate. Hurry back and wipe your head. You might catch a cold in the last 2 days of cooling. Okay, bye-bye schoolteacher. Only after watching Panin and Duan Jie leave with umbrellas did Lin Evening feel relieved to leave, but the next day Panin still fell ill. Back to the dormitory has not stayed 2 hours, because the rain stopped the instructor and organized training, and not a moment into the training it started to rain, and with continuous drenching and wind, Panin just woke up with a fever after a nap. Feel the knife-like sensation coming from your throat, the headache, and the weakness. He turned hard on his side and grabbed his cell phone, to explain to Lin Knight that he couldn't have breakfast with her. Lin Evening, who had received the news, was a little heartbroken, and after sending some messages to Panin, he began to prepare. First, I found the guide to give Panin a day off, and then went to the clinic to buy a thermometer and fever-reducing medicine for colds, and then went to the cafeteria to buy a light cup of vegetable porridge, running to the downstairs of Panin's dormitory in a hurry. Duan Jie was already waiting here. Just now Lin Evening sent him a message about this matter. Having Lin Evening there made Duan Jie breathe a sigh of relief. Her schoolmate was just awesome. She had arranged everything by herself. Duan Shuedi, this breakfast is for you. Then this one is for Panin. You take his temperature first, put a fever-reducing patch on him. For medicine drink this and this. I've sent you the specifics. I've already taken my vacation. Together with yours, just take good care of Panin. I have class later, so I'll leave first. Let Panin take his medicine on time off. Okay, take care. Senior sister. In the dormitory, Panin was confused and arranged by Duan Jie, inserting a thermometer, applying a fever-reducing patch, drinking vegetable porridge, and listening to Duan Jie's envious words. Panin was a bit baffled. Elementary school students who have older sisters who love them are different. Not caring about Duan Jie's flirting, Panin was really uncomfortable and fell asleep after taking the medicine. Duan Jie looked at Panin and reported to Lin Evening after realizing that he was asleep. It's good to be young and sleep when you get to the head. By the time Panin woke up it was already 3 in the afternoon. Lin Evening sent him many messages, telling him to take his medicine on time, drink plenty of water, and if he wasn't feeling well he could take a day off tomorrow and that he didn't need to worry about taking a vacation. Panin replied one by one. He was much better. His fever had gone down. The feeling of knives cutting inside his throat was much lighter. Only his body was still a little weak. Sister, do you have something to do this afternoon? Let me treat you to dinner. Thank you for your kind words, but sister has something to do this afternoon. Lin Evening has part-time work in the afternoon, before accompanying Panin and colleagues to the shift, so it is impossible to put off this afternoon. But there's nothing to do tomorrow. It can be tomorrow. Oh, okay, tomorrow then. Schoolboy, it's going to be the 4th of July vacation soon. What are your plans? Panin at the table took a sip of hot water, dropped the medicine into his mouth, took another sip of water, and looked at the message and began to think. Being new to college myself, I should take advantage of the 4th of July vacation to get out and walk around, get to know Ocean City and see what it has to offer. In addition, the National Day dormitory is estimated to be the only one left. Those 3 are looking for someone to play with, and that Duan Jie kid is going to find a long-distance girlfriend, not to mention. So Panin would be alone at that time. Then he could cultivate a relationship with Lin Evening and the two of them would go out and have fun together. After some thought Panin replied, it hasn't been arranged yet. Where's the schoolmarm? Sister would like to go out. Do we want to join you, schoolboy? In the face of the invitation sent by Lin Evening, Panin never refused, and decisively agreed. Yeah, I haven't played in Ocean City yet. Hey, I'll plan ahead then. Okay, listen, I'm at the mercy of my schoolmistress. You rest and rest. Eat and take your medicine on time. Go to bed early at night, and I've given you leave for the military training at night, so don't worry. Looking at the message sent by Lin Evening, Panin's heart cannot help but warm. Before the relationship and the majority of their own pay. Never like Lin Evening. In the beginning of freshman year this time, if not Lin Evening himself do not know how lonely will be. Duan Jie although can accompany himself, but he also has his own life. Even the best of friends won't be there for you all the time. To be inseparable, they will have their own lives, with their own families. Lynn Evening has been taking care of herself since she stepped into the university. A sister caring for her younger brother or something to do everything. This always made Pan ponder whether Lynn Evening had other feelings for herself, or did she just have the care and concern of a schoolmate for a schoolmate? He didn't go for the gamble, wanting to wait a little longer. And when it was longer, maybe he'd be able to see it for himself. After all, how long has this been going on? And what if you lose the bet? Good guy card +1. Shaking off his head, he didn't continue to think about it, and replied to Lin Wan that he knew, and thanked his senior sister for her concern before drinking the last mouthful of medicine. At the end of summer, the overcast sky after the rain still carries a few cold. The wind blew into the dormitory from the balcony. Wearing short sleeves, Pan couldn't help but shiver. Pam, and you're awake. Duan Jia pushed his way in at this time. He had just gone to pick up a courier. Lin Evening had likewise given him a day off. Well, it's been a while. How do you feel? Better yet. Much better. Picking up another delivery? Having a girlfriend is different. Hey, you kid is still souring on me. I'm envious of the way the schoolmarm took care of you today. The two of them talked to each other. And so the day passed. The back of the military training came to the square training. Every day first by the class instructor training for an hour in formation, followed by training according to the assigned square. Often there are hundreds of people in a square, as well as 5-6 instructors for training. Panin and Duan Jia were lucky enough to be assigned to the tactical square, which was the square where tactical maneuvers were conducted, and the training was relatively interesting and easy. These times Lin Evening together with the old days from time to time to come to find Panin. The two early morning night always companion. The days passed by, and by the time we reacted the military training had already come to an end, and it was the day of the parade performance. Lin Evening stood on the bleachers, looking at Panin in the crowd, and although he had seen it many times, he enjoyed it every time. The military performance, like most schools, begins with a speech by the leader, followed by the entrance and exit of the squads and their respective performances, finally in the centralized speech. So 15 days of military training came to an end. The crowd should say goodbye to the farewells, the dispersal of the scene. Schoolboy, hearing a familiar voice, Panin looked over as Lin Evening walked out of the dispersed crowd and came to his side. Congratulations on the completion of military training. Thank you. Will you be leaving tomorrow? School teacher? Thinking of the 4th of July outing he had arranged with Lin Evening, Panin asked. There are still a lot of people on the first day. We're a big city in Haichang, and you've been training for half a month. Take a day off first. Okay, so is it easy to talk about the exact plan? Of course, I have no secrets from my schoolmates. With that she took Panacea by the wrist and led him in the opposite direction of the crowd. Panin knew that this was the way to the off-campus. The time was noon, and Lin Evening was dragging herself off-campus to eat. As for Duan Jie, he's already on his way to the high-speed train station now, so I guess it won't be long before he can meet up with Zhou Wan and sweeten the deal. Tomorrow take a day off to straighten up. The day after tomorrow we'll stroll around Haichang. There's the Qinggong Ancient Street, there's the Haichang Zoo, and there's also the Chunshan Temple, where the chrysanthemums are in bloom. I heard that it's a masterpiece, and I haven't been there before. Lin Evening held Panin's hand and walked ahead, telling Panin about the plans for the two of them to go on a trip. Even though she was already sitting face to face in the restaurant, she still kept telling Panin about her plan, and Panin was certainly listening attentively to Lin Evening's prepared plan. Lin Evening, this plan at once is 6 days. Every day what to do, where to go, how to do, what to play and eat are all arranged. You can see how much she valued this outing, and that's exactly what happened. She started planning when Panin agreed to go out with her, looking up tips, making arrangements, buying tickets, planning her trip, working for a living, and not delaying a bit. How about we end up going back to school together on the 7th? How about it, schoolboy? Do you find this plan agreeable? Of course, sister plans meticulously. Just listen to sister's arrangements, and I'm looking forward to the tour with sister. Hearing this, Lin Knight felt that staying up all night doing the rundown was worth it, and couldn't help but smile gently. Time came to October 1st, the national day. The city traffic is huge. Panin lying in bed in the dormitory and Lin Evening message. Carefully read tomorrow's trip plan. So what? Schoolboy, listen to the command tomorrow and don't lose them. That's school teacher. In any case I'm an adult. I won't be able to lose something like that. It's mostly just in case. You know? Got it. That's right. Going to the night market tonight? The next morning, Pam woke up at 8 o'clock, and the two had an appointment at 9. For this tour Panin is naturally also very important. How to say that this is also regarded as the first date of the two of them, although it is not a couple relationship, but it does not affect. Got up, took a shower, washed and blew out my hair. What's that saying about washing your hair on a date? That's the highest form of etiquette for a guy. Aha. Mainly standing in front of the mirror, Panon felt there was nothing to dress up for. Already being a handsome man, wasn't it? Waiting for 8:50. On time to leave the dormitory with a satchel on his back. Still the same old acacia tree. Still the slender figure, holding the green silk waiting for him under the tree. The pair of good-looking peach blossom eyes were extraordinarily bright when he appeared, and a joyful color surfaced on his originally bland face, turning to him and shouting, "Schoolboy!" The moment she saw Panon, Lin Evening unconsciously stepped forward and walked over to Panon, shoving the breakfast in his hand and walking alongside him. "Let's go! Our first stop, Qingluo Ancient Street." Lin Evening's slender soft razor gripped the strap of her own satchel and walked alongside Panon, looking in a good mood as she mouthed her plans for the two of them to go on a trip. Leaving the school, the duo didn't choose to take a taxi since the ancient street wasn't too far away, but instead stood under the bus stop sign and waited for the bus. Not long after the bus came from the distance, Lin Evening took Panon's hand. She looked happy and excitedly told Panon that the bus was coming. The morning rush hour had already passed, but there were quite a few people on the bus, and the two of them got on without a seat, gripping the armrests one after the other. Face to face, the two of them leaned very close. Lin Evening lowered her head and looked at the Qingluo Ancient Street travel guide. Panon lowered his head and looked at her. Lin Evening didn't know that Panon's eyes had been on her. She just lowered her head and told Panon about the history of the ancient street. Today's school sister was more like a tour guide. The vehicle swayed, and the two people in front and behind swung with it. Lin Evening still looking down at her phone as she did. Only the nice lavender smell of her body lingered in front of Panon's nose. I don't know how long it took for the bus to arrive at the station. She still didn't look up at Panon, and when she heard it arrive she excitedly grabbed Panon's hand and walked off the bus. The duo stood at the entrance of the ancient street. Looking at the ancient streets made one feel like they had returned to a few decades ago. Since it was a holiday, there was not a lot of foot traffic in the old street, and the movers and shakers marched through the crowds. The street is lined with stores on both sides, including antique stores, tea stores, patisseries, and snack stores. Schoolboy. I didn't realize that there were still so many people the next day, and I didn't even get a chance to buy a candy cane if I wanted one just now. Let's go get it now if you want it. Schoolmarm, we haven't traveled too far. Alright, just had breakfast, don't bother. Just after saying that, Panon took her slender wrist and walked in the opposite direction of the crowd. Not hungry is not hungry, wanting to eat is wanting to eat, and sister has always been good to me, so let me be good to sister too, okay? Panon took the initiative in a rare way here at Lin Night. Lin Evening looked up at the teenager squeezing into the crowd in front of her, and her mouth was as thin as a fly as she replied, "Good." Still one in front of the other, walking through the crowd. Obviously it was crowded, but Lin Wan wasn't afraid of getting separated because the hand in front of her gripping her wrist gave her a complete sense of security. How she wanted her schoolmate to be with her all the time, so she had to go for it. "Hello, take a bunch of candy canes." Just the classic kind. A familiar voice entered her ears, and Lin Evening returned to her senses as the teenager dragged herself to the candy cane stand. The stall was of the very old kind. An old uncle holding a straw stick with candy canes of all kinds. Fruits, melons, almonds, and that classic hawthorn. Lin Evening took the sugar gourd handed by Panon. It was the big red kind, crystal clear. You could see the round hawthorn inside. "Aren't you going to eat, schoolboy?" Lin Evening asked curiously. "It's good for schoolmates to eat." "Wow, good." Lin Evening didn't ask any more questions. With his left hand on the sugar gourd and his right hand on Panon, he continued to walk deeper into the ancient street. Is the old street fun? In fact, the general, just come to stroll. The day may not be that interesting, but with the people you like, it seems that even walking is very interesting. Lin Evening took the sugar gourd, her shell teeth gently biting on the sugar coating outside the sugar gourd. The sugar coating crumbled open, and a small piece of hawthorn was bitten off. Feeling the sweet flavor in her mouth, tears crossed the corners of Lin Even's eyes. Soon which teardrops were noticed by Panon and spoke with some urgency. "Why is schoolteacher crying?" "Hokage, sugar loaf. It's so sour." Hawthorn is extraordinarily sour. Originally still felt that the icing was very sweet. The next moment it gave Lin Evening sour tears. Although it is very sour, but Lin Evening still did not give up eating. Strolling down the ancient street with perseverance to the sugar gourd eaten. Who let this candy cane be bought by Paman? At noon, the two of them found a noodle shop in the ancient street to eat, and after eating will walk the rest of the ancient street together. Alright, our next stop Aoyama Temple. Let's go. This time the duo chose to take a taxi, as Aoyama Temple was far away. In the car, the two of them sat in the back seat on the left and right. The driver master in the front of the gushing about the Castle Peak Temple. saying that he had brought his wife and children here before, and that the blooming chrysanthemums were indeed unforgettable. Come to the Castle Peak Temple. The ticket is 30 a person. After buying the ticket, the two of them walked into the temple. The temple is large, with the entrance starting with a clearing and a secondary gate, through which you can see chrysanthemums on both sides, one after the other. A large sea of yellow. Hokey pokey, there are more chrysanthemums on that side. Let's go over there. Being led by Lynn Evening to another flower field. The chrysanthemums were indeed denser. There were a lot of people at Aoyama Temple today. Every 2 steps was a person and everyone was taking pictures. Lynn Evening looked around the room before holding her cell phone out to Panon. Schoolboy, help me shoot. She had her hands behind her back, her white dress contrasting with the flowery ground behind her, the early fall wind blowing her skirt, a gentle smile on her face, looking at Panon, waiting for Panon to press the shutter. 1, 2, 3, bending over to look at flowers, squatting to look at flowers, crossing my arms to look at myself, pulling my hair back and waiting. Let's see. The moment the picture was taken, Lynn Evening couldn't wait to go up and get next to Panon, her ear pressed against Panon's shoulder, looking at the picture Panon had taken. Wow. Good shot, schoolboy. For Panon's skill in taking pictures, Lynn Evening was surprised. Panon smiled and did not say anything. He had practiced for chasing girls anyhow, and a little thing like taking pictures wasn't a handful. Okay, schoolboy, let's take a picture together. Come, crouch down. Late summer and early fall evenings are a little cooler mixed in with the undiluted annoyance of the heat. The day's outing ended perfectly, and the duo who left the Spring Mountain Temple bought snacks for dinner and took another look around the food court. Many of the snacks made Lin want to try something, only his stomach did not allow it, so he had to make a date to come back another time. Walking through the school, the two of them were in no hurry to separate, so they just strolled in silence. The road was lined with 10-meter-tall trees, the shade of which completely obscured the road, accompanied by a cool evening breeze that rustled the leaves overhead. Panon lifted his head, the night sky to not so dark and lifeless, revealing a deep dark red color. From the shade of the trees can still see the few stars. Looking at the lowered head, Lin Panon did not say anything and continued to walk quietly. It was quiet between the two. Even the setting was that quiet. In late summer and early fall, the cicadas in the woods can no longer be heard, and there is no sound of small animals around. There is only the sound of leaves rustling, and the wind blowing when the cozy. This road is the road next to the east gate of the school. Directly in front of the east gate is the school plaza, and behind the plaza are several academic buildings, so the east gate is the furthest away from the dormitory. Again, this path is the furthest, going through the academic buildings, the living quarters, the library, the cafeteria, the artificial lake, and finally the dormitories. And the girls' dormitory was another playground away, so it took the duo nearly 20 minutes to walk that way. No one opened their mouths. It was clear that they had a lot in common. No one was an introvert, but perhaps they were afraid that there would be no language after the words were said. It wasn't until the time of parting that Lin finally opened his mouth. Hokage, thank you for staying with me today. I had a great time. Don't sleep tomorrow morning and forget. Why yes, I have to thank senior sister for taking me out as well. Who made me your schoolmate? Well, it's late, schoolmate. Get some early rest. Good night. Good night, schoolmarm. Lin Evening walked away, carrying her own small satchel, her footsteps light, just like she said. She had a good time today. Lonely dormitory. Panon lying on the bed. The dormitory is extraordinarily cold, but he does not care. Each has its own life. Do not leave too many expectations in others. A message popped up on his cell phone. It was from Lin Knight, prompting him that it was time to go to bed. Tomorrow afternoon the arrangement is to go to climb the Cloud Mountain. Lunch are eaten in the mountain, and so on down from the mountain is estimated to be 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then go to the nearby famous museum to visit. That's pretty much it. After returning Lin Knight's good night sentence, Panon fell back to sleep. And in the girls' dormitory, Lin Knight's dormitory was also the only one in Lin Knight's dormitory. One went to play with her date and two went home, so she was left on her own. Climbing the mountain tomorrow. Physical replenishment was essential, so Lin Evening was still awake right now, just preparing for tomorrow's lunch. After preparing the ingredients, she set her alarm for an early start tomorrow and waited to get up before continuing. The stars and moon sank and the dawn broke. Accompanied by the alarm clock going off, Panon got up from his bed and started to wash up. White short sleeves underneath and a black jumper on the outside. It wasn't exactly warm in the mountains, so a jacket was necessary. Carrying her own small bag, she left the dormitory. Not a moment later, the old actor acacia tree appeared in sight. And under the tree, Lin Evening waited for herself. She always came earlier than she did, always waiting for herself. Never a word of complaint. Good morning, schoolboy. Good morning. Schoolteacher is always this early. Hey, Maybe schoolboy is more sleepy? Pan-in wouldn't know that Lin Evening had to get up 2 hours earlier than him, and had gone to buy breakfast after preparing lunch, drinking soy milk and waiting for the bus. Going to the next city is a bit of a distance. The duo first took a bus to the high-speed train station, took the high-speed train to the next city and then transferred to a bus, all the way to the bottom of the Cloud Mountain. Pedestrians in front of the door of the mountain, because it is a holiday, coupled with the Cloud Mountain in this side is very famous. Before the network publicity work is also done very well. All of a sudden fame. After buying your ticket and walking across a flat area there is a steep trail that goes on for as far as the eye can see. Go for it. Schoolboy. Today's Lin Evening dress very sporty. Long hair bunched up in the back of the head. Outside a white punching jacket. Lower body sweatpants sports shoes. The two stood close to have a few points of the couple dress that flavor. So is senior sister. So let's set off. Lin Evening's physical strength was better than Pan-in thought. After climbing a fifth of Pan-in was a bit unable to climb. Lin even stood by and cheered him on with vigor. It's okay. Schoolboy, take a sip of water first. Pan-in sat on a rock and obediently took out water from his bag to drink. Lin Evening squatted beside him and propped her head up to look at him. Lin Evening had always thought that Pan-in was good looking, both before and now. Speaking of the past, that encounter with Pan-in was in the night. Suffered the death of her father and mother's illness of the young girl is a little think. A man was walking by the river, trying to calm his mind, but it was dark and slippery, and he fell into the river that way. The river in the mountain town is so wide that even the edge of the river is 2 meters deep. The water of the river was already very cold in the fall, and the sudden crisis terrified the young girl, who kept struggling in the water. That's also when the teenager beside him appeared next to him and saved himself from the river. Back on shore, both were safe and sound. The young girl's long hair soaked and hanging down in front of her face after she got wet. The teenager left her clothes behind and then entrusted her to the inspector's uncle. The teenager didn't remember the young girl's face, but the young girl clearly remembered it. Remembered this teenager who appeared beside her. Sitting on her knees she looked up at the handsome face of the teenager under the street lamp. After being rescued, the young girl explained for a long time before the inspector uncle was convinced that she was not a lightweight. The girl who left wanted to find the boy. But how big is the mountain town? How could she find him if she had no information but only knew what he looked like? Perhaps the heavens heard her thoughts and actually allowed the two to meet. And in the cafeteria of Mountain City High School, she once again saw the teenager who had saved her life. Just as she was about to go forward and pull the teenager, a young girl whose appearance was not inferior to hers appeared beside the teenager, and the two of them were close to each other, with a sweet atmosphere. She hesitated for a long time, looking at her whitened school uniform and at her dinner plate with only one green vegetable. She finally didn't go forward. Just from this moment on the teenager added color to her world. She could always see the teenager without noticing. See the teenager walking with that young girl. I also inadvertently listened to classmates talking about the senior, that schoolboy, and that schoolgirl, some gossip, said the two are how the divine couple. Later in the new semester, when she herself heard about the teenager's breakup, she didn't feel any joy. She was more worried. The teenager's feelings for that schoolgirl seemed very serious to her, and the fact that the teenager had saved herself meant that the teenager was nice and good, and it wouldn't be the teenager's problem while he broke up. Does a teenager who takes things that seriously get too upset after a breakup, and does it hit him? She wanted to care several times, but she didn't. Who was she to? Just hoping that the teenager would get out faster. She, who had always been afraid to think of anything other than what she wanted, finally got the idea when she saw the teenager again at the beginning of her sophomore year. With such a vast sea of people, the probability of the two meeting should be judged to be 0 at the end of high school. Since she's met, it must be God's arrangement, right? So she has to seize the opportunity, the hard-won chance. How's it going, schoolboy? Want to take another break? Pan-in got up from the rock and patted the dust on his pants as Lin Evening came up beside him. Concerned. No, schoolmarm. We have a long way to go. Well then, let's go. Tell me when you're tired. Oh, we've got plenty of time. Yes, I will. The two of them continued to climb the mountain. Lin Evening still walking at a distance of one position in front of Pan-in. When walking to the rest area, whether Pan-in was tired or not, she would let Pan-in take a break and drink some water. And so without realizing it, it was 11 o'clock, and the two were still a little way from the top of the mountain. The name Cloud Mountain is true to its name, and standing near the top you can see a sea of clouds in the distance, one on top of the other, encircling the mountains. Schoolboy, can we take a picture? Lin Evening's gentle voice came from his ears, and when he turned back she was already standing beside himself, holding the cell phone in his arms, his white face with a faint blush, and the corners of his lips hooked up to reveal his snow-white shell teeth. She only had Pan-in in her eyes, even if the scenery around her was also the first time she had seen it in her life, but to her those were all missable. Only Pan-in was not. Time with Pam was always something she cherished, and every photo was carefully saved and uploaded to the cloud. She had also secretly left pictures of Panon in places where Panon didn't see them, some of him at dinner, some during military training, and some of him holding his hand as he walked through the crowd. Each and every one of them is a precious memory for her, so she extraordinarily cherishes her time as a duo, and when the time is right she is going to leave a memento of it. For this schoolmate Panon, who had always liked and taken care of herself, of course she wouldn't refuse. Since he was taller than Lynn Evening, the cell phone was naturally held up by him. The two were so close together that their shoulders were only a few millimeters apart. With his back against the trestle parapet of Shanshan, and an endless sea of clouds behind him, Panon holds his cell phone high, and among the screens is Longjaw, the sunny and handsome teenager, and the gentle and mature schoolmate. One black and one white, match exceptionally well. Click, click, click. A photo was left among Lynn Evening's cell phone, which she treated like a treasure. Even if the two of them couldn't get together in the future, then she would rely on these photos to remember the past. Sister photo, go back and send it to me. Let's go. We'll be at the top of the hill soon. Okay, let's go. When you're on top of a mountain, you can see all the mountains. The view from the top is endless, with a sea of clouds all around at a glance. And even if your legs and feet are sore, it's worth it. There were a lot of people at the top of the hill, but there was plenty of room at the top and it wasn't crowded. The two of them found a clearing, and Lynn Evening took out a camping cloth from her bag and spread it on the ground, then took out the lunch she had prepared from her bag. Try it, schoolboy. I made my own rice balls. Panon sat across from Lynn Evening and watched as Lynn Even took out the beige lunchbox from her bag, which was set up with 8 fist-sized rice balls. The appearance looks very delicate, not simply glutinous rice with seaweed. The center Lynn Evening have added lunch meat slices with meat floss and so on. In one bite, the texture level is very good. The taste is almost as good as a specialized onigiri restaurant. It's very tasty. After all, the ingredients are the same. Hokage made it delicious. That's good. Eat up, schoolboy. Aren't you going to eat it, schoolteacher? I'll wait until you're full. When Lynn Evening originally said that he didn't need to worry about lunch, Panon thought that he was buying food or noodles on the mountaintop, but he didn't realize that it was the rice balls that his schoolmate had prepared herself. Looking at the half-eaten rice ball in his hand, he looked at Lynn Even again. Lynn Even was looking at herself with a smile like that. She seemed to still be stuck in the joy of her saying that the rice ball she made was delicious. Placing the half-eaten rice ball on the lid of the lunchbox, he pulled Lynn Wan's hand over and took a rice ball from the lunchbox and placed it in her hand. Sister, I know what you're thinking, but it's not right to think like that. You being all nice to me will make me feel guilty. I'm not the kind of person who just gets in and out. When two people give to each other, that's a normal relationship. So if you're the one who's looking at me to eat, that's why I'm not eating. Lynn Evening was a bit stunned. Her gaze stayed on the rice ball in her hand, biting her lip. A trace of delight and tenderness crossed her eyes, and she looked at Panon, who was holding her hand. She smiled, her red lips parting as she took a light bite on the rice ball, leaving a shallow arc. Well, schoolboy, eat. Seeing that Lynn Evening ate the rice ball up, Panon only re-picked up the rice ball. The two of them just sat face to face, watching the clouds roll in the distance. There's that saying that you stand on a bridge and look at the scenery, and the people looking at the scenery are looking at you. Lynn Evening at this time is like this. Panon looked at the sea of clouds. She looked at Panon in front of the sea of clouds. She took another bite of the rice ball, eating slowly, just her little mind, wanting more of it when Panacea ate faster. Even if Panon had just criticized her, she wasn't going to change. The teenager in front of her was not only a lifesaver, but also someone she liked. Crush for 2 years. Freshman year was originally hopeless but always liked it, so it should be considered 3 years. A 3-year crush is special. Special not in how his face is. She's not shallow. He's special in that he's worth it. She understood what Panon said. Of course she did. She wasn't stupid. She wouldn't be confused about right and wrong and give to those who didn't deserve it. But Panon was worth it. She knew Panon's character well and knew that Panon wasn't that kind of person who only went in and out. So she was willing to give. Too blunt love she cannot say. Only want to use this insignificant tenderness to lyric. In the subtle let Panon know their feelings. She was happy and pleased with what Panon had just said. It was a recognition and praise for her past efforts. Proof that her tactics worked. She smiled lightly again at the thought and took a bite of her rice ball, continuing to look at the teenager she had loved for 3 years. So handsome and sunny. In the end her little thought didn't work out. Panon looked at Junhai quietly after eating 4 of them and pushed the lunchbox next to Lynn Evening, the meaning of which was self-evident. Lynn Evening shook his head. The schoolboy was still the same, did not open his mouth to push back. He seemed to be unable to refuse Panon. He could only be quiet, taking small bites of the rice balls he had made. It does seem to taste good. Alright, schoolmarm, I'll pay for the cable car. No arguing. Wow. Okay. For the $100 or so for the cable car, Panin did not give Lynn even a chance. The tickets were all bought by her. And the cable car she still wants to pay? Really think she is a parasite. Lynn Evening lowered her head. She really was a bit irresistible to her schoolmate. Take the cable car. Slide down the mountain. Pass through the sea of clouds. Pass through the mountains and forests. And thus, the tour of climbing the cloudy mountain ends. The duo ended their trip to Cloud Mountain by going to the museum in Forest City, where they visited for over an hour and left quite a few more photos. The last hot pot to end today's trip to the city of Lynn. Riding back to Haicheng University has been 9 o'clock in the evening. Lynn Evening fell asleep against the car window. The delicate face was a little tired, leaning against the car window, long hair cascading, sleeping soundly, a smile on the corner of her mouth, wondering what kind of beautiful dream she had. Please, thanks to Li Hongmei and Nameless from Ziguadu Island for the reminder note. Thanks for the gifts. Hope for more support. Looking out the window at the bright sunlight, Panin knew it was noon. Last night after sending his elder sister back to the dormitory, he went back to the dormitory himself, simply washed up and fell asleep. Today, I climbed a mountain, visited a museum, and lay in bed with no energy at all, going to sleep with a full body of fatigue, not a bit of extra energy, and all there is sore legs. In Lynn Evening's arrangement today was a relaxing day of rest, and when she arranged it she took into account that the two would be tired and sore after climbing the mountain. So today is just a day off. 7 days on the 4th of July. This is only the second day, and the third day is a day off to go to the food court by the school to get some snacks and tone it down a bit. Day 4 was still a day of rest and relaxation, watching a movie with my schoolmates, having a barbecue, and going for a bike ride on the beach together. Day 5 was out camping, which is a day and night, don't come back at night kind of thing. Day 6 was all about finding a place to hang out in the city where she was camping. So far she was looking at two, the zoo and an amusement park, waiting to see what Pam thought. Return at the end of day 6, and take a good rest and relaxation break on day 7 to wind down and let yourself unwind. Panin reread the screenshot of the notes Lynn Evening had sent, thought for a moment, and got up after sending Lynn Evening a message back. The whole getting out of bed was really painful for Panin. His body was sore, especially his legs, which felt like they weren't his own anymore and were being forced on. I just woke up with a premonition that I had pain in both legs, and it turned out to be worse than I thought. Soreness to soreness does not affect the action. Wash up after leaving the dormitory. Came to the cafeteria. Lynn Evening has already found a good position. See him come even waved. The duo's time proceeded like a written script, step after step according to Lynn Knight's arrangement. The duo spent the afternoon in the playground soaking up the early fall sun and talking and walking together. Night together went to the Sea City University next to the snack street. The street is long. Both sides are snack stalls, crowded with people full of fireworks. On the 4th day the two read a book together in the school library, exchanging few words but connecting more and more. In the afternoon, they went to the cinema in the shopping center, and Lynn even ran happily to her side with 2 movie tickets, pulling Panan's hand to walk to the ticket gate together. The movie that was chosen was emotional, and Lynn Evening watched it very carefully, but in the middle of it, she didn't forget to ask Panin if she wanted to eat popcorn. He shook his head. Lin Wan's seat was by the outside. As long as he said he wanted to, then Lin Wan wouldn't have the slightest hesitation to get up and go buy it. But how could Panin endure it? Lin Wan was very fond of this movie and watched it extraordinarily carefully. He didn't want Lin Wan to miss these episodes. And even more so, he didn't want Lin Wan to break the bank. It was a bit of a shame to get a refusal in response to Lynn Evening that her schoolmate didn't want to eat popcorn. The man and woman at the end of the movie did not come together. Panin saw here some melancholy. Obviously, as long as not that will be fine. As long as not to fight that face, the two will be together. He turned back. Lynn even had already cried, crying without a sound, as if she didn't want to disturb him. Laughing, he wiped Lynn Even's tears and was led by Lynn Even to the street-side barbecue restaurant. This time Panin paid for the meal in advance and didn't give Lynn Even a bit of a chance, which made Lynn Even a bit grumpy. After resting and relaxing for 2 days, Panan's legs were no longer that sore and much better. And naturally Lynn Evening's side was the same and had already begun to make arrangements for the next stop. Day 5. Well, schoolboy, do I look good in this? Today's Lynn Evening dresses in a very different style from the past. In the past she liked to wear light-colored clothes, reflecting more gentleness and intellectualism. And today, she unexpectedly wore a black slim-fitting dress that was long, down to her ankles, and the fabric was so light that it fluttered in the wind. With a small black jacket added to the top and a familiar satchel on her back, the whole person looked more mature, just a little less gentle and a little more schoolgirl attributes. Watching Panan's eyes light up at the way he was dressed, the corners of Lynn Evening's mouth unconsciously hooked up. I dress up like this naturally, have a high person to point out. Wei Shuyi, that niece has gone back to school, is said to bring their own brother to play in the Sea City. When she heard last night that she was going camping with Panon, it worried her as much as a mother whose daughter is getting married. And she was busy. Eventually, he found several clothes for Lin Evening to match with today's outfit. Little Knight. Gentleness has already receded from the environment. Nowadays little boys like the high and cold imperial sister type. So this one is what I carefully matched for you. But Shuyi, I can't be high and mighty with an Hokage. You, forget it, you don't need to be high-strung. This one has already pulled your school sister attribute to max. I think it's already enough to hold that elementary school brother of yours. Wow. Okay, come on. I'm watching you. This morning Wei Shuyi also got up early to give Lin Evening a good imperial sister makeup, and 1,000 instructions to tell Lin Evening don't go to the head. Although the schoolboy is good but don't eat greed. This is how things are. So Lin Evening today is dressed extraordinarily differently. More mature and charming. Especially her fair and good-looking face. Well, it's pretty. This reply made the corners of Lin Even's mouth, who was walking ahead, a little suppressed, walking faster and faster, fearing that Panon would come up to him and find himself laughing like a child. Coming to the high-speed train station, the duo went to Lake City this time, which was very close to Haichang, and the high-speed train arrived after sitting for more than an hour. Schoolboy, wake up, we're here. A light touch came to his cheek, and Lin Evening's slightly cool fingertips poked at Panon's skin, slowly opening his eyes. His good-looking face was close at hand. What, didn't get a good night's rest last night? No, just normal early morning sleepiness. So, then we have a half-hour or so bus ride later, so you'll be in the car before you continue to sleep, or you'll be sitting inside. She walks down the highway holding Panon's hand and says the most tender and caring things in the most mature and royal way. It's okay, not sleepy anymore. Alright, I'm here, so sleep in peace. In the end there was no twisting past Lin Knight's. Panon fell asleep against the car window. Lin Knight was right next to him, quietly watching the teenager sleep. He looked at himself the same way a few days ago, didn't he? I remember that I woke up already under the dormitory floor. This elementary school brother, without saying a word, carried himself back to the dormitory. Although the west gate is very close to his dormitory, but it does have a distance. Hokage always says he's gentle, but Hokage is also a very gentle person. As Panon turned around and woke up he saw Lin Even looking at himself, and being discovered Lin Even immediately changed the subject. You're awake, schoolboy? We're almost there. That stop up ahead. I'll tell you what, this campground is famous. I don't know how many people there are during the 4th of July. Looking at Lin Even, who didn't dare to look at herself to speak, Panon smiled and didn't expose her, but listened attentively. There are so many stars. Sitting outside the tent, the two of them tilted their heads back and looked at the night sky, the stars twinkling, the air fresh, and the occasional birdsong coming from the forest. It had been a full day, and with the company of Lin Knight, there was not a dull moment in the camping day. This made the thoughts in Panon's heart more and more pressed. How to suppress this endless joy by liking someone? It was hard for him to do so he wanted a good time to say his heart to Lin Wan. Schoolboy? What's the matter, schoolmarm? Panon turned back to Lin Knight, who was hugging her legs, her cheek resting on her small arm. There was a small nightlight in their tent, emitting a faint yellow light through the window, the warm light hitting Lin Evening's face, making her look gentle. Well, it's fine. It's just, time to rest. Wow, good. Putting out the night light, Panon lay down on his sleeping bag and quietly looked at the top of the tent. It was dark. He couldn't see anything, but he couldn't sleep. The tent was not big, and Lin Knight was very, very close to him, so close that he could hear her breathing, so close that he could faintly smell the faint lavender fragrance. What did you want to say? Like him just as much? The 3 biggest illusions in life are that I'm handsome, true, I can do it, and she likes me. It wasn't that Panon was sticking it in his face. It was just that it was really hard not to imagine Lin Evening with himself in that way. Not only Panon, Lin Evening was equally unable to sleep. Outside the tent, in fact, she wanted to say those words prepared by her good girlfriend. Those words to tease her elementary school brother. In the end it didn't come out. The words were so contrasting to her that it was simply hard to say them. Now, she was a little remorseful that her schoolmate should have fallen asleep. Right? Should I hold your hand? Why don't you come closer to me? I smell good today. Why? Has schoolmate fallen for me after all this time? Will my schoolmate agree if I confess my love? In high school, she had seen it at the end of one of her morning exercises. A group of people gathered around Panacea, with a girl confessing her love for him. It was when she was already in her senior year, Pam's sophomore year of high school, right after the schoolgirl and Pam broke up. Panon shook his head that day and rejected the girl for the simple reason that he didn't have feelings for girls and liked the ones he did. For others this may not know what to say. but Panin is different. He is handsome, has a great personality, and that is able to get off whenever he wants to. The girl lost her mind and left. This scene made a deep impression in Lin Evening's mind. Did she make her schoolmate like her? Is it possible that so much time has gone by that he doesn't know how to shrug it off, or is it just experiencing life and being indifferent to himself all the time? She was anxious that she'd get a rejection when she opened her mouth. And she didn't want that. She'd already come up to Panacea anyway, and she didn't want to quit. Depressed people live in the past. Anxious people live in the future. Calm people live in the present. The next day, early morning. Sister, your dark circles under your eyes are a bit severe. Didn't you sleep well last night? Lin Evening laughed bitterly. She didn't even know what time she went to sleep. She was anxious all the time. Alright, I'm a little bedwetted, so I didn't sleep well yesterday. Don't worry. In that case, then schoolteacher will rest early tonight. Okay, I know. Where do you want to go today? Schoolboy, we have two plans. One is the amusement park and the other is the zoo. Which one do you want to go? Sister, you choose this time. Once again, Panin didn't give Lin Wan a chance to refuse. And this time she chose the zoo. When she checked the guide before coming, she saw that this zoo's Budong, the merganser, was free range and could be fed by the visitors themselves. Leaving the camping site, the duo took a bus back downtown to the zoo again. This time Panin made a companion. He does not have much new to the zoo. His parents took himself to 3 or 2 times in the past. Aren't you going to feed it, schoolboy? Lin Evening took the carrot sticks and fed them to the rabbit in the cage and handed one to him. If Lin Wan didn't ask, then he wouldn't feed. But if Lin Wan asked, then he would have to feed. It's the simplest of emotional values. Like if I share my happiness with you, if you are happy together, then I will be happier. Taking the carrot sticks handed to him by Lin Evening, he joined her in feeding the rabbits. Lin Evening pulled out his cell phone to record the scene. Schoolboy, over here. What a big turtle. Schoolboy, why don't you feed the ostrich? Although it's ugly, don't be so realistic. Okay, but you didn't feed it either. Hokage, I wouldn't dare. After a simple meal of bread and milk, the duo continued to wander. The place was huge and the animals were equally numerous. A circle down Panin felt Lin Evening's cell phone memory crisis. To not be able to store so many photos. Hey, schoolboy, this is the last stop at the zoo, the deer park. Lin Evening found a fawn that no one had fed, quietly squatted by the side of the path and fed it. Watching the last carrot stick in her hand being eaten by the fawn as today's outing came to an end. Over, schoolboy, come take a picture. A left and a right crouched on either side of the fawn, accompanied by the camera clicking as the fawn twisted its head away. Exactly a snobby deer. Panacea smiled and didn't say anything. The sky in the distance has been dyed in a dusky color. Sitting on the bus back to Haicheng, the bus is very crowded. The two of them sitting in the back row. Lin Evening is counting the photos in the cell phone. The ones that look good she sends to Pam. The ones that don't look good she deletes. One by one. Without fatigue. Time flies. Yeah, that was fast. It seems like the older I get, the faster time goes and the clearer my concept of time becomes. Well, 6 days have passed in the blink of an eye. And we have returned. You know what, schoolmate? I used to feel that time was slow. From the beginning of the school year to the vacation. It seemed like a long time. And the expected winter and summer vacations were far away. But in the blink of an eye, almost a month of our college time has passed. And there are still 3 months left for the winter vacation. So soon? I hadn't thought about it. It was fast then. 4 years have passed in a flash. What? Nothing. Hey. Lin Evening twisted her head away with a mischievous smile to herself, looking out the car window at the setting sun that was gradually sinking into the sky between the tall buildings, leaving Panin with a nice looking back. Panin didn't look deeper, took a deep breath, smiled, and similarly looked out the window at the sunset, except that there was that extra touch of gentleness in his sunset. Back, finally. The two stood outside the school gates, and it was 9 p.m. By now. Schoolboy, do you want to eat at the night market? I think it's you who wants to. Schoolteacher? I just see the love of food in the heart of a schoolboy. Hokage is a good judge of character. I am indeed hungry. Look, let's go then. While we still have the strength for today. There's a lot of schoolboy classes behind us. Dressed in a black dress, she took Panin's hand and walked towards the alleyway of the night market. The future seemed to be less important at the moment. As long as the person in her hand was by her side, that would be best. On the last day of the National Day, nothing much happened. Panin, as before, ate with Lin Evening and went to the library to read books. Duanjia came back in the afternoon and brought Panin some specialties from Kyoto and told Panin how he was doing during the National Day. Anyway, the 4th of July is over, the heart is back, and things are on track with classes, meals, and rest. The daily routine with Lin Knight is just that. Daily, eating together, reading together, going out on the weekends. It seemed so plain to say, but Panin was content. And the daily routine of two people who liked each other was always envied by Duanjie. Whenever she ate with Panin, Lin Evening appeared on time as if she had installed a locator on Panin, and sat across from Panin. The two of them chatted and laughed, and she even added dishes to Panin from time to time. Then there are the evenings, where Panin used to have nothing scheduled for the evenings, basically playing games with him. And now, it's games with Lin Night, who provides a foil. On weekends, going out with Lin Evening, and playgrounds and script kills. The days are very full. Proper super big present charge. Duanjie, then what am I? Duanjie, honey, is there an exchange student spot on your side? Ah yes. It's not going to last. I feel isolated by my roommates. Panin guffawed a bit at Duanjie's tirade, stating that we all have a bright future ahead of us. Another weekend. Lin Evening took his own hand and walked through the waterfront park, the dull sound of boots and boards clattering on top of the trestle. Before I knew it, it was another month, and now that we've moved into fall, it's getting cooler. Panacea's gaze lingered on the interlocked fingers, which were gripped tightly. Those white fingers had been cool in memory, but in this late fall they were warm. At this moment Panin feels that the two will absolutely be together in the future. We'll be very happy, we'll have a good family, husband and wife harmony, we'll have 2 children. Schoolboy, schoolmate, what's on your mind? Fantasies interrupted. Panin looked up, curiosity in Lin Evening's eyes as she looked at herself with some concern. Nothing, just wondering what we're having for dinner. Didn't we say it's good to eat hot pot? It's already cool, so a hot pot is perfect. Well, listen to you, sister. So Hokage, why did you call me to Seaside Park today? Sitting on a bench with the rippling sea in the distance, the fall breeze raging, the waves rushing in, the coastline far, far away. Looking at it makes the brain clear. Panin smiled, didn't say anything, and walked around the bench, sitting next to Lin Evening. It's always senior sister who invites me out. I sometimes want to invite senior sister out to play, too. It feels like Hokage is lying, but I'm still happy. She propped herself up on the bench and lifted her head, her eyes slowly closing as she felt the ocean breeze blowing across her neck. It was relaxing, comforting, and cozy. Sure enough, it still couldn't fool Lin Evening. Today was Lin Evening's birthday, and the schoolteacher kept emphasizing that she didn't need to have a birthday, so if Panin had to, she'd take her out for a spin. For Lin Evening, of course, Panin will not just bring her out to turn around. Gifts, cakes, flowers are prepared. If not worried about a little bit of suspicion of taking advantage of people, he would like to stop by to express their love. Confessing on someone's birthday or something, Panin thought about it and still felt that there was something wrong. This wave of birthdays is to pull good feelings and increase the success rate of confession, not to take advantage of people's danger and kidnap Lin Evening and rack her. For Panin, the duo is already in a good place in their relationship, and all that's missing is this last fire. And he's definitely going to end up confessing his love before Hanukkah anyway, not wanting to keep pulling the long strings. Lin Evening was different from the girls who had confessed to him before. They didn't have a condescending personality and were very caring, which always made him wonder if Lin Evening liked him. On the other hand, it is the identity of the two of them, school siblings, an identity that is not much of a gaze, but it is not good to split up after a long time. And in the future, he still does not want to be too embarrassed with Lin Evening. Happy birthday, sister. Panin's flat tone carried a bit of joy, and when Lin Evening, who heard this, her long eyelashes flickered slightly and she twisted her head away, not looking at him, as if she was a bit angry, regaining his anger at not listening to himself. Though nothing, this elementary school brother of hers would surely be prepared. Except that this was a pretense in the end. How could she be angry with Panin? Duanjie, who is his wingman, has been waiting nearby for a long time, and when he sees Panin waving at him, he carefully hands Panin the flowers and gift box before fleeing the scene. Duanjie, sinning, sister, angry with me? Not at all. Lin Evening turned back and was ready to say Panin, but she froze when her mouth opened. Panin held a modest bouquet of lilies in her left hand and a long white gift box in her right. No is good. Happy birthday, sister. The teenager in front of her gave her a sunny smile and handed her the flowers, and the gift box flipped open to reveal a long silver necklace. The necklace is beautiful, especially its charm, which has a rounded appearance made up of a feather on the left with a spiral branch on the right, and a nice blue-green moonstone the size of a green bean in the center. Schoolboy, I don't know why my nose was so sore, but I didn't finish my sentence, and tears were already welling up in my eyes and slipping down without a fight. Sister, touch to be touched, can't not want to. These are really not expensive. Did not spend much money, add up to less than 200 it. Lin Evening didn't reply, covering her mouth as tears continued to drip down her face. Well, schoolmarm, today is a birthday anyways. Even though tears don't cost anything, let's have fun today. I'll bring it for you. Taking out a tissue from his pocket, Panon wiped Lin Even's tears. Lin Even didn't resist in any way. She just looked tearfully at the teenager in front of her who wiped her tears. I think she made it, right? The family was struggling to make ends meet, and growing up her birthdays were always a fairly substantial table, and she never felt bad about it, but rather content. Because of her personality she is well liked, and of course she receives gifts on her birthday, but she has to save up for a long time for the money to return the gifts, so she would talk to her friend about not having to give herself a gift, and she would feel a little guilty about making her friend feel slighted by her lack of a gift. After that she was pretty much never on the receiving end of gifts, not counting, of course, the boys who pursued her, all of whom she explicitly rejected. The main reason she was crying tears of joy right now was not that she was touched by the fact that someone had given her a gift, but the fact that the person who had given her a gift was Panon, and that her plan had worked. Also, the necklace from the schoolboy is really nice. Panon removed the necklace, wrapped it around Lin Evening's snow-white goose neck, and helped her put it on. Today she was wearing a collegiate-style vest shirt and a long light green skirt underneath. Because it is a vest shirt, in the chest has 2 buttons. Lin Evening is not buttoned together, so Panon can see the snow-white collarbone between the necklace he sent. It was getting late, and the lights in Seaside Park came on, the white light reflecting off the silver necklace in starbursts of light. The moonstone extra bright at the moment. Pale skin, seductive red lips, slightly reddened eyes, bangs that fluttered with the evening breeze, and tearful eyes that were only her own. Sister, there's still one more cake to go. Should we cry later?